Scoring the Sacred Body of the Ancients from the Get Chapter 309 to Chapter 385. Anyone with a discerning eye could sense that Xianxia's attitude towards Jun Xiaoyao was slightly unusual. If they didn't know that Xianxia was Jun Xiaoyao's aunt, some would even treat them as Dao companions. Because these two people were truly compatible. Of course, no one cared whether the situation was like this or not. After all, Xianxia was only Jun Xiaoyao's aunt in name. Moreover, although Xianxia and Jiang Rou called each other sisters, they were actually not biological sisters. Jiang Rou glanced at Xianxia with some confusion, and as if she thought of something, her beautiful eyes hid a trace of a mocking smile. Xing-yi, this little b*tch, could it be that she has designs on my son? Jiang Luoli's large eyes revealed even more suspicion. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. However, when she thought of Xianxia's identity, Jiang Luoli felt that this shouldn't be too possible. Looking at the mischievous smiles in the eyes of some Jiang family clansmen, Xianxia couldn't help but blush. Even her sparkling ears were dyed red, and the redness went all the way to her ears. Xianxia had an innate Dao embryo, and was usually as quiet as a virgin, as elegant and otherworldly as the moon fairy. When had she ever revealed such a shy expression? The eyes of some Jiang family young men were straight. As for Jiang Daoxiu, he looked at the two of them, and sighed slightly. Xiaoyao, in your eyes, grandfather is such a selfish person? Of course not, Jun Xiaoyao replied. Don't worry, Xiaoyao, grandfather will support you no matter what you do. Wang family wants to use my life to threaten you, don't even think about it. Jiang Daoxiu's tone was very resolute. He would rather die than allow Jun Xiaoyao to be humiliated by Wang family. Yes, young master, what you did was right, we all support you. The northern Wang family is nothing, our Jiang family doesn't fear them at all. The surrounding clansmen of the Jiang family all shouted in support of Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this scene, even someone as cold as Jun Xiaoyao felt touched. This was his first time visiting the Jiang family, yet everyone in the Jiang family supported and trusted him so much. How could Jun Xiaoyao let down his mother's clan? He took a deep breath and asked, is it really impossible to find the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass? Jun Xiaoyao was determined to save Jiang Daoxiu's life. In the end, if there was really no other way. He was determined to force the Wang family to hand over the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass even if he had to mobilize the power of the Jun family. Of course, this was an extreme method. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Jiang Daoxiu would probably not agree to it either. The Jun family would clash with the Wang family of the north because of him. After all, the Jun family had already made enough enemies. If the Wang family of the north was added, the pressure would be even greater. At this moment, Hua Yuanqiu's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, I heard that the last news of the existence of the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass seems to have come from the eternal burial ground. The Wang family's 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass seems to have been obtained from the eternal burial ground by chance. Hua Yuanqiu's words made some of the Jiang family members' expressions change slightly. What kind of place was the eternal burial ground? It was definitely a forbidden place. Ordinary people didn't dare to mention it, fearing that they would encounter some kind of disaster. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Hua Yuanqiu. Previously, he was slapped into a dog by Jun Xiaoyao, so he should have hated Jun Xiaoyao very much. Yet, he actually gave him the news now. This made Jun Xiaoyao think that there was something fishy about Hua Yuanqiu. However, Jun Xiaoyao still asked the Jiang family elders and the others for confirmation. Indeed, there was news of the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass in the eternal burial ground, but it's not sure if it really exists, a Jiang family elder confirmed. On this point, Hua Yuanqiu didn't lie. Then why not go to the eternal burial ground to look for it? Jun Xiaoyao asked in confusion. If the Jiang family knew about the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass, they would probably investigate and try their best to get it. However, the Jiang family didn't send anyone to the eternal burial ground. Young master, you may not know, but the eternal burial ground is a forbidden place. It is not in the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. There are all kinds of strange and terrifying things in it. The waters are very deep, a Jiang family elder said helplessly. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao understand. The eternal burial ground was probably similar to the 7 wonders of the mystic realm that he had heard before. They all represented some kind of great karma, great strangeness, and great terror. It was definitely not an existence that ordinary people could set foot in. A Jiang family elder continued to explain to Jun Xiaoyao. It turned out that if an expert with a high cultivation base entered the eternal burial ground, he would attract the attention of the terrifying creatures in the eternal burial ground. It was like a bright light in the darkness. It was too eye-catching and difficult to advance. As for those with a weak cultivation base, even if they could get close to the eternal burial ground, it would be difficult for them to go deep because they didn't have the strength to survive. Therefore, as time passed, not many creatures in the mystic realm dared to go to the eternal burial ground. In addition, there were many strange legends in the eternal burial ground, as well as mysterious creatures in the eternal burial ground. That area had also become a forbidden land for ordinary people to avoid. After Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he finally understood why the Jiang family couldn't go deep into the eternal burial ground. Since it's difficult for those with a high cultivation base to go deep, and it's also difficult for those with a weak cultivation base to enter, why don't you let me go? Jun Xiaoyao said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the eternal burial ground. When Jun Xiaoyao heard the system's notification, he was even more determined to go to the eternal burial ground. However, when they heard this, everyone's expression changed. Especially Jiang Daoxiu, Jiang Rou, Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, and the others, their expressions all changed. Xiaoyao, you can't go to such a dangerous place, Jiang Rou said directly. Xiaoyao, the eternal burial ground is too dangerous, Jiang Xingyi said. Brother Xiaoyao, you can't go to such a place. It's very scary there, Jiang Luoli also persuaded. Jiang Daoxiu also said, Xiaoyao, I appreciate your kindness, but that place is too dangerous. Moreover, there might not really be the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass. There's no need to go. Jun Xiaoyao's relatives firmly opposed. A cold light flashed in Hua Yuanqiu's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's actions were exactly what he wanted. If Jun Xiaoyao died in the eternal burial ground, it couldn't be better for him. Grandfather, you still don't believe me? What can be difficult for me? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The eternal burial ground that ordinary people would turn pale at the mention of, seemed to be nothing in Jun Xiaoyao's words. Xiaoyao, if you grow in the future, it's fine to go to the eternal burial ground. It's too early to go now. Jiang Daoxiu shook his head. The current Jun Xiaoyao was the favorite of the Jun family and the Jiang family. If he died in the eternal burial ground, the consequences were unimaginable to the 2 clan of the ancients. Jiang Daoxiu would rather lose his life than let Jun Xiaoyao take the risk. Grandfather, I've made up my mind. Mother, don't try to persuade me. I, Jun Xiaoyao, will definitely go to the eternal burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was firm and didn't allow any objection. So what if it was the eternal burial ground? He, Jun Xiaoyao, would go there too. Jun Xiaoyao had been invincible in his generation since he was born. He had developed an invincible Dao heart and possessed great boldness. To him, where could he not go in the world? Jun Xiaoyao did not even fear the ancient burial ground, which was a place that would make anyone shudder at the mention of it. This was not the action of a brute, but Jun Xiaoyao had absolute confidence in himself. Jun Xiaoyao's aura also affected the others. This was the young master of the Jiang family, a peerless genius with an invincible boldness. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's firm attitude, Jiang Rou and the others did not know what to say. Jiang Daoxiu's old eyes revealed a touch of emotion. With such a grandson, even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's firm attitude, Jiang Daoxiu did not try to persuade him anymore. Because if he did, it might affect Jun Xiaoyao's mentality instead. Alright, Xiaoyao. Since your attitude is so firm, then don't worry and go. If something really happens to you in the eternal burial ground, Jiang Daoxiu paused for a moment, and then he said with a cold tone, even if grandfather, I, have to put my life on the line, I'll still turn the eternal burial grounds upside down. That's right. If the young master encounters danger in the eternal burial ground, our Jiang family will definitely not let it go. The other Jiang family elders also said coldly. If a clan of the ancients was truly angered, it was not something that anyone could bear. Even if it was as strange as the eternal burial ground, it would probably lose a layer of skin. That's right. Xiaoyao and the Jun family will definitely not sit by and watch you encounter danger, Jiang Ro said. One could imagine if something happened to Jun Xiaoyao in the eternal burial ground. The Jun family and Jiang family would probably go crazy and not turn a blind eye. If two of the clan of the ancients of the three Yu families joined forces to attack the eternal burial ground, how powerful would that be? The eternal burial ground would probably not be able to bear it and suffer great losses. This way, I can be even more at ease. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He also knew that if he was trapped in the eternal burial ground, the Jun family and the Jiang family would definitely not sit idly by. The Jun family was a little apprehensive about the strangeness of the eternal burial ground, but that didn't mean that the Jun family was afraid of it. If they really wanted to fight, the Jun family wouldn't care so much. They might even destroy the eternal burial ground. Xiaoyao, this is all because of me. I'll go with you. Xianxia stood up and said in a firm tone. Yes, me too. Brother Xiaoyao, I want to go too. Jiang Luoli was not to be outdone. She also stood up. There's no need for that. I'll be fine on this trip alone. One more person means one more risk. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Naturally, he couldn't let Jiangxia and Jiang Luoli fall into danger. Don't get involved. I believe that Xiaoyao can do it, Jiang Ro said. Although she was a little worried about Jun Xiaoyao. However, this was Jun Xiaoyao's own decision. As a mother, she could only fully support it. This matter was settled. After Jun Xiaoyao adjusted himself in the Jiang family for a while, he would head to the eternal burial ground. Young master is indeed a bold person. A real man should be like that. Jiang Chuhan also sighed. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flow with extraordinary splendor. Indeed. However, heroes are short-tempered since ancient times. Those who can survive are the winners. Hua Yuanxiu smiled indifferently. Are you cursing the young master? Jiang Chuhan frowned. She increasingly felt that Hua Yuanxiu was narrow-minded and didn't have any courage at all. He was simply incomparable to Jun Xiaoyao. Of course not. I also hope that he can walk out safely. Hua Yuanxiu's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess as he said in a dignified manner. However, in his heart, he was actually thinking that it would be best if Jun Xiaoyao didn't return. After this matter was confirmed, Jiang Daoxiu also issued an order. The Jiang family had to provide any resources that Jun Xiaoyao needed unconditionally. Of course, now that Jun Xiaoyao had become the Jiang family's young master, he was qualified to use any resources of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao didn't stand on ceremony. He also asked the Jiang family to give him immortal sources. After knowing that Jun Xiaoyao needed immortal sources, the Jiang family almost emptied their treasury. They gave Jun Xiaoyao more than 3,000 immortal sources. Immortal sources were too rare. Even the clan of the ancients couldn't have too many in storage. 3,000 immortal sources was already a lot. However, to the current Jun Xiaoyao, it was just a drop in the bucket. He needed to consume a lot of immortal sources to refine the origin immortal bone. In the beginning, a few immortal sources might be enough to refine an origin immortal bone. However, now, he might need dozens or even hundreds of immortal sources to refine a single bone. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was immersed in cultivation. In a splendid palace in the Wang family's territory of the northern region. A middle-aged man in a purple python robe sat on a high seat with a gloomy face. His cultivation had also reached the quasi-supreme level. Below him stood another figure. It was the quasi-supreme of the Wang family who had rushed to the Jiang family. The Jiang family is too insensible. And that Jiangxia, does she think that my son is not worthy of her? The man in the purple python robe was Wang Ting's father and the head of the Wang family, Wang Yuanba. Actually, it's mainly because of Jun Xiaoyao. If he didn't get involved, things wouldn't have turned out like this, the quasi-supreme of the Wang family said coldly. Humph, Jun Xiaoyao dared to destroy my son's spiritual body. How audacious. Wang Yuanba's eyes were cold. In his eyes, his son Wang Ting was invincible among the younger generation. He couldn't be offended. But Jun Xiaoyao was so audacious and reckless. Wang Yuanba felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, an elder of the Wang family suddenly came in and reported, "Head, there's news from the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao seems to be going to the eternal burial ground." "What?" "Haha, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger." Wang Yuanba suddenly laughed. He didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would really dare to enter the eternal burial ground for a stalk of 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass. That kid is courting death. The quasi-supreme of the Wang family also sneered. "Spread this news. The legend of the son of God of the Jun family will probably end in the eternal burial ground," Wang Yuanba said loudly. The eternal burial ground was a very dangerous place. Once Jun Xiaoyao went in, he wouldn't be able to come out again. In the depths of the Wang family, in a spiritual land. Wang Ting's real body, who was in seclusion, also heard the news. He slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be the sun and moon rotating in his eyes, and the scene of stars falling and dying appeared. Around him, there was a real dragon leaping into the sea, a divine phoenix spreading its wings, a black tortoise carrying the sky, and other powerful phenomena appearing. His aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. "You dare to go to the eternal burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao, should I say that you are brave or stupid? The innate Taoist embryo is very useful for my breakthrough. Jun Xiaoyao, if you don't come back, I will gladly accept Xianxia." Wang Ting sneered. The space around him shook, and his aura was shocking. This woman, Xianxia, was his for sure, in just a few days, under the deliberate spread of the Wang family. The news that Jun Xiaoyao was going to enter the eternal burial ground spread completely. This made the Huangtian mystic realm boil. It was a complete mess. What kind of place was the eternal burial ground? Everyone knew about it. That was definitely a land of death, a forbidden land. Not to mention getting close, most people didn't even dare to talk about it, afraid that they would encounter some kind of disaster. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was actually going to enter the eternal burial ground. This was like a huge rock falling into the sea, setting off huge waves. If one were to say that Jun Xiaoyao had completely matured and reached the level of a saint, then Jun Xiaoyao would have been a saint. Then it wouldn't be a big deal for him to enter the eternal burial ground. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was only in the heavenly reaching realm. Although Jun Xiaoyao was already at the top of the younger generation. But in a place like the eternal burial ground, a heavenly reaching realm cultivator was nothing. This was also the reason why everyone was shocked. Jun Xiaoyao's move was no different from courting death. What's wrong with the Jun family son of God? He actually wants to go to a forbidden land like the eternal burial ground? Yeah, that kind of forbidden land, just talking about it is terrifying. Does the Jun family son of God really want to die? I heard that the Jun family son of God is going to the eternal burial ground to look for medicine for the Jiang family's big shot. I also heard that the Jun family son of God seems to have become the young master of the Jiang family. The news of Jun Xiaoyao entering the eternal burial ground spread. There was also the matter of Jun Xiaoyao becoming the young master of the Jiang family. This naturally caused another commotion. Jun Xiaoyao's identity was already extremely noble. Now, he had even become the young master of the Jiang family. This meant that Jun Xiaoyao had really become the successor of the two clan of the ancients. Sigh, if I were Jun Xiaoyao, wouldn't it be better to cultivate peacefully? Why did he have to court death and go to the eternal burial ground? That's right. Jun Xiaoyao's journey has been smooth, and he has a chance to become an emperor in the future. Why take this risk? Many people couldn't understand. The son of God of the Jun family has always thought highly of himself. If he doesn't come back from the eternal burial ground, then it will be interesting. There were also a few creatures who spoke coldly, adopting the attitude of watching a play. Those who said this were mostly Jun Xiaoyao's enemies, such as the Archean royalty, Fallen God Palace, and other powers. If he really can't come back, then forget it. Even if Jun Xiaoyao can come back, if he misses the opening of the immortal ancient world, then he will fall behind others. That's right. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. If we miss the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao will be completely overtaken by the other geniuses. I'm afraid Jun Xiaoyao's invincibility among the younger generation is about to come to an end. Many people in the immortal realms were discussing, feeling that Jun Xiaoyao had taken the wrong step. Zulong, inside a golden dragon palace floating in the sky. Princess Longji sat on the golden dragon throne. When she heard the news, her beautiful eyes were filled with uncertainty. Jun Xiaoyao, you'd better not die in the eternal burial ground. Otherwise, who am I going to take my revenge on? Princess Longji raised her jade-like hand, her 5 jade-like fingers spread open. A drop of golden blood with a tinge of green floated in the air. An incomparably terrifying fluctuation was emitted from this drop of blood. The surrounding void was shaking and trembling, as if it couldn't withstand the power of this drop of blood. This drop of blood was the blood of the ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon. In other words, this was equivalent to a drop of the Motherf * King Human King's blood. Although it was only a drop of blood, this amount of energy was definitely not something an ordinary person could withstand. Previously, Princess Longji wasn't confident that she could refine this drop of ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon's blood, so she kept it. But now, the humiliation of losing to Jun Xiaoyao made her determined to refine this drop of ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon's blood. Your Highness, with your current cultivation, refining this drop of ancient emperor of the Azure Dragon's blood is too impulsive. The Azure Dragon General advised. I can't wait any longer. The immortal ancient world is about to open. I will use this chance to surpass everyone and ascend to the peak. There is also Jun Xiaoyao. If he can come out of the eternal burial ground alive, I will personally wash away this humiliation. Princess Longji's tone was resolute. On the other side, the Ji family, within a valley spirit vein. Ji Qingyi sat cross-legged on a green lotus, her crystal-like eyes deep in thought. Eternal burial ground, Taoist brother Xiaoyao, can you come out alive? Ji Qingyi muttered to herself. If Jun Xiaoyao could come out of the eternal burial ground alive, that would be an impossible miracle. Celestial Demon Cult, Celestial Demon Castle. Xiaomaxian also learned of this news. As expected of little brother Xiaoyao. You are so brave. I hope you can come back alive. When we are in the immortal ancient world, I can test little brother Xiaoyao's strengths and weaknesses. Xiaomaxian giggled to herself. All in all, the major forces of the Huangtian mystic realm had different attitudes towards Jun Xiaoyao entering the eternal burial ground. Some were worried, some were watching the show, some were mocking, and some were cursing his death. This news naturally reached the Jun family as well. The sequences of the Jun family were a little worried. Jun Linglong, Jun Ying Yan Qingying, and the other girls were also very worried. They had unconditional trust in Jun Xiaoyao, believing that he could overcome all difficulties. But the eternal burial ground was indeed beyond their imagination. In the depths of the Jun family's ancestral land, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor were talking. That little old man of the Jiang family is really something. He's half dead and still wants Xiaoyao to take risks to find the grass of immortality. The 16th ancestor snorted. He had the appearance of a 10-year-old child, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. Just treat this as a trial for Xiaoyao. Although the eternal burial ground is very strange, if he dares to provoke the Jun family, humph. The 18th ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly. If the Jun family was angry, they would not care so much. No matter the price, they would destroy the eternal burial ground. His subordinates should be in the eternal burial ground, right? The 16th ancestor suddenly said something that was somewhat inexplicable. Yes, there seems to be one. The 18th ancestor nodded. Then Xiaoyao should be even less of a problem. The 16th ancestor's eyes were deep as he looked in the direction of the eternal burial ground. His subordinates would not let anything happen to Jun Xiaoyao. Just as the entire Huangtian mystic realm was stirred up by the news of Jun Xiaoyao entering the eternal burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao himself was very comfortable. He stayed in a luxurious bedroom that the Jiang family had specially prepared for him to cultivate. The entire bedroom was built on a huge spirit vein, and billowing spiritual energy filled the air. Inside the bedroom, in Jun Xiaoyao's hand, the last piece of celestial source turned transparent and then turned into ashes. Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes. 160 pieces. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. After refining 3,000 low-grade celestial sources, Jun Xiaoyao had only refined 20 Daluo immortal bones. In addition to the previous ones, he had a total of 160 pieces. This Daluo immortal body was really difficult to cultivate the further one progressed. The resources consumed were simply terrifying. I hope that when I return from the eternal burial ground, I can catch up with the immortal ancient world. Otherwise, it will be a big loss. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. At this time, a delicate and gentle voice came from outside the bedroom. Xiaoyao, am I disturbing you? It was Jiang Xingyi's voice. Sister Xingyi, please come in, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jiang Xingyi walked in from outside the bedroom. She was still wearing her usual snow-white robe, and her face was still beautiful. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were like autumn water, her lips were bright red, and her teeth were sparkling. Her delicate body was flawless, and she had a graceful bearing. Her pure white jade-like body was tall and slender, and she was like a snow lotus that stood alone in the world. The innate Taoist fetus made Jiang Xingyi's beauty even more ethereal, spiritual, and otherworldly, and untainted by the mortal world. Such a woman was rare in the world. Even a straight man like Jun Xiaoyao, who didn't care much about women, couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Xingyi was indeed a rare beauty. But Jun Xiaoyao felt a headache when he thought about their complicated relationship. Xiaoyao, I. Jiang Xingyi opened her mouth and was about to say something. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said, Sister Xingyi, if you're here to thank me, you don't have to. There's no need to be so distant between us. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyi was silent. She did want to thank Jun Xiaoyao for what he had done for her. Jun Xiaoyao was even willing to go to an extremely dangerous place like the Aeon burial ground. The origin of all this was just to prevent her from marrying the Wang family's young emperor. Jiang Xingyi was full of guilt when she thought about how Jun Xiaoyao was in danger because of her. She would rather it was herself who went to the Aeon burial ground. Sister Xingyi, is there anything else? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Xiaoyao, when are you going to leave? Jiang Xingyi asked. Tomorrow, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had already refined the 3,000 immortal sources, and there was no need to delay. Moreover, the opening of the immortal ancient world was not far away. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to delay the opportunity of the immortal ancient world because of the eternal burial ground. So fast. Xiaoyao, I heard that you like to take baths? Jiang Xingyi suddenly asked. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. There's a 10,000-year spirit spring in the cave where I cultivate in seclusion. Usually, I'm the only one who uses it. If you don't mind, let me take you there, Jiang Xingyi said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. It would be nice to relax a little before leaving. However, it seemed to be Jiang Xingyi's private hot spring. It was a little. Jiang Xingyi's sparkling and translucent snow-white face revealed a faint blush. She said in a soft voice, Xiaoyao, let me help you bathe this time. This? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. It seemed a little inappropriate to let a celestial concubine like Little Ant serve him. He wanted to say that there was no need, but he felt that this was too hypocritical. It was better for men to be more realistic. In the end, Jiang Xingyi brought Jun Xiaoyao to her place of seclusion. Sure enough, there was a spring inside. It was dense with spiritual energy and steaming hot. Jun Xiaoyao took off the clothes on his upper body and sank into the spring. He only felt infinitely comfortable. He turned his head and found that Jiang Xingyi had taken off her outer clothes. She was only wearing her underwear. It vaguely outlined her hazy and beautiful curves. Her jade-like hands were pressed on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders, massaging him. Jun Xiaoyao was also happy to enjoy it. He found that there was a faint fragrance coming from the mouth of the spirit spring. Smelling it carefully, he found that it was the same as Jiang Xingyi's body fragrance. It had a fresh and elegant smell. Nothing indescribable happened between the two of them. A wave of warmth silently flowed. After a long time, Jun Xiaoyao actually fell asleep. Jiang Xingyi knelt on the ground and put Jun Xiaoyao's head on her lap. Her jade-like hands traced the contours of Jun Xiaoyao's face when he was sleeping. He was clearly asleep. But Jun Xiaoyao's brows were still slightly furrowed. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyi felt an inexplicable heartache in her heart. The world only knew that Jun Xiaoyao was invincible. But they didn't know how much pressure he was under and how much weight he was carrying. Xiaoyao, thank you. Xianxia lowered her head and pressed her red lips on Jun Xiaoyao's forehead like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. This kiss was not mixed with any distracting thoughts. After a long time, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and found that Xianxia's beautiful eyes were staring at his face. And his head was resting on her soft lap. This is a knee pillow? Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback. In both his previous and current lives, this was the first time he had received such VIP treatment. Xianxia looked away somewhat guiltily, her jade-like cheeks slightly red. Just now, when she looked at Jun Xiaoyao's sleeping handsome face, she was a little entranced. Although Xianxia wasn't a good-looking person like Jiang Luoli. But who wouldn't want to look at a good-looking face a few more times? Xiaoyao, you're awake, Xianxia said softly. Sister Xingyi, thank you. Jun Xiaoyao got up. He wasn't the kind of person who was greedy for gentleness. But this kind of concern did make him feel very comfortable. At least Jiang Luoli wasn't so gentle. If Jiang Luoli was a playful and cute loli, Xianxia was a gentle big sister next door. Their personalities were completely different. Can't I go with you? Xianxia still wanted to accompany Jun Xiaoyao. No need. Sister Xingyi, don't you trust me? Jun Xiaoyao declined with a smile. Xiaoyao, I'll wait for you to come back, Xianxia said softly. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Xianxia blushed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. When you come back, Xiaoyao, I'll let you do something more comfortable. Something more comfortable? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a strange look. There was something in these words. The heartwarming night was over. The next day, Jun Xiaoyao left the Jiang residence under the gazes of Jiang Daoxiu, Jiang Rou, and a group of Jiang family members. He rode on a flying boat and crossed the void. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that there were many eyes secretly following him. Huh. Do you all want to watch the show? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. The Jiang family should have completely blocked the news of him going to the eternal burial ground. The Jiang family shouldn't have spread the news casually. But in the end, it was still leaked, and it even spread in the Huangtian mystic realm. Obviously, someone was adding fuel to the fire in the dark. If Jun Xiaoyao really encountered an accident, the entire mystic realm would know immediately. The Jiang family shouldn't have spread the news casually. Could it be Hua Yuanshou? Jun Xiaoyao thought about it and could only think of Hua Yuanshou. He might have secretly leaked the news. And this news could spread so widely in such a short time. Obviously, there was a force behind Hua Yuanshou. As for what force it was, Jun Xiaoyao had already guessed it. The Wang family is really bold to dare to plant a pawn in the Jiang family. When I return from the eternal burial ground, I'll destroy this Hua Yuanshou. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a cold light. Now was not the time to kill Hua Yuanshou. Moreover, he was Jiang Chuhan's fiancé. Under the circumstances where there was no evidence, killing Hua Yuanshou rashly was a little unreasonable. Moreover, he would also quibble. In the future, when Hua Yuanshou exposed himself, he would directly destroy him. At the same time, he could also extort a sum of money from the Wang family and make them bleed. However, this was all in the future. Jun Xiaoyao only needed to focus on the eternal burial ground and find the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass. Let me, the Son of God, see what secrets there are in the eternal burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the wind and looked into the distance. The eternal burial ground was a famous forbidden land in the mystic realm. It was not located in any of the 3,000 mystical states. Instead, it was an independent space outside the 3,000 mystical states. One could head to the eternal burial ground from the barbarian state in the far west. Jun Xiaoyao did not stop along the way. He passed through many teleportation formations and began to head to the barbarian state. As for those who were secretly watching, Jun Xiaoyao did not care about them. Now in the Huangtian mystic realm, no one dared to attack Jun Xiaoyao openly. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao was about to head to the eternal burial ground. No one would do anything to harm Jun Xiaoyao at a time like this. Because in their eyes, the eternal burial ground was the place where Jun Xiaoyao was buried. Therefore, those who were secretly watching wanted to see if Jun Xiaoyao would really head to the eternal burial ground. Or was it just a feint? Because the barbarian state was located in the far west, Jun Xiaoyao took nearly half a month to reach this place. The entire barbarian state was desolate and barren. Because it was close to the eternal burial ground, there were almost no forces or creatures stationed here for a long time. Most of the people who came to the barbarian state were fugitives, treasure hunters, gold hunters, and so on. Because it was close to the eternal burial ground, there would occasionally be various treasures and ancient scriptures appearing, attracting many people to fight over them. After Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the barbarian state, he headed directly to the border. Along the way, he naturally attracted the attention of many people. That is, the Jun family son of God. What is he doing in the barbarian state? Haven't you heard the news? The Jun family son of God is going to enter the eternal burial ground? What? The Jun family son of God doesn't want to live anymore? Some treasure hunters' eyes almost popped out when they heard this news. They said they were searching for treasures, but they were actually very far from the eternal burial ground and only moved around the border. Jun Xiaoyao was really going to enter the eternal burial ground. These were two completely different things. My goodness, the son of God of the Jun family is a ferocious person. If he can come out alive, then it's simply. Many people were curious and followed behind Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. Finally, a day later, Jun Xiaoyao's flying boat stopped in the void. He looked into the distance and frowned slightly. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be a chaotic space. It was like another world. A pitch-black wind blew through the void, causing spatial cracks to appear from time to time. A pitch-black region could be vaguely seen in the depths of the void. The surroundings were shrouded in black fog, making it hard to see clearly. It was clearly daytime, but the vast and boundless area was dark. The sound of the chilly wind was like the wailing of ghosts and gods. Disregarding everything else, just this atmosphere alone was enough to make people retreat. If they were timid, they might even pee in their pants. Is that the eternal burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. That's just a corner of the eternal burial ground. The entire eternal burial ground is incomparably vast and borders many immortal realms. At this moment, a beautiful figure in gray appeared in the void. It was Audiobook. She explained to Jun Xiaoyao. Interesting. I'm getting more and more curious. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Jun Xiaoyao remained extremely calm when faced with the ancient burial ground, a place that would frighten most people. He was even curious about it. Young master, with Audio's strength, if she enters the eternal burial ground, she will attract the attention of some important people. In order not to hinder you from finding the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass, Audiobook can only stay outside, Audiobook said. It was not that she was unwilling to protect Jun Xiaoyao in the eternal burial ground. But if she accompanied Jun Xiaoyao in, she would immediately attract the attention of many powerful beings in the eternal burial ground. Naturally, Jun Xiaoyao would not be at ease to search for the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass. I was planning to go alone. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and did not mind. If young master encounters any danger in the eternal burial ground, Audiobook will be the first to sense it. When that happens, Audiobook will definitely enter the eternal burial ground and protect young master with her life. Audiobook's voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable attitude. Clearly, even the dangerous eternal burial ground could not stop Audiobook from protecting Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely. Although he knew that Audiobook was protecting him like this for the sake of his father, Jun Wuhui's face. However, Jun Xiaoyao would let Audiobook know. He was worth following. Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate and directly stepped into the eternal burial ground. Audiobook stared at Jun Xiaoyao's figure as it gradually disappeared in the cold wind. She looked at the eternal burial ground in the distance with a trace of absent-mindedness in her eyes. There is a wisp of master's aura in the eternal burial ground, and is he still guarding the eternal burial ground? Audiobook was a little absent-minded as she thought of many memories of the past. The 8 divine kings intimidated the immortal realm and made all heroes retreat. As for the people who were watching in the dark from afar, after seeing Jun Xiaoyao truly enter the ancient burial ground, they all sighed. Some admired, some praised, some watched the show, some cursed, and some heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone present knew. If Jun Xiaoyao did not walk out of the eternal burial ground, it meant that this era had lost an invincible expert who stood at the peak. And if Jun Xiaoyao walked out in the end, then Jun Xiaoyao's invincible legend would probably climb to an even higher peak. It would reach a height that was difficult for the younger generation to reach, just as everyone in the outside world had different thoughts about Jun Xiaoyao's choice. Jun Xiaoyao was focused on the present. Endless chilly winds blew from the depths of the unknown void. Just a wisp was enough to easily tear apart the body of a divine fire realm expert. Jun Xiaoyao's divine soul perception was extremely sharp and could avoid many dangers in advance. However, even so, Jun Xiaoyao was not a god. It was impossible for him to avoid all dangers. For example, right now, there were 3 gusts of cold wind blowing from all directions, sealing the space around Jun Xiaoyao. In this kind of hopeless situation, even a divine fire realm expert would die. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. He waved one hand, and an ancient armor appeared, protecting his body. Those cold winds blew on the ancient armor, causing it to burst forth with countless ancient and profound talisman markings. This ancient armor was a protective treasure that his grandfather, Jiang Daoxiu, gave him. One could imagine how rare and powerful a treasure given by a supreme exalt was. Moreover, this wasn't all that Jiang Daoxiu gave him. Since Jun Xiaoyao had entered the burial ground, Jiang Daoxiu naturally had to give anything good to Jun Xiaoyao to protect him. Finally, under the protection of this ancient armor, Jun Xiaoyao charged out of this area of cold wind, and his feet finally landed on the ground. Looking over, even Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a wisp of surprise. This was a vast and boundless graveyard. The ground was paved with ghastly white bones. The bones of unknown enormous beasts were like hills that rose up. This was a deathly silent land that no living person could enter. It was extremely terrifying, and there was strangeness everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao could even feel that this world was filled with the aura of death. It didn't seem like a place where living beings lived at all. Even the exuberant qi and blood of his sacred body of the ancients found it difficult to fuse with the aura of this world. So, this is the burial ground at the periphery of the ancient burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao mumbled. The periphery of the eternal burial ground was a circle of burial grounds that contained endless danger. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have arrived at the check-in location, the eternal burial ground. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He was very curious. What good things could he sign in this eternal burial ground? Ding! Congratulations to host. Sign in for 6-star reward, magic power immunity. As the system notification sounded, Jun Xiaoyao was able to sense that some sort of power had been added to his body. Magic power immunity? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a strange look. He suddenly stretched out his hand and used his finger as a sword. A wisp of magic power gushed out and pointed at himself. However, a strange scene happened. That strand of magic power sword light was annihilated and disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. A stream of information flowed into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He also understood the meaning of magic power immunity. This wasn't a magical technique, but a special ability. It was immune to all magic power attacks. Of course, this immunity had its limitations. It could only work to a certain extent and range. For example, if a supreme being attacked, even if Jun Xiaoyao had magic power immunity, he wouldn't be able to block a single move from the supreme being. Next, Jun Xiaoyao experimented again. He used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to attack himself. But in the first round, he was also completely immune. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was extremely powerful. It was one of Jun Xiaoyao's trump cards. In the end, his magic power immunity was actually completely immune to this powerful force. It was shocking. Next, Jun Xiaoyao used the Human King Seal, the combatant technique, the Spear of the Heavenly God, and other magical techniques. They were continuously neutralized by the magic power immunity. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao used the Immortal Slaying Sword technique again. Only then did the magic power immunity finally lose its effect and was broken. And how many moves did he use in between? One could only imagine what it would be like if Jun Xiaoyao were to bring out an ability like magical immunity when fighting an enemy. The enemy would definitely be confused and wouldn't understand what happened. This ability was very rare, even in the entire celestial realm. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't encounter it. Interesting. Although this magic power immunity isn't absolutely invincible now, it will have an unexpected effect in battle. Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied with this sign-in. And he also learned from the information flow in his mind. This magic power immunity could increase as Jun Xiaoyao's strength level increased. At that time, would the magic immunity truly become invulnerable to all spells? If Jun Xiaoyao could really cultivate it to the level of invulnerability, it would be heaven-defying. It would make him invincible. If the outside world were to find out about this heaven-defying ability, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Good stuff. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. The system wanted him to go down the path of invincibility and never return. After making some adjustments, Jun Xiaoyao continued on his journey. With a heaven-defying ability like magic immunity, his journey to the eternal burial ground this time was much more stable. Jun Xiaoyao continued to move forward in this burial ground. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao encountered some peculiar skeletal beings. Calling them creatures wasn't right, because they were like wild beasts. They were completely intelligent, and their forms were all different. There were ox-shaped, wolf-shaped, and human-shaped. Jun Xiaoyao made his move and used them to test his magical immunity. Then, he found that these skeletal beings seemed to be using a kind of death energy. Of course, this energy was similar to magic power, except that it was filled with a thick death energy. Obviously, this death energy was related to the laws of heaven and earth of the eternal burial ground. However, the magic power immunity was still effective. Jun Xiaoyao killed these skeletal beings with a flick of his finger. However, Jun Xiaoyao also encountered some skeletal creatures that were so powerful that they were frighteningly powerful. For example, there was a skeletal heavenly beast. Its white wings were like clouds hanging in the sky, and it was like a floating fortress. Its aura had definitely reached the Holy Lord level. There was also a skeletal giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the dark clouds. Its aura had reached the quasi-supreme level. Facing these existences, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his vitality and blood and left directly. He finally understood why Audiobook didn't follow him in. With Audiobook's powerful vitality, he would probably be discovered by the powerful skeletal beings of the burial ground before he could truly enter the eternal burial ground. After a few days, Jun Xiaoyao finally walked out of the burial ground. He had finally set foot on the eternal burial ground. As far as the eye could see, it was a black land. The atmosphere was still terrifying, and the world was still mixed with a thick death energy. Jun Xiaoyao's vitality was simply incompatible with this world. No wonder the eternal burial ground is known as a forbidden area for living beings. This is simply not a place for humans to stay, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. Even with the powerful vitality of his sacred body of the ancients, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Not to mention the ordinary people. Those geniuses would most likely feel extremely uncomfortable just by standing here, and would gradually grow weaker. Only Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients could withstand the death energy between heaven and earth. Where should I go? I have no clue. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. The eternal burial ground was very mysterious to the outside world. Therefore, there were not many records, let alone detailed information. Jun Xiaoyao could only take one step at a time. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was moving forward aimlessly. In the sky hundreds of miles away from Jun Xiaoyao, a giant skeletal bird flew across the sky. A group of humanoid beings stood on the giant skeletal bird. In the center was a pair of sisters who looked 80% similar. Both of them wore moon-white robes and had exquisite facial features. They were very beautiful. At first glance, they looked no different from ordinary human girls. However, if one looked carefully, one would find that the sisters' skin was as white as ice and as white as snow. They were abnormally pale and did not have a trace of the rosy complexion of a living person. There was also a strong death energy in their bodies. Especially the younger sister, the death energy in her body was so strong that it was about to overflow. Xiao Shui, we will be able to reach the Yinyang Soul Pond in 2 days. At that time, with the help of Brother Gu Qi, it won't be a problem to help you get a Yinyang divine fruit. The older sister looked at the younger sister with concern. The younger sister smiled slightly, but her face was even paler. On the side, the creature named Gu Qi was a young man. His appearance was just passable. With a hooked nose, he looked a little gloomy. He looked at the sisters and said with a smile, "Songyu, don't worry. With my help, I will definitely help Song Shui get the Yinyang divine fruit." Hearing Gu Qi's words, the older sister Songyu smiled faintly. Gu Qi's strength was enough to rank in the top 10 among the younger generation in the Dark Nether territory. With Gu Qi's help this time, it should not be a big problem to get a Yinyang divine fruit. On the side, there were several elders from the same family as the sisters, Song Yu and Song Shui. There was a touch of worry on their faces. The competition for the Yinyang Soul Pond this time seemed to be fierce. At this moment, all the living beings on the giant skeletal bird felt a boundless vitality in the distance. What is that? What a strong vitality. Could it be that a natural treasure with vitality has appeared? An elder's eyes were filled with surprise. A hint of joy flashed across Song Yu's beautiful blue eyes. If they could get a natural treasure with vitality, it might be able to slow down Song Shui's symptoms. Let's go and have a look. The giant skeletal bird flapped its wings and flew forward. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped. He sensed a majestic aura of death moving towards him from afar. Could it be a creature from the burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao looked into the distance. In the gloomy sky of the burial ground, a gigantic skeletal bird flapped its wings and flew over, casting a shadow over the ground. Jun Xiaoyao stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and looked at the giant skeleton bird. Ordinary people would probably panic when they saw this scene. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. In any case, he would encounter the living beings of the burial ground sooner or later. He might as well come into contact with them in advance so that he could have a rough understanding of the eternal burial ground. The giant skeleton bird landed, and a group of humanoid living beings stood on it. When Song Yu and the others saw Jun Xiaoyao, their faces were filled with unprecedented surprise. It's a human, a living human? Song Yu, Gu Dai, and the others were extremely shocked. They had thought that some kind of heavenly material earthly treasure that contained the essence of life had appeared. That was because the vigorous life force was too vigorous. Song Yu also did not expect that the thing that contained such vigorous life force was actually a human. A living being from the outside world? An old man sized up Jun Xiaoyao. Each of their faces were filled with extreme shock as if they were looking at an animal in a zoo. Jun Xiaoyao was also sizing them up at the same time. This group of humanoid living beings had pale skin that did not look like the skin of a living person. Their bodies were lifeless. If Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes, he would not even be able to feel their breathing or heat. They were like cold corpses. However, they were like ordinary living beings. They could move, live, and cultivate. That piqued Jun Xiaoyao's curiosity. This world was indeed full of strange things. However, when he thought of the heaven and earth laws of the eternal burial ground, the birth of such living beings in the burial ground did not seem to be something incomprehensible. Are you from the outside world? Song Yu asked. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao's face and was a little surprised. Ever since she was born in the burial ground, she had never seen such a good-looking person. Most of the living beings in the burial ground were extremely ugly and strange. They were like the scene of a car accident that was unbearable to look at. Beautiful girls like Song Yu and Song Shui were already considered rare. Even someone like Gu Dai, whose appearance could only be said to be passable, was considered a handsome man in the burial earth. From this, it could be seen how much shock and surprise Jun Xiaoyao's appearance brought to Song Yu and the others. Those who had never seen the sea would not know how vast it was. Those who had never seen Jun Xiaoyao would not know what it meant to be handsome. Not only Song Yu, even her younger sister Song Shui was stunned. As for Gu Ying, her eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of jealousy. Hearing Song Yu's question, Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. I did enter from the immortal domain. You're only in the reaching heaven state, but you were able to enter the burial ground. Song Yu found it hard to believe. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was a little low. Jun Xiaoyao also probed that the strength of this pair of beautiful sisters in front of him actually reached the divine fire realm. There was also that young man at the side who had even reached the late stage of the divine flame realm. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level was already at the top of the younger generation of the Huangtian immortal domain. Apart from those ancient freaks who had yet to be born, the remains of the great emperors, and the young sons of the ancient emperors, his cultivation level was the highest. And in the burial ground, some of the young creatures he casually encountered in the burial ground were actually higher than his cultivation level. However, Jun Xiaoyao had heard that those seemingly young creatures in the burial ground might have been buried in the ground for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, it was reasonable for their cultivation level to be higher. As for those few old men, they were in the void god and true god realm. Did you accidentally enter the burial ground? Song Yu continued to ask. This was the first time they had encountered someone outside the burial ground, so they were a little curious. Seeing that Song Yu did not seem to be too hostile, Jun Xiaoyao was also a little surprised. He had thought that the creatures in the eternal burial ground were all fierce and evil, the kind that would kill the creatures of the outside world when they saw them. I deliberately entered to find the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he stared at Song Yu and the others' faces. If they knew about the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass, they would definitely have a reaction. However, to Jun Xiaoyao's disappointment, Song Yu and the others shook their heads in confusion. It seemed that Song Yu and the others' levels were still too low to come into contact with such rare things. Jun Xiaoyao was not discouraged. He did not expect to find it immediately. At this moment, Gu Dai said unhappily, "You're only in the heaven ascension state, but you came to the eternal burial ground. You really don't know how to write the word death." Gu Dai had some thoughts about the sisters, Song Yu and Song Shui. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance naturally made him feel a sense of crisis. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Gu Dai indifferently. Did he think that he would be interested in corpses? Although Song Yu and Song Shui were beautiful girls, they were still dug out from the ground. Jun Xiaoyao did not have such a strong taste. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's contempt for him, Gu Dai's eyes became even colder. To be honest, when he saw Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Dai really wanted to refine Jun Xiaoyao. The majestic qi and blood made Gu Dai's heart skip a beat. In the eternal burial ground, things with vitality were very rare. To a certain extent, Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients was the thing with the most vitality. Song Yu thought of that as well and told Jun Xiaoyao about it. Do you mean that I'm now a piece of meat in the eternal burial ground and everyone wants to take a bite? Jun Xiaoyao said. Song Yu was puzzled. She did not know what Tangsing meant. Don't you want to treat me as a tonic? Besides, there seems to be something wrong with her body. Jun Xiaoyao smiled meaningfully and looked at Song Shui. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's gaze on her, Song Shui's delicate body leaned against Song Yu. Her big blue eyes were timid and curious. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao point out Song Shui's physical condition, Song Yu also understood that this young master from the outside world seemed to have some skills. An idea suddenly flashed through her mind and she said, "Of course, we won't do anything to you. However, there are indeed many creatures in the eternal burial ground who are xenophobic. They might cause trouble for you." So? Jun Xiaoyao asked. He vaguely guessed that Song Yu seemed to have some thoughts about him. Of course, it was not some strange thoughts. It was an idea to use. But it just so happened that Jun Xiaoyao also wanted to use Song Yu to gain a preliminary understanding of the eternal burial ground. So, you need to hide and transform the majestic qi in your body. Coincidentally, I have a way. Song Yu's blue eyes flickered. Oh? What way? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Yin-yang divine fruit, Song Yu said. The yin-yang divine fruit? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Then Song Yu explained to him that the yin-yang divine fruit had the ability to transform his qi into death qi. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao could perfectly blend into the eternal burial ground and concentrate on finding his target without being disturbed by the creatures in the eternal burial ground. And this time, Song Yu and the others happened to be going to the yin and yang soul pond to compete for the yin-yang divine fruit. It had to be said that this was indeed what Jun Xiaoyao needed at the moment. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the creatures in the eternal burial ground harassed him. "Young master, how's your strength?" Song Yu asked casually. "Not bad. Just barely. I'm invincible among my peers," Jun Xiaoyao said truthfully. There was no falsehood in his words. However, hearing this, Gu Dai and Song Yu were slightly stunned. Song Yu didn't show any abnormality. On the contrary, Gu Dai couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you're only in the reaching heaven state. How dare you say that you're invincible among your peers? This is the despicable creatures from the outside world," Gu Dai said sarcastically. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his vision turned black. A huge slap landed on his face with an incomparably heavy force. A loud bang was heard, half of Gu Dai's face was slapped away. His cheekbones collapsed and shattered, and the death chi sizzled out. He spun 360 degrees on the spot and then fell to the ground with a bang. At the end of the phone. Remember Train of Thought Chinese Network in 1 second to provide you with wonderful novels to read. All the bones in his body seemed to have been shattered, making cracking sounds. "You're just a living corpse. Do you really think you're that important?" Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent and his expression was condescending. He retracted his palm. He didn't have any scruples or restraint just because he had come to the eternal burial ground. He was still domineering when he should be, he was still arrogant when he should be. Jun Xiaoyao had developed an invincible Dao heart. No matter where he was, it was impossible for him to suppress himself and keep a low profile. Gu Dai was completely dumbfounded. He fell to the ground and did not come back to his senses at all. His entire body felt as if it had fallen apart, as if he had been crushed to the ground by an ancient giant elephant. Half of Gu Dai's cheeks had collapsed, and his cheekbones were shattered. He looked even uglier. "Ah! My face, my handsome face!" Gu Qi shouted, covering his face with his hands, his heart filled with resentment. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he had a strange expression on his face. He had never seen such a shameless person. Song Yu and Song Shui, the beautiful sisters, looked at Jun Xiaoyao in surprise. Gu Dai was not an ordinary person. His true form was a ghost owl, and he was extremely powerful. In the younger generation of the Dark Nether Realm, he was ranked in the top 10. Of course, the so-called younger generation in the burial ground was actually hundreds or thousands of years old. However, compared to the other older creatures in the burial ground, they were considered young. However, Jun Xiaoyao had made Gu Dai so embarrassed with just a casual wave of his hand. This was a little beyond Song Yu's expectations. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had said that he was invincible among his peers in the celestial realm. Although Song Yu did not ridicule him, she also thought that Jun Xiaoyao might be exaggerating. The fact that Jun Xiaoyao could enter the burial ground meant that he was indeed capable. However, it would be a little too much to say that he was invincible among his peers. But now, looking at the extremely embarrassed Gu Dai, Song Yu felt that even if Jun Xiaoyao had boasted, his identity and background were probably extraordinary. He was very likely the successor of an immortal force in the outside world. "Despicable creature from the outside world, how dare you sneak attack me?" Gu Dai's eyes shone with a cold light, and the death aura surged all over his body as if he was about to attack. He did not think that Jun Xiaoyao was very powerful. He only thought that Jun Xiaoyao had taken advantage of him by sneak attacking him. "Do you really want to die?" Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Song Yu stepped forward and stood in front of the two of them. "Both of you, stop." Seeing Song Yu stop him, Gu Dai snorted coldly. Song Yu turned to Jun Xiaoyao and said, "It seems that our eyes have failed us. Young noble being able to enter the burial ground alone, you are indeed extraordinary. I wonder if young noble is interested in the yin-yang divine fruit." "Of course." Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He needed the yin-yang divine fruit to transform his sacred body of the ancients. Otherwise, Jun Xiaoyao would be too conspicuous. Although he never kept a low profile, he didn't want to be the center of attention wherever he went. This would also hinder his search for the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass. "Young master, you can come with us to the yin-yang soul pond this time. If there are extra fruits, you can have one," Song Yu said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He knew that Song Yu wanted to use him to obtain the yin-yang divine fruit. However, Jun Xiaoyao was also using Song Yu, using her as a breakthrough point to understand the entire eternal burial ground. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and Song Yu walked together. He wanted to find out more information. Guqi's face was gloomy. However, with Song Yu around, he couldn't do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. Humph, what ability does a reaching heaven state have to compete for the yin-yang divine fruit? Guqi snorted. He didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to compete with the other geniuses of the eternal burial ground. In fact, Song Yu didn't know what Jun Xiaoyao's real strength was. But at least one more person meant one more force. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao looked too aloof, giving off a very mysterious and unpredictable impression. Maybe he could surprise Song Yu. After all, Song Shue's symptoms couldn't be delayed. They had to get the yin-yang divine fruit. After that, Jun Xiaoyao also got on the giant skeleton bird. He also asked Song Yu some information about the eternal burial ground. After some investigation, Jun Xiaoyao had a general understanding of the eternal burial ground. The entire eternal burial ground was boundless. At least Song Yu hadn't been to far places. The entire eternal burial ground was divided into 10 regions. Every region had a buried sovereign as the ruler of the region. The so-called burial sovereign was actually the name given to the supreme experts in the eternal burial ground. In the mystic realm, they were at the level of supreme ancestors. The region where Song Yu and the others were in was called the Dark Nether Realm. It was a relatively remote region among the 10 regions. Song Yu and Song Shui, the sisters, had never left the Dark Nether Realm since they were born and dug out of the ground. They were both from the Tsong family. The Tsong family was a famous family in the Dark Nether Realm. They had a Saint King. This time, the yin-yang soul pond they were going to was a place of opportunity in the Dark Nether Realm. There was a rare yin-yang divine tree growing there. It only bore fruit once every 10,000 years. Every time it bore fruit, some forces in the Dark Nether Realm would fight for it. In order to prevent the forces from losing too much, they agreed to make the competition for the yin-yang soul pond a grand event for the younger generation to gain experience. Song Yu and Song Shui were going to the yin-yang soul pond. Just in case, they invited Gu Dai, who was ranked in the top 10 in the Dark Nether Realm. As for the reason, it was all because of their sister, Song Shui. She had a rare body of yin evil. If she could control this body, she would be very powerful and achieve great things in the future. But if she couldn't control it and let the death chi burst out, Song Shui's delicate body would collapse and disappear. The yin-yang divine fruit could mediate the death chi in Song Shui's body. Therefore, Song Yu had to get the yin-yang divine fruit this time. Otherwise, Song Shui would not be able to hold on. Body of yin evil? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Song Shui up and down. Song Shui's face was as delicate as her sister's. Her beautiful eyes were blue, and her skin was as white as snow. If she didn't have the death chi, she was indeed no different from a human girl in the outside world. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao looking at her, Song Shui showed a shy expression. If she could blush, she would have already blushed. Song Yu looked at Jun Xiaoyao and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Jun Xiaoyao knew what Song Yu wanted to say. His sacred body of the ancients could indeed alleviate the death chi in Song Shui's body. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not do so. He was not a saint, and this was the first time he had met the sisters. It was impossible for him to give his sacred body of the ancients blood to nourish Song Shui. It was impossible, not even a drop. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was cold-blooded. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was selfish. But his style had always been like this. It was impossible for him to treat Song Shui well just because she was a beautiful girl. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had already promised to help them fight for the yin-yang divine fruit. That was enough. It could also save Song Shui's life. As for Gu Dai, when he saw Song Shui's shy face, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. This pair of sisters, he wanted to have them in his pocket. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to help them? When the battle for the yin-yang divine fruit begins, you will know how stupid it is to pin your hopes on this human from the outside world. Gu Dai said to himself coldly. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face, the sky of the eternal burial ground was always dark and gloomy. A giant skeleton bird flapped its wings and flew toward the Yinyang Soul Pond. The Tsang sisters, Jun Xiaoyao, Gu Dai, and several elders of the Tsang family were sitting on the back of the giant bird. As they got to know each other better, Song Shui couldn't help but chat with Jun Xiaoyao. Her blue eyes were full of curiosity. She was curious about the mystic realm outside the burial ground. I didn't expect the mystic realm to be so big. It's divided into 9 heavens, and each realm has 3,000 provinces. It's definitely bigger than the burial ground, Song Shui said with a yearning look. If you have the chance in the future, you can go to the mystic realm. The world is so big. You have to see it, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Yes, it would be great if we can get out. Song Shui nodded. Song Yu shook her head secretly. It was just like how the creatures in the mystic realm would feel weak and uncomfortable after entering the burial ground. It was also difficult for the creatures in the burial ground to adapt to the rules of heaven and earth in the mystic realm. Unless they could purify the death chi in their bodies and achieve life from death, they would be able to change their level of life. But it was too difficult. It was not something an ordinary creature in the burial ground could do. Right now, she just wanted Song Shui to live. After 3 days, Jun Xiaoyao and the others finally got close to the Yinyang Soul Pond. During these 3 days, Jun Xiaoyao got along well with the sisters. It was mainly because of Jun Xiaoyao's handsome appearance, good manners, profound vision, and mysterious temperament. Every single one of these was extremely attractive to the opposite sex. Most of the creatures in the burial ground were ugly. It was not hard to imagine how pure Jun Xiaoyao was. The sisters couldn't help but have a good impression of Jun Xiaoyao. At least Jun Xiaoyao didn't look like a bad guy. Young master, it's up ahead. Song Yu looked ahead and reminded Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao looked ahead. There was a basin in front of them, surrounded by powerful yin and yang qi. There were also waves of death qi in the void and other directions of the basin. The other forces of the dark nether realm had arrived. The giant skeletal bird stopped outside the basin. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others landed. There were also some factions in the other directions of the basin. They either rode skeleton birds or white bone carriages and arrived at this place. Among them, there were quite a few powerful auras. A few seemingly young creatures had cultivation levels around the divine flame realm. This made Jun Xiaoyao even more certain that the cultivation realms of burial earth living beings were generally 1 or 2 levels higher than the living beings of the same level in the immortal domain. This was also because the creatures of the burial earth had a long time to cultivate. Song Yu walked up to Jun Xiaoyao and reminded him, "Young master, you're from the outside world, so you don't know the strength of the young chosen ones in the realm of dark nether. They're not weak, so you can't underestimate them." She was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would underestimate the enemy. In the end, not only would he not be able to help them, but he would also be a burden to them. For example, that race is the Ironbone race of Ironbone Ridge. They are buried underground, and their bodies have fused with some rare metals, turning into a body of iron. Their physical bodies are unparalleled, Song Yu said. Jun Xiaoyao glanced over. The Ironbone race had all kinds of strange shapes. Some were humanoid, and some were beast-like. They all had a common characteristic. There were specks of metallic luster flickering all over their bodies. This was their bodies. After being buried underground for a long time, they had fused with the metal and turned into a diamond divine body. However, Jun Xiaoyao directly ignored them. In front of the sacred body of the ancients, no one dared to claim that their physical bodies were unparalleled. There's also a race called the Blue Ghoul race. They're good at using the curse of the dead and can even use soul sound wave attacks, Song Yu continued. Jun Xiaoyao looked over. The blue ghouls all had green faces and fangs, which were unbearable to look at. They also had green wings on their backs. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. His sacred body of the ancients contained sacred blood and could be immune to most curses. In terms of soul, Jun Xiaoyao had the primordial spirit of 3 lives, so he didn't need to care about the so-called blue ghoul race. Well, they're here too. Song Yu's face immediately darkened when she saw a certain force. Obviously, the Tsang family had some friction with that force. Jun Xiaoyao followed Song Yu's gaze and looked over. It was a group of human-like creatures. Standing in front was a young man in a purple robe. His body was surrounded by the chi of death. Beside him stood a figure in a black cloak. At this time, the young man also noticed Songyu and the others. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze fell on Jun Xiaoyao. This powerful vitality. Is it a creature from the outside world? The young man in the purple robe revealed a look of surprise. This attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. Those are the sisters of the Tsang family. They actually brought a creature from the outside world here, a creature from the Iron Bone clan whispered. A living person. How many years has it been since I've seen a living person? Fresh flesh and blood. The creatures of the blue ghoul race looked at Jun Xiaoyao with undisguised thirst for blood. It was as if they were staring at their prey. Things were precious when they were rare. There were too few creatures from the outside world who came to the eternal burial ground. It might be difficult to see one in dozens or even hundreds of years. Moreover, the chi and blood radiating from Jun Xiaoyao's body was too powerful. It was simply like a supreme flesh and blood medicine. No wonder the blue ghouls coveted it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent as he looked at the ill-intentioned gazes that surrounded him. He was even more determined to get the yin-yang divine fruit. Otherwise, he would get into trouble wherever he went. Haha, Songyu, can't you find any helpers? You actually brought a human from the outside world, and he's in the Heaven Pass realm. The man in the purple robe laughed. He came from the Gongming family, and his name was Gongming Lan. The Gongming family and the Tsang family had once had a dispute over territory. And Gongming Lan had been coveting the sisters for a long time. What does it have to do with you? Songyu only had endless disgust for Gongming Lan. When the battle for the divine fruit starts, this human from the outside world will probably be snatched up immediately and become food, Gongming Lan said indifferently. Although Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was mysterious and deep, he didn't need to care about a Heaven Pass realm human from the outside world. I really want to know if you've been buried underground for too long. Is there soil or water in your brains? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly and said indifferently. This sentence stunned many of the forces present. Then, cold gazes pierced Jun Xiaoyao like swords. Jun Xiaoyao's words had offended all the creatures in the burial ground. Even Songyu's expression changed slightly. If Jun Xiaoyao angered everyone, she might not be able to protect herself. Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze, the figure in a black cloak beside Gongming Lan stepped forward and spoke in a hoarse voice. Interesting. An arrogant creature from the outside world. I think the young master will be very interested. As the figure spoke, he took off his black cloak. This was a creature with a pair of rotting wings. His entire body exuded a thick rotting aura of death. His cultivation level had actually reached the small perfection of the divine flame realm. How is that possible? You invited him? Songyu was shocked. She hadn't expected Gongming Lan to be such a ruthless person. Who would dare to snatch the yin-yang divine fruit from him? Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. He looked like a human, but he had a pair of rotten wings on his back. He was surrounded by a thick aura of death and the stench of rotting corpses. It was nauseating. However, since they were all burial earth beings, they didn't feel uncomfortable. When they looked at this living being, their faces were filled with shock. It's K Tian. He's the follower of the Fallen Wing tribe's young paragon. It really is K Tian. He's here for the divine yin-yang fruit too. What's there to compete for? He's definitely stronger than everyone else. The young elites of the Iron Bone tribe and the Blue Ghoul tribe had ugly expressions when they saw the living being named K Tian. This K Tian had a powerful background. I'm only here for the divine yin-yang fruit. I didn't expect to meet a living being from the outside world. Young lord must like this kind of food, K Tian said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, but he didn't get angry. In his eyes, K Tian was already a dead man. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Songyu beside him. Songyu said with an ugly expression, his name is K Tian. His true form is a bone-rotting sparrow. His strength is ranked in the top 5 among the younger generation of the Dark Nether realm. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he's the follower of the fallen winged tribe saint. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly, is the fallen winged saint very strong? Very strong. He's one of the 10 minor kings, Song Yu said solemnly. 10 minor kings? Jun Xiaoyao heard a new piece of information. Song Yu explained, the 10 minor kings are the 10 most outstanding young paragons of the 10 regions of the burial earth. The fallen winged saint is the young paragon of the dark nether realm. Over the years, many prodigies have tried to challenge the fallen winged saint for his position, but they all failed miserably. His position is unshakable. Song Yu's explanation was enough to show how powerful the fallen winged saint was. He was definitely one of the most powerful young elites in the eternal burial earth. He was the most powerful imperishable realm successor in the outside world. In addition, the fallen winged tribe behind him is also very powerful. The fallen winged tribe's burial emperor is also the dark nether realm's lord. After the explanation, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. To put it simply, fallen harpies were the rulers of the dark nether realm. Any fallen feather could do whatever they wanted in the realm of dark nether. No one dared to offend them. Although Kai Tian was not a member of the fallen feather clan, he was a follower of the fallen feather sage. It was no wonder that Song Yu would reveal such an ugly and despairing expression. Sister. Pale Snow's face turned even paler. Clearly, with Kai Tian's participation, the chances of others obtaining the yin-yang divine fruits were greatly reduced. It's alright. We still have Brother Gudai. He's also one of the top 10 prodigies in the dark nether realm, Song Yu comforted. At this moment, Gudai's expression was extremely unnatural. At the bottom of his eyes, there was actually a faint trace of fear. If he knew that Kai Tian would come, he definitely wouldn't have come. Guing, a defeated opponent like you dares to come here and make a fool of yourself? Kai Tian looked at Guing. To him, Jun Xiaoyao was already in the bag. He could harvest him at any time. Kai Tian, don't be too harsh with your words. Although Gudai retorted, everyone could tell that he was not confident. Song Yu's heart was also in her mouth. Kai Tian was not interested in Gudai. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao, wondering if he should suppress him first. At this moment, yin and yang qi surged and circulated in the depths of the basin. A wave of fluctuation spread out. Forget it. Let's finish the young master's task. We'll get the yin-yang divine fruits first and then deal with this outsider, Kai Tian said in his heart. The rest of the Iron Bone clan and the Blue Ghouls also thought the same. The yin-yang divine fruits were the most important. The battle for the yin-yang divine fruits has begun, the elder of the Tsang family said. Brother. Gudai, please, Song Yu said. This time, Song Yu, Jun Xiaoyao, and Gudai entered the yin-yang soul pond. As for Pale Snow, he was not in good health and could only wait outside. If she could not get the yin-yang divine fruits this time, she would not be able to wait for the next result. Song Yu did not know Jun Xiaoyao's real strength, so she did not bet on Jun Xiaoyao. But she knew Gudai's strength. He was even qualified to fight against Kai Tian. I'll try my best, Gudai said diffidently. Compared to his confidence at the beginning, Gudai was now very diffident. Jun Xiaoyao and the others stepped into the basin. Pale Snow and the others were watching the battle outside. The young experts of the Iron Bone clan and the Blue Ghouls also set out. Gong Minglan and Kai Tian also took action. In the depths of the basin, there was a pool with a radius of 3,000 meters. The entire pool was like a Tai Chi diagram, clearly divided into two areas, black and white. In the center of the two areas, there was a divine tree that was 300 meters tall. It was the yin-yang divine tree. At this moment, fruits surrounded by yin and yang qi hung on the branches of the yin-yang divine tree. These fruits were half black and half white. They looked quite strange. There were about a dozen of them. Outside the yin-yang soul pool, many figures appeared. Seeing the yin-yang divine fruits on the yin-yang divine tree, the eyes of the burial ground elites lit up. The yin-yang divine fruits had the incredible effect of changing life and death. For the creatures of the burial ground, this was an irresistible temptation. The 10 Kings banquet is about to begin. Young Master needs the yin-yang divine fruits to transform and reach a higher level. I must bring all the fruits back, Kai Tian thought. His young master, the fallen feather saint, was the #1 genius in the Dark Nether territory. But among the geniuses of the 10 minor kings, the fallen feather saint was not outstanding. He was not in the top 5. The fallen feather saint valued the 10 kings banquet very much. He also wanted to improve his ranking. Therefore, the yin-yang divine fruits were even more important. On the other side, the young geniuses of the Iron Bone clan and the Blue Ghouls also arrived at the yin-yang soul pool. But they did not enter rashly, because the yin-yang soul pool was not that simple. Jun Xiaoyao and the others also arrived. Looking at the yin-yang divine fruits on the yin-yang divine tree, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. The yin-yang divine fruits were indeed extraordinary. Although they were not elixirs of immortality, they were not far from it. The special effect of the yin-yang divine fruits was even better than some elixirs of immortality. Let's do it. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out. He was so fast that he flashed into the yin-yang soul pool. Young master, wait. Song Yu's expression changed. Jun Xiaoyao had already rushed out of the room before she was able to say anything. At this moment, the yin-yang soul pool seemed to be boiling. Along with the sound of water splashing, a terrifying fierce beast with 9 heads popped out. This fierce beast was covered in scales and had 9 heads. They looked like both snake heads and dragon heads. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. And the 9 heads were of different colors. This is, the primordial fierce beast, the 9-headed fierce beast? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the fierce beast in front of him and his eyes lit up. No, it's not a pureblood. It only has a trace of the 9-headed fierce beast's bloodline, Jun Xiaoyao thought. The real primordial fierce beast, the 9-headed fierce beast, could kill a real dragon. The fierce beast in front of him only had a trace of the 9-headed fierce beast's bloodline. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao still standing where he was, the creatures of the burial ground around him sneered. Is the human outside scared out of his wits? Yeah, didn't he think about why we didn't just rush in? These creatures of the burial ground thought that Jun Xiaoyao was extremely reckless. What a joke. Gu Dai also sneered. Only Song Yu, Song Shui, and the others who were watching from outside changed their expressions. Get out of the way. Song Yu shouted. But it was too late. The 9 heads of the ferocious beast that looked like a 9-headed infant opened their mouths. Raging flames, frigid water, poisonous gas, demonic thunder, and all kinds of energy gushed out from its 9 heads. The area where Jun Xiaoyao was instantly engulfed by all kinds of terrifying energy. Seeing this scene, the burial earth beings present all shook their heads. Even the fallen feather holy sun would probably lose a layer of skin from this level of attack. Not to mention a mere human from the outside world. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao was doomed. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face, generally speaking, spiritual treasures were guarded by demonic beasts. The yin-yang sacred tree was no exception. There was a ferocious beast with a trace of the 9-headed fierce beast's bloodline living in the yin-yang soul pond. Almost all the forces in the Dark Nether territory knew about it. That was why they stopped to inquire about the situation when they first arrived at the yin-yang soul pond. Jun Xiaoyao was a visitor from the outside world, so he naturally didn't know about it. Song Yu had forgotten to mention it before. She had acted with Jun Xiaoyao, but to her surprise, Jun Xiaoyao rushed out without saying anything. Song Yu didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to rush out so quickly. There was a cold smile on Gu Dai's face as well. That human from the outside world who had humiliated him was finally dead. TSK, this creature from the outside world is so pitiful. Do you think he can leave his body intact? A creature from the burial ground asked. If he can leave his body intact and be buried, maybe he can become one of us in the future, a young genius from the Iron Bone clan said, shaking his head. What a pity. I wanted to suppress him and give him to the young master as medicine, Tian said indifferently. Soon after, the rotting wings on his back flapped as he shot towards the yin-yang divine tree. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had attracted the ferocious beast's attention, they had to seize this opportunity. Seeing this, the young geniuses from the Iron Bone clan and the Blue Ghoul tribe also rushed toward the yin-yang sacred tree. Song Yu gritted her teeth and said, Brother Gu Dai, please go and fight for the yin-yang sacred fruit. What about you? Gu Dai asked. I'll go and see if that young master is dead, Song Yu said as she turned around. Song Yu knew it would be dangerous, but she couldn't make up her mind. Perhaps it was because of their interactions over the past few days that she had developed a good impression of Jun Xiaoyao. You. Gu Dai was so angry that his nose was crooked. The human from the outside world was dead, but Song Yu still couldn't forget him. Just as Song Yu was about to leave, the ferocious beast turned around and stared at her. Ferocious light flashed in its eyes. Song Yu's face turned even paler, but she didn't retreat. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see the corpse. At this moment, a faint voice was emitted from the raging flame poison Chi Devil Lightning. What a beast. It dares to act so ferociously just because it has a trace of the 9 neonate bloodline. As the voice rang out, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared. Stepping on the raging flames and poisonous gas, he walked out calmly. All of the raging flames, frigid water, poisonous gas, demonic lightning, and other energies were silently annihilated into nothingness when they were 3 meters away from Jun Xiaoyao. It was Jun Xiaoyao's ability that granted him immunity to magical power. Nothing could touch it, none of the energy the beast spat out could hurt Jun Xiaoyao in the slightest. Young master, you. Song Yu was completely dumbfounded. She didn't dare to believe her eyes. Even the fallen feather saint would lose a layer of skin if he encountered such an attack. However, Jun Xiaoyao walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. He was incomparably calm, and not a speck of dust could be seen on his white robe. This was completely beyond her imagination. How is this possible? The creatures of the burial earth who were about to fight for the Yin-Yang divine fruit widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Gu Dai was even more dumbfounded. He never expected that Jun Xiaoyao would not only withstand such a terrifying attack. There wasn't even a wrinkle on the corner of his robe. They couldn't figure out what was going on at all. What shocked the creatures of the burial earth even more was yet to come. They saw Jun Xiaoyao throw out a punch. The power of his fist was shocking, and his chi and blood surged. The punch with 10 billion kilograms of divine power created ripples in the void. A terrifying air blast burst out like a thunderclap. Bang, a huge bloody hole appeared on the body of the ferocious beast. It was as if the punch had penetrated its heart. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword again, and the power of his fist turned into sword light. With a point of his finger, the sword light burst out, showing the terrifying scene of the immortals falling along the way. It was the Jun family's immortal slayer sword art. Puff. 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 One by one, heads were cut off by the sword light. The ferocious beast that originally had 9 heads was now bald. It was quite bald. Seeing this scene, the creatures of the burial earth were about to suffocate. However, they didn't seem to need to breathe. But without a doubt, Jun Xiaoyao's performance had completely shocked them, and their hearts were trembling. Gu Dai's expression was extremely unnatural. As for Kai Tian and Gong Ming Lan, their faces were filled with bewilderment. This creature from the outside world doesn't seem to be that simple, Kai Tian muttered to himself. He was not a fool. The pressure Jun Xiaoyao was showing now was even stronger than the fallen feather saint. However, when he thought of the fallen feather saint and the fallen feather race behind him, Kai Tian felt relieved. If this human from the outside world knew what was good for him, he would still obediently surrender. Jun Xiaoyao killed the ferocious beast with 2 moves effortlessly. On the side, Song Yu was still in a daze. Her snow-white face did not recover for a long time. As for Song Shui, who was watching the battle from the outside, he clenched his fists and cheered. This young master from the outside world is not ordinary. The elders of the Tsong family were shocked. Obviously, they were also shocked. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the dazed Song Yu and said softly, "Don't be in a daze. Go get the Yin-Yang divine fruit." Song Yu's action of risking her life to check on him made the indifference in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes melt slightly. Oh, okay. Song Yu came back to her senses and stammered. She was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. She now had a preliminary understanding of Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. No wonder the young master attacked directly. It's not that he was reckless, but that there was no need to be careful. Song Yu sighed in her heart. The creatures of the burial earth had just mocked Jun Xiaoyao, thinking that he was reckless and stupid. In the end, they were immediately slapped in the face. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about this level of danger at all. Jun Xiaoyao brought Songyu straight to the Yin-Yang divine tree. At this moment, the young prodigies of the blue ghoul race suddenly surrounded them. This race liked to eat flesh and blood. And just now, Jun Xiaoyao's punch had exploded with overwhelming blood qi. They couldn't suppress their desire for blood. In the eyes of the blue ghoul race, Jun Xiaoyao's flesh and blood medicine was even more attractive than the Yin-Yang divine fruit. Human from the outside world, we know you're very strong, but this is the burial earth. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. These prodigies of the blue ghoul race all had powerful auras. They had reached the divine fire realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even look at them. He just slapped out casually. With a single push of his palm, it was as if he had split open the galaxy. Poof. 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 The powerful prodigies of the blue ghoul race didn't even use their moves. They were directly slapped to death by Jun Xiaoyao like flies. All the burial earth prodigies present felt their scalps go numb. Their expressions changed drastically as if they were facing a great enemy. This feeling was as if a lowly ant had instantly become a high and mighty god. In front of a god, the prodigies of the burial ground were like ants. The geniuses of the Ironbone clan and the Gongming clan, including Gongming Lan, felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble violently. How can this human be so strong? Gongming Lan's voice was trembling. He had just mocked Songyu for bringing a reaching heaven state human from the outside world. He even said that Jun Xiaoyao would probably be torn apart by the creatures of the burial earth. But now, it was the creatures of the burial earth who were being tortured. K. Tian's expression became unnatural. Although he was one of the top 10 young geniuses of the Dark Nether realm, he felt like he was facing an invincible immortal king when facing Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, the creatures of the Ironbone clan attacked. Creatures of the outside world, don't be so arrogant. Let me see how strong you are. A strong man of the Ironbone clan threw a punch. His whole body was shining with a metallic luster, and he looked tough and cold. The Ironbone clan was not stupid, but they were confident in themselves. The Ironbone clan might not be the strongest in terms of killing, but their defense and life-saving ability were definitely the best. Their physical bodies were comparable to divine weapons and were incomparably tough. That was why they dared to test Jun Xiaoyao. Even if they were no match for him, at least Jun Xiaoyao could not kill them. Seeing the Ironbone clan attack, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change at all. As usual, he threw out a punch in an ordinary manner. In terms of physical strength, Jun Xiaoyao had never been afraid of anyone. Boom, golden qi and blood surged like an ocean and poured out. His sacred body of the ancients was strong enough to suppress the enemy with 10 billion pounds of divine power. Bang, Jun Xiaoyao's punch was super powerful. When the strong man of the Ironbone clan came to his senses, he found that his chest had been punched through by Jun Xiaoyao's fist. There was a huge hole in his chest. But because of the special physique of the Ironbone clan, there was no bleeding. There was only a big black hole. This is impossible. I'm an Ironbone clan member. The brawny man from the Ironbone race stared with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe it. Their bodies were comparable to divine weapons, impervious to fire, water, and weapons. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's fist had penetrated it. Jun Xiaoyao smacked him with his palm. The muscular man's head was sent flying like a rubber ball. Jun Xiaoyao threw a series of punches that were incomparably ferocious, shattering all of the young iron bones. This kind of scene was too shocking. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, the Iron Bone race, which was known for its unparalleled physical defense, was like a paper tiger that could be torn apart with a single tear. This outside creature, is he a descendant of the true dragon? Stammered one of the burial earth creatures. In their eyes, only a true dragon youngling could have such terrifying physical strength. So terrifying. No wonder he could come to the burial earth. He's really something. The other creatures were trembling. At first, they looked down on Jun Xiaoyao. Some of them even regarded Jun Xiaoyao as a precious medicine. But now, no one dared to have any thoughts about Jun Xiaoyao. Outside the Yin Yang Soul Pond, the elders of the Blue Ghosts and the Ironbone clan were furious. They wanted to attack, but the elders of the Tsang family stopped them. Do you want to break the agreement? The lives of the talents who enter the Yin Yang Soul Pond are up to God. It's normal for them to die. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't the only reason why the elder of the Tsang family spoke up for him. They also wanted Jun Xiaoyao to get the Yin Yang divine fruit. Then Tsang Shui would be saved. If the Yin evil body matured, she would at least become a saint or even stronger. The elders of the two clans were livid, but they couldn't refute. Only the talents of the Gongming family, Ke Tian, Jun Xiaoyao, Song Yu, and Guing were left in the Yin Yang Soul Pond. As for the other creatures in the burial earth, they didn't have much strength. They only dared to watch from afar. You want to give me to your young lord as food? Jun Xiaoyao said playfully as he looked at Ke Tian. Ke Tian's face darkened. He had come to realize that Jun Xiaoyao was a ruthless man, one who showed no mercy at all when he went about his business. Creatures from the outside world. Maybe you're a descendant of an immortal force. But this is the eternal burial earth and the fallen feather race is the ruler here. Our young lord is the strongest talent of the fallen feather race. Have you considered the consequences of going against our young lord? Ke Tian said calmly, as if he had nothing to fear. Is this what it means to be a dog relying on its master's power? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Ke Tian's eyes shone with killing intent, but he was a bit afraid of Jun Xiaoyao, so he didn't dare to attack alone. What are you waiting for? Do you want an outsider to get the Yin Yang divine fruit? Shouted Ke Tian. That's right. The opportunity in the burial earth can't be taken away by an outsider. Gongming Lan and the other geniuses of the Gongming family also attacked. Guing, what about you? Ke Tian looked at Guing. Although Guing had lost to him, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Guiying's expression changed. His previous actions had made him an enemy of Jun Xiaoyao. Instead of feeling uneasy, he might as well take this opportunity to get rid of Jun Xiaoyao. He also decided to make a move, and began to use his moves. Guing, you. Song Yu's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Guing would turn the tables at this critical moment. Song Yu, this is the burial earth. We can't let an outsider do as he pleases, said Guing righteously. But in the end, he was still jealous of Jun Xiaoyao. I must have been blind, rebuked Song Yu. The burial earth beings all attacked at the same time. The rotten wings on Ke Tian's back flapped, and a black tide surged. A black tide filled with rotting corpses surged out. This was one of his innate abilities as a bone-rotting sparrow, the rotting corpse tide. If any living being came into contact with it, their entire body would fester. If they fell into the rotting corpse tide, they would die without a doubt. The fact that Ke Tian brought out his trump card right away made it clear that he was extremely wary of Jun Xiaoyao. Guing also attacked with his full strength. He condensed a black seal that seemed to be surrounded by countless wraiths. This was also the innate ability of his main body, the ghost owl, wraith seal. Song Yu's face was as pale as paper as she looked at the powerful attack coming at her. Stand behind me. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back. He didn't even have any intention of attacking. Song Yu gritted her teeth and stood behind Jun Xiaoyao. For some reason, looking at the back of the white-robed man in front of her, Song Yu's uneasy heart actually calmed down. It was as if this back could shelter her from all the wind and rain. This sense of security was simply bursting, seeing that Jun Xiaoyao didn't even have any intention of attacking. Ke Tian's eyes flashed. Has this outsider completely given up resisting? Rumble, all kinds of moves formed a torrent that drowned Jun Xiaoyao and Song Yu's figures. Sister, young master. Song Shui, who was watching the battle from outside, was burning with anxiety. He's finally dead. What a pity, Song Yu, that stupid woman. Guing sneered. That terrifying wave of magic power swept through everything. This was the combined attack of Ke Tian and the others. Even a peak divine flame expert wouldn't be able to receive it. However, what happened next made Ke Tian and the others feel like their brains had short-circuited. Once the magic power dissipated, Jun Xiaoyao appeared in his original spot. His white robes weren't tainted by a speck of dust. He was standing there indifferently. He hadn't even moved a single finger. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is that outsider completely fine? Gong Minglan rubbed his eyes. How is that possible? Did he use some kind of defensive technique? Gu Dai also cried out in disbelief. Impossible. He didn't do anything just now, nor did he take out any defensive treasures. Kei Tian stared at Jun Xiaoyao. This scene was too strange. Kei Tian and the others were completely baffled. It wasn't just them. Even Song Yu behind Jun Xiaoyao was a bit dumbfounded. That attack just now actually disappeared when it approached the young master. Song Yu also couldn't understand. She only felt that Jun Xiaoyao was too mysterious. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. That's it. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Even if he stood there without moving, it would take Kei Tian and the others a while to break through his magic power immunity. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't planning on wasting any more time. He took out the exterminating tyrant Saint King glove and put it on his right hand. Then, he threw out a punch. The Gongming family's Gongming Lan and the others were directly blown apart by Jun Xiaoyao. Broken limbs flew through the air. Then Jun Xiaoyao's gaze locked onto Gu Dai. Gu Dai was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. He didn't even have time to fight over the yin-yang divine fruit. Jun Xiaoyao still punched. No. Gu Dai let out a miserable cry before being blown apart by Jun Xiaoyao. In just a few breaths' time, the only one left was Kei Tian. As for Kei Tian, he was no longer as calm and arrogant as before. Instead, it was replaced with panic and trembling. The ruthless and decisive methods of the human race from the outside world in front of him, why did it feel like they were even crueler than the creatures of the burial earth? You. What do you want? I am the follower of Lord Fallen Feather Holy Sun. If you kill me, without you, before Kei Tian could finish speaking, Jun Xiaoyao slapped him across the face. Noisy. Young master, don't. Song Yu was just about to dissuade him. In the end, with a bang, Kei Tian's head directly exploded, and his body was torn apart. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist, and directly died. This. Song Yu's body trembled slightly. She wasn't happy that Jun Xiaoyao had killed Kei Tian. If Jun Xiaoyao had only snatched a few yin-yang divine fruits, he would have offended the Fallen Feather Holy Sun. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had directly killed the follower of the Fallen Feather Saint. This was a huge grudge. With the Fallen Feather Holy Sun's character, it was simply impossible for him to take things lying down. It wasn't that the Fallen Feather Holy Sun thought highly of Kei Tian, but that he had to look at the master before beating a dog. Young master, we're in trouble now. Song Yu bit her lips. Are you talking about the Fallen Feather Holy Sun? Don't worry about it. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was casual. He stepped forward, came to the yin-yang divine tree, and plucked more than 10 yin-yang divine fruits. Young master, you might be strong, and you might even be stronger than the Fallen Feather Holy Sun. But the Fallen Feather Holy Sun has the Fallen Feather tribe and the Burial Emperor behind him, Song Yu said worriedly. The reason why she said so much was because she was worried about Jun Xiaoyao. Comparing background? When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. If this matter spread to the celestial realm, it would definitely be treated as a joke. There was actually someone who dared to compare background with Jun Xiaoyao. This was simply displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. It was extremely laughable. As the young master of two clan of the ancients, the Fallen Feather Holy Sun was nothing. Young master, how can you still laugh? Song Yu didn't understand why Jun Xiaoyao was so casual. Even though he might be the successor of an imperishable force in the outside world, the Fallen Feather tribe was still the dominator of the Dark Nether realm. Don't worry. If the Fallen Feather tribe wants to die, come and find me, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, holding a yin-yang divine fruit in his hand. This time, Song Yu was really speechless. Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was like an immortal, but his words were as domineering as an emperor's. This was not intentional. It was a kind of domineering aura that he was born with. This feeling made Song Yu's eyes sparkle. No matter how true Jun Xiaoyao's words were, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed more attractive. Outside the yin-yang soul pond, the elders of the forces of the Dark Nether realm were frozen like stone statues. All the talents of their forces were killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Not only that, even Tian, the follower of the fallen feather saint, was killed. If this news spread out, it would shake the entire Dark Nether realm. It wasn't that Tian's death was a big deal. Tian's identity was sensitive. He was the follower of the fallen feather saint. Killing the fallen feather saint child's follower was a huge piece of news. It would leave a group of people dumbstruck. This outsider will definitely die. Humph, how dare he kill a creature of the Iron Bone tribe? I'd like to see how miserable his end will be. The Iron Bone tribe, the Blue Ghoul tribe, and the Gongming family all sneered. They were about to take action when the elders of the Tsang family stopped them. Now, they were not in a hurry to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Because Jun Xiaoyao was destined to die in the hands of the fallen feather saint, and he would die miserably. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Haha, the Tsang family dares to ally with this outsider. When the time comes, the fallen feather saint will destroy your entire family. The elder of the Gongming family sneered as he looked at the elder of the Tsang family. If the Tsang family was destroyed, the Gongming family would benefit. Hearing this, the elder of the Tsang family's face turned ugly. Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the Yin-Yang Soul Pond with Tsang Yu after plucking the Yin-Yang Divine Fruit. The surrounding creatures of the burial earth looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if he was a dead man. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about their discussion. Let's leave this place first, Jun Xiaoyao said. Tsang Yu nodded slightly. They got on the giant skeletal bird and left. The other factions left one after another to spread the news of what had happened here. They could imagine that there would be a good show in the Dark Nether realm in a few days. The fallen feather saint was known for his ruthlessness. He would not let Jun Xiaoyao go even if it was for his own reputation. As one of the 10 minor kings, no one in the Dark Nether realm dared to challenge his authority. Fallen feather saint, fallen feather tribe, you'd better know your place. Don't provoke the Son of God, or else, the Son of God will destroy your entire tribe. Although the eternal burial ground wasn't the Jun family's territory, it didn't mean that the Jun family didn't have any deterrence in the eternal burial ground. The Jun family was a top immortal force. If the fallen winged race really bullied the weak and offended Jun Xiaoyao, even if the fallen winged race was a native force of the eternal burial ground, the Jun family would still dare to chase after them. This was also where Jun Xiaoyao's confidence came from. Moreover, Jiang Daoxiu also gave Jun Xiaoyao many treasures. Jun Xiaoyao didn't need to be too afraid. When he came back to his senses, he felt 2 pairs of bright eyes staring at him. The beautiful sisters, Song Yu and Song Shui, stared at Jun Xiaoyao with their beautiful blue eyes as if they were staring at a treasure. In the eyes of the sisters, Jun Xiaoyao was simply a treasure boy. His appearance was peerlessly handsome, his identity was mysterious, and his strength was shockingly strong. They had never heard of or seen the kind of technique that could make him immune to magic power. In addition, just now, Jun Xiaoyao displayed his invincible might and swept away all his enemies with one hand. When had they ever seen this kind of boldness from other men? Only Jun Xiaoyao had this kind of invincible domineering aura. Therefore, the hearts of the 2 girls were swaying. Even if they didn't fall into Jun Xiaoyao's hands directly, they at least had a good impression of him. I've already obtained the Yin-Yang Divine Fruit. I also need to find a place to refine it, Jun Xiaoyao said. After refining it, he could rest easy and explore the eternal burial ground. Young master, if you don't mind, you can go to my Tsang family first. You can also refine it in peace, Song Yu said. Yes, young master, you can go to my house without worry. Song Shui nodded her little head. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The few elders of the Tsang family at the side revealed a hint of worry in their eyes. They still remembered what the elder of the Gongming family said just now. If the Tsang family had any relationship with Jun Xiaoyao, when the time came for the fallen feather saint son to settle the score, the Tsang family would most likely be implicated. But now, the Yin-Yang Divine Fruit was snatched by Jun Xiaoyao, so they couldn't say anything. The Tsang clan was located in an ancient city in the realm of Dark Nether called Baiwang City. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyao saw Baiwang City. It was an ancient city filled with a desolate aura. It was different from the bustling cities of the immortal region. Most of the cities in the burial ground were dilapidated and desolate. They were filled with an ancient aura, as if they were forgotten cities. There weren't many burial earth creatures in the ancient city. The number of living beings in the burial earth was far less than in the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao entered Baiwang City under the lead of Song Yu and Song Shui. Jun Xiaoyao's vitality was like a bright lamp that attracted the attention of many burial earth beings around the ancient city. However, when they saw the Tsang sisters, the surrounding burial earth beings did not dare to step forward and offend them. How rare! The Tsang sisters actually brought an outsider with them. Yes, such fresh flesh and blood. Without the Tsang sisters' protection, that young man from the human clan would have been eaten alive by some other creatures. That's right. Look at how handsome that outsider is. I'm afraid he has already become the exclusive property of the Tsang sisters. Damn it. I also want to live off the Tsang sisters. Forget it. It depends on the face. The news about the Yinyang Soul Pond had not spread yet. Therefore, they did not know Jun Xiaoyao's ability. They thought Jun Xiaoyao was a gigolo who lived off the Tsang sisters. Then, the Tsang sisters took Jun Xiaoyao back to the Tsang clan. The Tsang clan was the overlord of Baiwang City and occupied the central area of the city. The Tsang sisters brought an outsider back, which caused a stir in the Tsang clan. Even the master of the Tsang clan was alarmed. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that the master of the Tsang clan was not a human. He was covered with scales, and his eyes were as sharp as those of a beast. Song Yu explained when she saw this. Although the Tsang clan was called a clan, they were not related by blood. They were not even of the same race. The creatures in the burial ground were very special. They were reborn from dead bodies. Therefore, the Tsang clan was not a single clan. The reason why they established the Tsang family was because they were all born from the same burial ground. Song Yu and Song Shui were born on the same day. They were sisters in their previous lives. I see. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The eternal burial ground was really special. Jun Xiaoyao could not help but think of the reincarnation in the underworld. Who was the one who created the eternal burial ground? What was the reason for it? Did they want to reconstruct the reincarnation cycle and turn the eternal burial ground into a place of reincarnation for all creatures in the world? Jun Xiaoyao's mind was open. He thought of many things in an instant. Thank you for helping Song Shui get the Yin-Yang sacred fruit, the master of the Tsang clan said. Jun Xiaoyao could sense that the Tsang clan master's aura was at the Saint realm. Looking at the immortal realm, he could also become the master of a first-rate force. I'm also doing it for myself. You don't have to be polite, master. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, his bearing calm and leisurely. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, the Tsang clan master's pupils constricted slightly. He was a saint, while Jun Xiaoyao was the heavenly king Skyspan Marquis. The difference between the two was huge. Logically speaking, Jun Xiaoyao should have a reserved attitude when facing him. But why did the Tsang clan master feel that Jun Xiaoyao was even higher than him now? It was like a nouveau riche facing an emperor. For this kid to be able to enter the burial ground alone, his background must not be simple either, the Tsang clan master thought to himself. Following that, he instructed the servants to give Jun Xiaoyao the best treatment and not slight him. Jun Xiaoyao came to a guest hall. Song Yu and Song Shui followed beside him. How many Yinyang divine fruits do you need? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Actually, one is enough, Song Yu said. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything and directly gave Song Shui 3 Yinyang divine fruits. Young master, this is too much. Song Yu and Song Shui both declined. It could be said that Song Yu did not contribute much in the battle for the Yinyang divine fruits this time. It was all Jun Xiaoyao's credit. Giving them 1 Yinyang divine fruit was already extremely benevolent. Take it, Jun Xiaoyao said. It was not because Jun Xiaoyao was kind, but because at that time, when he was overwhelmed by the ferocious beasts, Song Yu had risked her life to help him. If not for that, Jun Xiaoyao would not have taken out 2 more Yinyang divine fruits. Young master, then I'll bring little Shui to refine the divine fruits first. Song Yu and Song Shui bowed and left. Jun Xiaoyao still had 10 Yinyang divine fruits left. My cultivation realm is considered top-notch in the immortal realm's younger generation, but it doesn't seem to be much in the burial ground. Since that's the case, then let's break through, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. These 10 Yinyang divine fruits were just enough to help him break through. For ordinary people, breaking through to the divine flame realm required extreme caution. If they were not careful, their divine flame would be extinguished, and their cultivation path would be cut off. But for Jun Xiaoyao, what was a bottleneck? It did not exist. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. Jun Xiaoyao entered the secret chamber in the hall and started to prepare for his breakthrough. However, before he broke through, he still kept an eye out. He set up a concealment array around the secret chamber. After all, he was now in the ancient burial ground and not in the Jun family. One had to be wary of others. After setting up the array, Jun Xiaoyao started to break through. He first took out 10 yin-yang divine fruits. Every divine fruit was black and white, like the tai chi of yin and yang, surrounded by yin and yang qi. These yin-yang divine fruits could not only transform Jun Xiaoyao's aura, but they also contained extremely vigorous energy. Such a rare treasure could only be found in the ancient burial ground. There were very few traces of yin-yang divine fruits in the celestial realm. Apart from the 10 yin-yang divine fruits, Jun Xiaoyao also took out various precious pills and spirit herbs. Apart from the Jun family, a large portion of these pills and spirit herbs were also given by the Jiang family. Jiang Daoxiu loved Jun Xiaoyao very much and wanted to give all the good things to Jun Xiaoyao. Among them, there were a few immortal herbs that were rare in the Jiang family's inventory. For example, there was an immortal herb whose leaves were as black as a tortoise's shell and carried a heavy aura. It was the black tortoise immortal herb. There was also an immortal herb that was completely golden and reflected the light of the sun. It was the ancient golden crow immortal herb. In addition, there was also a crimson immortal herb, which looked as if it was covered in flowing flames. It was the Baifeng immortal herb. The Baifeng was a primordial fire bird, a primordial mutated beast on the same level as the nine-headed snakelet. It was a divine bird comparable to the godly phoenix. Every single one of these immortal herbs was extremely precious and had been in the Jiang family's inventory for many years. Even Jiang Zuling, Hua Yuanxiu, and the others could not get a single immortal herb unless they made a great contribution. However, all of them were now given to Jun Xiaoyao. It was obvious how much the Jiang family and Jiang Daoxu valued Jun Xiaoyao. This time, I must bring back the 9-wonder reincarnation immortal herb for grandfather. Jun Xiaoyao made up his mind and began to cultivate and make a breakthrough. He used the God-engulfing demonic technique, which was most suitable for refining energy. All kinds of spirit herbs and elixirs were swallowed by the black hole as if they were worthless, and then turned into pure energy that was absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's aura also began to rise. The bottleneck of the great completeness of the reaching heaven state began to loosen. Then, Jun Xiaoyao refined the immortal herbs and the 10 yin-yang divine fruits. If Song Yu and Song Shui saw this scene, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Because even if Song Shui wanted to refine the yin-yang divine fruits, he would have to refine them one by one. On top of that, it also required all sorts of supplementary items to alleviate the vigorous medicinal properties. How could he be like Jun Xiaoyao, who could refine them all at once? Even if it was a divine flame realm expert, they would find it hard to endure this terrifying medicinal strength and their bodies would explode. However, there was no need to worry about Jun Xiaoyao. There were very few powers in the world that could cause his sacred body of the ancients to explode. Even with the elixir of immortality and the yin-yang divine fruit, it was still impossible. Jun Xiaoyao grew up eating the immortal herbs. Now, refining the immortal herbs was like eating jelly beans for him. There was no pressure at all. As the majestic energy surged in his body, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit in his divine palace and the golden spiritual sea were both surging. The divine origin seemed to have also resonated and started to release energy. Gradually, the power of Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit, the power of the spiritual sea, and the original power of the divine origin seemed to be entangled and turned into a spark. The majestic medicinal strength of the immortal herbs and the yin-yang divine fruits was the fuel that made the spark grow stronger. Jun Xiaoyao finally broke through to the divine flame realm. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body seemed to be burning with a layer of sacred flames. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao looked like a god. Above the divine flame realm was the 9th level of the reaching saint realm. Once he reached the 9th level of the reaching saint realm, it meant that Jun Xiaoyao would transform from a young man to a real powerhouse. With Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation speed, this day would not be too far away. By then, apart from a few extremely powerful figures in the younger generation of the mystic realm, there would be no one left. Most of the geniuses would be left behind by Jun Xiaoyao. After breaking through to the divine flame realm, Jun Xiaoyao was not done yet. His aura continued to rise. During the few days that Jun Xiaoyao broke through to the divine flame realm, what happened in the Yin-Yang Soul Pond was spread in the dark nether realm by the Iron Bone clan, the Blue Ghost clan, the Gongming family, and other forces. This time, it was like a bomb falling into the bottom of the sea, causing huge waves. It had been a long time since something like this happened in the dark nether realm. The last time the Fallen Feather clan was provoked was many years ago. It could be said that in the dark nether realm, even a dog raised by the Fallen Feather clan could do whatever he wanted. Now, the person who died was the Fallen Feather Saint's follower. What was more shocking was that the person who killed the Fallen Feather Saint's follower was an outsider. This made the news even more legendary. All the burial earth creatures in the dark nether realm could not understand why an outsider dared to provoke the Fallen Feather clan. As expected, not long after the news spread, the Fallen Feather clan made a move. The Fallen Feather Saint did not do it himself. Instead, he sent a few followers to Baiwang City. The news that Jun Xiaoyao was in the Tsang family was no secret. As for those followers, they were all stronger than K Tian by a large margin. For a time, this news caused Baiwang City to become the focus of attention. Many burial earth beings rushed to Baiwang City out of curiosity. For these burial earth creatures who had lived for a long time, they would not miss this rare opportunity to watch the show. At the same time, the entire Tsang family was panicking. In a hall, a few elders of the Tsang family hurriedly advised the Tsang family patriarch, we can't delay any longer. The only thing we can do now is to capture that outsider and send him to the Fallen Feather Saint to beg for forgiveness. Although the Fallen Feather Saint did not come in person, he had sent a few followers to show his attitude. If the Tsang family was implicated because of this, it would be too unfair. The Tsang family patriarch hesitated. To be honest, from a rational point of view, he should do as the elders said. No matter how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was, he could not be stronger than a saint like him. However, Jun Xiaoyao's attitude toward him, as well as his mysterious background, made the head of the Tsang family hesitate. This kid can enter the burial earth alone. He must have an extraordinary background. What if the faction behind him is stronger than the Fallen Feather race? Wouldn't that be worse? The Tsang family patriarch hesitated. How is that possible? Even if that kid has an immortal faction behind him, he's about the same as the Fallen Feather race. This is the burial earth. A strong dragon cannot defeat a snake in its own territory, the Tsang family grand elder said. Just as the Tsang family patriarch was hesitating, the sisters Tsang Yu and Tsang Shui walked in. Patriarch, are you going to bite the hand that feeds you? Tsang Yu said coldly. The young master saved my life, but you are thinking of how to capture him and send him to the Fallen Feather Saint. What is this? Tsang Shui was also angry. She had completely refined 3 yin-yang divine fruits and could control the yin-yang body freely. If there were no accidents, she would become one of the pillars of the Tsang family in the future. The Tsang family sisters' words were not light. At this moment, a secret voice transmission suddenly entered the Tsang family patriarch's ears. His heart trembled slightly, and there was a hint of extreme shock in his eyes. He then said decisively, "Let's talk. No one in the Tsang family is allowed to touch that young master." These words caused all the members of the Tsang family to be stunned. The Tsang family leader was hesitant earlier. Why was he so determined to protect Jun Xiaoyao now? Family leader, you can't do that. The Tsang family leader exclaimed. In his opinion, it was not worth it to go against the Fallen Wing tribe for a human from the outside world. If you have any objections, you can bring them up to the patriarch, the Tsang family leader said coldly. What, the patriarch? The Tsang family leader was stunned and did not say anything else. The patriarch of the Tsang family was the strongest person in the Tsang family. He was a saint king. Moreover, the patriarch of the Tsang family was good at divination. The Tsang family had faced many disasters, but the patriarch of the Tsang family was able to save them from danger. Therefore, everyone in the Tsang family respected the patriarch of the Tsang family very much. The Tsang family leader and the others were speechless when they heard the patriarch of the Tsang family's instructions. Powerful literature website. In fact, they could not understand why the patriarch of the Tsang family would make such a ridiculous decision. At this moment, in the depths of the Tsang family's ancestral land, a living being was sitting cross-legged in the void. His physical body was faintly cracked, and his face was filled with horror. In front of him was a tortoise shell, which was directly shattered into powder. How is this possible? How shocking is this child's background? I only did a little divination, and it almost caused me to suffer a backlash. This living being was the patriarch of the Tsang family, a Saint King expert. However, at this moment, his face was filled with horror, and he could not remain calm. The Tsang family had naturally reported Jun Xiaoyao's matter to the patriarch of the Tsang family. The patriarch of the Tsang family wanted to divine Jun Xiaoyao's background before making a judgment. However, he had just begun to divine when he suffered a backlash from a terrifying existence. A dignified Saint King expert's physical body almost collapsed because of a backlash from divination. Who would dare to believe this? Exactly how terrifying is this kid's background? Exactly who is that terrifying existence that's secretly protecting him? A supreme being? No, it feels stronger than a supreme being. Could it be a heavenly venerable, mystic venerable, Tao venerable, or a quasi-emperor? The more that Tsang family patriarch thought about it, the more frightened he became. He could almost disintegrate a Saint King's body with just a wisp of aura. This was a level that not even ordinary utmost exalts could reach. Above the 9th level of the Saint realm was the 7th level of the Sovereign realm. The so-called Supreme Sovereign was just a general term. The Tsang family's patriarch was sure that the existence protecting Jun Xiaoyao was absolutely terrifying. No wonder he had the confidence to come to the burial ground alone. This child's background is indeed extraordinary. The fallen winged race might have kicked an iron plate this time. The Tsang family ancestor was still fearful. He hastily issued an order to not offend or neglect Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't aware of the commotion that had taken place in the realm of Dark Nether. The Tsang family didn't disturb Jun Xiaoyao because of the Tsang family's ancestors' orders. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion in a secret room. His body was surrounded by a thick layer of holy flames. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao looked like the radiant deity king. His current aura had also reached the great perfection of the divine fire realm. In just a few days, Jun Xiaoyao had directly crossed 5 levels, from the great perfection of the Heaven Ascension realm to the great perfection of the divine fire realm. This breakthrough speed was enough to stun everyone. When other prodigies broke through, they would climb up one small realm at a time. However, Jun Xiaoyao was like a geyser. It was fine if he didn't break through, but once he broke through, he directly crossed a level. It's about time. I still need some time and some accumulation to reach the 9th level of the Saint realm. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes. The 9 levels of the Saint realm were divided into the Void God, True God, Heavenly God, Tao God, Quasi-Saint, Saint King, Great Saint, and Sacred Lord. Breaking through to the Void God realm wasn't particularly difficult for Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao was ambitious. As long as he broke through, he definitely wouldn't just break through one level. That kind of slow, squeezing toothpaste way of breaking through wasn't suitable for Jun Xiaoyao. Now, Jun Xiaoyao, who had reached the great perfection of the divine fire realm, had comprehensively improved in all aspects. The strength of his mana immunity had increased again. Jun Xiaoyao felt that even if he used 6 kinds of magic and performed the full power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the mana immunity in one move. That was a little scary. It meant that Jun Xiaoyao could be almost invincible when facing most prodigies for a short period of time. The enemy's mana magic couldn't hurt Jun Xiaoyao. In close combat, the sacred body of the ancients was also almost invincible. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also obtained the special ability of the Yin-Yang divine fruit. It could turn his aura into death chi so that he wouldn't be discovered by the creatures in the burial ground. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was digesting his gains, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall and look into the distance. Are they really here to die? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. At the same time, outside Baiwang City, 3 figures appeared in the sky above. Among the 3 creatures, one was in the form of a beast. It looked like a pitch-black leopard with black wings on its ribs. There was also a young man who looked like a human but had a single horn on his forehead. The last living being was a human woman. She had a hot figure and her clothes were revealing her snake-like waist. She looked extremely seductive. Her pale face was also extremely seductive. These 3 creatures were immediately noticed by the creatures in the burial ground in Baiwang City. Those 3 are the followers of the fallen feather saint. A creature in the burial ground whispered. The creature that looked like a black leopard was the black-winged demonic leopard. The man with a long horn on his head was the prodigy of the unicorn clan. As for the woman, her name was Sheiji. As the followers of the fallen feather saint, these 3 creatures were quite famous in the dark nether territory. The black-winged demonic leopard spoke in human language and said coldly, that human from the outside world is really bold. He dares to steal the young master's Yin-Yang divine fruit. Also, the Tsang family of Baiwang City dares to protect that human from the outside world. The young master is preparing for the 10 Kings banquet. Let us deal with this small matter. Bring him to the young master and let him make the decision, the man from the unicorn clan said indifferently. I heard that the human from the outside world is handsome and extraordinary. I wonder if he's as handsome as the young master? Sheiji giggled. In her limited knowledge, the fallen feather saint was already extremely handsome. The man from the unicorn clan waved his hand and said, don't waste time. Let's go to the Tsang family. After a short while, the 3 of them arrived at the Tsang family. The Tsang family patriarch and the others had already received the news and were waiting at the door. The Tsang family patriarch braced himself and cupped his hands slightly at the unicorn clan's patriarch and the others. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Although he was a saint, he did not dare to offend the followers of the fallen feather saint. Cut the crap. You should know why we're here. Tell that human from the outside world to obediently come out and surrender, the man from the unicorn clan said indifferently. You've gone too far. Song Yu and Song Shui glared at each other. Haha, does the Tsang family dare to make the young master an enemy? The black-winged demonic leopard said in a deep and cold voice. The Tsang family patriarch and the others' expressions froze. They did not know how to respond. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and a terrifying aura rose. Large amounts of divine flame spread out like a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, Jun Xiaoyao, dressed in white, stepped out of the sea of fire. He looked like an immortal god. Who does the fallen feather saint think he is? Is he worthy of being my enemy? Jun Xiaoyao's hair danced in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. He stepped out of the fire tide like an immortal king. His aura was too powerful, far stronger than before he went into seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao was able to crush K Tian and the other divine fire realm burial earth creatures when he was in the heaven ascension realm. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the perfection of the divine fire realm, his strength was naturally incomparable. Young master. When Song Yu and Song Shui saw Jun Xiaoyao, they first showed joy. Then, after sensing his aura, the joy on their faces turned into shock. Only a few days had passed, and Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation base had broken through from the perfection of the heaven ascension realm to the perfection of the divine fire realm. This simply refreshed their understanding of him. Although the burial earth creature's cultivation base was generally 1 or 2 levels higher than the immortal realm's creatures. However, this sort of advantage was accumulated over countless years. And Jun Xiaoyao, in just a few days, surpassed the burial earth creature's decades of cultivation time. How terrifying was this? The corners of the Tsang family head and the others' eyes twitched. Breaking through a major realm in a few days, even with the help of the Yin-Yang divine fruit, it was impossible to reach this level. It's as the patriarch said. This child's background is shocking, and his talent is monstrous. Fortunately, our Tsang family didn't rashly provoke him, the Tsang family head thought to himself. To be honest, he didn't quite understand why the Tsang family patriarch would make such a decision at first. But now, looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who walked out on divine fire, that aura even made the Tsang family head, a saint, feel suffocated. The black-winged demonic leopard stared at Jun Xiaoyao, its black beast eyes carrying a hint of shock and doubt. You dare to slander the young master? Because Jun Xiaoyao's current aura was too powerful, making them feel some fear. Didn't they say that the outside world's human race is only at the Heaven Ascension realm? The one-horned man also looked puzzled. Their 3 cultivations were all at the late stage of the Divine Flame realm. Before, they were higher than Jun Xiaoyao, but now, they were far inferior. Isn't this human from the outside world way too handsome? The moment Sheiji caught sight of Jun Xiaoyao, she was stunned. Previously, she had heard that this human from the outside world was quite good-looking. Now, it seemed that not only was he not bad, even the most handsome fallen feather saint in her heart could not be compared to Jun Xiaoyao. Sheiji even felt that there was no living being in the eternal burial ground that could compare to Jun Xiaoyao in terms of looks. Wet, Sheiji bit her lips and could not help but moan. The flood was about to break the dike. It couldn't be helped. Jun Xiaoyao had this kind of charisma. Just his appearance alone was enough to make female living beings feel shy. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had an indifferent look in his eyes. Insulting the fallen feather saint? Sorry, he is not qualified for me to deliberately insult him. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was extremely cold. How many people in the Huangtian mystic realm were qualified to be Jun Xiaoyao's opponent? Although the fallen feather saint was one of the 10 minor kings of the eternal burial ground, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, he was just SOSO. Even his subordinates, Yu, Wang Chuan, and the others, were enough to crush the fallen feather saint. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao really did not have much interest in the fallen feather saint. If he did not provoke him, Jun Xiaoyao could not be bothered to find trouble with him. But now, since the fallen feather saint chose not to let him go, then Jun Xiaoyao did not have to be polite. Human from the outside world, you are too arrogant. In the eyes of the young master, you are just food, the black-winged demonic leopard said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. Why were there always so many blind ants blocking the way? It seems that I have to kill a genius of the 10 minor kings to show off my power, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. His words were not heard by others. Otherwise, there would be another round of exclamations. There was no one else who could kill a genius of the 10 minor kings so easily. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed. Surging divine power poured out and condensed into a dazzling golden spear. It was the offensive divine ability of the divine elephant overpowering divine elephant, the heavenly god spear. The spear pierced through the air like a meteor, drawing a trail of flames and piercing towards the black-winged demonic leopard. The black-winged demonic leopard's expression suddenly changed. He roared, and black gas rolled around his body as if he was about to use some kind of divine ability. But before he could use it, there was a puff. The black-winged demonic leopard was pierced from head to toe. A corpse fell. What happened? The entire Baiwang city almost went silent at this moment. They did not even have time to react. When they came back to their senses, the black-winged demonic leopard was killed. This was one of the strongest followers of the fallen feather saint. He was much more powerful than K Tian. But he was still killed by Jun Xiaoyao in one move. Let's go. The one-horned man and Sheiji were both trembling from the bottom of their hearts. They had kicked an iron plate today. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm as the wings of freedom spread out behind him. He took a step forward, flapped his wings, and flew directly in front of the one-horned man. The one-horned man roared, and the horn on his forehead flowed with a blood-red light. Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate. He punched out and hit the horn accurately. With a crack, the entire horn, along with the one-horned man's head, exploded into pieces. Jun Xiaoyao took advantage of the situation and grabbed Sheiji's slender neck with one hand. Young master, please spare me. I'm willing to submit. Sheiji felt that her neck was about to be broken. She begged for mercy. With her beauty, she was rare even in the burial ground. Her slender waist and hot body could make any man go crazy. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes remained calm and unfazed. Just as Sheiji's neck was about to be broken, Jun Xiaoyao let go. Sheiji coughed dryly. At the same time, she was glad that Jun Xiaoyao was moved by her beauty. But Jun Xiaoyao's next words made Sheiji fall into a daze and shock. I'll give you 3 days to find the fallen feather saint. Make him kneel before me and let me kill him. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he raised his hand. Vigorous spiritual energy condensed into a seal and blasted it into Sheiji's body. If Sheiji did not find the fallen feather saint within 3 days, she would definitely die. But that was not what shocked Sheiji. She was shocked that Jun Xiaoyao dared to provoke the fallen feather saint. According to her understanding, Jun Xiaoyao should have hidden himself and left the Dark Nether territory after killing a few followers. However, Jun Xiaoyao said that he wanted the saint of the fallen feather to be killed. What kind of lunatic would say something like that? Get the hell out of here. Jun Xiaoyao stomped on the ground. Sheiji screamed and was sent flying. Her face was as pale as a sheet. She did not dare to stay and hurriedly fled. At this moment, all the burial ground living beings in Baiwang City had lost their voices. Jun Xiaoyao killing the black-winged demonic leopard and other living beings was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that Jun Xiaoyao dared to confront the fallen feather saint and the fallen feather tribe. That was amazing. The status of the fallen winged race in the dark underworld was obvious. They were the local emperors of the dark underworld. The emperor of the fallen winged race was the ruler of the dark underworld, a high and mighty ruler. It could be said that almost no forces in the dark underworld dared to provoke the fallen winged race. However, that was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao did. Moreover, he was not a force, but a single person. He was not even a creature of the burial ground, but an outsider. Jun Xiaoyao's attitude made the creatures of the burial ground feel like an ant walking into the territory of a giant dragon and asking the giant dragon to accept its death. It was unbelievable. Either that human outsider's brain is damaged, or he's extremely confident. Confident? What confidence can he have? So what if he's the successor of an immortal force in the mystic realm? He's only as strong as the fallen winged race. But now, he's in the territory of the fallen winged race. The creatures of the burial ground around Baiwang City were discussing intensely. However, there was one thing they all agreed on. Jun Xiaoyao was definitely a top prodigy from the outside world, and he might have come to the burial ground to cause trouble. As for just how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was, no one knew for sure. Do you think he can defeat the fallen winged saint? I'm not sure, but he should be able to fight against the fallen winged saint. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at his surroundings. The creatures of the burial ground avoided his gaze subconsciously when they met his gaze. Before he knew it, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have begun to establish his reputation. Could it be that after I become invincible among the younger generation of the Huangtian mystic realm, I'll also sweep through the burial ground? That would be too boring, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly thought. He did not like the feeling of being invincible anymore. It was so lonely to be invincible. He needed some real opponents to pique his interest. Other than helping Jiang Daoshu find the 9 wonders immortal grass, Jun Xiaoyao came to the burial ground for another reason. He wanted to see the strength of the burial ground prodigies. Now, it seemed that he was still disappointed. There was no difference except that his cultivation level was slightly higher than that of the mystic realm prodigies. Fallen Feather Holy Sun, I hope you can bring me some fun. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Young Master is really too handsome. Sister, Xiao Shui seems to like young Master a little. What should I do? Below, Song Shui raised his little head and looked at Jun Xiaoyao who was standing in the sky. His eyes were filled with splendor and stars. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was top-notch, his background was mysterious, and he was so powerful. Moreover, he had given her 3 yin-yang divine fruits and saved her life. This was simply the template of an overbearing CEO and Prince Charming. Which girl wouldn't love him? You're not the only one who likes it. Song Yu bitterly laughed as a trace of splendor involuntarily surged in her eyes. Big sister, Little Snow doesn't mind sharing with you. Why don't the 2 of us serve young Master together? Blue Snow's words were shocking. Sigh, this isn't our problem. It's simply impossible. Song Yu patted Song Shui's head. She wanted to see deeper than Song Shui. A top-notch prodigy like Jun Xiaoyao must have a shocking background and an extraordinary identity. How could the 2 of them have him? Moreover, they were burial earth creatures. It was even more impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to take a fancy to them. From the beginning to the end, they were just passers-by. Hearing Song Yu's sigh, Blue Snow was also a little disappointed. Compared to them, the Song family head and the others were more worried about what to do if the fallen winged race attacked. Song family head, your choice is very wise. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep as he looked at the Song family head. The Song family head's heart skipped a beat. He felt as if he had been seen through by this human youth in front of him. This kid has long predicted that our Song family might capture him and hand him over to the fallen winged race. However, he still has no scruples. He is indeed confident. The Song family head thought to himself. Only now did he realize how wise the patriarch's choice was. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he had indeed predicted that the Song family might attack him out of fear of the fallen winged race. If such a thing really happened, Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted. However, to Jun Xiaoyao's surprise, the Song family actually held back and didn't attack him. Seems like there are also smart people in the Song family. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The Song family head's face was a little awkward. After all, their previous thoughts had been seen through by Jun Xiaoyao. However, the Song family head still advised, young friend, you have to think carefully. You are facing the fallen winged race. The force behind you may be very strong, but this is the burial ground. The Song family head's meaning was, no matter how strong the force behind Jun Xiaoyao was, the emperor was far away and they couldn't reach the eternal burial ground. You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, the Song family won't be implicated. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Young friend, what are you saying? The Song family head smiled awkwardly. Then, Jun Xiaoyao returned to his residence and waited for the fallen winged saint to arrive. On the other hand, Sheiji, who had fled in a panic, had also returned to the fallen winged race's residence. The fallen winged race's residence was located in the center of the Dark Nether region. Their influence spread across the entire Dark Nether region. At this moment, there was a mountain range filled with black fog in the fallen winged race's residence. In the mountain range, a figure sat cross-legged on an endless pile of bones, using the death aura and resentful spirits as nourishment for his cultivation. It was a handsome young man with pale skin. He wore a black feather robe and had a pair of gray wings on his back. He exuded a death aura. This young man was the strongest prodigy of the fallen winged race and one of the 10 minor kings, the fallen winged saint. The 10 kings feast is about to begin. I must obtain the yin-yang divine fruit and turn the death aura into vitality. Azura Demon Kingdom's 9th Princess Longhuan, I must conquer you. The fallen winged saint's eyes were filled with an aggressive desire to possess. The Azura Demon Kingdom was a top force in the burial ground that was no weaker than the fallen winged race. It was located in the Azura region. The 9th Princess Longhuan was the strongest prodigy of the Azura Demon Kingdom. She was also one of the most beautiful women in the entire eternal burial ground. Not only that, but her strength was also extremely terrifying. She was ranked second among the 10 minor kings, second only to the one from the Hall of Pluto, who was an ancient incomplete overlord body that had crawled out of the abyss. When he thought of the ancient incomplete overlord body, a rare trace of fear appeared in the fallen winged saint's eyes. That ancient incomplete overlord body was so strong that it was abnormal. It was rumored that it was comparable to the top physique of the human race, the sacred body of the ancients, the fallen winged saint murmured. The overlord body of the heavens and the sacred body of the ancients had been rivals since ancient times. There were always people who wanted to compete with them. Although the overlord body of the heavens from the Hall of Pluto was incomplete, its strength was still unbelievably strong. It firmly occupied the first place among the 10 minor kings. The fallen winged saint naturally did not want to challenge the ancient overlord body. He only wanted to catch up with the 9th Princess Longhuan. Just as the fallen winged saint was thinking, a panicked figure swept over from afar. It was Sheiji, who was fleeing. Lord, this is bad. Sheiji's face was pale. She trembled as if she had seen something terrifying. Her eyes were still filled with panic. Why did you come back alone? Where are the black-winged demonic leopard and the others? And where is that ignorant human from the outside world? The fallen winged saint frowned slightly. They are all dead. And, that human from the outside world, he. Sheiji's tone was hesitant. What did he do? The fallen winged saint raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the other 2 followers would die. He wants you to kneel in front of him and allow yourself to be killed. Sheiji trembled as she said fearfully. As soon as she finished speaking, the fallen winged saint's aura exploded. He spread his wings and set off a monstrous storm. That human is courting death, the fallen winged saint said coldly. The fallen feather saint was the strongest prodigy of the fallen feather tribe, one of the 10 minor kings, and the strongest among the younger generation in the Dark Nether territory. The fallen feather tribe behind him was the ruler of the Dark Nether territory. It could be said that since the fallen feather saint was born, he had always been superior. Everything went smoothly, and no one dared to disobey him. But now, there was an ignorant human from the outside world who kept provoking him again and again. Now, he was even asking him to kneel down and accept his death. How could the fallen feather saint remain calm? Do the creatures from the outside world like to court death so much? The fallen feather saint's eyes were gloomy. Master, of course you're invincible among the younger generation. It's easy for you to kill a human from the outside world, Xianxia flattered with a pale face. She actually wanted the fallen feather saint to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would have lost her life after 3 days. Heh. Initially, I only wanted to kill that human as food. But now, I've decided that while he's still alive, I'm going to eat his flesh bite by bite and drink his blood. Such cruel words were very natural, coming from the fallen feather saint's mouth. Obviously, he had done this more than once. Master, are we leaving? Xianxia asked. Of course. By the way, go and get Shui Ling and Tianyu elders, the fallen feather saint said. Although he was eccentric and violent, he was not stupid. He was afraid that if the Tsang family suddenly attacked and helped the human escape, all his efforts would be in vain. Xianxia was even more shocked when she heard this. Shui Ling and Tianyu elders were saints of the fallen feather tribe. They actually needed 2 saints to deal with a mere divine fire realm human from the outside world. It was clear that he was not giving Jun Xiaoyao any chance of survival. Now, the human from the outside world can't escape. Xianxia sighed in her heart. To be honest, she felt a little disappointed. After all, it would be a pity for such a handsome face to die. Just as the fallen feather saint and the others were about to leave, the entire Dark Nether territory was in turmoil because of this storm. The originally inconspicuous Baiwang city seemed to have become the center of the entire Dark Nether territory. Many creatures in the burial ground heard the news and headed to Baiwang city. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. At the same time, the Ironbone tribe, Blue Ghoul tribe, and the Gongming family could not hold back. Jun Xiaoyao had killed all of their prodigies in the Yinyang Soul Pond. In terms of hatred for Jun Xiaoyao, they were no less than the fallen feather saint. I want to see him die, feather saint's death, feather saint. In Ironbone Ridge, where the Ironbone clan resided, an aura rose as a group of Ironbone clan cultivators rose into the air. There were also many experts from the Blue Ghoul race who moved. The reason why they had dispatched so many powerhouses was obviously not purely to watch the show. Would the fallen feather saint son vent his anger on the Tsang family? Feather 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 saint. Feather feather tribe. Feather feather. The Gongming family had the same idea. The Gongming family also sent out most of their experts. A middle-aged man said coldly, the Tsang family has been fighting with us for a long time. It's time for them to be destroyed. This is the best chance. The 3 great forces set off together and rushed to Baiwang city. For a time, the Dark Nether realm was in turmoil. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the center of the storm, was waiting for the fallen feather saint in the Tsang family. He did not care about the storm in the outside world. Everyone in the Tsang family was worried. But under the management of the Tsang family patriarch and the Tsang family patriarch, things were not too chaotic. The Tsang family patriarch felt that Jun Xiaoyao's background was absolutely terrifying. Even the fallen feather tribe was not qualified to provoke him. Jun Xiaoyao sat with his legs crossed in a hall, looking relaxed and carefree. It's a pity that there's no hot spring. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. This was his favorite way to relax. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the only person who would want to soak in a hot spring when the fallen feather tribe was about to attack. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Young master. It was Song Yu and Song Shui. Come in, Jun Xiaoyao said. Song Yu and Song Shui walked in. Jun Xiaoyao looked up, and his eyes flashed. These two sisters had obviously dressed up. Their fair, porcelain-like skin was smeared with light red makeup, which made the two sisters look rather delicate and charming. They had also changed into clothes. The gauze was slightly transparent, and one could vaguely see their snow-white and flawless skin. "Young master, I'm sorry," Song Shui said first. "Oh, why?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Young master, you've helped us so much, but our Tsang family once plotted against you," Song Shuiyu said apologetically. She was referring to the Tsang family's attempt to capture Jun Xiaoyao and hand him over to the fallen feather saint. "Oh, it didn't happen, did it?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. "Then it's our Tsang family that has let you down," Song Yu said. The two of them stepped forward and approached Jun Xiaoyao. Their eyes were watery, and there was a trace of shyness and ambiguity. "Young master, in order to apologize, we sisters can do anything," Song Yu said. As a man, he should understand. There was no need to explain anything. And this pair of sisters were indeed very attractive. Especially at this moment, they looked like they were ready to be picked. That's right. They were ready to be picked. But Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were still as calm as water. "You are my friends," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. These words were already very polite and tactful. Strictly speaking, the two sisters didn't even have the qualifications to be Jun Xiaoyao's friends. They were just strangers who had met by chance. Song Yu bit her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although she had expected it, when Jun Xiaoyao really rejected her, she still felt sad. Song Yu couldn't help it, and tears rolled in her eyes. After all, in her heart, Jun Xiaoyao was perfect to the extreme. Once she met Xiaoyao, she would lose her life. "Young master, we sisters understand. But, can you tell us your name?" Song Yu asked weakly. Until now, they still didn't know Jun Xiaoyao's name. "My surname is Jun, and my name is Xiaoyao," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Young master Jun, you really live up to your name," the two sisters murmured. Jun Xiaoyao's divine aura drifted about, making him look like a deity that had been banished. He did indeed look like a legendary deity that was free and unfettered. Then, Song Yu seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, revealing a trace of extreme surprise. "Young master Jun, may I ask, are you from that Jun family?" Song Yu's words made Jun Xiaoyao raise his eyebrows. Was the Jun family so famous in the eternal burial ground? "If you are referring to the Jun family of the ancients, then yes," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. "It's true." Song Yu and Song Yu both gasped. "Why are you two like this?" Jun Xiaoyao frowned, somewhat puzzled. Although the Jun family was famous in the immortal domain, in the eternal burial ground, it shouldn't be that famous, right? Song Yu seems to remember that more than 10 years ago, there was a terrifying existence who forcefully broke into the eternal burial ground and killed several domain lords of the imperial burial ground. In the end, he even went deep into the legendary burial ground. I have heard some secret news, and that terrifying existence seems to be, surnamed Jun. What? There's such a thing? Hearing Song Yu's words, Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. He didn't expect to hear such a secret from the Tsang sisters. Can you elaborate? Jun Xiaoyao's interest was piqued. Actually, we're not too sure about what happened back then. After all, that level was too high. We only heard about it from hearsay. But what we can be sure of is that there was indeed an unparalleled powerhouse who broke into the burial ground. The other emperors wanted to stop him. In the end, a great battle broke out, and the 10 regions of the burial ground trembled. Speaking of this, Song Yu still had lingering fear. Although it was impossible for them to come into contact with that level of battle back then. However, the entire eternal burial ground trembled because of that great battle. All the living beings in the burial ground could personally experience it. I didn't expect my Jun family to do such a thing. But why did the Jun family break into the burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao was still puzzled. I'm not too sure either. I only know that at that time, the emperors in the sky roared angrily, telling the Jun family not to go overboard and meddle in other people's business, Song Yu said. Meddle in other people's business? Jun Xiaoyao muttered. Then, he continued to ask, you said that the unparalleled powerhouse of the Jun family entered the burial ground. Where is that place? Sung Yu sorted out her thoughts and replied, young Master Jun, you may not know, but the true origin of the eternal burial ground is the burial ground. That is also the most ancient place. The 10 regions of the burial ground are just 10 regions that have been developed with the burial ground as the center. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. What puzzled him was that he had never heard of this when he was in the Jun family. Logically speaking, the Jun family breaking into the burial ground and entering the depths of the burial ground should be a big deal. It seems that there's a big secret behind this. Jun Xiaoyao thought. He came to the eternal burial ground to look for the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass. Now, it seemed that there was one more thing to investigate. Then, Jun Xiaoyao thought that if he couldn't find the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass in the 10 regions, then, would it appear in the ancient burial ground? Jun Xiaoyao felt that it was possible. Is there a way to enter burial realm? Jun Xiaoyao asked. It is extremely difficult. Burial realm is a restricted land of my eternal burial earth, moreover extremely dangerous. Under normal circumstances, not even us burial earth creatures are willing to approach it. However, Song Yu said hesitantly. But what? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. However, the Feast of the 10 Kings is about to begin. If young Master Jun can come into contact with geniuses of that level, maybe you can think of a way to see if you have a chance to enter the burial world, said Song Yu. Their Tsang family wasn't considered a top force in the eternal burial ground. They couldn't be compared to the fallen winged race and other forces. If one didn't stand at that height, they naturally wouldn't be able to come into contact with the secrets of burial realm. However, a force at the level of the fallen winged race could do so. Feast of the 10 Kings, I understand. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Previously, he was still considering what to do after leaving the Tsang family. Now, he had a direction. Participate in the Feast of the 10 Kings, investigate the news of the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass, and also the secrets of burial realm. Next, Jun Xiaoyao talked to the Tsang sisters about burial earth again. In the end, the 2 sisters left reluctantly. Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel guilty. He didn't have lust in his brain, nor did he flirt with women whenever he saw one. It was because his charm was too great. There was no other way. It was impossible to stop emitting charm, right? This kind of charm and temperament couldn't be concealed at all. After dealing with the fallen winged saint, I can leave the dark nether realm. Jun Xiaoyao thought. As for the threat of the fallen winged race, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. If the fallen winged race wasn't afraid of being exterminated, they could attack Jun Xiaoyao. Even the Tsang family had smart people. Jun Xiaoyao didn't believe that the entire fallen winged race was full of idiots. While waiting like this, 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, the entire Baiwang city was already crowded. There were 3 layers of people inside and outside, and it was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It could be said that Baiwang City had never been so lively. The main character hadn't arrived yet, but there were 3 uninvited guests outside the Tsang family's residence. They were the Iron Bone race, the Blue Ghoul race, and the Gongming family. The Tsang family head, the Tsang sisters, and the others also walked out. What's the meaning of this? The Tsang family head glanced at the 3 major forces and narrowed his eyes slightly. If they were just here to watch the show, the 3 major forces didn't have to come out in full force. At a glance, there were at least 2 or 3 saints from each side. The Tsang family head even thought that there were Saint King level experts secretly watching and didn't show up. Although the Tsang family's patriarch didn't show up, he was ready and ready. Haha, nothing. I just want to know why the Tsang family is so stupid to offend the fallen winged race for an outsider. The Gongming family head sneered. In their eyes, the Tsang family had lost their minds to make such a stupid choice. What does it have to do with you? The Tsang family head said coldly. I just want to see if the Tsang family can survive today, the Iron Bone race expert said. That's right. The fallen winged saint doesn't have a good temper. You're standing on the same side as that human outside. Just wait to be annihilated. The Blue Ghoul race's patriarch laughed sinisterly. They came here to wait for the Tsang family to be annihilated so that they could divide the profits. Humph, wishful thinking. The Tsang family head snorted coldly, his expression ugly. Song Yu and Song Shui were also very angry. However, when they thought of Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying background, their hearts calmed down a little. Jun Xiaoyao was definitely not an existence that the fallen winged saint could provoke. Time passed by as he waited. At a certain moment, the crowd suddenly felt an extremely ruthless killing intent coming from afar. The main character is here. The entire Baiwang city was in an uproar because of this. In the distant sky, a few figures appeared. The leader was a young man dressed in a black feather robe with a pair of gray wings growing on his back. As he flapped his wings, the void shook, and a monstrous death chi filled the air. Sheiji was beside him and had also followed along. At the same time, two elders from the fallen winged race, Shui Ling and Tianyu, arrived at the same time. The fallen winged saint is here. Not only that, but the two saints of the fallen winged race have also appeared. Many burial ground beings in Baiwang City were in an uproar. When the Tsang family head saw this scene, his face completely darkened. If only the fallen winged saint had come, there might still be a chance. But now, two saints of the fallen winged race had followed along. They were probably here to suppress the Tsang family. I hope the patriarch's choice is correct. The Tsang family head prayed in his heart. The fallen winged saint arrived at Baiwang City. A pair of gray eyes filled with death chi looked toward the Tsang family's residence. That human outside, I'm here. Didn't you say that you would kill me without a fight? The fallen winged saint's voice was filled with killing intent. That's right. You've come obediently to die, which saves me a lot of trouble. A white-robed figure flew out from one of the Tsang family's halls. He stepped into the air and stood opposite the fallen winged saint. Jun Xiaoyao and the fallen winged saint were officially dueling. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. One of them was the son of God of the Jun family, who was invincible in the Huangtian mystic realm. The other was one of the 10 minor kings of the eternal burial ground, the strongest genius of the fallen feather tribe. At this moment, the two of them were confronting each other. Their murderous intent surged between heaven and earth, causing all the creatures in the burial ground in Baiwang City to feel a chill. I didn't expect that the aura of the human from the outside world to be so strong. Yeah, at first, I thought that the human from the outside world might not be able to withstand a single blow from the fallen feather saint. Now, it seems that there is still some uncertainty. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not deliberately release his aura, his innate invincible aura still made many creatures tremble in fear. This was because they did not know Jun Xiaoyao's identity and status in the outer mystic realm. Otherwise, they should be worried about the fallen feather saint, not Jun Xiaoyao. The fallen feather saint's gaze was fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao gave him a strong sense of danger. The fallen feather saint had never experienced this feeling before. However, the fallen feather saint was still not afraid. Not only was he confident in himself, but more importantly, he had brought Shui Ling and Tianyu with him this time. No matter how well this human from the outside world hid, he could not possibly defeat a saint, right? Thinking of this, the fallen feather saint calmed down. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air and glanced at the saint of the fallen feather holy sun. His cultivation was at the lesser completion of the divine fire realm. Jun Xiaoyao did not need to worry about him before his breakthrough, let alone now. It was too easy for him to deal with the fallen feather saint. His gaze shifted to Sheiji. Not bad, you have brought your master here. Your mission is considered complete, Jun Xiaoyao said. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's cold eyes, Sheiji's heart skipped a beat. She sensed that something was wrong. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. There was a bang. Sheiji's delicate body exploded, and broken limbs flew all over the sky. There were even many filthy things that splashed onto the fallen feather saint. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. The fallen feather saint's entire body was stunned for a moment. After which, a dense and ruthless anger shot out from his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had actually killed his follower right in front of him. This was no longer a provocation, but a complete humiliation. You're courting death. Without wasting any time, the fallen feather holy sun made his move. As he raised his hand, the black death chi swirled around and turned into a pitch-black seal that directly suppressed Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and calmly watched the fallen feather saint's attack. The surrounding spectators were extremely puzzled. Something shocking happened. That pitch-black seal was annihilated right away when it came within 100 feet of Jun Xiaoyao, completely disappearing from sight. What's going on? The fallen feather saint's son was stunned. Not only him, but the expressions of the burial earth creatures around Baiwang City also froze. They couldn't help but rub their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. That ability again. Song Yu's beautiful eyes flashed. This was not the first time Jun Xiaoyao had used dermic power immunity. This kind of ability was simply unimaginable. After all, it was too overpowered to be immune to all dermic power attacks. Ordinary people simply couldn't think of this ability. What did you do? The fallen feather saint's son's eyes flashed with surprise. He made his move again. Soul crying claw. The fallen feather saint's son stretched out his hand. Dense death chi rolled and turned into a pitch-black giant claw. It seemed to be able to tear the void apart. However, this claw was also annihilated in the void. The fallen feather saint's son's mind was a little dazed. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. As his cultivation level increased, his dermic power immunity ability also increased. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which was supported by 6 different powers, couldn't break the dermic power immunity with one punch. How could the fallen feather saint's son break it with just 2 moves? I don't believe it. The fallen feather saint's son was not stupid and immediately reacted. Since dermic power was ineffective, it couldn't be that physical attacks were ineffective as well. The fallen feather saint's son flapped the wings on his back. His body flashed like an arrow and instantly appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. He clenched his fist and punched toward Jun Xiaoyao's head. Although the fallen feather race was not known for their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Moreover, living beings in the burial ground were buried underground all year round. Their physical bodies were generally stronger than those in the celestial realm. Thus, the fallen feather saint's son was very confident in his physical strength. However, he saw a mocking smirk at the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Since you want to die, then I won't be polite. Jun Xiaoyao also threw out a simple punch. Bang, the void seemed to explode, and blood chi erupted. It was so powerful that it felt like a true dragon had been born. The fallen feather saint's son's expression changed drastically. However, it was impossible for him to withdraw even if he wanted to. Boom, with one punch, the fallen feather saint's son's entire right arm shattered inch by inch. The fallen feather saint's son spat out blood and was sent flying. It was a complete crushing defeat. All the burial ground beings in Baiwang City were stunned. Their bodies stiffened, and they stood rooted to the ground. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have dared to believe it? The fallen feather saint's son, one of the 10 minor kings of burial ground, was beaten so badly with one punch. What a terrifying blood chi. That human youth is like a true dragon reincarnated. He's too powerful. Not only does he have a strange technique to be immune to dermic power attacks, but his physical body is also so powerful. This young man is definitely a top prodigy in the celestial realm. The burial ground beings who were watching the battle were about to explode. They had not expected to see this scene at all. Saint. The 2 fallen feather saints, Shui Ling and Tianyu, were also shocked. Damn it, I don't believe it. The fallen feather saint's son's eyes were bloodshot. It was almost the eve of the 10 Kings feast. If he was defeated by a human from the outside world, how could he still have the face to attend the 10 Kings feast? Death chi erupted from the fallen feather saint's son's body. Death chi swirled around him and rose into the air, forming a majestic black sphere. Death Dark Sun. The fallen feather saint's son used his ultimate move. This move gathered almost all of the fallen feather saint's son's strength, and its power was terrifying. Black ripples shook the void, causing the surrounding spectators to tremble in fear. This move was enough to kill any ordinary divine fire realm being. Go! The fallen feather saint's son roared angrily, and the death dark sun shot toward Jun Xiaoyao. Its power was monstrous, as if it wanted to destroy the world. The fallen feather Saint Sun stared at Jun Xiaoyao, and the death dark sun crushed toward Jun Xiaoyao. The fallen feather Saint Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The death dark sun did not disappear, but its power was greatly weakened. As expected, you're not invincible. The fallen feather Saint Sun looked up to the sky and laughed, his entire body relaxed. At least Jun Xiaoyao's strange dermic power immunity was not completely invincible. Otherwise, there would be no fight at all. Is that enough to make you this happy? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the saint with a pitiful look. With a raise of his hand, he used the god-devouring demonic technique, and a terrifying black hole vortex appeared. The weakened death dark sun was easily swallowed by the god-devouring demonic technique. Then Jun Xiaoyao's chest lit up, and a light of calamity blasted toward the fallen feather Saint Sun. The fallen feather Saint Sun hurriedly blocked, the gray wings on his back blocking in front of him. With a loud bang, the fallen feather Saint Sun was blasted back again. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the air, chasing after him like a cicada, and punched down again. Not good. When the two fallen feather saints saw this, their expressions changed drastically. This outside human actually dared to kill the fallen feather Saint Sun in front of everyone. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. From the very beginning, the fallen feather saint had arrived in Baiwang City. No one would have expected such a situation. In the minds of these burial earth creatures, the most likely scenario was for the fallen feather saint to crush Jun Xiaoyao. At the very least, they could maintain their advantage. After all, the prestige of the 10 minor kings was deeply engraved in the minds of every burial earth creature. The 10 minor kings represented invincible talent and unparalleled strength. But now, reality slapped the burial earth creature's heart in the face. It turned out that the so-called invincible talent was only relative. The 10 minor kings were nothing. It was only because they had not met someone more powerful. But now, the person who could crush the 10 minor kings had appeared. Jun Xiaoyao's fist smashed toward the fallen feather saint at lightning speed. The fallen feather saint was scared out of his wits. He screamed, "Human, you really dare to kill me? Fool!" Jun Xiaoyao did not want to waste time talking, and he did not stop what he was doing. With a loud bang, Jun Xiaoyao's fist radiance, which carried 10 billion kilograms of divine power, smashed toward the fallen feather saint. Needless to say, the fallen feather Saint Sun's body was smashed into pieces, and his body directly collapsed. The fallen feather saint's head flew out, and his expression was one of extreme fear. He swore that even the ancient overlord body of the Nether King Palace, who was ranked first among the 10 minor kings, did not give him such a sense of despair. The fallen feather saint felt that he was not facing someone of the same age, but a reincarnated emperor. As Jun Xiaoyao punched, he activated the primordial spirit power in his mind. A divine chain of order flew out and condensed into a golden dagger, piercing toward the fallen feather saint's mind. The primitive Emperor Dao sword directly destroyed the divine palace in the fallen feather saint's mind, along with his primordial spirit. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even the two fallen feather saints, Xueling and Tianyu, did not have time to save him. This was because the prestige of the fallen feather tribe was deeply ingrained in their minds. No creature dared to kill a member of the fallen feather tribe in the dark nether realm, let alone the fallen feather saint. This was almost an iron law. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had broken this rule. So what if he was the fallen feather saint's son? If he wanted to kill him, he would still be killed. You little rascal, how dare you? Xueling and Tianyu, the two fallen feather saints, felt their heads buzzing. Anger surged through their organs. The strongest genius of the fallen winged race had been killed in just 2 or 3 moves. Furthermore, it had been done right in front of them. The surrounding creatures of Baiwang City all widened their eyes and mouths, their faces filled with shock. Oh my God, he actually killed the fallen feather holy son. Is he crazy? Does he want to die? In their opinion, even if Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to kill the fallen feather holy son, he shouldn't have killed him. Leave some leeway for everything so that we can meet again in the future. However, what they didn't know was that Jun Xiaoyao's personality was that of a self-centered person who did as he pleased. If he wanted to kill them, he would. There was not the slightest bit of ambiguity. The master of the Tsang family and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw the fallen feather holy son die. Jun Xiaoyao's actions had undoubtedly made the fallen feather tribe his enemy. Even the Tsang family might become the target of the fallen feather tribe's anger. The Tsang sisters didn't show any fear on their faces. No matter what Jun Xiaoyao did, they would support him. Little rascal, die. Saint Xueling and Saint Tianyu both attacked. They didn't care about bullying the weak or disregarding their status. They had to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, the fallen feather holy son would have died in vain, and the fallen feather tribe's prestige would plummet. Seeing this scene, all the living beings present shook their heads slightly. The outcome was already decided. Since the two saints had disregarded their status and attacked, what else was there to say? Was there any other outcome other than death? Master! Song Yu and Song Shui shouted anxiously. The master of the Tsang family gritted his teeth and attacked. Boom! In a flash, the master of the Tsang family entered the battle and stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Is the Tsang family rebelling? Saint Xueling and Saint Tianyu's eyes were extremely cold. The master of the Tsang family gritted his teeth. The reason why he made his move was because the sisters of the Tsang family had told him about Jun Xiaoyao's background. He came from the Jun family of the primordial era. The master of the Tsang family was a saint after all, so he naturally knew what the Jun family meant. More than 10 years ago, the war that affected the entire eternal burial ground and even the burial realm was caused by the Jun family. Even the fallen feather tribe couldn't compare to such a terrifying force. If the Tsang family could make friends with them, it would be immensely beneficial for the Tsang family. This was why the master of the Tsang family dared to attack. He was taking a gamble. Oh. Seeing the master of the Tsang family attack, Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. It seemed that the Tsang family wasn't stupid. Although he didn't need the Tsang family to attack, he was quite satisfied with what they were doing. It seems that the Tsang family has lived for too long and wants to destroy themselves. Saint Xueling's eyes shot out a bloody light. Lord, let us help you destroy the Tsang family. The master of the Gongming family stepped forward with a sinister smile on his face. Us too. The Iron Bone tribe and Blue Ghoul tribe experts also stood out. You. The master of the Tsang family's face turned green. These three forces obviously wanted to hit the Tsang family when they were down and divide them up. A bunch of idiots. Jun Xiaoyao sneered and waved his hand. In an instant, three figures stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao. When the three figures appeared, the aura in the entire area became chaotic. A majestic pressure spread out with a loud bang. The three figures shone with a cold metallic luster. They were tall, and their bodies were branded with many mysterious runes that carried some kind of ancient secret power. These are puppets. When the three puppets appeared, everyone present was a little shocked. However, when they felt the aura of the three puppets, the shock on their faces immediately turned into deep shock. This was because the three puppets all exuded Supreme Saint-level energy waves. These three were all Supreme Saint-level puppets. This was extremely terrifying, and their scalps were about to explode. Supreme Saint-level puppets were extremely rare. Even in the immortal forces, there were only a few of them. Not to mention Supreme Saint-level puppets, there weren't many Saint-level or Saint King-level puppets in the immortal realm. The two saints, Xueling and Remote Sky, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The anger and ferocity on their faces almost instantly turned into panic and disbelief. Go. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. It was as if the god of death had arrived. The three Supreme Saint-level puppets moved instantly. One of the puppets charged toward the two saints, Xueling and Remote Sky. The remaining two charged toward the Gongming family and the other two forces. Next, it was time for a massacre. These three puppets were the Jiang family's Godslayer dolls. Each of them was at the Supreme Saint level. Everyone knew that the higher the level of a puppet, the harder it was to create. Saint-level puppets were rare in the immortal region. Supreme Saint-level puppets were even rarer. One might only see a few in immortal forces. Jun Xiaoyao had obtained a rare star-splitting godly puppet in the lower realm. However, the star-shattering god puppet was merely at the saint realm. The Jiang family's Godslayer dolls were 2 levels higher than that. They were at the Supreme Saint level. The fact that the Jiang family gave Jun Xiaoyao 3 Godslayer dolls showed how much they cared about him. How is this possible? 3 Supreme Saint-level puppets? Who are you? Saints Tianyu and Xueling hurriedly retreated and said at the same time. Even the fallen winged race didn't have Supreme Saint-level puppets. Jun Xiaoyao did not reply. He simply looked at everything before him coldly. The 3 Godslayer dolls consumed a lot of immortal source. Fortunately, the Jiang family had already filled the Godslayer dolls with immortal source when they gave them to Jun Xiaoyao. Now, Jun Xiaoyao only needed to watch the Godslayer dolls kill. Boom, the Godslayer dolls punched. The runes on their bodies lit up, and a fierce spiritual power burst out. That's right, these Godslayer dolls could use spiritual power. This was an ability that only the most advanced puppets could have. The star-sundering divine puppet that Jun Xiaoyao had possessed before was only powerful in terms of physical strength. Bang! Saint Xueling was unable to resist the god-slaying doll's attack and was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Saint Dark Sky was scared out of his wits. He no longer had the dignity of a saint. If you really want to do this, the fallen winged race's buried emperor won't let you go. Saint Dark Sky roared. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say a word. He didn't even want to talk. He had nothing in common with idiots. The Gongming family and the other 2 factions were just as miserable as the fallen winged saint. They had come here with wild ambitions, wanting to loot a burning house and divide up the Tsang family's resources. But now, he had shot himself in the foot. The 2 god-slaying dolls started a bloody massacre of the experts of the 3 forces as if they had entered an uninhabited land. No, how could such a thing happen? I don't believe it. Where did this kid come from? The cultivators of the 3 forces were screaming. Their fear was mixed with despair. Clan head Gongming, who had been full of confidence earlier, was now in a sorry state. He was running away in a panic, his intestines turning green with regret. But under the hunting of the god-slaying dolls, how could any living being escape? The head of the Gongming family was smashed to death by the god-slaying doll's punch. Looking at this bloody massacre, the countless burial earth creatures in Baiwang City who were watching the battle felt as if their souls had been sucked out, leaving only their bodies standing where they were. Shock was not enough to describe their feelings at this moment. Jun Xiaoyao's methods were also completely beyond their expectations. Not only was his strength heaven-defying, he even had such a terrifying trump card. Only now did they realize that no one had ever investigated Jun Xiaoyao's background. As for the people of the Tsang family, they were also in a daze. Looking at the massacre of the 3 forces, the head of the Tsang family felt extremely happy. He even let out the stuffiness in his chest. He was also shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's generosity. 3 Supreme Saint Realm puppets were taken away just like that. No wonder he was the successor of the Jun family. However, the head of the Tsang family was wrong about this. The god-slaying dolls were not given by the Jun family. Haha, my young friend, you've really hidden your strength. I was a little nosy. The head of the Tsang family chuckled. There was even a hint of flattery in his tone. You're too kind. I'm gratified that the head of the Tsang family is so considerate. Jun Xiaoyao looked deeply at the head of the Tsang family. How could he not know what the head of the Tsang family was really thinking? He just wanted to curry favor with the Jun family. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care. The head of the Tsang family was willing to lend a hand, which proved his courage. In the future, the resources and territories of these 3 forces will be taken by the Tsang family, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Really? The head of the Tsang family was overjoyed. The value of the resources and territories of these 3 forces was immeasurable. They were comparable to the Tsang family. It meant that the Tsang family had obtained the territories and resources of 3 forces of the same level. The return was also generous. Most importantly, the Tsang family did not lose a single soldier. The head of the Tsang family did not even make a move. He just stepped forward bravely. It was worth it, it was 2F** king worth it. Looking at the ecstatic head of the Tsang family, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. Jun Xiaoyao really did not care about the resources of these 3 forces. It did not matter if he treated it as charity. Moreover, he could also treat the Tsang family as a chess piece planted in the eternal burial ground. Who knew, they might be of some use. Jun Xiaoyao's calculations were deeper than anyone else's. However, although you have 3 Supreme Saint puppets and can deal with the current situation, if the Fallen Wing tribe's quasi-supreme or even the Burial Emperor is angered. The head of the Tsong family hesitated. Obviously, he was still worried about the Fallen Wing tribe. If they could not deal with the Fallen Wing tribe, no matter how many resources they had, it would be of no use to the Tsong family. Don't worry. If the Fallen Wing tribe is not stupid, someone should come knocking in a few days. Jun Xiaoyao smiled meaningfully. The head of the Tsong family saw this and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao was sure that the Fallen Wing tribe would give in, just as the two of them were talking? The entire world quieted down. The 3 god-slaying puppets stood still in the void. It was not because the immortal source was exhausted, but because there was no target left. The 2 saints of the Fallen Wing tribe were killed. All of the experts of the 3 major forces were also slaughtered. Even the Saint King experts of the 3 forces hidden in the depths of the void were killed by the god-slaying puppets. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm as he put away the god-slaying puppets. In his opinion, this kind of massacre was nothing at all. After a short period of silence, the entire Baiwang city was in an uproar. Oh my god, today I witnessed an unprecedented event. One of the 10 minor kings, the Fallen Winged Saint, has died. Not only that, but 2 saints of the Fallen Winged tribe have also died. Where did this human youth come from? He can use 3 Supreme Saint puppets so casually. Ordinary immortal forces are not so rich, right? Jun Xiaoyao had simply refreshed the understanding of these creatures of the burial earth. It was the first time they saw someone who could be so overbearing and not take the Fallen Wing tribe seriously at all. However, what made everyone more curious was how the Fallen Wing tribe would react to this matter. After all, a saint and 2 saints had died. With the domineering personality of the Fallen Wing tribe, it was impossible for them to swallow this insult. All of the burial earth beings believed that an even greater storm was about to descend upon them. Are you still looking for sign into sacred body of the ancients for free? Baidu directly searched easy very simple, smiley face. The entire Baiwang city was in an uproar and could not calm down at all. This was because what had happened today was beyond their knowledge. It was conceivable that the news would spread throughout the entire Dark Nether realm and even to other regions in a few days. After all, the death of a genius of the 10 minor kings level was no small matter. However, compared to this, everyone was more interested in the Fallen Wing tribe's reaction. Jun Xiaoyao's 3 great Saint Realm god-slaying dolls had indeed shocked everyone. However, the Fallen Wing tribe had nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention the Fallen Wing tribe's emperor, even a quasi-supreme could easily deal with the 3 god-slaying dolls. Therefore, everyone was curious about what the Fallen Wing tribe would do next. Jun Xiaoyao looked around and said indifferently, since the show is over, let's go. I don't like noise. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding burial earth beings subconsciously took a few steps back and then turned to leave. Unknowingly, Jun Xiaoyao had also gained such prestige in the Dark Nether realm. The burial earth beings left with hearts filled with shock and awe. A powerhouse would be respected everywhere. Young Master Jun is too powerful. Song Yu and Song Shue's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Although Jun Xiaoyao had rejected them, it did not stop them from liking Jun Xiaoyao. After meeting Jun Xiaoyao, they might not fall in love with anyone else in this lifetime. This was because it was almost impossible to find a man more outstanding and perfect than Jun Xiaoyao. No, it was almost impossible. It was just impossible. What a pity. I thought the 10 minor kings of burial earth would bring me a surprise. It seems like I was overthinking. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Hearing this, the Tsong family leader and the others did not know what to say. In the eyes of others, the 10 minor kings were superior and almost invincible. However, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, they were so weak. Haha, young Master Jun is indeed powerful. However, although the Fallen Winged Saint is one of the 10 minor kings, he is not in the top 5, the Tsong family leader said with a smile. Is that so? That's interesting. Perhaps the 10 Kings feast will not be boring, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. For some reason, the Tsong family beings felt a chill run down their spine when they heard this. The patriarch of the Tsong family began to pity the other 9 kings. the entire Baiwang city fell into a short period of peace. Fallen winged tribe in a few days. Therefore, around Baiwang city, many burial earth creatures did not leave. They wanted to see with their own eyes what the final outcome of this human from the outside world would be. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, seemed to be deliberately waiting for the fallen feathers to take their revenge, as he did not leave. This made the Tsang family even more grateful. This was because if Jun Xiaoyao left, the Tsang family would be the first to suffer. Jun Xiaoyao could leave, but the Tsang family could not move. Moreover, they could not leave the burial ground. It was impossible for them to escape from the fallen winged tribe. However, the Tsang family did not stay idle. They began to send people to take over the resource territories of the Gongming family and the other two forces. If the Tsang family could survive this disaster, they would become an immortal force like the fallen winged tribe. At the very least, they would be the strongest force after the fallen winged tribe. Only such a force was qualified to be used as a pawn by Jun Xiaoyao. Things did not turn out as expected. In less than 2 days, the entire Dark Nether realm was in an uproar because of this matter. All the beings in the Dark Nether realm were shocked and in disbelief when they first heard the news. They even thought it was a rumor. However, as the news spread, more and more beings came forward to verify it. Finally, the news was accepted by the public. Everyone's attention was focused on the fallen winged tribe. As the overlord of the Dark Nether realm, what would the fallen winged tribe do next? Many beings felt that the fallen winged tribe would probably send a quasi-supreme to destroy the human in the outside world. In the depths of the fallen winged tribe's ancestral land, black demonic mountains towered high, emitting a terrifying death nether demonic chi. At this moment, there was a black sun in the middle of the mountain range. The black sun emanated a suffocating and terrifying pressure. Even a sage expert's physical body would crumble under such pressure. A vague silhouette could be seen sitting cross-legged in the middle of the black sun. The figure in the black sun was the fallen winged tribe's burial emperor, a supreme being. At this moment, there were several figures standing in the void around the fallen winged tribe's burial emperor. There were supreme being and quasi-supreme being auras among them. I didn't expect their tribe to come to the burial ground again. One of the supreme beings said coldly. Coincidentally, they have a conflict with our tribe, another supreme being said with a sigh. If it was an ordinary descendant of an immortal force, the fallen winged tribe would not even bother to discuss anything. They would just send someone to destroy them. However, the one who had a conflict with them was someone that even they felt was difficult to deal with. If they were not careful, they could bring disaster to the fallen winged tribe. What should we do next? One of the fallen winged tribe's supreme being asked with a headache. The few figures present all looked at the fallen winged tribe's burial emperor in the black sun. After a long while, the fallen winged tribe's burial emperor said, "Don't provoke them." Hearing these words, the few fallen winged tribe's supreme beings shuddered. They had expected this. But our tribe's saint and saint died in vain? What about our tribe's dignity? One of the quasi-supreme beings said unwillingly. The one from the Jun family who entered the burial ground more than 10 years ago still has his aura. Moreover, there is another one in the burial ground. The fallen winged tribe's burial emperor said in a serious tone. Hearing this, the fallen winged tribe's supreme beings fell silent. Only they, the higher-ups, knew how terrifying the battle that affected the eternal burial ground was. The one from the Jun family could be considered a taboo. He killed several burial emperors in a row. In the end, he even went deep into the burial ground and fought with the great terrors that had existed since ancient times. He was simply too strong. We understand. The fallen winged tribe supreme beings all sighed and replied. It was hard to imagine that the fallen winged tribe, the overlord of the underworld realm, would bow their heads and admit defeat one day. By the way, send another quasi-supreme being to explain the situation. If the son of God of the Jun family becomes jealous of us, I'm afraid there will be more trouble, the fallen winged tribe's burial emperor said. Hearing this, all the fallen winged tribe's supreme beings felt aggrieved and helpless. They were the overlords of the underworld realm, but they were forced to such an extent by a junior. It was simply unimaginable. Are you still looking for check and sacred body of the ancients for free? Baidu directly searched easy very simple, smiley face. During these few days, Jun Xiaoyao remained in Baiwang city. The Tsang sisters also served Jun Xiaoyao very attentively, pouring tea and water for him. In the past few days, the master of the Tsang family had also sent experts to the locations of the three major forces to plunder their territories and resources. After learning about Jun Xiaoyao's background, the Tsang family had felt that perhaps the fallen winged race would be a little afraid of the Jun family. However, a few days later, news spread that the fallen winged race had sent a team led by a quasi-supreme being to Baiwang City. This news made the entire Baiwang City the focus of everyone's attention once again. The Tsang family head and the others were all anxious. Although Jun Xiaoyao's background was terrifying, it was hard to guarantee that the fallen winged race would lose their minds and attack Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao himself was incomparably calm, quietly waiting for the fallen winged race team to arrive. In less than half a day, a terrifying quasi-supreme being aura came from the distant sky. The fallen winged race team had arrived. In Baiwang City, the living beings were in an uproar. That pressure could easily crush the entire Baiwang City into dust. Is the Jun family son of God here? The quasi-supreme fallen winged race said expressionlessly, no emotions visible. Hearing this tone, the living beings in Baiwang City were a little surprised. Why did it feel like they were not here to collect debts? The fallen winged race is finally here. Why? Are you going to attack the Son of God? Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the Tsang family with a calm expression. Facing a quasi-supreme being, there was no trace of awe or respect on his face. There was even a hint of cold ridicule in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's tone made the quasi-supreme fallen winged race's eyes twitch, and he forced a stiff smile. What are you talking about? My fallen winged race offended the Son of God. It's our fault. Why would we attack the Son of God? Hearing this, the entire Baiwang City fell into a dead silence. Many of the living beings in the burial ground thought that they had misheard. Their minds seemed to have frozen, and they could not wrap their heads around it. But what happened next was even more shocking to them. The fallen winged race quasi-supreme took out a spatial artifact and squeezed out a smile. In order to express our apologies, this is a small token from the fallen winged race. We hope that the Son of God can accept it. As the fallen winged race's quasi-supreme spoke, he was afraid of neglecting Jun Xiaoyao, so he even took out the Dharma artifact inside to show it to him. There were all kinds of treasure pills and sage herbs. There were also many divine weapons and artifacts, all of which were extremely rare. There were even some obsidian crystals and 5 elements living soil that were unique to burial earth. Not only did the fallen winged race not come looking for trouble, they even wanted to apologize to Jun Xiaoyao and compensate him with such a heavy gift. This caused all of the burial earth creatures to have a misconception. Was this still the tyrannical fallen winged race? Even the people from the Tsang family were dumbfounded. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. It seems that I still underestimated the power of the Jun family of the ancients. The head of the Tsang family was shocked. At the same time, he was glad that the Tsang family had made the right bet this time. Jun Xiaoyao took the Dharma artifact. Other than the obsidian crystals and 5 elements living soil that he was more interested in, the rest of the items were not attractive to him. However, the fallen winged race was tactful. Not everyone in the race was stupid. There were still some smart people. That's enough, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He had a mission in burial earth, so he couldn't be bothered to tangle with the fallen winged race. Thank you, Son of God, for your generosity. We won't disturb you any longer. After receiving Jun Xiaoyao's reply, the quasi-supreme of the fallen winged race heaved a sigh of relief. If Jun Xiaoyao still refused to give up, he didn't know how to deal with it. The fallen winged race's group left directly. As for the burial earth creatures in Baiwang City, they were frozen in place for a long time as if they had been petrified. You can take these. With your relationship with me, the fallen winged race won't make things difficult for you. Jun Xiaoyao took the obsidian crystals and 5 elements living soil for himself and gave the rest to the Tsang family. The patriarch of the Tsang family suddenly knelt down and said, "The Tsang family is willing to serve young master forever." The rest of the Tsang family members also knelt down. The Tsang sisters also bowed. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He nodded slightly, but his eyes seemed to be deep in thought as he looked into the depths of the Tsang family. It seems that the patriarch of the Tsang family is a shrewd person. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. However, this was not a bad thing. For Jun Xiaoyao, he now had a pawn in burial earth. The matter in the dark nether realm was finally over. Jun Xiaoyao didn't delay. He immediately set off and prepared to leave the dark nether realm. The Tsung sisters were naturally reluctant to part with him, but they could only suppress their sadness and send him off with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, the various storms that Jun Xiaoyao had stirred up in the dark nether realm spread out and spread to the other 9 realms. In terms of prosperity, the Azure realm was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 realms of burial earth. It was far from the remote corners of the dark nether realm. Like the fallen winged race in the dark nether realm, the Azure realm only had one ruling force, the Azure Demon Kingdom. The Azure Demon Kingdom was the ruler of the Azure realm. The Azure Burial Sovereign of the Azure Demon Kingdom was also the ruler of the Azure realm. Of course, the Azure Burial Sovereign was not the most famous and eye-catching existence in the Azure Demon Kingdom. It was the 9th princess of the Azure Demon Kingdom, Lang Huan. The 9th princess Lang Huan's strength was needless to say. She was ranked 2nd among the 10 minor kings. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Lang Huan was extremely beautiful. She was one of the most beautiful women in the eternal burial earth. Everyone knew that in the special environment of the burial earth, most of the creatures in the burial earth were ugly. It was also because of this that the 9th princess of the Azure Demon Kingdom was so popular. At this moment, in an extremely luxurious palace in the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial palace, a woman in a purple dress who looked to be in her 20s was leaning lazily on the bed. She had a head of purple hair that shone brightly. She was extremely tall and had amazing curves. Although she wore a purple dress, her waist was exposed. Her snow-white and sparkling stomach was very flat. Her appearance was also very stunning. Her facial features were extremely beautiful. Her eyes were like black gems, her eyebrows were curved, and her bright red lips were very moist. She was very charming. She was so beautiful that she could be considered one of the top beauties even in the entire Huangtian mystic realm, let alone in the eternal burial ground. Many male geniuses would fall head over heels for her. This woman was the 9th princess of the Azure Demon Kingdom, Lang Huan. In front of Lang Huan's bed, a woman in white was half kneeling. Her hair was as black as ink, and her face was very beautiful. Her appearance and temperament were not much worse than Lang Huan's. Xianxia, what news have you received? Lang Huan looked at the woman in white and asked. The woman in white was her personal servant, Xianxia. Her cultivation was almost on par with some of the 10 minor kings. However, Lang Huan was ranked 2nd among the 10 minor kings. It was not strange for her to have such a follower. Your Highness, there is news from the underworld. The fallen feather saint is dead, Xianxia said. Oh, the fallen feather saint is dead? Lang Huan's long and curly eyelashes fluttered slightly. She seemed a little surprised. Although the fallen feather saint was nothing in her eyes, he was still one of the 10 minor kings. How could he die so easily? Not only that, the fallen feather tribe did not even dare to pursue the matter. They even sent a quasi-supreme elite to apologize, Xianxia continued. There is such a thing? Lang Huan was surprised again. As the 9th princess of the Azure Demon Kingdom, although she did not need to care about the fallen feather tribe, she had to admit that the fallen feather tribe's strength was not much weaker than that of the Azure Demon Kingdom. There was a force that could make the fallen feather tribe submit. Could it be that the ancient overlord body of the Nether King Palace killed the fallen feather saint? Lang Huan could not help but think. Before Xianxia finished speaking, she continued, most importantly, the person who killed the fallen feather saint is said to be a human from the outside world, and he is alone. What? Hearing this, even Lang Huan could not help but get up from the bed. Her expression was extremely shocked. When she first heard this news, Lang Huan thought that the fallen feather holy son was blind and provoked other kings who were stronger than him. But now, Xianxia said that he was killed by a human from the outside world. Most importantly, the human from the outside world was alone. But the entire fallen feather race didn't dare to take revenge on him. They even had to compromise and apologize. Now, there was something to it. Lang Huan stood up in surprise. Her tall and slender figure was fully exposed. Because her purple dress was forked, her long and slender legs that were as fair as ivory were exposed. Xianxia looked at Lang Huan's slender legs and blushed. She lowered her head. Lang Huan didn't notice. She was thinking about this news. Because it was too unbelievable. Are there any other details? Lang Huan asked. Although she was a woman, her skills and vision weren't inferior to a man's. To a certain extent, she was similar to Princess Longji. They were both strong women. Lang Huan vaguely sensed that the human from the outside world might bring unprecedented changes to the eternal burial ground. I heard that the human from the outside world has the surname June. Also, he looks good, Xianxia said. Surname June. Could it be such a coincidence? Lang Huan's eyes flickered. She naturally knew about the incident from more than 10 years ago. If his surname was June, it was a coincidence. Why was the fallen feather race so afraid? Could it be true that someone from that race has come to the eternal burial ground again? Lang Huan muttered to herself. Combined with the fallen feather race's attitude, perhaps the human from the outside world with the surname June was the June family that had wreaked havoc in the eternal burial ground. No wonder the fallen feather race was afraid. Lang Huan sighed softly. If the Azure Demon Kingdom encountered such a situation, it would be difficult to deal with it. You said that the June family's prodigy is very handsome? Lang Huan's eyes showed a hint of interest. Xianxia nodded slightly. The men in the eternal burial ground are all dirty and ugly things made of mud. Just looking at them makes me sick. I don't have the slightest interest. I wonder how handsome the June family's prodigy is? Lang Huan murmured. As one of the most beautiful women in eternal burial earth, Lang Huan's standards were very high. However, none of the men of the same generation as her were good enough to catch her eye. Even the leader of the 10 minor kings, the ancient overlord body, who was stronger than her, belonged to the majestic and muscular type. She did not expose Lang Huan's hobby at all. Her type was a handsome little puppy. His skin was fair and he was handsome. She would *ck him until he cried. This was the only way to satisfy her desire to conquer. Sigh, what a pity. The 10 Kings banquet is about to begin, and I can't find the time. Otherwise, I would have gone to the underworld to see if that genius of the June family is to my liking, Lang Huan said regretfully. Xianxia half knelt on the ground and lowered her head, not saying a word. Only then did Lang Huan notice. Her eyes flashed with a devilish charm as her lips curled into a seductive smile. Xianxia, are you jealous? No. Xianxia lowered her head even more. Ever since her consciousness was born, she had been following Lang Huan. Countless male geniuses wanted to pursue Lang Huan, but they were all abandoned by Lang Huan. In her opinion, the male geniuses of the burial earth were all ugly things made of mud. They were stupid and ugly, disgusting to look at. 127 On the contrary, Lang Huan loved and took care of Xianxia. Xianxia even thought that Lang Huan might not like men. But now, Xianxia understood that it was not that Lang Huan did not like men. It was just that her standards were too high and she had not met anyone she liked. Don't worry, how could I abandon such a lovely person like Xianxia? Lang Huan stretched out one of her slender legs and lifted Xianxia's chin. Her eyes were seductive and ambiguous. Your Highness. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with infatuation and adoration. Xianxia, go and pick a few holy guards for me to attend the feast of the 10 kings with me, Lang Huan said. Xianxia will do as you command, Xianxia said. After Xianxia left, Lang Huan lay on the bed, her jade-like hand holding her jade-like chin as she pondered. Why did the genius of the June family come to the burial earth? Is it because the burial earth is about to open? Lang Huan pondered and could not find an answer for the time being. However, she vaguely felt that the Feast of the 10 Kings might not be so peaceful. Tianming territory was the most prosperous territory of the 10 regions of the eternal burial earth. There was also an overlord force in this territory, which was the Hall of Hades. Speaking of the Hall of Hades, in addition to the extremely powerful Tianming burial emperor whose name shook the burial earth, there was also the strongest genius of the Hall of Hades, the legendary ancient overlord body. Rumor had it that this overlord body had climbed out of the abyss by himself. When he climbed out, his aura shook the entire Tianming territory. At this moment, in the depths of the Hall of Hades, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a lonely peak. It was a well-built man with loose black hair and bronze skin. His face was rough, and the scene of the sun being destroyed and the stars sinking appeared in his eyes. His entire person carried an aura of arrogance that could not be restrained. It was as sharp as an unsheathed sword, showing off its sharpness. The well-built young man's aura was terrifyingly strong, and he had an invincible spirit that could sweep through everything. However, what was eye-catching was that his bronze-colored muscular body was full of cracks, which made him look like cracked porcelain. Even so, the fierce power contained in his physical body still made the surrounding void seem to be faintly distorted. This young man with a fierce aura was the ancient overlord body of the Hall of Hades, a young supreme being with an incomplete physical body. He was very strong. As the rare overlord body of the heavens, even if it was incomplete, he still sat firmly in the top position of the 10 minor kings. At this moment, the ancient overlord body, Chu Tianba, shot out a cold light from his eyes. I feel the aura of an old enemy. Chu Tianba's voice was deep, like a lion's. He crawled out of the abyss and forgot everything. He threw away his past and left behind only his name and a broken tyrant body. Even so, the fate that was engraved in his bones could not be shaken off. The overlord body of the heavens and the sacred body of the ancients were destined to be mortal enemies. Could it be that the genius of the Jun family has the sacred body of the ancients? Chu Tianba's eyes surged with coldness. Even if he and Jun Xiaoyao did not know each other, and there was not even a trace of resentment between them. However, it did not prevent him from being hostile to Jun Xiaoyao. The two great physiques were life and death enemies. There was no need for any fancy grudges or gratitude. If they met, they would just fight. I'll wait for you. Chu Tianba stood up, his black hair dancing wildly, and looked down at the mountains and rivers. He suddenly stomped his foot, and with a rumble, the lonely peak under his feet cracked. The rock wall peeled off, revealing 4 big words. The news of the fallen feather saint's death and the fallen feather tribe's surrender spread throughout the burial ground in a short period of time. Among the 10 minor kings, Chu Tianba and Lang Huan were not the only ones who received the news. The other minor kings also received the news. Among these prodigies, some were watching the show, some were surprised, and some were not convinced. After all, the fallen feather saint was a creature of the burial ground and one of the 10 minor kings. However, the person who killed him was a prodigy from the outside world. Did this mean that the 10 minor kings could not defeat a prodigy from the outside world? How could the 10 minor kings face this? Therefore, some of the 10 minor kings were eager to fight Jun Xiaoyao. If it were not for the 10 kings' feast, they would have left for the dark nether realm. However, all of them did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had already left the dark nether realm. In the sky above a scarlet plain at the border of the Azura realm, a flying boat was crossing the void. A group of creatures stood on the flying boat. They were surrounding a handsome young man in snow-white clothes. It was Jun Xiaoyao. You're so powerful, young master. You defeated the demonic wolf bandits with one palm strike. This group of creatures was very young. They were traveling together to the Azura realm. Unexpectedly, along the way, they met the infamous demon wolf bandits on this blood plains. Just as they were surrounded, a young man in white descended from the sky and defeated the demonic wolf bandits with one palm strike. This made this group of young creatures extremely impressed. Don't mention it. It's nothing. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand slightly. He was not doing this out of boredom. He wanted this group of people to lead the way for him. After all, he was not familiar with the burial ground. Young master, you said you came from the dark nether realm. Have you heard that the fallen feather saint of the dark nether realm was killed by a prodigy from the outside world? A young man with horns on his head asked. I killed him, Jun Xiaoyao said. The entire flying boat fell silent as everyone looked at each other. Then, they all burst into laughter. Sir, you really know how to joke. That person is a genius from the outside world, while you are a creature from the burial earth. The horned man laughed. At this moment, there was indeed a thick aura of death rolling around Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually, not caring at all. After refining the yin-yang divine fruit, he naturally gained the ability to convert his vitality into death qi. If he didn't do so, he would be surrounded by people wherever he went, which would be detrimental to his movements. Young master, with your strength, could it be that you came to the Azure region for the ninth princess's holy guard selection? The other woman hesitated for a long time before asking. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a shy expression, but she still mustered the courage to talk to him. Selection of holy guards? Jun Xiaoyao was slightly confused. Young master, don't tell me you don't know about this? Everyone was surprised. Weren't those who came to the Azure region during this period of time all for the selection of holy guards? Jun Xiaoyao then learned about it. The so-called selection of holy guards was a message sent by the ninth princess of the Azure Demon Kingdom. Every time the 10 Kings feast began, the 10 minor kings would select a group of holy guards and let them fight for their respective kings. There seemed to be a deeper reason for the 10 Kings feast this time. In the eyes of these creatures, Jun Xiaoyao was so strong that he should be running for the ninth princess's holy guard selection. But they didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao had never even heard of it. Selection of holy guards for the 10 Kings feast? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He seemed to have found a breakthrough. As for the ninth princess Lang Huan, Jun Xiaoyao also knew about her. She ranked second among the 10 minor kings and was quite strong. In the outside world, she was probably one of the top geniuses. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Lang Huan. But he could learn about the 10 Kings feast and the burial realm from Lang Huan. After all, Lang Huan's status was much higher than that of the Song sisters, so she naturally knew more. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao thinking, the horned creature said, "Young master, do you want to participate in the selection with us? Maybe you'll be lucky enough to see that legendary beauty." At this point, all of the male living beings present revealed lecherous expressions. After all, the burial realm was a special environment and there were few beauties, so it was understandable for them to show such expressions. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, didn't care. He had seen many beauties and was completely indifferent. You want me to be someone else's holy guard? Heh. I'd rather have Lang Huan be my maid. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. However, this sentence caused all the living beings present to shudder. The horned man was even more surprised. Young master, in the Azure domain, you must not say that. You'll be beaten. The ninth princess Lang Huan was very popular in the Azure domain. If Jun Xiaoyao's words were heard by others, he would definitely be beaten. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, not knowing what to say. To Jun Xiaoyao, taking a princess as a maid wasn't a strange thing. Wasn't Wu Mingyue, the eldest princess of the Panwu Jin dynasty, trained by him to be obedient? Training the Devil Kingdom's ninth princess Lang Huan shouldn't take much effort from Jun Xiaoyao. Do you think young master is as greedy for beauty as you? Several female creatures asked, their eyes full of splendor. A handsome man like Jun Xiaoyao who wasn't greedy for beauty was too rare in the burial realm. Since we have nothing to do, let's go take a look, Jun Xiaoyao said. After that, the group went deep into the Azure domain. The Azure Demon Kingdom was located in the center of the Azure domain. It was an extremely prosperous kingdom. The selection of holy guards was held in the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial palace. In just a few days, thousands of burial realm geniuses rushed to the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial capital. It couldn't be helped. The Devil Kingdom's ninth princess Lang Huan was too famous in the Azure domain. For many geniuses, even if they couldn't be selected as holy guards in the end, being able to see Lang Huan was already a gain. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyao finally saw the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial capital. Looking around, the entire imperial capital's walls were dark red, which matched the Azure Demon Kingdom's iron-blooded temperament. The towering walls stretched to the left and right, stretching to the end. We're finally here. With young master's strength, you might be able to be selected as a holy guard, the horned youth said with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao smiled but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to be someone's guard. It was impossible in this lifetime. After all, taking in slaves was Jun Xiaoyao's hobby. After Jun Xiaoyao and the others entered the city, they went directly to the imperial palace. At this moment, the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial palace was already filled with a sea of people. Among them, there were quite a few who were extremely powerful. What's more, their auras were not much weaker than the fallen feather saint. But now, they were willing to be selected as Lang Huan's holy guards. It could be seen that no matter when and where, there was no shortage of licking dogs. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but shake his head. She was just a woman. What was there to lick? At this moment, a beautiful woman in white flew over from the sky. It's the 9th princess's personal maid, Xianxia. Cheers sounded from all directions. Jun Xiaoyao also looked over. The woman named Xianxia was dressed in white and had a delicate and beautiful appearance. The rarest thing was that her cultivation aura had reached the divine fire realm's perfection, which was similar to the fallen feather saint. A maid of Lang Huan's cultivation is comparable to the 10 minor kings? Jun Xiaoyao was a little puzzled. Why would she be someone else's maid with such strength? The horned youth explained. Xianxia has always been with Princess Lang Huan and has a deep relationship. Although her cultivation is not bad, she is also willing to be a maid. Jun Xiaoyao nodded after hearing that. Cough, cough. Maybe the 9th princess's standards are too high and she doesn't like ordinary men. But with young master's appearance and strength, there might be a chance, the horned youth said. Even a man like him was shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's appearance when he first saw him. He couldn't help but exclaim. Maybe Lang Huan would really like him. At this moment, Xianxia said, "Everyone, Her Highness needs to select 5 holy guards to attend the 10 Kings banquet with her. The selection will begin now. Cultivation must be at least at the Ascension Realm's perfection. Those who don't meet the requirements don't waste time. Those who meet the requirements will compete in pairs and choose the top 5. Xianxia's words immediately eliminated a large number of burial earth creatures. Although the burial earth creatures' cultivation realm was generally 1 or 2 levels higher than the outside world. But among the younger generation, there were still a few geniuses who had reached the Ascension realm's perfection. As for those above the divine fire realm, there were even fewer. Thousands of creatures had come to the palace, and there were only 100 or so who met the requirements. Jun Xiaoyao stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens among the 100 or so people. Because his temperament couldn't be concealed at all. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had transformed his vitality into death qi, he had lost some of his immortal aura. However, his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament were still very eye-catching. Who is that young man? His temperament is so extraordinary. Damn, he's so handsome. Is he here to be a holy guard or a beauty pageant? This kid can't be thinking of using his looks to climb up the social ladder of Princess Lang Huan, right? There was an uproar. Those who came to participate in the holy guard selection were almost all males. At this moment, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, they were naturally envious and jealous. Their eyes were filled with hostility. Jun Xiaoyao had become the public enemy of all men. On the contrary, the eyes of some female creatures who came to watch the show lit up, and they instantly turned into she-wolves. Even Xianxia was slightly stunned when she saw Jun Xiaoyao. This person was quite good-looking. Then, after probing Jun Xiaoyao's aura, Xianxia revealed a shocked expression. Jun Xiaoyao's aura actually made her feel an extreme sense of danger. This also proved that this ridiculously handsome youth before him had actually reached the great circle of the divine fire realm. Even the 10 young kings were nothing more than this. Xianxia was truly shocked. Would the geniuses at the level of the 10 minor kings come to select holy guards? Are you also here to participate in the holy guard selection? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. No. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. This caused the surrounding geniuses of the burial ground to be somewhat stunned. If you're not here to select holy guards, why are you here? Then what are you doing here? Xianxia frowned slightly. Although she couldn't see through this youth's background, if he was here to cause trouble, Xianxia wasn't afraid. This was the Azura demon. Kingdom's imperial palace. Who would dare to cause trouble here? To recruit a maid, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Who? Xianxia was puzzled. Why would a maid come to the imperial palace? Besides, there was no maid here for him to recruit. Lang Huan, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly with his hands behind his back. With that one sentence, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone present was petrified, thinking that they had heard wrongly. I didn't hear wrong, right? This youth said Lang Huan, right? Yes, it's the 9th Princess Lang Huan. Is he crazy? Everyone present looked at Jun Xiaoyao in shock as if they were looking at a lunatic. In the Azura Demon Kingdom's imperial palace, in front of Lang Huan's personal maid, Xianxia, he said he wanted to recruit Lang Huan as a maid. This was a heavenly show. He actually dares to say. The group of people who came with Jun Xiaoyao were all tongue-tied, unable to say a word. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao was just joking with them. They didn't expect him to really have such thoughts and even say it out loud. You. Xianxia was also stunned. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to boast so shamelessly. However, before she could speak, the other geniuses of the burial ground who were participating in the Holy Guard selection shouted loudly. How dare you? The 9th princess is not someone you can slander so easily. That's right. The 9th princess is not only of noble status, but she is also the top genius ranked second among the 10 minor kings. Are you worthy of saying such words? Many geniuses present scolded him. Lang Huan was a goddess in their hearts. Being recruited as a maid by another man was simply an insult to them. Noble status? Powerful strength? Am I not worthy? Jun Xiaoyao laughed. In front of him, who dared to say that they were of noble status? In front of him, who dared to say that they were powerful? Get lost. Jun Xiaoyao stomped his foot, and a terrifying shock wave spread out. The surrounding creatures of the burial ground who were slightly weaker screamed and were sent flying. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their bodies explode, killed by the shockwave. With this stomp, the surroundings immediately quieted down. Those geniuses of the burial ground who were scolding Jun Xiaoyao just now looked as if their necks were stuck. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't utter a word. Jun Xiaoyao's words were a little arrogant. But his strength was there for all to see. Oh, you're not bad. No wonder you have the confidence to say such words and insult Princess Lang Huan. A young man with pale dragon horns on his head and bone wings on his back walked out calmly. Insult? It should be an honor to be my maid, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly as he looked at the man. The cultivation of the perfection divine fire realm was comparable to that of the 10 minor kings. It's Long Kuan of the Corpse Dragon clan. He actually came to participate in the Holy Guard selection. Seeing the man with dragon horns on his head and bone wings on his back, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. The Corpse Dragon clan was an extremely powerful clan in the burial ground. They controlled the dragon skeleton region of the 10 regions. Most of the creatures in the clan were dragons buried underground, such as the Azure Dragon, Nether Dragon, and other dragons. In terms of strength and foundation, the Corpse Dragon clan, Nether King Palace, Azura Demon Kingdom, and others were the top forces in the burial ground 10 regions. Even the Fallen Winged clan was slightly inferior. And among the 10 minor kings, there was also a genius of the Corpse Dragon clan. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. Although Long Kuan was not as strong as the 10 little kings of the Corpse Dragon tribe, he was not much weaker. As a prodigy of the Corpse Dragon tribe, he was willing to become Lang Huan's holy guard. It was obvious how much Long Kuan admired Lang Huan. The dragon tribe again. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes. He wondered if he was born to be at odds with the dragon tribe. In the celestial realm, Zulong was against him. Now, he met the Corpse Dragon tribe in the burial ground. Kid, I'm warning you. Don't be arrogant just because you have some strength. The 9th princess is not someone you can profane. Long Kuan's eyes were cold. At the same time, there was a hint of jealousy. If he had Jun Xiaoyao's looks, he might be able to move Lang Huan's heart. In the end, only ugly people would be a bootlicker. Those who were handsome and beautiful only needed to wait for others to lick them. Therefore, Long Kuan was jealous. He definitely did not want Lang Huan to see this pretty boy. I hate loaches the most. I didn't expect you to send yourself to me. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold. In the next moment, he directly punched Long Kuan. How dare you? Long Kuan shouted angrily. As a prodigy of the Corpse Dragon tribe, someone actually dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. This kid probably doesn't know how powerful the Corpse Dragon tribe is. He actually dares to take the initiative to fight. Everyone around gasped in surprise as they watched Jun Xiaoyao throw a punch at his opponent. Long Kuan also raised his fist and collided with Jun Xiaoyao's. But the result was, crack crack crack, a series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. Jun Xiaoyao's punch shattered half of Long Kuan's body without any resistance. Broken bones splattered all over the sky, the eyes of the people present almost popped out. The corpse dragon tribe's strong physical body was famous in the eternal burial ground. Other than the ancient overlord of the Nether King Palace, who dared to fight the corpse dragon tribe with their physical body, most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao defeated Long Kuan with a crushing force. This was unbelievable. How is this possible? Xianxia's small mouth couldn't help but open slightly, and she was somewhat absent-minded. Even if it was her, she would not be able to gain the slightest advantage against Long Kuan, let alone fight him with her physical body. Just how strong was this young man's physical body? You. Who exactly are you? Long Kuan's expression was horrified, and half of his body cracked and shattered while his eyes were suffused with terror. He never thought that there would be a day when he would run into an iron plate. Jun Xiaoyao ignored him and pressed down with his palm again. Long Kuan felt goosebumps all over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He could feel the aura of death. He hurriedly retreated and shouted, "I'm a member of the Corpse Dragon clan. Do you really have the guts to kill me?" Jun Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to it and slammed his palm down. Xianxia opened her mouth and was about to stop him when she heard a bang. Long Kuan had been smashed into a meat patty by Jun Xiaoyao. All the living beings present were dumbfounded. The prodigy of the Corpse Dragon clan was killed without hesitation. This handsome young master was too ferocious. Those living beings who came with Jun Xiaoyao at the beginning trembled and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They probably never thought that this young master who came with them would be so ferocious. Who else wants to go? Jun Xiaoyao looked around. The prodigies of the burial ground next to him had uncertain expressions. They could not see through Jun Xiaoyao at all. However, when they thought of Jun Xiaoyao wanting to take Lang Huan as a maid, they felt anger in their hearts. How could their goddess be slandered like this? Everyone, let's go together. I don't believe that he can deal with all of us alone. That's right. The 9th princess can't be slandered. We can't let the 9th princess see this brat. The surrounding prodigies of the burial ground were filled with righteous indignation. To put it bluntly, they did not want Lang Huan to see Jun Xiaoyao. If she saw him, he might really be able to gain Lang Huan's favor. This was something that these bootlickers definitely did not want to see. Bootlickers really have to die. Jun Xiaoyao looked at this group of burial ground prodigies who were reckless for Lang Huan and shook his head slightly. The evils they brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. Don't be a dog in your next life. Be a human. Jun Xiaoyao directly pushed out his palm and crushed a group of prodigies into meat patties. Broken limbs splattered all over the sky. Many prodigies of the burial ground screamed and died. Even Xianxia was dumbfounded and speechless. It was supposed to be the Holy Guard selection, but now it was Jun Xiaoyao who was slaughtering them alone. Was there even a need for selection? There was no need to compete at all. Jun Xiaoyao alone was enough to fight against 1,000 prodigies. This person, could he be? Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed. She was not stupid and immediately thought of the Jun family's prodigy who had been in the limelight recently. However, what puzzled Xianxia was that that person was a prodigy from the outside world. But this handsome young man in front of her was surrounded by the aura of death. He was a standard creature of the burial ground. However, according to the standards of the Holy Guard selection, Jun Xiaoyao did indeed pass. Not only did he pass, but he also far exceeded the standards. Xianxia even thought that if Jun Xiaoyao participated in the 10 Kings banquet, he would be able to compete with the other kings. You pass. You can become the princess's holy guard, Xianxia said. Although Xianxia did not want such a handsome young man to get close to Lang Huan, Xianxia had to obey Lang Huan's order. However, since this was Lang Huan's order, Xianxia would strictly abide by it. She would absolutely not delay Lang Huan's matters because of her own selfish motives. Don't you understand what I just said? Hearing Xianxia's words, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression. He was here to take in a maid, not to be someone's guard. Young master, it's time to quit. Otherwise, offending the 9th princess will not end well. The young man with horns on his head advised. All of them thought that Jun Xiaoyao was a prideful man, and that he was probably saying something like that just to show off. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything. Xianxia could not help but feel anger rising in her heart. You are very handsome and very strong. But so what? In her heart, Lang Huan was an existence that could not be blasphemed. Just as Xianxia was about to personally make a move, a pleasant and charming voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the palace in the distance. Hee, I didn't expect that such a handsome puppy like you would appear to participate in the Holy Guard selection. Puppy. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Was she cursing him? As the voice sounded, a beautiful figure in a purple dress suddenly appeared in the void. Her purple hair was like a waterfall, falling straight to her hips. As her dress fluttered, it revealed a pair of beautiful legs that were as slender as ivory, comparable to Princess Longji's legs. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were like gems, and her lips were red. Her slender waist was exposed, adding a bit of seduction to the woman's charm. The woman who appeared was Lang Huan. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, and her beautiful eyes shone with a seductive light. This handsome and dashing little puppy was just too much to her liking. She wanted to ride him under her body and spoil him. As one of the most beautiful women in the eternal burial ground, Lang Huan had high standards. Therefore, she looked down on any male creature in the burial ground. But the white-robed young man in front of her, even with Lang Huan's picky and harsh eyes, she couldn't find a single flaw. Not only that, but he also made Lang Huan feel ashamed of her inferiority. It was as if she didn't deserve him. This was the first time Lang Huan felt this way. Lang Huan's gaze was very aggressive, as if she wanted to eat Jun Xiaoyao. Little puppy, do you want to be my holy guard? Lang Huan's tone was seductive as her pink tongue gently licked her red lips. You're scolding me again? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Haha, this is not scolding, it's a compliment. Lang Huan's beautiful eyes were full of smiles, but there was a trace of deep thought in her eyes. I said, I'm not here to be a holy guard. I'm here to take in a maid, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. You want me to be your maid? That's fine, as long as you can beat me, in bed. Such straightforward words made the surrounding creatures of the burial ground dumbfounded. Many of Lang Huan's admirers were among them, and they all looked very unhappy, as if they had eaten feces. Although they had nothing to do with Lang Huan, when they heard their goddess say such words, they felt like they had been cuckolded. Huh. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and didn't say anything. Lang Huan was very beautiful. But Jun Xiaoyao had seen too many beauties. With his status in the Huangtian mystic realm, as long as he hooked his finger, thousands of peerless prides and princesses of large countries would recommend themselves to him. He really didn't take Lang Huan seriously. However, the aura that Lang Huan vaguely revealed caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention. Her aura was also at the great completion of the divine fire realm, not far from the void god realm. The selection of the holy guard is over. You alone are enough. Follow me. Lang Huan's tone was charming and seductive. She turned around and went deep into the palace. Jun Xiaoyao smiled calmly and followed him without any hesitation. Originally, they were going to select 5 holy guards. But now, Lang Huan only wanted Jun Xiaoyao. The rest were all filtered out. No, tell me this isn't true. How could Princess Lang Huan take a fancy to another man? Many male sky prides let out heartbroken wails. Wasn't this development a little too fast? He actually brought her back to the bedroom directly. Impressive. The horned young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly, a creature beside him shuddered as if he had just recalled something. That's impossible. Is he really? What do you mean? The horned youth asked. Have you forgotten? At that time, we were talking about the death of the fallen feather holy son from the realm of dark nether, and he said he killed him. We thought it was a joke, but now it seems. As soon as these words were spoken, the living beings who had come with Jun Xiaoyao trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. Do you mean that the young master is the sky pride of the Jun family? The horned youth felt his scalp go numb. They thought it was a joke, but now, combined with Jun Xiaoyao's performance, there was no doubt that he was the ruthless person who had killed the fallen feather holy son and made the entire fallen feather tribe silent. Beanbox. After realizing this, these living beings were all petrified. They couldn't calm down for a long time. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao followed Lang Huan to a deep palace. There were many arrays and restrictions around it, so outsiders couldn't enter. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the palace. It was obviously Long Huan's private bedroom. Long Huan walked straight in, and Jun Xiaoyao entered without any hesitation. However, as soon as he stepped into the palace, Long Huan attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Her cultivation at the consummate level of the divine fire stage burst out. She waved her hand, and blood-red azure chi burst out. As the ninth princess of the Azure demonic kingdom, Long Huan cultivated a supreme technique, the Azure demonic mantra. The moment she made a move, it revealed Long Huan's extraordinary cultivation. Compared to the sky prides of the Huangtian mystic realm, she stood in the top echelon. However, facing Long Huan's attack, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even move a finger. The Azure Chi, which was enough to tear an ordinary sky pride of the divine fire stage to shreds, disappeared as it approached Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if it had never appeared. A look of surprise flashed in Long Huan's eyes, but she wasn't too surprised. It really is you, young Master Jun. Long Huan's face revealed a charming smile. She had more or less guessed it before. It was just that the death aura on Jun Xiaoyao's body made her a little puzzled, so she tested him now. After this test, it was just as the rumors said. Jun Xiaoyao had a special magical immunity ability. Although it wasn't absolute immunity, it was enough to surprise people. No need to test me. I am Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother to hide anything and said directly. TSK, I thought the rumors were false. Now it seems that young Master Jun is more powerful than I imagined, and also more handsome. Long Huan's beautiful eyes bloomed. In terms of strength, Jun Xiaoyao had never tasted defeat in the burial ground. In terms of appearance, he could be called peerless in the mystic realm, let alone in the burial ground. In terms of background, forces like the fallen winged race, which was not much weaker than the Azure demonic kingdom, could only admit defeat in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It was impossible for Long Huan not to be tempted. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was just right for her. His body was slender and well-proportioned. He didn't have explosive muscles, but he gave off an incomparably perfect and harmonious feeling. His skin was like immortal jade, flowing with light. It simply made Long Huan, a woman, jealous. Young Master Jun, this princess has taken a fancy to you. You don't need to be my holy guard. How about being my man? Long Huan's tone was very straightforward. Long Huan didn't know how long she had waited to meet such a handsome little puppy. She naturally didn't want to miss out. Moreover, in terms of status, the Azure demonic kingdom's foundation was comparable to an immortal force. She was also considered the princess of an immortal force. In the eternal burial ground, she could control the sky with one hand. Her status was definitely not low. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, his expression didn't change. Long Huan, I think you seem to have misunderstood something, Jun Xiaoyao said. Oh, young Master Jun, are you unwilling? This princess doesn't think I'm that bad, right? Long Huan was a little surprised. Those stinky men who usually chased after her couldn't even make her look at them. She took the initiative to ask this time, but Jun Xiaoyao was unwilling. She had fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. Not only was she a stunner, but she also lived well. Which part of her wasn't attractive? Jun Xiaoyao came here to get Lang Huan to bring him to the Ten Kings banquet and learn more about the burial realm. He had never thought that anything inappropriate would happen between him and Lang Huan. Lang Huan was beautiful, but unfortunately, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, she was just so and not bad. Jun Xiaoyao's taste was even more picky than Lang Huan's. It was not something that these bootlickers of the burial realm could compare to. Hearing this, no matter how much Lang Huan liked Jun Xiaoyao, her face could not help but reveal a trace of coldness. She was the high and mighty ninth princess of the Devil Kingdom. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was the son of God of the Jun family of the ancients, he could not just open his mouth and say that he wanted to take her in as a maidservant, right? Young Master Jun, aren't you going a little overboard? I've already offered myself, but you're still so unromantic, Lang Huan said. So what if I'm unromantic? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Then I can only force myself on you. Lang Huan said and attacked again. If the soft approach did not work, she could only use the hard approach. She directly pushed Jun Xiaoyao down by force. You want to force yourself on me? Even Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. Was it so dangerous for boys to be outside? Lang Huan activated the Azure demonic art. Azure murderous aura surged out, transforming into a demonic shadow that suppressed Jun Xiaoyao. Although Jun Xiaoyao's strength was rumored to be godly and he had never tasted defeat in the burial realm, Lang Huan was not someone to be trifled with. At least, if the Fallen Feather Holy Sun were to fight with her, the Fallen Feather Holy Sun would also be easily defeated by Lang Huan. After all, Lang Huan was ranked second among the 10 little kings, second only to the ancient overlord body of the Nether King Palace, Chu Tianba. Jun Xiaoyao made his move as well after seeing Lang Huan making her move. The only thing to do to such a self-centered woman was to wake her up. Jun Xiaoyao did not use any fancy moves, directly suppressing with one hand. Divine power surged, and his blood chi shocked the world. Lang Huan's move was once again neutralized by dermic power immunity. And Jun Xiaoyao's hand was already suppressing Lang Huan. Lang Xian's delicate figure twisted as she pushed her strength at the consummate level of the divine fire realm to the limit. Azure demonic art, 10,000 ghosts cry. As the Azure demon kingdom's supreme art, there was no need to doubt the might of the Azure demon art. Once it was displayed, it was like the gates of hell had opened and countless resentful spirits rushed out. If it weren't for the fact that there was a formation and restriction underneath the palace, this move alone would have been enough to flatten everything within a radius of 100 miles. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, Lang Huan's attacks were as weak as paper, easily torn apart. Lang Huan's move was broken by Jun Xiaoyao with one hand. Then, Jun Xiaoyao's other hand gripped Lang Huan's slender neck. You. Lang Xian's face was filled with shock. His brain was unable to react. With just one move, Jun Xiaoyao had suppressed her. Although Lang Huan did not display her true trump card, this move was enough to deal with the other monarchs. However, now that he was facing Jun Xiaoyao, he couldn't pose any threat to him at all. At this moment, a shout came from outside the hall. Let go of the princess. It was Xianxia. When she saw her princess being choked by Jun Xiaoyao, her head buzzed. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia rushed over. Jun Xiaoyao stomped his foot and a wave of magic power spread out. With a puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Xian'er, don't attack. Lang Huan said. Even she wasn't a match for Jun Xiaoyao. How could Xian'er defeat him, although this was the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial capital? But in this palace, other than her, only Xian'er could enter. The others would never come close to Lang Huan's palace. Therefore, the palace guards outside naturally didn't know what was going on inside. Room 168. However, Lang Huan didn't send a message to the Azure Demon Kingdom's experts to save her. Because she knew that she was still useful to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't kill her. Young Master Jun, you're so powerful. You hurt me, Lang Huan said coquettishly. Do you think that I won't dare to attack you in the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial palace? As if seeing through Lang Huan's thoughts, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. It was a very handsome smile, but in Lang Huan's eyes, it was like a devil's smile. She had always been good at strategizing and reading people's minds, but when facing Jun Xiaoyao, she couldn't tell if he was joking or telling the truth. Young Master Jun, can you let go first? Lang Huan won't dare to act recklessly. Lang Huan finally took a step back. She was really afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would really attack her. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was someone who didn't have any scruples. He killed the fallen feather saint without hesitation. And Jun Xiaoyao also killed Long Kuan of the Corpse Dragon clan. If it were Lang Huan, she would have to think twice before killing Long Kuan. After all, the Corpse Dragon clan's foundation wasn't any weaker than the Azure Demon Kingdom's. Jun Xiaoyao let go and said, Do you know about the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Lang Huan raised her eyebrows and said, Did young Master Jun enter the burial ground to find this kind of top-grade immortal grass? Don't ask about anything else. I just want to know if you know where to find it. Jun Xiaoyao said. Lang Huan thought for a moment and said, The 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass is rarely found in the burial ground 10 regions. Even if one appears occasionally, it will be immediately found by great figures. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly when he heard that, but he still said, Are you forgetting something? Where? Lang Huan said. The burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. A light flashed in the depths of Lang Huan's beautiful eyes. As expected, Jun Xiaoyao came for the burial ground. Young Master Jun, the burial ground is an opportunity for us burial ground beings. If you enter, it will inevitably attract the displeasure of the other kings. Jun Xiaoyao was so powerful. If he entered the burial ground, then how could the others obtain the opportunity? Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh at Lang Huan's words. What does the displeasure of others have to do with me? I'll just suppress them all when the time comes, Jun Xiaoyao said. Although he entered the eternal burial ground alone, he had two great clan of the ancients standing behind him. Moreover, it seemed that the Jun family had caused a huge commotion in the burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao believed that the experts of the burial ground wouldn't dare to bully the weak and provoke him. Of course, if they really wanted to provoke him, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid. Not only did he have the life-saving item given to him by the 18th ancestor, but Jiang Daoshu also gave him many protective items. Jun Xiaoyao indeed had the confidence. Lang Huan also didn't know what to say. It seemed that she had no other choice but to agree. What she was afraid of was not only Jun Xiaoyao himself, but also the power behind him. Moreover, Lang Huan seemed to have heard that there was a commotion from the Jun family in the burial ground. With such a background and power, Lang Huan didn't want to be enemies with Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao was so much to her liking. Alright then, Lang Huan is willing to go to the 10 Kings banquet with young Master Jun. However, how will young Master Jun repay this princess? Lang Huan stared at Jun Xiaoyao with fiery eyes. That gaze was as if she wanted to swallow Jun Xiaoyao into her stomach. However, to a certain extent, Lang Huan did indeed want to swallow some parts of Jun Xiaoyao into her stomach. Seeing that Lang Huan agreed, Jun Xiaoyao temporarily withdrew his hostility. As for whether he took Lang Huan as a maid, it wasn't that important to Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Is there a sign in mission? Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. He didn't find it surprising. On the contrary, it was within his expectations. Young Master Jun, if you don't mind, you can stay in my palace for the time being. When the Feast of the 10 Kings begins, we can go together, Lang Huan said. Her address had changed from this princess to this slave. From this, it could be seen that Jun Xiaoyao's strength had indeed conquered Lang Huan. If Jun Xiaoyao only had looks, then Lang Huan might only see him as a pet, a gigolo, or something like that. But Jun Xiaoyao's looks were on par with his strength. Lang Huan was finally convinced. Sure. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao agree so readily, Lang Huan's beautiful eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. Little puppy, living in this princess's palace, how can you escape from this princess's palm? Lang Huan said proudly in her heart. In terms of strength, she was indeed no match for Jun Xiaoyao. But she was a woman. To men, women were the most lethal weapons. She didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao could withstand her charm. Now, the reason why Jun Xiaoyao refused, in Lang Huan's opinion, might be because of face. He didn't want to fall into her hands. Men are all old perverts. This princess doesn't believe that you are a gentleman. Lang Huan thought. As long as they lived together, would there be no chance? Lang Huan had already begun to fantasize about galloping on Jun Xiaoyao's body. On the side, Xianxia saw this scene and her pretty face dimmed slightly. But at the same time, Xianxia was happy that Lang Huan was able to find the man she liked. As for the group of bootlickers outside the palace, they were all heartbroken and had lost the meaning of life. Their bodies were like dead wood and their hearts were like dead ashes. This was the most appropriate description. So men must never be bootlickers. Maybe when you are licking the goddess is thinking of ways to lick other men. No, I can't accept this reality. How could Princess Lang Huan like that gigolo? But who is that gigolo? How could he be so strong? Outside the palace, many voices of discussion were heard. In the end, the group of living beings that had come with Jun Xiaoyao let slip and revealed Jun Xiaoyao's identity. This time, it was as if a pot had exploded, setting off a monstrous uproar. What? That pretty boy is the genius of the Jun family who killed the fallen feather saint in the dark nether realm? No wonder. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Other than him, who else would dare to casually kill Long Kuan of the Corpse Dragon clan? But isn't his aura the death aura of us burial earth creatures? It's not like this kind of aura can't be imitated. With the capabilities of the Jun family's genius, they might have a way. As the truth was revealed, the entire Azura demon kingdom went into an uproar. The geniuses of the burial ground did not expect that the gigolo was the legendary genius of the Jun family. When they thought about how they had once provoked the Jun family's genius, many of the creatures in the burial ground felt a lingering fear. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to survive. However, they soon discovered that Jun Xiaoyao did not return. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao did not come out after being brought into the private palace by Lang Huan. Everyone knew what this meant. How could things develop so quickly? No, I don't believe it. How could my goddess be taken by a foreign genius? Shame, this is the shame of us burial ground men. Many of the bootlickers were shouting, unwilling to accept this bloody reality. They, the geniuses of the burial ground, had pursued Lang Huan for so long, but in the end, Lang Huan was disdainful of them. Now, she favored a foreign genius and was even willing to take the initiative to lick his boots. The gap was so huge that they were unwilling to believe it. One of the most beautiful women in the burial ground had been taken by a foreign genius. For the geniuses of the burial ground, this was like a bolt from the blue. This news also began to spread from the Azure Demon Kingdom's imperial capital. As Lang Huan was very famous in the eternal burial ground, the news spread very quickly. Soon, almost everyone in the 10 regions of the burial ground knew about it. On a white bone mountain. In the dragon skeleton region. A man with dragon horns on his head and white bone wings on his back had an extremely cold and murderous look on his face. That Jun family genius is simply courting death. How dare he kill a member of the Corpse Dragon tribe? This man's name was Long Xiang. He was the strongest genius of the Corpse Dragon tribe and one of the 10 minor kings. Moreover, his strength was ranked in the top 5 among the 10 minor kings. He was far from what the fallen feather saint could compare to. Jun Xiaoyao had no qualms about killing Long Kuan right in front of everyone. This was tantamount to provocation and contempt for the Corpse Dragon tribe. Long Xiang's eyes were cold, and his murderous look changed the color of heaven and earth. I hope you can come to the 10 Kings banquet. I will personally take back Long Kuan's debt. Long Xiang's aura erupted, and the aura of death surged. The shadow of a white bone dragon vaguely formed behind him. Long Xiang was not the only one who received the news. The other kings who were preparing to attend the banquet also received the news. In a swamp filled with a rotten aura of death, there was a man with a human body and a snake tail. After hearing the news, he hissed angrily to the sky. How could this be? How could Lang Huan be taken by another man? No, Lang Huan is mine. The man with a human body and a snake tail covered his head with both hands and hissed unwillingly. He was the genius of the sky-devouring demonic python tribe. His name was Mo Ling, and he was one of the 10 minor kings. He was also a loyal admirer of Lang Huan. Snakes were lustful by nature. Mo Ling naturally had crazy feelings for Lang Huan, but Lang Huan had always kept a respectful distance from him. Mo Ling wanted to use this 10 Kings banquet to completely conquer Lang Huan and make her his woman. He did not expect that she would be taken by someone else first. What Mo Ling could not accept the most was that Lang Huan was the one who took the initiative to be taken by someone else. This drove Mo Ling crazy. He was about to go crazy. Jun family genius, I want you dead. Mo Ling's eyes were filled with unprecedented ferocity. On top of a purple mountain, there was a creature, and its whole body was filled with a murderous aura. The creature's head was shaped like a wolf's head, and there was a pair of huge gray bull horns on its head. Its body was covered with pitch-black scales, and there was blood-red hair growing between the scales. Behind the creature, there were 9 tails, and behind each tail was the head of a ferocious beast. It looked extremely ferocious. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely be surprised. This creature was very similar to the legendary primordial ferocious beast, the 9 nether python. This creature that looked like the 9 nether python was also one of the 10 minor kings, and its combat power was quite strong. The flesh and blood of the Jun family genius should be delicious, the creature murmured, and its eyes were filled with ferocity. What happened in the Shura Demon Kingdom's imperial capital spread like wildfire in the eternal graveyard. Jun Xiaoyao not only made some of the 10 minor kings dissatisfied, but he also aroused the disgust of many creatures in the graveyard. There weren't many beauties in the eternal graveyard, and there were only a few of them. And Jun Xiaoyao even took one of them. This made the creatures in the graveyard indignant. The Jun family's genius will definitely attend the 10 Kings feast. Let's see how he embarrasses himself then. That's right. We may not be able to deal with him, but someone among the 10 minor kings will be able to. That's right. Long Xiang of the Corpse Dragon clan, Mo Ling of the Sky-Devouring Demonic Python clan, and the 9 Nether AO are all much stronger than the fallen Feather Saint, not to mention the ancient tyrant body of the Nether King Palace. No matter how strong the Jun family's genius is, can he defeat all the geniuses in the 10 regions of the graveyard? They knew that Jun Xiaoyao was indeed very strong. He might even be able to defeat a few of the 10 minor kings. But if he said that he could defeat all the geniuses, it was a bit of a fantasy. No one would believe it. The creatures in the graveyard began to look forward to the day of the 10 Kings feast. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the eye of the storm, was isolated from the noise of the outside world. He stayed in Lang Huan's private palace and was incomparably comfortable. And Lang Huan didn't give up. She would often flirt in front of Jun Xiaoyao to show off her charm. Sometimes, she would even go overboard. She would only wear underwear and walk around in front of Jun Xiaoyao as if nothing had happened. Her snow-white shoulders and long legs swayed in front of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He had to admit that Lang Huan was very charming. If it were other men, they would definitely find it difficult to resist. Who could resist this? However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to withstand it. It wasn't because he was cold, but because he had seen too many beauties and had enough immunity. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao sitting there like an old monk, even Lang Huan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She then asked, "Young Master Jun, are you still a man? You're not having problems with that, are you?" Jun Xiaoyao's expression froze. Was this some sort of provocation? "My strengths and weaknesses are beyond your imagination," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. "Come on then. Let me experience it." Lang Huan's eyes flickered with a flirtatious light. She could sense that Jun Xiaoyao's body contained an exuberant qi and blood. Persisting for 3 days and 3 nights. This should be an underestimation. It could even take 3 months. Wouldn't I be cheap if I were to let any woman get it? Jun Xiaoyao ignored her. He was not a stud horse. A stud horse was too cheap. This was also the reason why Jun Xiaoyao had remained a virgin until now. He was not an existence that any woman could easily obtain. Lang Huan ground her teeth in shame and helplessness. She had already recommended herself to be his pillow, but Jun Xiaoyao still didn't know what was good for him. After being snubbed, Lang Huan was finally tactful and didn't continue to do those futile things. As time went by, the date of the 10 Kings banquet was approaching. In Lang Huan's private bedroom, there was a steaming bath. Jun Xiaoyao was half naked in the bath with a relaxed expression on his face. Behind him, Xianxia, dressed in white, was scrubbing his back. That was naturally Lang Huan's order, telling her to serve Jun Xiaoyao well. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's relaxed expression, Xianxia shook her head slightly. He probably didn't know that a great storm had been set off in the outside world because of him. Long Xiang of the Corpse Dragon clan, Mo Ling of the Sky-Devouring Demonic Python clan, 9 Serenities AO, and other young experts had already announced that they would suppress Jun Xiaoyao at the 10 Kings banquet. The 10 Kings banquet was approaching, but Jun Xiaoyao was still so relaxed. Xianxia really couldn't understand. "I think you'd better not attend the 10 Kings banquet," Xianxia said as she scrubbed Jun Xiaoyao's back. "Oh?" Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. The Corpse Dragon clan, Sky-Devouring Demonic Python clan, 9 Serenities AO clan, and others will definitely attack you. "You can't deal with all the kings," Xianxia said. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. How could Xianxia understand what he could do? However, he still said, "Why are you so concerned about whether I'll be in danger?" Hearing this, Xianxia's expression froze, and then she said, "I'm afraid that you'll implicate the princess and implicate her." "You care a lot about Lang Huan?" Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was profound. Xianxia blushed and remained silent. After a long while, she said faintly, I can see that the princess likes you a lot. It's the first time she's met someone she likes so much. If you encounter any danger at the Ten Kings banquet, she won't sit back and watch. Hearing Xianxia's words, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile and said, Lang Huan doesn't like me. She's just lusting after my body. Many people confused liking with lusting after his body. That's the same, Xianxia said with a hint of bitterness in her tone. Don't worry, I won't stay in the burial ground for too long, Jun Xiaoyao said. After attending the Ten Kings banquet, Jun Xiaoyao would think of a way to go to the burial ground to find the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass and learn about the past 10 years. When it was about time, Jun Xiaoyao should also leave. After all, the immortal ancient world was about to open, and Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to be one step behind others. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Xianxia feel a little more at ease. She also knew that Jun Xiaoyao had seen her special feelings for Lang Huan, which was why he said such comforting words. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's handsome side profile with his eyes closed, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. She also understood why Lang Huan liked Jun Xiaoyao. If she didn't like Lang Huan first, she might also be moved by Jun Xiaoyao. About 7 or 8 days later, the day of the Ten Kings banquet finally arrived. On this day, an incomparably luxurious and gorgeous ship stopped in the sky outside the Azura Demon Kingdom's imperial palace. It was Lang Huan's carriage. Outside, countless creatures were watching. They all wanted to know what the relationship between Jun Xiaoyao and Lang Huan was. Was Jun Xiaoyao still just Lang Huan's holy guard? 3 figures stepped out from the depths of the palace. Jun Xiaoyao was in the lead, and Lang Huan, who was originally the center of attention, was following beside him like a maid. The way she looked at Jun Xiaoyao was still filled with a hint of resentment like that of a little girl. It was as if she was a little wife who had been neglected by her husband. Seeing this scene, the bootlickers who still had a glimmer of hope felt their hearts bleeding and despair. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care and stepped straight into the ship. Lang Huan and Xianxia followed closely behind. The ship also swept across the sky toward the location of the Ten Kings banquet. Looking at the ship in the distance, many male geniuses of the burial ground beat their chests and stomped their feet, cursing and roaring. The Jun family's genius dares to participate in the Ten Kings banquet so openly. He will definitely not have a good ending. That's right, let's hurry up and see how the other kings teach this person a lesson. That's right, I won't be satisfied until I see the Jun family's genius suffer. The group of creatures cried out loudly, following behind him, heading out together. One could imagine that this Ten Kings banquet would probably be the most lively one. Of course, it would also be the most unpredictable one. The Feast of the 10 Kings was held at the soul-burying mountain in the heavenly nether region of the 10 regions of eternal burial earth. The heavenly nether region was the region closest to the burial grounds. The ruling faction of the heavenly nether region was the famous Nether King Palace. The palace master of the Nether King Palace, Nether Burial Emperor, was the ruler of the heavenly nether region and one of the top powerhouses in the eternal burial grounds. Among the 10 rulers of the burial grounds, his fame and strength were second only to the ghost-masked burial emperor of the Sunluo region. Today, the Burying Soul Mountain was extremely lively. The pitch-black mountain range stretched into the distance. Thick death aura swirled around the Burying Soul Mountain. Countless living beings of the burial earth gathered from the 10 regions. The 10 Kings Feast was a grand gathering of the burial grounds. All the old and new people gathered together. The scene was very lively. In the past, the 10 Kings Feast was mainly held for the 10 minor kings and their followers to exchange pointers. The major factions would take out some prizes as rewards. However, the 10 Kings Feast this time was different. It was not just about exchanging pointers. Hey, have you heard that there seems to be a crack in the depths of the burial grounds? Yeah, more than 10 years ago, the burial grounds was completely sealed after the Great Storm. I didn't expect a crack to appear. However, I heard that the crack is extremely unstable. Only a few beings can enter, and their cultivation can't be too high. Otherwise, they won't be able to enter at all. It seems that the 10 Kings Feast this time is related to the number of people who can enter, right? Some of the burial grounds beings were whispering to each other. What kind of place was the burial grounds? It was an absolute land of opportunity. Since ancient times, countless powerhouses had been buried there. There were all kinds of cultivation techniques, divine weapons, treasures, and inheritances. There was even a legend that in the outermost region of the burial grounds, one could dig out an inheritance tomb by walking a few steps and digging into the ground. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated, but it could be seen that the burial grounds was a land of great opportunity. However, more than 10 years ago, the burial grounds was sealed after the Great Storm. Other than the burial emperors who could communicate with the Great Terror in the depths of the burial grounds, the rest of the burial grounds beings could not enter at all. The crack in the burial ground was a great opportunity for the 10 minor kings and the other geniuses. In addition to this news, the other thing that everyone was most concerned about was naturally Xianxia. I heard that the 9th princess of the Devil Kingdom, Longhuan, was conquered by the genius of the Jun family? Yeah, I heard that they're sleeping together. Hateful. This is the shame of my burial earth's male creatures. Such a beauty was actually obtained by someone from the outside world. It doesn't matter. Since the genius of the Jun family dared to attend the banquet, he must have been prepared to lose face. Many of the prodigies of the burial ground were enraged. Of course, this was only a portion of the extreme bootlickers. Most of the living beings in the burial earth were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao because he was not one of their kind. On the other hand, the female creatures of the burial earth were speaking up for Jun Xiaoyao. You guys are so jealous. It's obvious that you don't have the ability to conquer the 9th princess, but you insist that it's someone else's fault. That's right. If you have the guts, go and fight with young Master Jun. If you can beat him, I'll marry you. Some of the girls of the burial earth mocked. These rebuttals made the creatures of the burial earth speechless. They were embarrassed and angry, unable to say anything. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard from afar. A bone dragon burning with dark green flames flapped its wings and flew over. A group of creatures stood on top of it. One of them was Long Xiang. The genius of the corpse dragon clan, Long Xiang, is here. Some people shouted with fanaticism in their eyes. Long Xiang was definitely one of the strongest geniuses in the 10 regions of the burial earth. A moment later, a pitch-black python slithered over from another direction. Its body was so large that it was like a winding mountain ridge. A group of creatures with human bodies and snake tails stood on top of it. It was the sky-devouring demonic python clan. The genius of the sky-devouring demonic python clan, Mo Ling, was among them. Mo Ling of the sky-devouring demonic python clan is here. He is the loyal admirer of the 9th princess. Hee, this is going to be a good show. Although Long Xiang and Mo Ling had never met Jun Xiaoyao before, they already had a grudge against him. Long Kuan was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. As for Longhuan's love for Jun Xiaoyao, it was obvious that Mo Ling was unlucky as well. However, they were not the only ones who came. With a roar, the 9 Serenities Ao appeared. The 9 Serenities Ao's head was shaped like a wolf. It had a pair of huge gray horns on its head. Its body was covered with black scales and blood-red hair grew between the scales. It also had 9 tails on its back. Behind each tail, there was a ferocious beast head. It was extremely ferocious. Seeing this ferocious beast, many creatures of the burial earth were fearful. Although this 9 Serenities Ao was not a pure-blooded beast, it was still extremely ferocious. It was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 minor kings and could even spar with the ancient tyrant body. As time passed, more and more kings appeared. The genius of the 8-armed spider demon clan appeared. He had 8 arms, which was very strange. The king of the corpse refining sect appeared. He wore a black cloak and carried a coffin with him. Everyone was afraid of him. The king of the blood fiend clan appeared. It was said that this clan was transformed from a drop of demonic blood. In short, the 10 minor kings appeared one after another, pushing the feast to its climax. Finally, a luxurious ship appeared in the distant sky. Seeing this ship, the entire Burial Soul Mountain was silent at first. Then, a shocking uproar broke out. It's the 9th princess ship. She's here. The genius of the Jun family should be on it too. At this moment, everyone was watching. Under everyone's attention, 3 figures walked out of the ship. They were Jun Xiaoyao, Lang Huan, and Xianxia. It's true, when they saw the three of them walk out of a side room of the ship, many creatures were stunned. The rumors were true. The high and mighty ninth princess of the Devil Kingdom had been completely conquered by the genius of the Jun family. In an instant, all kinds of hostile gazes pierced Jun Xiaoyao like needles. Mo Ling of the sky-devouring demonic Python clan felt like he had been cuckolded in front of everyone. Although there was no relationship between him and Lang Huan. Looking at the excited creatures of the burial ground, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as still water. He said lightly, "You are indeed a femme fatale. I didn't expect you to be so popular in the burial ground." Hearing this, Lang Huan rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao charmingly and said, "Humph, only young Master Jun could heartlessly reject me. The others can't even touch a finger of mine. That's because they are all simps, and I am human." Jun Xiaoyao did not comment. In the eyes of outsiders, this interaction was tantamount to flirting. You are just a human from the outside world. What right do you have to stand beside Lang Huan? Finally, Mo Ling could not help but stand up and shout coldly. His snake eyes were so red that they looked like they were dripping blood. Jun Xiaoyao looked indifferently and saw Mo Ling's snake tail. He said, "So it's a shameless snake. Lang Huan, does this kind of creature have the right to pursue you?" Hearing this, Lang Huan was a little annoyed. She hated Mo Ling very much. She would only have goosebumps when faced with this kind of snake person. "Young Master Jun, can you help me get rid of this shameless snake?" Lang Huan leaned forward, her delicate body and the curves of Ling Long tightly pressed against Jun Xiaoyao's side. She said in an intimate and coquettish tone. Seeing this scene, Mo Ling exploded. He still had hoped previously, thinking that it might be Jun Xiaoyao who conquered Lang Huan with force. Now it seemed that it was indeed Lang Huan who wanted to stick to Jun Xiaoyao. He chased after Lang Huan bitterly for a long time and did not even touch a finger of hers. But now, Lang Huan took the initiative to stick to another man. Anyone would not be able to take it, their mentality was about to explode. Human outside, you're courting death. Mo Ling could not hold back and wanted to take action personally. Wait, Jun Xiaoyao said. What, now you know fear? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Mo Ling's face turned cold. Some of the surrounding burial earth living beings also looked at Jun Xiaoyao suspiciously. Could it be that this fearless lord was afraid now? Jun Xiaoyao did not care. Instead, he turned his head and asked Lang Huan, "If I win at the 10 Kings banquet, I can enter the burial earth." Yes, in this 10 Kings banquet, those who rank at the top can enter the burial earth first. Because that spatial rift is very small and unstable, there are few spots to begin with, Lang Huan said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. This way, it was simple. It was enough to sweep through all enemies and then enter the burial earth. He looked at Mo Ling and said indifferently, "It's too easy to deal with you alone, and it's a waste of time." Jun Xiaoyao's words caused Mo Ling's snake eyes to shoot out a cold light. However, before he could refute, Jun Xiaoyao's following words made all the burial earth living beings in the entire burial earth mountain dumbfounded. Today, I, the Son of God, am here to challenge 10 little kings alone. All of you, come on up. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves, his bearing extraordinary. The aura of a perfected divine fire realm surged out wildly. His surging blood chi was no longer concealed and burst out directly. It was as if a divine king had come out of seclusion, as if an ancient god had descended to the world. Many young burial earth living beings with weaker cultivation were directly shaken to the ground, their faces as pale as paper. Jun Xiaoyao's aura at this moment was too fierce, like a primordial divine elephant, shaking heaven and earth and falling stars with a roar. You, Mo Ling, Long Xiang, 9 Nether Ao, and the rest of the 10 little kings wore cold expressions. What were the 10 little kings? They were the most outstanding geniuses of the 10 regions of eternal burial earth. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao was just an outsider, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly and challenge all of them by himself. This was no longer arrogance, but naked contempt. Jun Xiaoyao regarded them as ants and did not put them in his eyes at all. All the prodigies of the burial ground were dumbfounded. Only Lang Huan was very attentive. She noticed Jun Xiaoyao's way of addressing himself. He calls himself the Son of God. It seems that he is not only a genius of the Jun family, but also the most important son of God. Lang Huan understood what the Son of God represented. The Son of God was a core figure even in a family of the remote antiquity with a strong foundation. Jun Xiaoyao's status was much nobler than she had imagined. Unfortunately, this little fresh meat can only be seen, but not eaten. Lang Huan was a little annoyed. At first, she thought that her identity as the 9th princess of the demonic kingdom was more than enough to match Jun Xiaoyao. Now it seemed that she was really climbing up the social ladder. Human outside, you are too presumptuous. This is the burial ground, not a place for you to be arrogant. The king of the 8-armed spider demon spoke. His body was pitch black, and he had 4 pairs of eyes on his face and 8 arms on his body. Rather than calling him a humanoid creature, he was more like a humanoid monster. However, his aura was very powerful, and his cultivation was at the lesser perfection of the divine fire realm. However, with the 8-armed spider demon's racial talent, his strength was comparable to a prodigy at the greater perfection of the divine fire realm. Die. The 8-armed spider demon attacked. He opened his mouth and spat out a silver thread that wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, his 8 arms struck out together. Black murderous aura surged and formed a seal. This was one of the 8-armed spider demon's great abilities, the 8-spider demonic seal. The silver thread wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao, but Jun Xiaoyao stood still. Is he stupid? The 8-armed spider demon prodigy had just revealed a smile when he saw something shocking. The silver thread he spat out disappeared into the void. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao moved and took the initiative to flash toward the 8-armed spider demon prodigy. In the next moment, the 8-armed spider demon prodigy was even more shocked. His 8-spider demonic seal had completely disappeared, as if it had been dissolved by an invisible force. How is this possible? You. The 8-armed spider demon prodigy's expression was full of shock. Although he had heard before that Jun Xiaoyao had some sort of mystical immunity to magical powers, he knew that Jun Xiaoyao possessed a mystical immunity ability. However, he had thought that it was some kind of magical ability. In the end, he didn't expect it to be so strange. He didn't even have to take the initiative to use it, and it could directly dissolve all dermic powers. This was too strange, too unexpected. Before the 8-armed spider demon prodigy could recover from his shock, the 8-armed spider demon prodigy said. Jun Xiaoyao's palm strike was already coming down on him. There was no magical ability or dermic power. It was just a simple palm strike, but it carried 10 billion pounds of physical strength and bombarded the chest of the 8-armed spider demon prodigy. The 8-armed spider demon prodigy hurriedly resisted. 8 sharp and sturdy spears broke out of his spine and protected in front of him. This was the 8-armed spider demon prodigy's innate ability, the 8-spider divine spear. The result was, crack, the 8-spider divine spear was directly shattered by the palm strike. Jun Xiaoyao's palm strike didn't lose its momentum and heavily bombarded the chest of the 8-armed spider demon prodigy. Then, there was a loud bang. The sky was filled with blood mist. The 8-armed spider demon prodigy had died. The entire burying soul mountain was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. All the creatures in the burial ground who were watching the battle widened their eyes and felt their scalps tingle. It was as if their heads were about to explode. One of the 10 minor kings was killed in seconds just like that. All the creatures felt like they were in a dream. It was too unreal. He was the strongest prodigy in a region with extraordinary strength. He stood out from millions of young prodigies and became one of the 10 minor kings. But now, he couldn't even withstand one strike from Jun Xiaoyao. This kind of decisive instant kill was too shocking. It made people feel numb all over. You. Some of the 8-armed spider demon prodigies who came to watch the battle were stunned at first, then endless anger surged. They couldn't help but want to attack. However, he was met with Jun Xiaoyao's frosty eyes. In an instant, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on them. The 8-armed spider demon prodigies instantly woke up. They remembered that Jun Xiaoyao still had 3 terrifying Supreme Saint puppets, the god-slaying dolls. If Jun Xiaoyao used them, they wouldn't be able to deal with Jun Xiaoyao unless they asked for help from the sacred lords. Thinking of this, the 8-armed spider demon prodigies held back and didn't attack. As for Mo Ling, his face also froze. Although his strength was slightly stronger than the 8-armed spider demon prodigy, it was really only by a little. If Jun Xiaoyao could kill the 8-armed spider demon prodigy with one strike, it probably wouldn't take more than 2 to 3 strikes to deal with him. Why? Are you still going to challenge the Son of God alone? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Mo Ling's face was as ugly as if he had eaten sh*t. Jun Xiaoyao was like sprinkling salt on his wound. Humph, I don't believe it. Long Xiang of the corpse dragon race snorted coldly. He had decided to attack. How could they allow an outsider to kill the 10 minor kings of the burial ground? Long Xiang could not stand it. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had killed Long Kuan before, so he had a grudge against the corpse dragon tribe. Long Xiang attacked. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao had a strange and powerful physical body. Even the physical body of a dragon tribe member was nothing in front of him. Therefore, Long Xiang did not choose to fight in close combat. Instead, he used the corpse dragon tribe's grand mystique. Divine Skeleton Mountain. As soon as Long Xiang said that, the death aura around him rose along with the dragon aura. The shadow of a white bone dragon appeared and coiled in the void. It turned into a white bone mountain with great power, as if it could suppress everything. This was the Bone Dao grand mystique of the corpse dragon tribe. It was extremely powerful, and it had the power to shatter mountains and rivers. It pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao looked calm when he saw that. He activated the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant to the extreme. His blood energy surged and rose into the void, turning into a golden divine elephant that could suppress the universe. Awesome literature website. The golden divine elephant and the white bone mountain collided in the void. It was as if tens of thousands of stars had exploded. Terrifying waves of magic power raged in all directions, and the entire burying soul mountain trembled. In such an extreme collision, the white bone mountain was directly smashed into pieces. Jun Xiaoyao took out the man-ruler seal and slammed it out. It was as if an emperor had arrived, suppressing everything with one hand. With a puff, Long Xiang was sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao. His chest and ribs cracked. Fortunately, Long Xiang was a corpse dragon and had a strong physical body. Otherwise, he would have been killed in an instant like the 8-armed spider demon tribe's prodigy. Seeing that even Long Xiang was severely injured by a single move, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Long Xiang was much stronger than the fallen feather saint. Don't be so arrogant. The Blood Fiend tribe's king shouted and attacked. It was said that the Blood Fiend tribe was formed from a drop of demonic blood. They had a mysterious and terrifying origin. The prodigy of the Blood Fiend race raised his hand and a monstrous sea of blood appeared. That was the Blood Fiend race's innate ability, Burial of Blood Sea. Upon seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's body surged with boundless divine flames. With a raise of his hand, colorful flames surged out. It was the Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame. Jun Xiaoyao had used the fire seed of the Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame to undergo nirvana, so he could naturally control the Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame as he wished. That's Emperor Flame. The expression of the Blood Fiend race prodigy changed drastically. For their race, the energy they were most afraid of was lightning, fire, and other extremely strong energy. In the eternal burial ground, almost all living beings were of the cold attribute. There were almost no living beings who could control lightning and fire. It was also because of this that the Blood Fiend race was able to dominate a region in the eternal burial ground. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's Emperor Flame was the bane of the Blood Fiend tribe. The Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame collided with the sea of blood, causing white smoke to rise. This terrifying sea of blood was no threat to Jun Xiaoyao at all. Jun Xiaoyao used his fingers as a sword and slashed out with the immortal slaying sword art. The Blood Fiend race prodigy hurriedly dodged but was still hit by the immortal slaying sword art. One of his arms was sent flying. The Blood Fiend race prodigy also retreated in defeat. The third 10 minor kings prodigy to challenge Jun Xiaoyao lost again. Is this the standard of the 10 minor kings of the burial ground? How disappointing. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He did not want to show such a crushing stance because it was very boring. Unfortunately, no one could make him use a few more moves. To Jun Xiaoyao, this was not even considered a warm-up. The living beings of the burial ground who were participating in the banquet looked extremely humiliated. The 10 minor kings in their hearts were actually being looked down upon by an outsider prodigy. It was a complete disgrace. The 10 minor kings present all had extremely cold expressions on their faces. Long Huan was the only one who didn't get mad at what Jun Xiaoyao said. Women had always worshipped the strong. The more Jun Xiaoyao displayed his invincible spirit, the more Lang Huan was infatuated with him. It was to the extent that when she looked at Mo Ling and the other living beings, her beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. She was ashamed to be in the same group as Mo Ling and the rest. She did not even want to be called one of the 10 minor kings with them. When Mo Ling saw the look in Lang Huan's eyes, he immediately exploded. He could not help but attack. Seeing that Mo Ling had made his move, the corpse refining sect Skyprides also shouted coldly, "Everyone, don't hesitate. Attack immediately and suppress him first." The corpse refining sect prodigy also attacked. After Mo Ling and the corpse refining sect prodigy attacked, the rest of the 10 minor kings also attacked. They could not care less about their reputation now. Suppressing Jun Xiaoyao was the most important thing. Even if they took turns to fight one by one, they would not be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. The only thing they could rely on now was their advantage in numbers. Although they would be criticized by others, it was still better than being humiliated by Jun Xiaoyao. One of the misconceptions of the weak is to think that they can win by staying together. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with condescension as he looked at the 10 minor kings charging at him. If there were hundreds or thousands of geniuses at the level of the 10 minor kings, they might actually be able to cause some trouble for Jun Xiaoyao. However, if the few of them attacked together, Jun Xiaoyao would not make any difference. Sky-devouring fiendish python. Mo Ling used the super power of his tribe. Behind him, black fog spread out and a semi-illusory shadow of the sky-devouring fiendish python appeared. When it opened its mouth, it seemed to be able to swallow the sky. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and resisted with the god-devouring fiendish skill. Many black devouring vortexes appeared. The devouring and refining ability was not weaker than Mo Ling's super power. At the same time, the genius of the corpse refining sect also attacked. The coffin beside him opened and an ancient corpse covered in black hair appeared. The ancient corpse exuded a sense of toughness. Its physical body alone was comparable to an empty god realm expert. This was also the reason why the genius of the corpse refining sect could be ranked among the 10 minor kings. His cultivation was at the initial completion divine fire realm and was not outstanding. However, with the help of the ancient corpse, he could defeat most of the geniuses. The ancient corpse stretched out its hands. Its 10 fingernails were as sharp as black thorns. They pierced through the void and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. The rest of the geniuses of the 10 minor kings also attacked. All kinds of powerful techniques were used. Such a scene shocked everyone present. The 10 minor kings were high and mighty. Each of them could defeat an opponent. No one had ever seen the 10 minor kings joining forces to attack one person. This was simply unheard of. Even if the genius of the Jun family loses, it's not an injustice. A creature of the burial ground sighed. That's right. Even if he is defeated, his name will spread far and wide. After all, several of the 10 minor kings joined forces to defeat him. Everyone present felt that even if Jun Xiaoyao was defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. It could be said that it had overturned their understanding. Jun Xiaoyao performed the god-engulfing demonic technique and forcefully dispelled Mo Ling's innate ability. Then, he went on to counterattack. Mo Ling's body trembled as he hurriedly retreated, afraid that he would be sucked into the devouring vortex. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Then, the corpse refining sect's prodigy summoned an ancient corpse and charged at him. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist. Not only did he activate the divine elephant overpowering force, but he also activated the sacred body of the ancients. Then, he activated the power of the immortal bone of the great all-embracing heaven on his arm. In an instant, his chi and blood surged and immortal light shone. He threw a punch, causing the void to tremble and ripple. Bang! Jun Xiaoyao's punch was so powerful that it tore the ancient corpse into pieces right away. Jun Xiaoyao opened his fingers and grabbed at the void. The divine light gathered into the heavenly god spear, which pierced towards the corpse refining sect's prodigy. The corpse refining sect's prodigy was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. He did not expect that his ancient corpse, which was comparable to an empty god's body, would be shattered by Xianxia's punch. It was all his blood, sweat, and tears over the years, and it went down the drain just like that. The corpse-refining sex prodigy hurriedly turned around to block, but he could not block the heavenly god's spear. It pierced through his chest and nailed him to the mountain. Then, Xianxia attacked with his fists and palms. It was as if he wanted to destroy the void for thousands of miles. The Rakshas's prodigy, who was at the level of the 10 minor kings, was torn apart by Xianxia. The dead spirit tribe's prodigy was good at the Tao of souls. However, Xianxia used the primordial spirit of 3 lives to activate the chaotic divine grindstone and crush his dead spirit primordial spirit into nothingness. The terrifying dead spirit primordial spirit was as weak as a piece of paper in front of Xianxia's primordial spirit of 3 lives. It could not resist at all. The 10 minor kings were either severely injured or dead. The entire soul-burying mountain fell into a dead silence. This result completely overturned their understanding of the world. 10 minor kings joined forces, but they were still no match for Xianxia. Instead, a few of them were killed. Just how strong is this son of God of the Jun family? Is he the #1 expert of the younger generation in the outside world? Many burial earth creatures muttered to themselves in a daze. They were finding excuses to comfort themselves. Otherwise, they would not be able to accept this result. If any random heaven's favorite from the outside world could defeat the 10 young kings, then the gap between the burial ground and the immortals area was far too big. Long Xiang, Mo Ling and the rest were fearful and their faces were ugly. However, they did not dare to say anything impudent. The 9 Serenities AO didn't even make a move. Its eyes were extremely serious. It wasn't a true 9 Serenities AO. It only possessed a trace of the 9 Serenities AO's bloodline. He's really too powerful. Lang Huan could not help but exclaim in her heart. Although she had already fought Xianxia, it was more of a test than anything else. Xianxia had yet to truly show what he was capable of. Now, the strength that Xianxia displayed was enough to shock the entire burial earth. However, looking at Xianxia's calm expression, Lang Huan suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Xianxia was still not using his full strength? Thinking of this, Lang Huan could not help but tremble slightly. If that was the case, then it would be too terrifying. Son of God of the Jun family, what is your strength? Long Xiang asked coldly. He wanted to know what level Xianxia was at in the immortals area. If all the heavens' favorites in the immortals area were as monstrous as Jun Xiaoyao, then it would be a fatal blow to them. Xiaoyao looked around when he heard that. All of the creatures in the burial ground looked away when their eyes met his. Then, Xiaoyao opened his mouth and said 4 simple words. I am invincible. As soon as he said those 4 words, an indescribable pressure poured out in all directions. The skyprides of the 10 minor kings felt like they were about to suffocate. Those 4 simple words were full of arrogance. However, at this moment, no one refuted or ridiculed him. Because the reality was right in front of him. Xiaoyao was indeed invincible. The atmosphere in the Burial Soul Mountain was extremely tense. It was obvious that this year's 10 Kings banquet belonged to Xiaoyao alone. The 10 minor kings' brilliance was dim in front of him. No wonder the princess likes him. Looking at the handsome young man standing in the middle of the sky with a calm expression, Xianxia muttered to herself. A real man should be like this. Just as everyone was feeling depressed, someone suddenly said, by the way, where is the leader of the 10 minor kings, the ancient mighty body of the Nether King Palace? That's right, why isn't Chu Tianba of the Nether King Palace here? If he is here, he might not be able to show off. Chu Tianba is the legendary mighty body of the heavens. Even if it's incomplete, it's not something that anyone can compete with. At the mention of Chu Tianba, the creatures of the burial earth, who were looking dejected just now, immediately perked up. The strongest of the 10 minor kings had yet to fight with Xiaoyao. Perhaps Chu Tianba could redeem the reputation of the eternal burial earth. When Chu Tianba first appeared, he climbed out of the endless abyss alone. His domineering aura shook the entire Tianming realm. I heard that Chu Tianba will go directly to the crack of the burial earth. Indeed, as the leader of the 10 minor kings, he doesn't need to participate in the 10 kings banquet. He can directly obtain the qualification to enter the burial earth. It's a pity that we won't be able to see Chu Tianba fight the son of God of the Jun family today. Some of the creatures of the burial earth shook their heads and felt that it was a pity. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had never used the sacred body vision in the burial earth, nor did he deliberately use the power of the sacred body of the ancients. Therefore, the creatures of the burial earth didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients. If they knew, they wouldn't have been so confident in Chu Tianba. There was no difference between the sacred body of the ancients and the mighty body of the heavens. In the past battles, both sides had won and lost, but no one could truly crush the other. That incomplete mighty body of the ancients, Chu Tianba? Hearing the discussions around him, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He naturally knew about the 10 minor kings, and he also had some understanding of Chu Tianba. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao was quite interested in the mighty body of the heavens. This kind of body was one of the few that could compete with the sacred body of the ancients. Moreover, the two seemed to be mortal enemies. They seemed to be destined rivals. Chu Tianba, I hope you don't disappoint me, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The 10 kings banquet ended with such an ending. As for the 10 minor kings, they were no longer in the mood to fight among themselves. They couldn't beat Jun Xiaoyao even if they worked together, so infighting would only make them look more foolish. The forces behind the 10 minor kings didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to enter the burial earth. Some of the powerhouses' eyes flickered, and they were already secretly planning their future plans. In short, they had to stop Jun Xiaoyao from entering the burial earth. Without a doubt, the news of the 10 Kings banquet spread throughout the entire Eternal Graveyard. This time, the entire Eternal Graveyard seemed to be about to explode. When all the living beings of the graveyard heard this news for the first time, their first reaction was, "Are you King kidding me?" Then, after understanding the real situation, they were tongue-tied in disbelief. One of the 10 little king-level prodigies was enough to sweep through a region. They were the top of a region. But now, even if the kings joined forces, they couldn't hurt Jun Xiaoyao at all. Some of them were even killed. To the living beings of the graveyard, this was no different from a bolt from the blue. However, after learning that Jun Xiaoyao was also an invincible prodigy in the outside world, their mood calmed down a little. If the prodigies of the outside world were all as monstrous as Jun Xiaoyao, then these living beings of the graveyard would be even more affected. After the 10 Kings banquet ended, Jun Xiaoyao still stayed with Lang Huan. In a few days, they would head to the graveyard rift together. Jun Xiaoyao could also complete the sign-in mission. In the luxurious room of the ship, Jun Xiaoyao casually leaned against the edge of the bed. Xianxia and Lang Huan were massaging Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders. The two girls' soft hands were massaging Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders rhythmically. It was very comfortable. If it was before, although Lang Huan liked Jun Xiaoyao, she would definitely not do such a thing as a maid. But at the 10 Kings banquet, after witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's domineering strength, her heart completely melted. Originally, her personality was very domineering and she wanted to ride on Jun Xiaoyao. But now, she was always fantasizing about being ridden by Jun Xiaoyao. The fiercer the better. It would be best if he could break her. Lang Huan didn't know why her mentality had changed so drastically. Perhaps it was because the men she had met in the past were all servile to her, no different from dogs. And Jun Xiaoyao was the first person to be so domineering in front of her. In Lang Huan's heart, a strange hobby was awakened. "Young Master Jun, do you think they will let you enter the burial realm safely?" Lang Huan asked as she massaged Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders. She had already begun to think about Jun Xiaoyao. "It doesn't matter. If they want to stop us, I'll let them know what despair is," Jun Xiaoyao said. He knew that he had killed the prodigies of the 8-armed spider demons and the blood fiend tribe. They would not let him off easily. Let alone allowing Jun Xiaoyao to enter the burial realm, there was even a possibility that they wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. Jun Xiaoyao would make them understand the meaning of regret if they dared to make a move. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's cold and domineering words, Lang Huan's heart melted. Water flowed out of the peach blossom spring. Well, he was just describing the scenery. There was absolutely no other meaning behind it. "You're wet." Jun Xiaoyao looked down. "Yes." Lang Huan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Her delicate face was dyed pink. "Then hurry up and get down." Don't wet my bed. Jun Xiaoyao swung his hand and pushed Lang Huan away. Lang Huan? This F***Ker is a straight man of steel. Even a beautiful woman like Lang Huan couldn't help but want to curse. He was clearly a handsome little puppy on the outside, but he had the heart of a straight man of steel. Beside her, Xianxia couldn't help but burst out laughing. She realized that she didn't hate Jun Xiaoyao as much as she did at the beginning. This handsome young master was usually ruthless and didn't say much, but sometimes he was quite interesting and cute. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was leisurely waiting to enter the burial realm. The other kings, such as Long Xiang, Mo Ling, Jiao Yuao, and the other prodigies of the burial realm, were thinking of ways to improve their strength. At the same time, they were thinking about how to stop Jun Xiaoyao from entering. The eight-armed spider demons, the Blood Evil tribe, and other powerful forces had reached a consensus that they absolutely couldn't let a foreign prodigy enter the burial realm. Even if such a rule didn't exist before, they had to create such a rule. On the other side, on a lonely peak in the Hall of Pluto, Chu Tianba was sitting cross-legged. The reason why he didn't attend the banquet wasn't because of himself, but because someone had stopped him. In the void in front of him, there was a semi-illusory projection. But even if it was just a projection, it had a terrifying power that could crush all the worlds. This blurry projection was the Lord of the Hall of Pluto, the Tianming Burial Emperor. As for Chu Tianba, as the ancient overlord body and the strongest prodigy of the Hall of Pluto, he was also the disciple of the Tianming Burial Emperor. Master, why don't you let me go and compete with the sacred body of the ancients? Chu Tianba was reluctant. He originally wanted to compete with Jun Xiaoyao at the Feast of the 10 Kings. But his master, the Tianming Burial Emperor, had stopped him. That son of God of the Jun family is something you may not know, but in the Huangtian mystic realm, he is the most famous person of the younger generation. Even the ancient freaks were defeated by him, the Tianming Burial Emperor said. Master, do you think that my overlord body is inferior to the sacred body of the son of God of the Jun family? Chu Tianba gritted his teeth. In the past, every overlord body of the firmament had a domineering personality. So, Chu Tianba couldn't stand being suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Now, there were rumors in the Tianming realm that Chu Tianba didn't dare to attend the banquet because he was afraid of the son of God of the Jun family. This was unacceptable to Chu Tianba. Of course, I believe in you. If you had a complete overlord body, you would be able to compete with the Jun family's prodigy. But now, you are incomplete. The only way is to enter the burial realm and find the reincarnation pool of living beings. This great opportunity is enough for your tyrant body to recover and even baptize and sublimate. When the time comes, it will be easy for you to suppress the sacred body of the Jun family. Hearing the Tianming Burial Emperor's words, Chu Tianba was relieved. It turned out that the Tianming Burial Emperor had already thought of a way for him. Thank you for your consideration, Master. But if the Jun family's prodigy also enters the burial realm, then... Chu Tianba stopped. He thought that Jun Xiaoyao might stop him from obtaining the opportunity. After all, the two bodies were natural enemies. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be stupid enough to let him recover his overlord body. The Tianming Burial Emperor said faintly, "Don't worry. Killing the Jun family's prodigy might bring about some karma. But if you stop him from entering the burial realm, it won't be difficult. The Palace of Hades will take care of this." After hearing the Tianming Burial Emperor's words, Chu Tianba was finally completely relieved. The sacred body of the Jun family, wait until my overlord body is completely restored. What will you use to fight me? In this life, I will be the overlord body of the firmament. Chu Tianba's ambition was as clear as day. He wanted to use the name of the overlord body of the firmament to completely crush the sacred body of the ancients, just as the entire 10 regions of the eternal burial earth were in turmoil because of the burial realm. In a dark palace in the Sunluo region, a beautiful figure in a long black dress was sitting on a white bone throne. Among the 10 region lords of the 10 regions of the eternal burial earth, there was a legendary existence. The creatures of the eternal burial earth called her the ghost-masked burial emperor. As everyone knew, the 10 regions of the eternal burial earth, each region had a region lord. For example, the Dark Nether region was the fallen winged race's burial emperor. The Azura region was the Azura demon kingdom's ruler. And the heavenly nether region was the dark nether palace's dark nether burial emperor. However, within these 10 regions, there was one that was extremely special. That was the Sunluo region. The other few region lords were all Undying Powers rulers. As for the Sunluo region's region lord, she was a loner, without any power. The most important thing was, the Sunluo region's region lord was a woman. No one knew her real name, and she had never shown her face to anyone. This was because she always wore a ghost face mask on her face. Hence, the living beings of the 10 regions all called her ghost-masked female burial emperor. However, the most praiseworthy thing about the ghost-masked female burial emperor was her strength. A long time ago, the ghost-masked female burial emperor was already the ruler of the Sunluo region, and no one was able to threaten her position. There were also other burial emperors who wanted to challenge the ghost-masked female burial emperor, but they all died tragically. Hence, there were people who ranked the 10 region lords, and the ghost-masked female burial emperor was without a doubt holding the first position. Even the Dark Nether Palace's Dark Nether burial emperor could only be ranked second. From this, it could be seen that the ghost-masked female burial emperor had a high status and prestige in the eternal burial earth. At this moment, in a dark palace in the Sunluo region, on the white bone throne, the ghost-masked female burial emperor sat on it. She wore a black dress, wrapped around her slender and proud jade body. Her skin was like snow, sparkling with light. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, giving the female burial emperor a mysterious and lazy charm. Although she wore a ghost face mask on her face, but just from her figure, she was definitely a peerless beauty, a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. In the Eternal Burial Earth's beauty rankings by some nosy people, the ghost-masked female burial emperor was the only one who didn't show her face, and just her aura alone was enough to mesmerize everyone. Even the world's most beautiful Lang Huan could only be ranked second after the ghost-masked female burial emperor. At this moment, the ghost-masked female burial emperor's jade fingers tapped on the throne's armrest. Her emotions seemed to have fallen into a faint fluctuation. This was unbelievable to the ghost-masked female burial emperor. Ever since she had awakened her consciousness, she had always been alone. She had never felt lonely. She had always been a high and mighty female burial emperor who looked down on all living things coldly. Only occasionally, in some fragmented memories, would some scenes flashed past like a merry-go-round. For example, the back of a white-robed youth would appear, holding the hand of a little girl. The little girl was holding a grimace mask that looked like it was laughing and crying at the same time. Whose karma is this? Is it mine? The ghost-masked female burial emperor muttered to herself. Her voice was soft and gentle with a hint of hoarseness, full of magnetism. Why do I feel so uneasy during this period of time? Is something about to happen? The ghost-masked female burial emperor was slightly absent-minded. She slowly raised her jade-like hand, holding a sachet in her palm. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely be surprised. The sachet in the hands of the ghost-masked female burial emperor was exactly the same as the one he had obtained in the lower realm. And that sachet came from a ghost-masked female burial emperor on the martyr's altar. The red spider lily blooms in the 7-colored sky, and the flower falls to become an immortal for 1,000 years. Has my karma arrived? If so, then the only person is the Jun family's Heaven's Pride who has stirred up endless storms recently. The ghost-masked female burial emperor's gaze was faint under the mask. She naturally knew that Jun Xiaoyao had stirred up a storm in the 10 regions of Eternal Burial Earth. It seems that I have to go personally. The ghost-masked female burial emperor murmured. The entire palace of darkness fell into silence. A few days passed. The day of entering the burial earth also arrived. Many burial earth creatures set off, preparing to head to the edge of the burial earth. Even if they did not have the qualifications to enter, it was still good to join in the fun. Jun Xiaoyao and the others also set off. With Lang Huan arranging the itinerary, Jun Xiaoyao did not have to worry about anything. He only needed to wait quietly. The burial earth was the core of the 10 regions of burial earth. It was at the extreme north of the Tianming territory, bordering the burial earth. That was where the crack was located. It was a dangerous place filled with the aura of death. The ground was crimson. It was not naturally formed. Instead, it was as if it had been dyed red by blood after a great battle. The skeletons of various unknown creatures were scattered all over. It could be said that ordinary burial earth creatures would not dare to come to the burial earth if they did not have enough courage and confidence. More than 10 years ago, after the burial earth was sealed, this place was even more deserted. But today, this area, which was originally dead and desolate, was extremely lively. Many forces of the burial earth gathered together. In the sky, all kinds of bone dragons and skeleton birds pulled carriages. On the ground, there were also many burial earth creatures rushing over, densely packed like a colony of ants. They came here not only to see the fun in the burial earth. There was a more important reason, which was the battle between Xianxia and the ancient overlord body of the Nether King Palace. This battle was very eye-catching. To some extent, this represented the battle between the strongest heavens pride of the Huangtian mystic realm and the strongest heavens pride of the 10 regions of eternal burial earth. It was naturally eye-catching. Rumble, in the sky, all kinds of sounds came. It was the arrival of the kings. Long Xiang of the Corpse Dragon clan, Mo Ling of the Sky-devouring demonic python clan, the 9 Serenities Ao, the Blood Fiend tribe, and other creatures had all come. Their auras were much stronger than before. Obviously, in this short period of time, they had all received some kind of strengthening. Especially the 9 Serenities Ao, it did not make a move at the 10 Kings banquet, so no one could detect its background. In addition, those forces whose heaven's prides were killed by Jun Xiaoyao, such as the 8-armed spider demon clan and the corpse refining sect, had also come. Their purpose was naturally to prevent Jun Xiaoyao from entering the burial earth with all their strength. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook, and a pitch-black giant crossed the mountain ridge. It's the giant demonic puppet of the Nether King Palace. The Nether King Palace is finally here. When they saw the pitch-black giant, there was an uproar. The Nether King Palace was one of the strongest forces in the eternal burial earth, and its leader, the Tianming Burial Emperor, was also a top powerhouse of the burial earth. At this moment, a group of people stood on the giant demonic puppet. The leader stood on top of the giant demonic puppet's head. It was a well-built man with bronze-colored muscles that were covered in cracks. His black hair was scattered and fluttered in the wind. His face was rough, and the scene of stars falling from the sky appeared in his eyes. His entire person carried an arrogant and domineering aura, showing off his sharpness. This well-built young man's aura was very shocking, and he had an invincible aura that could sweep through everything. Who else could it be but Chu Tianba? He's finally here, the leader of the 10 minor kings, the ancient overlord body, Chu Tianba. Seeing Chu Tianba's arrival, all of the burial earth creatures were excited. There was no other reason than that Chu Tianba was the heaven's pride who had the highest chance of defeating Jun Xiaoyao and reclaiming the burial earth's reputation. Where is the Jun family's sacred body? Chu Tianba's eyes looked around, and his gaze was sharp and disdainful. Seeing Chu Tianba's domineering aura, all of the burial earth creatures present were so excited that their hearts trembled. The ancient overlord body was forever a god, just as all of the burial earth creatures were in a state of ecstasy. A cold voice with a hint of playfulness suddenly resounded. You're just a mere crippled body, and you're in such a hurry to die? As the voice rang out, a luxurious ship came through the air from afar. A figure that looked like a white-robed immortal stepped on the sky. Sacred body, overlord body, fated enemies, they finally met. Jun Xiaoyao, the sacred body of the ancients. Chu Tianba, the tyrant body of the heavens. One of them was the son of God of the Jun family, the invincible son of God of the Huangtian mystic realm. The other was the top genius of the 10 minor kings of the 10 domains of the ancient burial ground. The meeting of the two stirred up a storm and attracted the attention of countless people. Many of the people present froze when they heard Chu Tianba mention the sacred body of the Jun family. I didn't hear wrong. Chu Tianba said the sacred body of the Jun family. The son of God of the Jun family has the legendary sacred body of the ancients. Yes, that should be it. No wonder the Jun family's son of God's body is so strong that even the Corpse Dragon clan can't beat it. It turns out that he has the unparalleled sacred body of the ancients. But didn't the sacred body of the ancients become useless? How can the Jun family's son of God still be so strong? Who knows? Monsters can't be measured by common sense. After learning that Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients, it caused an uproar. Before this, almost no one knew that Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients. After all, the ancient burial ground and the mystic realm were very isolated. Only top forces like the Hall of Hades could find out about the outside world. Ordinary creatures of the burial ground didn't know what happened in the mystic realm. However, after knowing, the creatures of the burial ground became even more excited. This was a battle between a sacred body and a tyrant body that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's contemptuous words, Chu Tianba also said coldly, "Crippled body. What right do you have to say such things when you're called a useless body of the ancients?" Chu Tianba's words were not without reason. It was a well-known fact that the sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the heavens had been enemies since ancient times. In historical records, both sides had won and lost. However, as the ancient era came, 10 shackles fell from the sky and limited the growth of the sacred body of the ancients. Gradually, the tyrant body felt like it was going to suppress the sacred body. This was also the reason why Chu Tianba was so confident. In the ancient times, the sacred body of the ancients was naturally inferior to the hegemonic body of the heavens. It was difficult for the sacred body of the ancients to grow, let alone cultivate it to full completion. Hearing Chu Tianba's words, everyone present faintly agreed. Even Lang Huan, Qin Xianer, and the others who stood on Jun Xiaoyao's side had to admit that the sacred body of the ancients was indeed known as a useless body. However, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to laugh when he heard this. How shallow was Chu Tianba's vision, he didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had already broken 10 shackles since birth. If all went well, Jun Xiaoyao would definitely be able to attain an accomplished sacred body of the ancients in the future. This was almost a done deal. At that time, even the overlord body would be suppressed by him. A frog in a well can't talk about the sea, and a summer insect can't talk about the ice. What else can I say to a short-sighted person like you? Just be obedient, lie back in your coffin, and don't crawl out. Jun Xiaoyao's casual words made Chu Tianba's aura surge. He was like an angry lion. The tyrant body of the firmament had a domineering personality. How could he tolerate this kind of provocation, especially Jun Xiaoyao? Although he usually didn't talk much, when he spoke, it was enough to anger people to death. Previously, many geniuses had already experienced Jun Xiaoyao's viciousness. You're courting death. Chu Tianba couldn't help but want to attack. Don't worry. The opportunity in the burial realm is the most important. Once your tyrant body is completely recovered, dealing with him will be a piece of cake. On the side, a powerhouse from the Hall of Pluto stopped Chu Tianba and transmitted his voice. Although the people from the Hall of Pluto were very confident in Chu Tianba, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed not to be underestimated. They naturally wouldn't make such a low-level mistake like underestimating the enemy. Hearing this, Chu Tianba was a little reluctant, but he still didn't attack. You don't dare to attack? Seeing that Chu Tianba had stopped, Jun Xiaoyao didn't hold back and directly exposed him. You. Humph, in the burial realm, I will fight with you. Chu Tianba's face was cold. It was only natural that he and Jun Xiaoyao would fight one another. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have much interest in this kind of incomplete tyrant body. Defeating him wouldn't bring him any satisfaction. Alright, prepare to enter. The powerhouse from the Hall of Pluto coldly looked at Jun Xiaoyao, then said to Chu Tianba. In the depths of the void, there was a spatial crack. It was a crack in the burial realm. Other than this crack, ordinary burial realm creatures couldn't enter the sealed burial realm. Looking at the spatial crack, Jun Xiaoyao vaguely had a strange feeling. It was as if something was calling out to him. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to enter, the powerhouse from the Hall of Pluto icily said, "What are you doing?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows rose slightly. He wasn't surprised at all. Entering the burial realm. You're just a heavenly genius from the outside world. Do you have the qualifications to enter the burial realm? That's right. Outsiders don't have the qualifications to enter the burial realm, said the 8-armed spider devil race's expert. Their race's heavenly geniuses had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. They naturally hated Jun Xiaoyao. But when they thought of Jun Xiaoyao's background, they didn't dare attack him alone. Perhaps the 8-armed spider devil race would be exterminated. That's right. I also think outsiders can't enter the burial realm. The burial realm is an opportunity for us burial realm creatures, said the corpse refining sex expert. The other major powers of the burial ground also objected to it. Other than the Azura Devil Nation, there wasn't a single power that stood on Xianxia's side. It could be seen that these burial realm creatures were still very disgusted by Xianxia's actions in the burial realm. I don't think you had such a rule before. In the face of unanimous opposition, Xianxia was still calm. He didn't show the slightest trace of anger. We didn't before, but now we do, said the heaven-devouring devil python race's expert. Mo Ling crossed her arms in front of her chest and sneered at Xianxia. Who asked you to be arrogant? Now you're powerless. Indeed, because of Xianxia's background, they didn't dare attack Xianxia. But if they just wanted to stop him from entering the burial realm, it couldn't be any simpler. Long Xiang, Mo Ling, the 9 Nether AO, and the other heavenly geniuses were all watching coldly from the sidelines. If they could stop Xianxia from entering the burial realm, it would be beneficial to them. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen people as shameless as you. Xianxia shook his head. It was one thing for them to be sore losers, but they were even acting shamelessly. The living beings of the eternal burial realm were nothing more than this. I admit that your background is shocking, but this is the burial realm. We should abide by the rules of the burial realm, said the Nether King Palace's expert expressionlessly. They obeyed the Sky Nether Burial Emperor's order to stop Xianxia from entering the burial realm. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. The 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass might be in the burial realm. Xianxia must enter the burial realm. The world is vast, but no one dares to stop this son of God. Can you bear the price? Xianxia waved his sleeves, his tone cold. For a moment, his aura made the burial realm's experts feel suffocated. Just as Xianxia was about to use his ultimate move, the void suddenly shattered. Space suddenly shattered as a slender, jade-like hand broke through space and slammed towards the expert from the Nether King Hall. The Nether King Palace's expert didn't even have time to react. He didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into a bloody pulp. The atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone was stunned. This sudden scene was out of everyone's expectations. All of the burial earth beings present felt their brains short-circuit and they couldn't react in time. The expert from the Nether King Palace, who was high and mighty a moment ago, was smashed into a bloody pulp. However, what shocked everyone wasn't the death of the expert from the Nether King Palace. It was the person who attacked. A peerless figure slowly stepped out from the broken space. A black dress fluttered in the wind and wrapped around Linglong's proud figure. Her hair fluttered in the wind and her skin was as smooth as snow. She looked like a beauty carved out of cold jade. She wore a ghost mask on her face and no one could see her face. The person who attacked was the domain lord of the Sanluo region, the ghost-masked female burial emperor. Her aura was extremely terrifying and brought with it a supreme pressure that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Although she wore a ghost mask on her face, her eyes seemed to contain the terrifying scene of the sun being destroyed and the stars sinking. Her aura was extremely shocking. It's the domain lord of the Sanluo region. Why did the ghost-masked female burial emperor appear? The appearance of the ghost-masked female burial emperor caused an uproar and exclamations of shock could be heard everywhere. This was because everyone was too shocked. The ghost-masked female burial emperor was extremely mysterious and cold in the hearts of the burial earth beings. Although all of the burial earth beings had heard of the ghost-masked female burial emperor, very few of them had actually seen her. Furthermore, the ghost-masked female burial emperor did not say that she belonged to her own faction, so the chances of her entering the world were even lower. 99% of the beings present were seeing the ghost-masked female burial emperor for the first time. As for why they could recognize her at a glance, it was naturally because of the ghost mask. In the burial earth, no one dared to wear the same mask. This was because there was once a genius who wore a similar mask and his entire clan was killed by the ghost-masked female burial emperor. Since then, no one dared to wear the same mask. Heavens, the ghost-masked female burial emperor actually appeared. Why is this happening? The most important thing is that she killed the expert from the Nether King Palace. Everyone present was still in deep shock. The ghost-masked female burial emperor's actions were swift and decisive. Her cold gaze turned towards the 8-armed spider demon race's experts. You guys also objected just now. The female burial emperor's frosty voice caused the 8-armed spider devil clan's powerhouses to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Even if it was a Holy Lord level powerhouse, in front of the ghost-masked female burial emperor, they were as small and insignificant as ants. No, without waiting for the 8-armed spider demon clan's expert to explain, the ghost-masked female burial emperor had already pointed out a finger. The terrifying beam of death pierced through the void, and a large black hole appeared on the heads of a group of 8-armed spider demon clan experts. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. And you guys? The ghost-masked female burial emperor's gaze once again turned to the Rakshasa clan, Undead Spirit clan, and the others. The reason being that the geniuses of these tribes had all been killed by Jun Xiaoyao at the 10 Emperors Feast. Naturally, they hated Jun Xiaoyao even more. The experts of the two races were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. They retreated quickly and shouted at the same time, "Ghost-masked female burial emperor, as the burial earth's emperor, why are you helping an outsider?" The angry shouts of the experts of the two races did not stop the ghost-masked female burial emperor from killing. She attacked once again. As her jade-like palm struck out, the galaxy overturned, heaven and earth turned upside down, and the void boiled. Various kinds of death aura and the law of death intertwined. In the void, blood-red spider lilies bloomed one after another. Those were the lives of the powerhouses withering away. The entire place was dead silent. Seeing this scene, all the living beings of the burial earth could not make a sound. Although death was not a taboo in the eternal burial earth, it was still very shocking to see such a massacre with their own eyes. Is this the strength of the ghost-masked female burial emperor? One of the living beings of the burial earth muttered to himself. Not only the holy lords, but even a few quasi-supreme powerhouses could not withstand a single blow from the ghost-masked female burial emperor. Of course, what shocked everyone the most was not the strength of the ghost-masked female burial emperor. Instead, why did she help Jun Xiaoyao? Oh my god, don't tell me that even the ghost-masked female burial emperor was conquered by the appearance of the Jun family's genius. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. What kind of existence is the ghost-masked female burial emperor? How could she be so superficial? Then tell me, why would the ghost-masked female burial emperor help the Jun family's genius? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out at all. The surrounding people could not help but whisper to each other. It was because they could not understand the ghost-masked female burial emperor's actions. Think about it, a female powerhouse that had only been heard of in legends suddenly appeared and killed a living being of the same realm for an outsider's genius. This did not make sense. Could it be that she was really conquered by the appearance of the Jun family's genius? Some people could not help but think this way. Because other than this reason, they could not think of any other reason. Comparing strength. Although Jun Xiaoyao was a monster of the younger generation, it was impossible for an expert like the ghost-masked female burial emperor to put him in her eyes. The only thing that could be praised was his appearance. Oh my god, it can't be, even the ghost-masked female burial emperor is going to fall in the hands of this outsider. Kid? The female burial emperor is ranked first on the burial earth's beauty list. Even Princess Lang Huan is only ranked second. Are the first and second beauties of the burial earth going to be ruined by this kid? Envy, jealousy, hatred. Many of the male geniuses present had bloodshot eyes. They were so jealous that they were about to go crazy. Not only did the world's most beautiful Princess Lang Huan crazily throw herself at Jun Xiaoyao. Even the mysterious and aloof burial earth's legend, the ghost-masked female burial emperor, had actually taken action to protect Jun Xiaoyao. Lemon essence. Today, all the male creatures of the burial earth had become lemon essences. It can't be, the female burial emperor is also going to snatch the little puppy from this princess, right? Even Lang Huan was shocked. In an instant, a strong sense of vigilance and danger rose in her heart. A woman like the ghost-masked female burial emperor was actually the most attractive to a young man like Jun Xiaoyao. After all, who wouldn't want to say, "Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore." With the ghost-masked female burial emperor supporting him, Jun Xiaoyao could almost do whatever he wanted in the eternal burial earth. It would be a waste not to eat this soft rice. Therefore, in Lang Huan's heart, she felt a sense of crisis. It was too difficult to fight against a man like the ghost-masked female burial emperor. Such a mysterious and domineering empress was most likely the most attractive to young men. Everyone present had probably misunderstood. They thought that the reason why the ghost-masked female burial emperor made a move was because she had a different attitude towards Jun Xiaoyao. Only Jun Xiaoyao himself, after seeing the ghost mask on the female burial emperor's face, understood a little. It's this ghost mask again. It's the third time. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The first time, it was on the 49th floor of the Holy Spirit College's Heavenly Dao Tower. The ghost-masked girl had appeared and kept calling him Big Brother. The second time, it was on the lower realm's heroic spirit altar, where the ghost-masked woman's figure appeared, protecting Jun Xiaoyao and opening the way. And now, it was the third time. Different from the previous two times, what appeared this time was not an illusory imprint, but a real woman. What exactly was this ghost mask? Was the woman who appeared 3 times the same person? What did it have to do with Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was deep in thought, the ghost-masked burial emperor did not stop. It was as if killing was the only way to intimidate everything. Of course, the ghost-masked burial emperor did not attack indiscriminately. Only those who had obstructed Jun Xiaoyao before were killed by the ghost-masked burial emperor. Her attack sent chills down everyone's spines. In the end, the ghost-masked burial emperor's gaze locked onto the group of experts from the Nether King Palace. They were the ones who were most against Jun Xiaoyao entering the burial ground. There was no other reason. If Jun Xiaoyao entered the burial ground, it would bring trouble to Chu Tianba. Before the tyrant body recovered, Chu Tianba would not stand a chance against Jun Xiaoyao. Ghost-masked burial emperor, don't go overboard. This is the burial ground and you want to protect a genius from the outside world. Aren't you afraid of offending the world? Although the experts from the Nether King Palace were wary, they were not afraid. The Nether King Palace was a first-rate force and they had experts like the Tianming burial emperor. Although the ghost-masked burial emperor was strong, she could not sweep through the burial ground 10 regions. The ghost-masked burial emperor did not say a word. She struck out with her hand again and it was as if the void was about to explode. The expressions of the experts from the Nether King Palace changed. Right at this moment, a cold snort resounded in the void. Ghost-masked burial emperor, are you crazy? Following this cold snort, the entire sky seemed to have fallen into darkness. A figure shrouded in a ferocious-looking pitch-black armor broke through the void and arrived. The aura of a supreme being shook the universe. Palace Master. Looking at the figure that appeared, the experts from the Nether King Palace were overjoyed. The person who appeared was the Palace Master of the Nether King Palace, the Tianming burial emperor. As one of the top experts in the eternal burial ground, although the Tianming burial emperor was ranked second, his strength was not much weaker than the ghost-masked burial emperor. Seeing that the Tianming burial emperor had appeared, the crowd was in an uproar. The top experts of the 10 regions of burial earth had all appeared. Could it be that the world was going to change today? You've also appeared, but so what? Seeing the heaven underworld burial emperor appear, the ghost-masked female burial emperor's tone did not change. What kind of karma do you have with this kid? Why are you helping him? Could it be that you want to please the clan behind him? Tianming Zhenhuang squinted his eyes. It had to be said that his words were very vicious and cunning. He immediately placed the ghost-masked female burial emperor on the opposite side of the ancient burial earth. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. This Tianming burial emperor made him a little unhappy. It has nothing to do with you. The ghost-masked female burial emperor's words were cold. Although that was not what she meant, she was too lazy to explain. Don't you want this kid to enter the burial world? That's fine. So what if you let him in? Tianming burial emperor said indifferently. If he did not allow Jun Xiaoyao to enter, the ghost-masked female burial emperor would not let the matter rest. Such a great Buddha, even if it was the sky underworld burial sovereign, he would still have to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Unless there was no other choice, heaven underworld burial emperor did not want to attack the ghost-masked female burial emperor. And even if Jun Xiaoyao entered the burial realm, it didn't mean that he could stop Chu Tianba from obtaining the opportunity. At the end of the day, it still depended on one's own ability. If you dare to enter, I dare to kill you. Chu Tianba's eyes shot out a cold light that seemed to be able to cut through the void. He wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao personally and prove to the world that only the overlord body could be called a king. I'll return those words to you. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to talk back. When the time came, the facts would prove everything. Next, the quota to enter the burial world was also determined. Other than Jun Xiaoyao, Lang Huan, Chu Tianba, Long Xiang, Mo Ling, 9 Nether AO, Blood Fiend Tribe's prodigy, Corpse Refining Sex prodigy, and others were also qualified to enter. Other than that, the rest of the living beings could only watch from the outside. Thank you. Before entering the burial world, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the ghost-masked female burial emperor and said softly. Although he did not know the cause and effect of it now, he would figure it out in the future. After the burial world ends, I will look for you. The ghost-masked female burial emperor looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said. That face made her heart, which had been lonely for a long time, move slightly. It had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. It was a very special feeling. However, to an outsider, this conversation was practically a hammer strike. The ghost-masked female burial emperor has taken a liking to this pretty boy. Many male living beings' hearts were broken. Although they would never be able to obtain the ghost-masked female burial emperor's favor, as long as the ghost-masked female burial emperor did not like others, it was fine. It was like a girl chasing after a celebrity. Although it was impossible for her to have any relationship with her idol, as long as her idol fell in love, her heart would immediately break. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He believed that the ghost-masked female burial emperor did not have any ill intentions towards him. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others directly stepped into the spatial crack. The surrounding heaven and earth spun, the space was distorted and chaotic, and countless strange and motley illusions appeared. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao had already arrived at a place of dead silence. The heaven and earth were blood-red, and there were a total of 7 blood-red suns hanging high in the sky. Not only did they not bring any warmth to this area, but they also added a bloody and murderous aura. A thick aura of death permeated the air. Even the living beings of the burial earth would probably feel a little uncomfortable. Jun Xiaoyao relied on his powerful saint body to withstand it. There were no other living beings around him. Clearly, when they entered just now, the space was chaotic, and they did not land in the same place. We've finally arrived at the burial realm. Jun Xiaoyao let out a light breath. Before entering, Lang Huan had told him that they could barely explore the periphery of the burial realm. Perhaps they would obtain all kinds of opportunities. But they must not go deep. In the depths of the burial realm, even experts above the saint realm might bleed if they were not careful, let alone young geniuses like them. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. He came here to find the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass. The system hasn't prompted me to sign in yet. Is it because I'm still at the edge of the burial realm? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Perhaps the system would only prompt him to sign in after he went deep into the burial realm. Jun Xiaoyao continued forward. Along the way, he saw a skeleton half buried in the sand. The skeleton of a quasi-sage? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. For some ordinary geniuses, this kind of skeleton was already a great opportunity. If they could comprehend the runes in the skeleton, they might gain a lot. But Jun Xiaoyao wasn't interested, so he didn't stop. In the next few hours, Jun Xiaoyao occasionally found some treasures and opportunities, such as rare metals buried underground, netherworld grass that grew in the burial realm, and so on. Almost every few steps, he would find some treasures. No wonder the living beings of the burial realm all wanted to enter the burial realm. Indeed, they could find treasures anywhere. Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about these treasures. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao also encountered skeletal creatures. Previously, when he had just entered the burial earth and passed by the land of buried bones, he had also encountered such skeletal creatures. Fortunately, the skeletal creatures in the periphery of the burial realm weren't very strong, so Jun Xiaoyao easily dealt with them. When Jun Xiaoyao came across another skeletal creature, he was surprised. He was surprised to find that this skeletal creature was covered in thunder patterns and could control a trace of the power of thunder. This is strange. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. As everyone knew, the eternal burial ground was a cold and ominous place. Most of the creatures in the burial ground were reincarnated from the dead. They were naturally restrained by the power of lightning and fire. Therefore, in the eternal burial ground, Jun Xiaoyao had almost never encountered a creature that could control the power of lightning and fire. Even if there were, it would be some special power like lightning and fire. On the other hand, the power of lightning unleashed by the skeletal being before him was the power of lightning that was of the purest yang. This was a little surprising. The only possibility was that the power of lightning did not come from the skeletal creature itself. It came from somewhere else. What did this mean? It meant a great opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao casually hit the skeleton with his palm. 10 billion pounds of divine power burst out and shattered the skeleton. He picked up a piece of bone and looked at the lightning patterns on it. What a complicated pattern. It's almost close to some great mystiques. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Great mystiques were very rare, such as the true dragon mystique, the divine phoenix mystique, the Qilin mystique, and so on. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's experience, he could not ignore such a great mystique. He would take it seriously. It's still up ahead. Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deeper. Along the way, more and more skeletons were tainted with the power of lightning. This also meant that Jun Xiaoyao's direction was not wrong. In a part of the burial ground, there was a silver mountain range. The entire mountain was silver, as if it had been baptized and tempered by endless power of lightning. In the center of the mountain, there was a cave entrance. Endless lightning surged out of it. Outside the mountain, all kinds of skeletons that could control the power of lightning were fighting. And the ones fighting with them were the prodigies of the 10 minor kings. Apart from Chu Tianba, the other prodigies of the 10 minor kings were gathered here, including Lang Huan. After entering the burial ground, they each obtained some opportunities. Then, they also encountered some skeletons that could use the power of lightning. In the end, they gathered here. In that cave, there is very likely a lightning treasure or a great lightning mystique. Long Xiang's eyes were burning. Although it seemed a little inappropriate for burial earth beings to cultivate lightning god arts, it was still a little unsuitable. However, as the prodigies of the 10 minor kings, which one of them wasn't a prodigy? Cultivating the lightning god art wasn't too difficult for them. Plus, the lightning god art was extremely powerful and could be used as a trump card. It's just that these skeletons are too troublesome, Mo Ling said. As he spoke, he would occasionally glance at Lang Xian's delicate body from the corner of his eyes with a fiery gaze. If you keep looking, this princess will dig your eyeballs out. Lang Xian's beautiful face was filled with anger. Even though she was gentle and sweet to Jun Xiaoyao, she was still a woman. However, he didn't treat the others well. Especially a shameless snake like Mo Ling. Just looking at her made her feel uncomfortable and gave her goosebumps. If one were to say that Jun Xiaoyao's face was pleasing to the eye, then Jun Xiaoyao's face was a sight to behold. As for Mo Ling, it would be extremely tragic. You. It's impossible for that kid to walk out of the burial ground alive anyway. Mo Ling's snake eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Oh, is that so? Hearing this voice, Mo Ling's body tensed up. Long Xiang, Jiu Yuao, and the other prodigies also turned their gazes. In the distance, Jun Xiaoyao's white robe was whiter than snow. He walked in the air with his hands behind his back. His gaze was indifferent as he scanned the area. Then, his gaze landed on the cave. Is that where the opportunity is? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed a hint of interest. Young Master Jun, Lang Xian's face was filled with joy. She twisted her waist and flew up in a flash, landing beside Jun Xiaoyao. Mo Ling and the others' faces were extremely ugly. The opportunity here was probably the biggest opportunity in the outer area of the burial ground. If they continued to go deeper, their lives would be in danger. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had appeared, there was no doubt that he wanted to eat this fat piece of meat alone. He wouldn't even leave a piece of meat for them. Why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to scram? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Simple and direct. He didn't beat around the bush. Jun Xiaoyao, we found this place first. It doesn't belong to you alone, Long Xiang said in a low voice. So what? If you don't scram, then die. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything and directly attacked. A palm print blasted out. It was as if a corner of the sky had collapsed as it suppressed Long Xiang. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Long Xiang didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so decisive. He attacked without saying a word. He used a secret technique and his body expanded. The bone wings on his back flapped and a white bone armor spread out from his body. It was extremely tough. At the same time, the nether death dragon Qi rolled in front of him and turned into a bone shield. There was a loud bang. 10 billion pounds of divine power poured into the bone shield and instantly shattered it. At the same time, Long Xiang's entire body slammed hard onto the ground. Everyone, attack together! Mo Ling shouted. This time, the 10 minor kings didn't hesitate and quickly attacked. The Skybrides of the Blood Fiend tribe and the Corpse Refining sect attacked immediately. They each used their own techniques. The Skybrides of the Blood Fiend tribe took out the Blood Sea again and released endless death chi. The Skybrides of the Corpse Refining sect took out a coffin. The coffin exploded in the void. A red-haired ancient corpse appeared. The red-haired demonic corpse was given to him by the mighty ones of the Corpse Refining sect, specifically to deal with Jun Xiaoyao in the burial world. The red-haired demonic corpse's strength was almost on par with a true god expert. The 9 Serenities Ao's eyes also shone with a cunning light. It was also looking for an opportunity. Just as the Skybrides of the 10 minor kings attacked Jun Xiaoyao. In the sky outside the spatial crack, the scene of the battle in the burial ground appeared in the void. They saw the Skybrides of the 10 minor kings attacking Jun Xiaoyao again. The living beings in the burial ground were extremely nervous. They were afraid that the same thing would happen again. No, even the 9 Serenities AO will attack this time. It's an existence that can compete with Chu Tianba. Yeah, and that red-haired demonic corpse. Its cultivation is almost on par with a true god. Who can stop it? There was a lot of discussion. The ghost-masked burial ground emperor stood alone in the void and watched the scene without saying a word. The battle in the burial ground began. The red-haired demonic corpse rushed forward. It was extremely ferocious and fierce. Its demonic chi filled the sky. Jun Xiaoyao punched the red-haired demonic corpse. Its entire chest caved in, but it didn't disintegrate. Do you think something like last time will happen again? The Skybrides of the Corpse Refining sect said coldly. His face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The red-haired demonic corpse was beyond his control. Even if he forced it now, it would be very harmful to him. The Skybrides of the Blood Fiend tribe and Mo Ling took the opportunity to attack Jun Xiaoyao while he was busy with the red-haired demonic corpse. Lang Huan didn't attack, but it wasn't that she was watching. She didn't think there was a need for her to do anything. If she helped, it would show that she didn't trust Jun Xiaoyao. When ants work together, they are still ants. Stomping one to death is no different from stomping a group of them to death. Jun Xiaoyao's blood chi surged like an ancient volcano erupting. His hair danced in the wind, and his entire body surged with immortal light. The power of the 160 zenith heaven immortal bones was finally displayed. At the same time, the supreme bone in his chest was faintly shining with divine light. A terrifying energy was gathering. Jun Xiaoyao was about to kill. A purple divine light flashed past Jun Xiaoyao's right fist. He was already wearing the Saint King Annihilation Overlord gloves. Coupled with the divine power of 5 billion caddies and the power of the Zenith Heaven Immortal Bone, Jun Xiaoyao's punch seemed to be able to tear apart the void. He punched towards the red-haired fiend corpse. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the chest of the red-haired fiend corpse was penetrated by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Of course, the red-haired fiend corpse was a half-puppet. As long as it was not destroyed, it could still move. The red-haired fiend corpse's nails were like sharp thorns as it scratched towards Jun Xiaoyao's head. Jun Xiaoyao shook one of his arms and unleashed his divine power, which surged like an ocean. Chi La, the entire red-haired fiend corpse was split into two. The corpse refinement sect paragon was completely stunned. He was dumbfounded as though he had lost his soul. The combat strength of the red-haired fiend corpse was close to that of a true god, although it could not be compared to a true god expert. Its physique was indeed close to that of a true god. But now, it was still killed by Jun Xiaoyao with a single punch. However, at the same time that Jun Xiaoyao destroyed the red-haired fiend corpse, the attacks of Long Xiang, Mo Ling, and the blood-malevolent race paragon had already landed. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change as a strange aura flowed out. Those extremely powerful moves dissipated into the void. Dermic power immunity, activate. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was cold as he targeted the corpse refinement sect paragon first. The corpse refinement sect paragon had no fighting spirit in his heart and turned to leave without any intention of resisting. Most of the combat strength of the corpse refinement sect paragon was in the fiend corpse. He was ordinary and did not have anything special. Jun Xiaoyao grabbed the void and his dermic power surged, forming the heavenly god spear. The spear pierced through the corpse refining sect's prodigy. Then, the god of heaven's spear exploded. The corpse refinement sect paragon was instantly smashed into pieces and couldn't be more dead. Outside the burial world, the expressions of the corpse refinement sect experts were extremely dark. However, the shock was not over yet. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and locked onto Mo Ling. Mo Ling's entire body turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Jun Xiaoyao's chest glowed, and a blazing light beam shot out. It was the light of tribulation. This was like a punishment from the heavens. Wherever the light passed, everything was annihilated. Heavenly Python swallowing sun technique. Mo Ling let out a wild roar. His entire body was splattered with blood. It was as though he had sacrificed himself to display a terrifying divine ability. It was rumored that the ancestors of the sky-devouring demonic pythons could even swallow and refine the sun in the sky. This superpower was derived from this legend. It was the trump card of the sky-devouring demonic python clan. Once the move was performed, it was as if a huge phantom of a fiendish python had appeared in the void. The python's body was like a mountain ridge that stretched for thousands of miles. The fiendish python opened its mouth and swallowed the light of tribulation. However, before Mo Ling could reveal a smile of success, he was shocked to find that the fiendish python's illusory figure began to tremble like a wave, becoming unstable. Break! As Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, the entire fiendish python's illusory figure collapsed. Once again, black and white light shot out from Jun Xiaoyao's chest. It was the light of reincarnation. No! Mo Ling's eyes popped out as he screamed in horror. In the next moment, the light of reincarnation swept across his body. Mo Ling's body was like a weathered rock, crumbling into dust. Another 10 minor king's supreme talent had fallen. Damn it! When Long Xiang and the Blood Fiend tribe's supreme talent saw this, their eyes were filled with extreme solemnity and fear. They even vaguely revealed a look of fear. That's right, this group of high and mighty 10 minor kings, who considered everyone else beneath them, finally felt fear. For supreme talents of their level, they should not have developed such feelings of fear. However, they were really afraid now. Jun Xiaoyao was a devil. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. The Tushi ancient emperor flame surged out and surrounded the Blood Fiend tribe's supreme talent. At the same time, he retracted the man-ruler seal and suppressed Long Xiang. At this juncture, the 9 Serenities AO finally made its move. If it did not make its move, it would be the only one left to face Jun Xiaoyao. The moment the 9 Serenities AO made its move, the energy waves were extremely terrifying. On the 9 tails behind it, there were 9 ferocious beast heads. At this moment, the 9 heads opened their mouths at the same time. 9 rays of purple light shot out, as if they could split heaven and earth. Such power! Lang Huan was slightly shocked when he saw this. However, he was also very confident in Jun Xiaoyao. Although the 9 Serenities AO had launched a sneak attack, Jun Xiaoyao had sensed it. Suddenly, dermic power surged behind him and a platinum cloak appeared. Many images of gods appeared on the surface of the cloak, as if the gods were chanting and releasing endless holy light. This was the supreme defensive technique of the divine elephant overpowering divine elephant, the cloak of gods. This technique was evolved from the underworld protection. Its defensive power was even stronger, as if there was a god protecting Jun Xiaoyao. The 9 rays of light released by the 9 Serenities AO landed on the cloak of gods, but they could not penetrate it at all. At the same time, the Blood Fiend prodigy let out a heart-wrenching scream and was burned to ashes by the burning emperor flame. Long Xiang spat out mouthfuls of blood from the impact. The dragon scales on his body were all shattered. He was in an extremely sorry state. Jun Xiaoyao used his finger as a sword and slashed out with the immortal slayer sword art. At the same time, a divine chain of order rushed out from his forehead and turned into a golden short sword. It was the primitive Emperor Dao sword. The power of 2 of the 5 great divine arts when used at the same time was imaginable. Even though Long Xiang had used up all his energy and suppressed his cultivation base, he was still a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of such an attack. He was overestimating himself. 2 slashes. Long Xiang's chest and head were pierced by 2 rays of sword light. Long Xiang of the corpse dragon tribe had fallen. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao turned around and looked at the 9 Serenities AO indifferently. The 9 Serenities AO's hair stood on end, and there was a look of fear in its eyes. It was extremely ferocious and could even compete with Chu Tianba among the 10 minor kings. But now, it was afraid. Die. Jun Xiaoyao used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His fist light was shocking, and 6 reincarnation vortexes appeared, causing the void to explode and the sky to tremble. The 9 Serenities AO resisted with all its might. Its body was glowing with purple light as it used all kinds of ferocious beasts. It even used the 9 Serenities AO's unique 9 Serenities AO divine art. The purple light was destructive. Unfortunately, if it was a pure-blooded 9 Serenities AO, it might be able to fight Jun Xiaoyao. But this 9 Serenities AO was only a mixed blood. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, it was still unable to resist Jun Xiaoyao's punch and was shattered. The entire land of opportunity fell silent. Other than Jun Xiaoyao, only Lang Huan and the group of skeletons at the entrance of the cave were left. Lang Huan was dumbfounded. Even though she knew that Jun Xiaoyao would win in the end, she did not expect it to be so clean and tidy. Jun Xiaoyao was too ferocious. Lang Huan was wet again. At this moment, outside the burial world, it was completely silent. The entire place seemed to have fallen into winter, and everyone was frozen into statues. Time and space seemed to have frozen. All the creatures outside the burial ground were speechless. Although some of them had already expected it. But when they saw it with their own eyes, they were still shocked. The 10 minor kings of the eternal burial ground. Except for Chu Tianba and Lang Huan, the other 8 had all died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. And these few were easily killed by Jun Xiaoyao when they were besieged. Humiliating, all of the creatures of the burial earth felt humiliated in their hearts. Only some of the powerhouses of the Sure Demon Kingdom sighed. Their princess had good taste. Qin Xianer was also impressed. She had never liked any man, but Jun Xiaoyao was the only man she admired. Damn it, damn it. The powerhouses of the Corpse Dragon clan were furious, and the world was roaring. Not only the Corpse Dragon clan, but the powerhouses of the sky-devouring demonic Python clan, the Blood Fiend tribe, the Corpse Refining sect, and other forces were also furious. They couldn't wait to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Is the Grand Ancestor still indifferent? The powerhouses of the Corpse Dragon clan communicated with each other. The powerhouse of the Corpse Dragon clan, the Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor, was also a top powerhouse of the burial ground. He was as famous as the Tianming Burial Emperor. That genius of the Jun family, after all, has that layer of background. A powerhouse of the Corpse Dragon clan said with fear. No matter how strong the Jun family is, can they be stronger than the forces of the eternal burial ground combined? Not to mention, there is a great horror in the depths of the burial ground since ancient times, a creature said unwillingly. The Corpse Dragon clan wasn't the only one who was unwilling. The rest of the powerhouses of the sky-devouring demonic Python clan, the Blood Fiend tribe, and the Corpse Refining sect were also planning something. If Jun Xiaoyao had only killed the geniuses of 1 or 2 families, perhaps no one would dare to touch him because of the Jun family's background. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had almost killed all of the 10 minor kings. That meant that Jun Xiaoyao had offended more than 90% of the forces of the eternal burial ground. This wasn't something that could be easily brushed aside. Other than Lang Huan, only Chu Tianba was still alive. Disciple, you must complete that task. Tianming Zhenhuang's eyes were incomparably deep. He had Chu Tianba enter burial realm to search for the living being's reincarnation pool. Naturally, it wasn't just for Chu Tianba's transformation. There was another matter for him to do. If he succeeded, the burial realm would most likely undergo a great change. Outside burial realm, all of the creatures were sighing in admiration, clamoring and discussing. Only the ghost-masked female burial emperor was like a cold and aloof statue, standing still from start to finish. Xianxia's performance came as a bit of a surprise to her. As for the back of that white-robed figure, it slowly overlapped with the white-robed youth in her illusion. Within the burial realm, compared to the clamor of the outside world, Xianxia was calm and composed. He did not panic at all after killing so many 10 lesser king skyprides. It was like slaughtering a few chickens. Even Lang Huan was a little speechless as she spat out, "Young Master Jun, can't you act a little more dignified?" "Why?" Jun Xiaoyao asked back. "Those who died were the treasures of the various immortal forces in the burial realm. Now that they're all dead, you've offended more than 90% of the forces in the burial realm," Lang Huan said. "Even if the entire world is my enemy, I, the Son of God, won't frown, let alone the burial realm." Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, not minding it at all. His ambition was to suppress the entire era, even the past and present. What could the eternal burial realm do to him? "Young Master Jun, don't say any more. I'm going to get wet again." Lang Huan's beautiful legs trembled. Jun Xiaoyao's unintentional domineering aura was enough to intoxicate any woman. Beauties loved heroes. This was an unchanging truth. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was no longer something that could be described as a simple hero. He was an invincible, unparalleled legend throughout the ages. "Alright, let's get rid of these little troubles. Let's see what opportunities there are in the cave." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and looked at the group of skeletons. Jun Xiaoyao and Lang Huan both made their moves. With Jun Xiaoyao's powers, he was able to wipe out the skeletons before long. However, just as they entered the cave, 2 sage-level skeletons appeared. Jun Xiaoyao took out the god-slaying doll and finished the battle in a few moves. Then, the 2 entered the cave. At a glance, it was filled with boundless lightning energy. It was like a vast ocean. Jun Xiaoyao was fine. After all, he wasn't a burial realm creature. The power of thunder didn't have much effect on him. On the other hand, Lang Huan was still restrained by the thunder even though some of the death chi had faded from her body. At this moment, her delicate face was pale and she felt uncomfortable. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. His spiritual power vibrated gently and protected Lang Huan. Lang Huan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and smiled sweetly. He was domineering to the outside but attentive to the inside. Although he didn't seem to care, he would still protect her when necessary. Who wouldn't love such a man? Lang Huan felt more and more that her judgment was right. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. He just did it in passing. At this moment, his attention was all on the thunder runes on the wall. In the entire cave, apart from some treasures, there were only thunder runes carved all over the walls. Each rune was like the orbit of the stars in the sky. It was extremely complicated and required a lot of energy. However, there were a total of 100,000 thunder runes in the cave. Ordinary geniuses would find it difficult to even memorize them, let alone understand them. What mysterious runes? They're too complicated. Lang Huan looked for a while and shook her head slightly. It was almost impossible for her to completely memorize these runes. If she wanted to comprehend them, she didn't know how many years it would take. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had a flash in his eyes. His talent was unparalleled. Even the 18th ancestor sighed. When he was young, he was definitely not as good as Jun Xiaoyao. Interesting. I didn't expect it to be the Thunder Emperor's mystique. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at it and smiled. He was very satisfied with this reward. The Thunder Emperor's mystique? Lang Huan was surprised. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to understand it with a glance. I once read about the Thunder Emperor's deeds in the ancient records. He was a creature of the immortal domain. He was talented and had an unparalleled thunder body. His ambition was higher than the sky and he wanted to create his own mystique. In the end, he really created the Thunder Emperor's mystique. It's comparable to the true dragon's mystique, the divine phoenix's mystique, and the Qilint's mystique. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. He didn't expect the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor's mystique to be in the burial realm. This kind of mystique was very rare. Even Jun Lingsong only mastered the incomplete Qilin's mystique. The true dragon's mystique and the divine phoenix's mystique were Zulong. They were the mystiques of the 10,000 Phoenix spiritual mountain. They definitely wouldn't be leaked out easily. The Thunder Emperor's mystique was comparable to these mystiques. It was clear how powerful it was. Not bad. After mastering the Thunder Emperor's mystique, I have more tricks up my sleeves. I can also deal with the immortal ancient world in the future, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. In the immortal ancient world, monsters from all walks of life would appear and the sleeping freaks would awaken. Although Jun Xiaoyao had an invincible Dao heart, he wasn't just arrogant. With the Thunder Emperor's mystique, his strength would obviously soar again. However, when Lang Huan heard this, she asked in a daze, "Young Master Jun, don't tell me you're going to sit in this cave for a few years to comprehend." Meditate for a few years? Jun Xiaoyao laughed. Lang Huan was so naive that it was cute. Didn't she know that there were creatures in this world that were known as cheats? Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao was one of the cheats. Jun Xiaoyao didn't answer. Instead, he sat down and began meditating. "Young Master Jun, are you really going to stay here for a few years?" "I don't want that. Also, there isn't even a comfortable bed in this cave. It's not convenient to have sex." Jun Xiaoyao ignored Lang Huan's teasing and began meditating. The lightning runes on the cave walls seemed to peel off and flashed before his eyes. It was difficult for ordinary people to remember a single rune. However, Jun Xiaoyao had been using the chaotic divinity grindstone visualization method to temper his soul since he was young. His soul power was far superior to other prodigies of the same level. Not to mention, he had 3 lives of primordial spirits. The consumption of soul power was almost negligible. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao immersed in meditation, Lang Huan pursed her lips. She didn't disturb him and sat down to meditate. Of course, wanting to comprehend a great divine ability was absolutely not such a simple matter. Even some monstrous prodigies couldn't fully comprehend it without a few years. Lang Huan didn't expect to fully comprehend it. She could only try her best to understand it. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was meditating on the Lightning Emperor's grand technique, Chu Tianba continued to venture deeper into the burial realm. Chu Tianba didn't care about the opportunities along the way. The only thing he needed to do now was to find the pool of reincarnation. The pool of reincarnation is near the depths of the burial realm. It's difficult to reach it with my own strength. Chu Tianba's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and a pitch-black bell appeared, protecting his body as he plunged into the burial realm. The dangers along the way couldn't stop Chu Tianba. The pitch-black bell destroyed all obstacles in front of him. That looks like the soul-reaping bell of the Nether King Palace. Chu Tianba's image was projected to the outside world. When they saw the pitch-black bell, all of the burial earth creatures were astonished. They didn't expect His Majesty Nether King to hand this quasi-emperor weapon to Chu Tianba. Moreover, Chu Tianba didn't seem to be interested in the opportunities in the outer regions of Burial Realm. He went straight into the depths of Burial Realm. Could it be that Chu Tianba wants to find the legendary pool of samsara in the Burial Realm's myriad spirits graveyard? To think that the Underworld King Hall would have such a plan. However, that place is extremely dangerous. Even with a quasi-emperor weapon protecting them, they might die if they aren't careful. Wealth comes from danger. However, I have heard that there seems to be a tomb keeper in the depths of the myriad spirit graveyard. It could be said that Chu Tianba's actions had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Furthermore, it was clear that this wasn't Chu Tianba's doing alone. It was the King of Hell's palace that was plotting behind the scenes. Your goal, could it be? The ghost-masked buried emperor looked at Tianming buried emperor with a deep gaze. Hee. Tianming burial emperor laughed but didn't say anything. Burial realm had been sealed for so long. It was time for it to see the light of day again. Just as Chu Tianba was entering the depths of burial realm. In the cave, Jun Xiaoyao was still comprehending. It had already been a day since he started comprehending the Tao. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes. There was a flash of lightning in his eyes. He got up and sighed slightly. Lang Huan, who was beside him, also opened her beautiful eyes when she heard something. She didn't gain much either. The Lightning Emperor's great superpower was too complicated. It wasn't something that could be memorized in a day or two. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Lang Huan comforted him, "Young Master Jun, don't be discouraged. It's almost impossible to memorize the Lightning Emperor's great superpower, let alone comprehend it. Indeed, I have underestimated the complexity of the Lightning Emperor's great superpower," Jun Xiaoyao said truthfully. "However, with young Master Jun's talent, you might gain something if you stay for a month or two," Lang Huan said. Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand. There was lightning between his 5 fingers. Then, it condensed into miniature stars. Beside Jun Xiaoyao, there were also stars formed by lightning, bobbing up and down. "Lang Huan?" Jun Xiaoyao's fingers moved. The lightning stars between his fingers burst out. Lightning spread, exploding in the void. He flipped his palm again. The lightning gathered in his palm and turned into a blazing lightning, swallowing and spitting out terrifying lightning energy. "Young Master Jun, you..." Lang Huan was a little confused. This Lightning Emperor's great superpower is indeed complicated. It took me a day, but I still couldn't comprehend it completely. I only understood part of the moves. Jun Xiaoyao played with the lightning in his palm and said calmly. Hearing this, Lang Huan was speechless. She was doubting life. Could it be that I have comprehended a fake superpower? Lang Huan looked at the lightning runes on the wall again. She found that it was still as complicated as before. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with her eyes. It was Jun Xiaoyao who was too monstrous. In a day, not only did Jun Xiaoyao completely memorize the Lightning Emperor's great superpower, but he also comprehended part of the moves. This could no longer be described as monstrous. He was simply a monster. Jun Xiaoyao ignored the shocked Lang Huan. He had already memorized the Lightning Emperor's great superpower, and its power did not disappoint him. When Jun Xiaoyao completely comprehended it, the Lightning Emperor's great superpower would undoubtedly be another trump card. As for now, Jun Xiaoyao could not waste time on comprehending the superpower. His main purpose in coming to the burial ground was not completed yet. I didn't see any traces of the 9 Wonders reincarnation immortal grass in the periphery of the burial ground. It seems that it is in the depths of the burial ground, Jun Xiaoyao said. Young Master Jun, you can't enter the depths of the burial ground casually. Even if you are a saint or above, there is a risk of dying if you are not careful. Lang Huan's expression changed. She did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to want to go deeper into the burial ground. That was no different from courting death. I have the strength to protect myself. No need to worry. You stay here and continue comprehending then, Jun Xiaoyao said. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's attitude being so resolute, Lang Huan did not persuade any more either. She just urged Jun Xiaoyao to be careful. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and immediately left. The further one went into the depths of the burial ground, the more dangerous it was indeed. For example, a random mud pit on the ground might hide a crisis that was sufficient to make a saint perish. Although Jun Xiaoyao was monstrous, it was also not possible to be strong enough to be able to go deep into the burial ground alone. He took out a simple and unadorned armor, covered in crack patterns, giving off an ancient aura of vicissitudes of life. This ancient armor was bestowed to Jun Xiaoyao by Jiang Daoxu to protect himself. It sought advantages and avoided disadvantages, and nothing was taboo. All kinds of incomplete killing formations, curses left behind, were all isolated by this ancient armor, unable to bring the slightest bit of harm to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also went deep into the burial ground at an extremely fast speed. And the deeper he went, the more Jun Xiaoyao had an inexplicable feeling. It was a vague sense of familiarity. Finally, a large ancient tomb appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao's vision. All kinds of corpses and tombstones were scattered everywhere, as if it was the final resting place of all living beings. He had finally arrived at the All Spirits graveyard. And it was also at this moment that the system's notification finally sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have arrived at the sign-in location. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star reward, 7 seals. As the system's voice fell, a mysterious flow of information poured into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. 7-star reward. Jun Xiaoyao was also slightly shocked. A 7-star reward was already considered very high. So far, the highest reward he had received was only an 8-star reward. As for 9-star and 10-star rewards, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't signed in yet. He was also looking forward to what the 9-star and 10-star rewards would be in the future. However, a 7-star reward was already considered very high. Then, Jun Xiaoyao began to check his sign-in reward. After digesting it, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with light. The 7 seals of the immortal forbidding seal was a rare sealing technique. The 7 seals not only had a powerful sealing ability, but it could also combine the power of heaven and earth to set up array patterns, erupting 10 or 100 times the power. This kind of terrifying sealing technique was as rare as the mana immunity from before. The 7 seals have a total of 7 seals. If all 7 seals are used at the same time, it is said that even immortals can be sealed. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. The 7 seals were indeed worthy of being a 7-star reward. Because it was a reward from signing in, Jun Xiaoyao didn't need to comprehend it and could directly use it. However, with his current realm and ability, it was impossible for him to directly use the complete 7 seals. However, even if it was only 1 or 2 seals, it was still considered a powerful technique. After all, the 7 seals didn't only have the ability to seal, but also a powerful offensive and suppressive power. First, there was the Thunder Emperor's great mystical power, then there was the 7 seals. This trip was not in vain. Jun Xiaoyao was satisfied. The increase in his trump cards would also be very helpful for the future struggle for hegemony in the immortal ancient world. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't carefully explore the 7 seals. Instead, he swept his gaze towards the myriad spirits graveyard. Before entering, Jun Xiaoyao had also learned some information about the burial realm. He knew that there was a myriad spirits graveyard in the depths of the burial realm. Among them, there was a pool of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao speculated that the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass might grow near the reincarnation pool. As far as the eye could see, the entire all spirits graveyard was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. All kinds of skeletons and tombstones were scattered all over the place. Jun Xiaoyao could also sense a faint sealing power. This all-spirits graveyard seemed to be sealed just like the entire burial realm. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the all-spirits graveyard. All kinds of incomplete killing formations and ancient curses were activated. Moreover, even a puddle of mud could kill a Saint King expert. Jun Xiaoyao used the ancient armor given to him by Jiang Daoshu to protect himself. Although the ancient armor was simple and unadorned and full of cracks, the aura it exuded helped Jun Xiaoyao block off all killing intent. Jun Xiaoyao was able to stroll leisurely and calmly. And just as Jun Xiaoyao entered the all-spirits graveyard, in the depths of the 10,000 spirits graveyard, in an ancient cave, there was a clay statue-like figure that seemed to have been sitting cross-legged for an eternity. This aura is, an incomparably hoarse and deep voice came from the clay statue-like figure. At the same time, outside the burial realm, looking at the figure walking leisurely and calmly in the all-spirits graveyard, all the creatures in the burial realm were speechless. As expected of a genius with a strong background. Just that ancient armor alone is enough to make many people in the burial realm unable to do anything to him. Then why didn't the Jun family's genius use it when he fought against the 10 young kings? Isn't that obvious? Do you need to use a knife to kill an ant? That's true. No wonder the Jun family's genius always looks so calm. It's because he's not afraid of anyone at all. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's image projected in the sky, all the creatures present were discussing. Many of the creatures in the burial realm felt helpless. In terms of talent and cultivation, they were no match for Jun Xiaoyao. In terms of background and power, they were no match for Jun Xiaoyao. It was no wonder that Jun Xiaoyao was so arrogant and condescending in the eyes of these creatures in the burial realm. Thinking about it from another perspective, standing in the same position, they would only be more arrogant and condescending. Just as the creatures were discussing intensely, a creature in the burial realm suddenly pointed at the image and shouted, "They've met. The Jun family's genius and Chu Tianba have met." Following the exclamation, everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the light screen in the sky. Inside the all-spirits graveyard, there was an incomparably vast lake. The water in the entire lake appeared to be chaotic, as if it had cut off the galaxy in the sky and merged into it. And in this lake, all kinds of illusions were produced. All living beings reincarnated, all living things changed, the sun and the moon changed, the 4 seasons withered and flourished. It was as if the lake had manifested the appearance of all living beings. It was the reincarnation pool of living beings, and in the reincarnation pool of living beings, a figure was sitting cross-legged. It was Chu Tianba. Around his body, endless energy surged into it. The cracks on Chu Tianba's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wouldn't take long for his body to be repaired. When my body is completely repaired, the first thing I'll do is find the Jun family's sacred body. Chu Tianba whispered coldly. Oh? Is that so? Then there's no need. I'm already here. A faint voice sounded, and Jun Xiaoyao appeared. You. Chu Tianba's eyes flashed with a dark light. Jun Xiaoyao had his hands behind his back. His expression was relaxed, as if he was strolling in his own backyard, not at all like he was in a dangerous place like the 10,000 spirits graveyard. You want to rely on the reincarnation pool of living beings to restore your body. That's a good idea. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were as calm as water. What? You want to stop me? Chu Tianba said coldly. What do you think? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, not caring at all. Huh. If you make a move, then I'm afraid this thing will be gone. Chu Tianba sneered and took out a stalk of grass that emitted a 7-colored brilliance. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly. It's the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass. It seems like you know why I came to the burial world. Jun Xiaoyao's expression returned to normal. If the Nether King Palace wants to find out, then naturally I can find out. Chu Tianba said. If you want to use this to threaten me, then you're gravely mistaken. If you destroy this stalk of grass, then this son of God will bury the entire Nether King Palace with you. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. But the murderous intent stirred the heavens and earth. Don't worry. I, Chu Tianba, only want to compete with you once in my perfect state. Once my tyrant body recovers, you can naturally obtain the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass if you defeat me. Chu Tianba said. The tyrant body of the heavens had its own dignity. Chu Tianba didn't want to use the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass to force Jun Xiaoyao to admit defeat. Instead, he wanted to wait until his dominating body had transformed before killing Jun Xiaoyao in a fair and square manner. Otherwise, a victory obtained through despicable means would be an insult to the tyrant body of the heavens. Believe me, when the time comes, you will only feel more despair. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes had a trace of faint pity. In front of a peerless genius like Jun Xiaoyao, any struggles and transformations would be futile. It would only cause Chu Tianba to sink deeper into despair. Unfortunately, Chu Tianba didn't seem to realize it. It seems that you are too confident in yourself. In the past, the tyrant body has defeated the saint body many times. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Chu Tianba snorted. If he was an incomplete tyrant body, he might have a chance against Jun Xiaoyao. But if Chu Tianba's physique was completely transformed, then he was confident that he could suppress Jun Xiaoyao. This was the innate arrogance and confidence of the tyrant body. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and didn't say anything. An ant thought that after transforming, he would become a true dragon. But in the eyes of the stronger ones, he was just an ant that had turned into an earthworm. What was the difference? Since you are so confident, then this son of God will give you this opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry. He suddenly wanted to see Chu Tianba's expression of despair when he realized that he was still a weakling after transforming. Well, Jun Xiaoyao was definitely not some kind of devil. He was just kind enough to fulfill the wish of a person who was about to die. Humph. They all say that the tyrant body is arrogant, but in the end, there is an even more arrogant saint body. Chu Tianba coldly looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't say anything else and began to transform through the pool of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao just stood there calmly. He had nothing to do, so he also looked at the pool of reincarnation. After dealing with Chu Tianba and obtaining the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass, there is no need to rush to leave. I will use this pool to transform first. Jun Xiaoyao could sense that the pool of reincarnation was extraordinary. It contained a dense mystic power of all living beings, as if all the essence of the living beings in the all-spirits graveyard had gathered in this pool of water. What kind of existence is the burial realm? Who established it? What is their purpose? Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think. He also understood that this graveyard wasn't the deepest place in the burial realm. In the deepest part, there was a terrifying existence. The all-spirits graveyard was located in the center of the entire burial realm. At most, it was located in the depths of the center. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao could faintly sense that there were many terrifying auras hidden in the depths of burial world. That was probably where the greatest foundation of the entire eternal burial ground lay. As for those buried emperors of the 10 regions of burial earth, they were merely experts on the surface. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and didn't think too much about it. When I have the strength, not only the 9 heavens 10 earths, but also the eternal burial ground, the forbidden zone, and even the legendary alien realm, I will personally go there. Jun Xiaoyao set a goal in his heart. While Jun Xiaoyao was waiting, outside the burial realm, there was an uproar. Voices of discussion rose in all directions. In the beginning, he saw Jun Xiaoyao and Chu Tianba meet. Everyone thought that Jun Xiaoyao would make a move to stop Chu Tianba from recovering his tyrant body. However, the turn of events after that was out of everyone's expectations. The Jun family's son of God didn't make a move. Oh my, this doesn't fit his style. Didn't you see that Chu Tianba took out a stalk of grass? It looks like the 9-wonder reincarnation immortal grass. It only grows beside the living reincarnation pool. He must be using it as a threat. Sigh, this is the will of the heavens. It wants Chu Tianba to redeem our burial ground's reputation. That's right. If Chu Tianba's heavenly tyrant body hasn't recovered, it'll be difficult for him to go up against the Jun family's son of God. Seeing this scene, many of the burial ground creatures breathed a sigh of relief. Other than Lang Huan, only Chu Tianba was left among the 10 minor kings of burial ground. If Chu Tianba were to be defeated by Jun Xiaoyao as well, it would be a huge blow to the spirits of the burial grounds. The expressions of the powerhouses of the King of Hell's palace also relaxed. What they were most worried about was that Jun Xiaoyao would stop Chu Tianba from completing his tyrant body transformation. Now, it seemed that the dust had settled. Tianming Burial Emperor looked at the void and seemed to have sensed something. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. My disciple will avenge your clan's prodigy." As soon as these words were spoken, all of the burial earth beings were shocked. Could it be that the ancestors of the Corpse Dragon clan and the sky-devouring demonic Python clan had arrived? Thinking of this, the creatures felt their scalps go numb. If it weren't for the ghost-masked burial emperor supporting Jun Xiaoyao, he would be in danger. Inside the burial ground, beside the living reincarnation pool, Chu Tianba's body was enveloped by a mysterious force. It was the purest energy of all living beings. It seemed to be cleansing Chu Tianba's body, causing the cracks on his body to begin to heal. At the same time, Chu Tianba's aura was also rising steadily as his body healed. Finally, when the last crack on Chu Tianba's body was healed, his cultivation had broken through the complete divine fire realm and reached the empty god realm. Among the younger generation, Chu Tianba's cultivation was enough to sweep through all. Rumble. The sound of bones cracking came from Chu Tianba's body. It was as if huge stars were colliding with each other. His bronze-colored muscles had become flawless. Many mysterious divine runes flowed on the surface of his skin. These were the divine runes that belonged to the Overlord body. They contained the supreme power of inheritance. At this moment, Chu Tianba's aura was so strong that it was enough to make the younger generation lose their will to fight. Even Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyelids slightly. He was finally interested. Success. I finally succeeded. Although I can't reach the level of perfection before, it's enough. Feeling the perfect transformation of his body, Chu Tianba's eyes shone brightly. This feeling of power returning, of being perfect and flawless, was simply too wonderful. And this feeling made Chu Tianba's confidence soar. So what if Jun Xiaoyao had defeated all the young kings before? The current Chu Tianba could do it easily. Interesting. Since I entered the burial ground, there's finally an opponent that can make me interested. Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was as calm as water. Even if Chu Tianba's physical body had recovered, even if his cultivation had reached the void god realm, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still as impassive as ever. Still pretending to be calm? I'm impressed. Chu Tianba sneered. He took out the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass and threw it beside the reincarnation pool. If you beat me, you'll naturally get the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass. But now, it seems like you won't have that chance. Chu Tianba's eyes were filled with contempt. You should say that to yourself. Jun Xiaoyao also released his own aura. Although it was the aura of the complete divine fire realm. However, his aura was no weaker than Chu Tianba, who was at the empty god realm. Jun Xiaoyao had the divine elephant overpowering force, the sacred body of the ancients, and the immortal bone of the great all-embracing heaven. The 3 forces were activated at the same time. It was like a sleeping true dragon had awakened. A monstrous aura surged. Jun Xiaoyao was about to get serious. Sensing this aura, even someone as strong as Chu Tianba couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Jun Xiaoyao's aura made him feel a trace of danger. Impossible. The complete divine fire realm is only a line away from the void god realm, but the difference is like heaven and earth. Moreover, although he has the sacred body of the ancients, I also have the tyrant body of the heavens. I'm not weaker than him in the same realm, let alone 1 realm higher. Chu Tianba thought to himself. Jun family sacred body, come and fight. Chu Tianba attacked. He wanted to prove that the tyrant body was the strongest body in history. Chu Tianba's aura was different from the other 10 minor kings. The ripples of his attack were much stronger than Long Xiang, Mo Ling, and even the 9 Serenities AO. His fist smashed out like an expanse of stars smashing down, and it erupted with a boundless wave of energy. Although the living beings outside Burial Realm couldn't personally experience these fluctuations of power, they could still see them. Chu Tianba's strength was much stronger after his transformation. He's so strong. Even through the light screen, I feel like I'm suffocating. Yeah, the son of God of the Jun family has finally met his match. The burial ground finally has a genius who can compete with him. Countless voices were heard from all directions. Obviously, this battle was very eye-catching and even related to the reputation of the eternal burial ground. If Jun Xiaoyao were to emerge victorious in this battle, if word got out, wouldn't it mean that the son of God of the Jun family alone defeated all the young geniuses of the eternal burial ground? How would the burial ground feel then? However, after seeing Chu Tianba's power, the creatures of the burial ground were relieved. At the reincarnation pool, the battle between the holy physique and the tyrant physique finally began. Chu Tianba punched out, using the killing fist of the Way of the Monarch. The fist flew across the sky, and the fist light illuminated the sky. Killing intent swept out like a tide. This fist technique was very powerful. Sometimes, even without the fist landing, the killing intent was enough to shatter one's mind. Feeling that he was locked on by the killing intent, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He also punched out, facing Chu Tianba head-on. Stupid. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao attack, Chu Tianba snorted coldly. He was in the void god realm, which was enough to completely suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao not avoid the attack, but he also faced it head-on. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Jun Xiaoyao didn't say a word. The power of the sacred body of the ancients combined with the divine elephant overpowering divine elephant's strength of 10 billion pounds. That power caused the void to surge and the world to shake. Boom, the 2 fists collided. In an instant, magical power rippled in all directions, causing the earth to crack and the clouds to change color. With this punch, Chu Tianba's expression immediately changed. The fist that he had imagined did not appear. Chu Tianba only felt an incomparably terrifying divine power coming from Jun Xiaoyao's fist. The heavenly tyrant body was also known for its physical strength. It could kill true dragons and defeat godly phoenixes. But at that moment, Chu Tianba's body shook violently as he was forced back. Blood splattered from his fist. Chu Tianba was knocked back and injured. With just a single move, all of the burial earth creatures outside burial world were left speechless. They even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. This was the transformed Chu Tianba, not the crippled state from before. However, he was still pushed back by Jun Xiaoyao. Shocking, unparalleled shock, Jun Xiaoyao's performance had overturned their worldview. A divine fire realm cultivator repelled a nihility god realm cultivator. This was simply unbelievable. Young Master Jun is actually this strong? Xianxia covered her red lips with her jade-like hands as her beautiful eyes widened. The smiles on the faces of the Nether King Palace's experts froze. Tianming Burial Emperor was expressionless. One could imagine that Jun Xiaoyao's performance caused all of the Burial Earth creatures to feel uneasy. Inside Burial World, Chu Tianba was pushed back. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao also revealed a look of surprise. You're actually only slightly injured. As expected of the heavenly tyrant body, you're quite something. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed surprised. Even some peerless geniuses would at least have their arms shattered when facing his punch. Chu Tianba was only injured. It was already considered very good. The heavenly tyrant body was indeed worthy of its reputation. As for Chu Tianba, his mind was filled with question marks. Shouldn't I be the one saying this? Why did it feel like Jun Xiaoyao was the one with a higher cultivation level and was giving him pointers? I don't believe it. Chu Tianba attacked again. The blood in his body shook. After the baptism of the reincarnation pool, his death aura had turned into vitality once again. As his blood surged, the wound on his right hand quickly healed. It was obvious that the heavenly tyrant body's recovery ability was not inferior to the sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao also attacked again. Ancient tablet sky-splitting palm. Chu Tianba once again used another powerful divine ability. He turned his fist into a palm and struck out. The shadow of an ancient tablet seemed to appear, shattering the sky. Jun Xiaoyao formed the seal of the human ruler with one hand and the army control formula with the other. The two powerful techniques collided with Chu Tianba. Jun Xiaoyao's white robe fluttered. His divine light was peerless. He was like an immortal god, suppressing everything. Chu Tian's domineering aura was boundless. He was like a god of war, suppressing the world. Both of them had great power and boldness. At this moment, the aftermath of their battle was enough to crush ordinary geniuses. Boom! 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 The two's techniques collided. The ripples shook. Many tombstones around them were shattered and dust flew up. After a few more exchanges, Chu Tianba was forced back again. He coughed up blood. How is this possible? Your sacred body. Chu Tianba's eyes were no longer calm. He could feel that Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients was not restrained by the heavenly path's shackles. But how was this possible, even if the Jun family behind him had piled countless resources on Jun Xiaoyao? It was impossible to completely break his shackles. The heavenly path's shackles were a kind of restrictive rule that prevented the sacred body of the ancients from being too powerful. And now, Jun Xiaoyao's performance did not seem to be restricted at all. Oh? Did you sense it? Seeing the shock in Chu Tianba's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved slightly. That's impossible. You must have cultivated some special technique. Chu Tianba shook his head. He would never believe such a ridiculous thing. Chu Tianba's eyes shone with a cold light. He first used a defensive spell. An aura of desolation flowed on the surface of his body. Finally, it condensed into an earthy yellow armor. It was the Great Baron Godly Armor Chi Art. The armor formed by the Great Baron Godly Armor Chi Art was difficult to penetrate in the same level, let alone Jun Xiaoyao, who was one level lower. Then, Chu Tianba made another move. This time, he used a powerful move. 7 styles of adjudication. Chu Tianba rotated his palms. All kinds of saber energy, sword energy, and ancient magical seals appeared. It was a powerful move. It was said that when the 7 styles were used, it could judge all living things. Jun Xiaoyao did not underestimate his opponent. He condensed the blue sky ancestral dragon armor and the God Legion cloak, a defensive technique from the divine elephant overpowering force. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, with the dragon armor and the cloak fluttering, seemed to have transformed from a transcendent immortal into an immortal god of war. Chu Tianba, I, the son of God, will let you know what true despair is. Jun Xiaoyao looked down on him like a god looking down on an ant. So what if Chu Tianba had transformed into the tyrant body of the heavens? He still did not care. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his palm. Lightning flashed between his fingers and intertwined with an electric net. The great divine ability of the Thunder Emperor was used. Jun Xiaoyao had yet to fully comprehend the Thunder Emperor's grand theurgy. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to fully display some of its moves. For example, this move was the Thunder Star. The power of thunder surged in Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Around him, it condensed into shining stars. Every star contained the explosive power of thunder and lightning of the purest yang. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a divine king surrounded by stars. He had the power to suppress everything. All of the lightning stars pressed down on Chu Tianba. This is a grand theurgy. Chu Tianba's eyes also showed a hint of seriousness. He used the 7 styles of judgment to collide with Jun Xiaoyao's Thunder Emperor's grand theurgy. Ferocious thunderbolts and waves of magic power spread out. Jun Xiaoyao was like the Thunder Emperor. Billions of lightning bolts shot out with every move. Chu Tianba was like an unyielding god of war. His moves were fierce. The two of them were like meteors hitting Earth. They collided and confronted each other, bursting into endless sparks. This kind of battle was extremely shocking. All the creatures outside the burial realm were stunned. It didn't look like a battle between the younger generation at all. It looked more like a clash between the older generation. Boom, with a loud bang, Chu Tianba was once again blasted back. Although he was in the Void God realm, his physical strength and magical power were far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's. Jun Xiaoyao's divine strength of 10 billion pounds had reached a certain limit. Even Chu Tianba, who had the tyrant body of the heavens, was far inferior. Your turtle shell is quite hard, but it still can't protect you. Jun Xiaoyao's bone of supremacy emitted a blazing brilliance in his chest. A vigorous and blazing light of tribulation blasted toward Chu Tianba. Damn it! Chu Tianba's expression was cold. If Jun Xiaoyao only had the sacred body of the ancients, Chu Tianba wouldn't be so passive. After all, the two physiques had their own advantages and disadvantages since ancient times. No one could completely suppress the other. But most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao didn't only have the sacred body of the ancients. He still had the bone of supremacy. Among the 3,000 body types, the bones of supremacy ranked in the top 30. It was not much weaker than the sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the heavens. With the two supreme physiques stacked together, Chu Tianba's advantage in cultivation realm was already completely negated. Rumble, the light of calamity poured down on Chu Tianba's body without reservation. The prodigious Wild's god armor he had created was now riddled with cracks, and in the end, shattered. Chu Tianba spat out another mouthful of blood. What did it mean to be completely crushed? This was a complete suppression. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even have a speck of dust on his body, let alone being injured. Chu Tianba, on the other hand, was beaten to the point where he was forced to retreat again and again. The difference between the two was clear at a glance. No, this is impossible. How can my complete tyrant body be weaker than yours? Chu Tianba shook his head, unable to accept this result. If he was still an incomplete tyrant body, it would be excusable if he lost to Jun Xiaoyao. But the problem was that his tyrant body had been restored. Even if it couldn't be restored to the perfect level of his previous life, it was still flawless enough. But now, he was still being suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. It was no wonder that Chu Tianba was doubting his life. Looking at Chu Tianba's somewhat unacceptable expression, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and said, "I told you before that I would make you feel even more despair, but you didn't believe me. Now do you understand the difference between us? Tyrant body? You're just trash." Jun Xiaoyao's merciless words made Chu Tianba's face turn red, and he was extremely furious. How could the arrogant tyrant body endure such humiliation? Impudent, I haven't lost yet. Chu Tianba's blood and qi surged, and the divine marks on his body began to light up. Those were the divine marks that belonged to the tyrant body, and they contained the supreme secret power of the tyrant body of the heavens. Chu Tianba punched out with his right fist, and his entire arm was lit up by the divine marks, and it was incomparably brilliant. At the same time, a terrifying wave of mana that could shatter the heavens spread out. This was the tyrant body of the heavens lineage, the tyrant fist. Once the tyrant fist was unleashed, the 8 barons would submit. In historical records, There was a rumor that the tyrant body of the heavens defeated the sacred body of the ancients with a single tyrant fist. Now, the tyrant fist reappeared, and its power was just as shocking. Jun Xiaoyao, taste the power of my tyrant fist. Chu Tianba roared, and his black hair danced in the wind. His aura surged to the extreme, and he punched out, bringing with it endless waves of magical power. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly. This move was a little interesting. Jun Xiaoyao didn't dodge, but instead used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Using a fist to fight a fist technique, 6 reincarnation vortexes accompanied Jun Xiaoyao's fist, as if they could pull people into endless reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a supreme fist technique, and it wasn't any weaker than the tyrant body of the heavens tyrant fist. The 2 fists collided, and the sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard. The fist that contained the power of reincarnation pressed down, and the muscles and bones of Chu Tianba's entire right arm were shattered. Cracks appeared, and blood splattered, glowing with a faint purple light. Ah! Chu Tianba couldn't help but let out a roar. His entire right arm was severely injured, and at the same time, his entire body was being crushed and eroded by the power of reincarnation, and he kept spitting out blood. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out again, and stepped on Chu Tianba's body. 10 billion pounds of divine power burst out, and Chu Tianba coughed out blood again, mixed with broken organs. His entire body was like a cannonball, and he crashed to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up dust. Jun Xiaoyao, in an extremely aggressive manner, had once again suppressed Chu Tianba. Outside the entire burial ground, all the creatures who saw this scene were shocked and dumbfounded. The cultivators of Pluto Palace were even more dumbfounded. At this point, Chu Tianba had almost used all his strength, and yet he was still suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Who would dare to believe this? Tianming Burial Emperor's face finally turned gloomy. Will the result be the opposite of what we expected? Some of the creatures of burial ground looked at each other, and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. Will the prodigy of burial ground really be beaten to the ground by an outsider, beside the reincarnation pool? Chu Tianba struggled to get up, and his bones cracked. Blood qi surged in his body, and he was recovering from his injuries. One had to admit that the tyrant body of the heavens was really strong, and it hadn't collapsed even now. What a good punching bag. You should be proud that you're able to last until now, Jun Xiaoyao said truthfully. He wasn't being sarcastic, but rather, he was praising. After all, if it were any other prodigy, even the dragon race's prodigy, under Jun Xiaoyao's attacks, their body would have collapsed. Chu Tianba was only severely injured, and that was already very rare. Jun Xiaoyao, don't insult me. Perhaps you've forgotten that we, the tyrant body, still have a final trump card. In Chu Tianba's eyes, there was a kind of resolute madness burning. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. For example, the sacred body of the ancients had 6 visions. The hegemon body of the heavens also had its own trump card, which was the 9 godly forms. If the sacred body of the ancients awakened all 6 visions, it could form the 6 paths of reincarnation and defeat all enemies in the world. As for the hegemon body of the heavens, if all 9 godly forms appeared at the same time, it could also intimidate and subdue the world. At this moment, Chu Tianba's blood surged as he burned his hegemon body bloodline. He was going to make a last stand. Chu Tianba stomped on the ground with 1 foot and his body rose into the air. Behind him, huge waves surged into the sky, sweeping out. It was as if there was a Kuan fish that rose into the air with him. Then, the Kuan fish turned into a giant pung. Its wings were like clouds in the sky, and its aura shook the heavens for thousands of miles. It was one of the 9 godly forms of the hegemon body, the Kuan pung. Chu Tianba, who had used the trump card of the hegemon body, had a ferocious aura. He was like a cannonball, charging straight at Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that this move shocked everyone. Outside the burial realm, all the creatures were extremely excited, looking forward to Chu Tianba's counterattack. In the face of Chu Tianba's move, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. If that's the case, then I will also use my sacred body vision to fight you. Jun Xiaoyao also stomped on the void with 1 foot, and a brilliant light suddenly rose around him. Illusory figures of the saints appeared in the void. In the end, there were 10,000 shadows surrounding Jun Xiaoyao, making Jun Xiaoyao look like an immortal. It was the pilgrimage of the 10,000 saints, a terrifying pressure poured down. As soon as the pilgrimage of the 10,000 saints was used, Chu Tianba's power was almost suppressed by more than 30%. But Chu Tianba was not afraid. He still let out a long roar. The Kuanpeng was unafraid of anything and collided with Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body vision. Kaboom! It was as if countless stars were shattering. Chu Tianba's entire body seemed to have turned into a Kuanpeng, shattering the shadows of the saints. The 9 godly forms of the hegemon body were indeed worthy of their reputation. The Kuanpeng alone was enough to kill most geniuses. But to Jun Xiaoyao, it was still not enough. While Jun Xiaoyao was suppressing Chu Tianba with the reverence of 10,000 saints, he struck out with his palm again, intertwining with the power of lightning. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled like dragons, striking down on Chu Tianba. This was the manifestation of one of the Thunder Emperor's great divine abilities, the thunder of heavenly punishment. The thunder of heavenly punishment crashed down on Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba raised his hand and swept out like the wings of a giant rock, setting off waves of spiritual energy. Rumbling sounds echoed in all directions as Chu Tianba was blasted back. His body was charred black and emitted a burnt smell. But Chu Tianba didn't back down. He roared into the sky, and his form changed again. An ancient and heavy bell appeared on the surface of his body. As the bell shook, it seemed to shatter the void in all directions. This was another transformation of the Overlord body's 9 great divine forms, Great Bell Dao Physique. The thunder of heavenly punishment landed on the Great Bell Daoist body but was unable to penetrate it. Chu Tianba activated the Great Bell Dao Physique, and invisible sound waves spread out, tearing the surrounding lightning apart. This Overlord body's divine form is quite interesting. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Seeing Chu Tianba's ferocity, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he found it interesting. After all, opponents who could make him use a few more moves were few and far between. Again. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, and tens of thousands of bolts of lightning appeared and gathered in Jun Xiaoyao's palm, turning into a blazing flash of lightning. The flash of lightning seemed to be condensed from the lightning of the heavens, and it was so bright that it could blind people. 9 Tribulations Demon Punishing Thunder. Jun Xiaoyao hurled it out with one hand. That blazing bolt of lightning seemed to have turned into a lightning spear, piercing right through the Great Bell Physique. This was one of the Thunder Emperor's great divine abilities, punishing the heavens and punishing the earth, destroying everything. Boom! The 9 Tribulations Demon Punishing Lightning landed on the Great Bell Dao Physique, and cracks appeared all over it. Chu Tianba also coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chu Tianba's aura was frenzied, and he didn't retreat. He changed his body again, and a true dragon appeared behind him. It was one of the 9 great divine forms, the true dragon celestial body. Chu Tianba kicked out, and it was like a true dragon swinging its tail, tearing the void apart. This kick was enough to tear any skypride below the empty god realm to pieces. As for Jun Xiaoyao, the supreme bone in his chest blazed again, and light gathered as he used the hand of heaven. The giant hand imprinted with countless heavenly Dao runes broke through the air, and with a terrifying aura that could kill all living things, it pressed down on Chu Tianba. Even though Chu Tianba had transformed into the true dragon's celestial body, under the suppression of the hand of heaven, he was still like an earthworm, spitting out blood and struggling. I don't believe it. I am the overlord body of the heavens, unparalleled since ancient times. Who can defeat me? Chu Tianba roared as he fought crazily. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared around him at the same time. The Kuanpeng divine form, the great bell Taoist body, the true dragon celestial body, and the immortal phoenix feather. When the 4 divine forms were activated at the same time, the power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Even the hand of heaven was shaken away by the impact. It seems like you can only use the 4 divine forms at most, Jun Xiaoyao said when he saw the situation. The 9 divine forms of the overlord body were the same as the 6 visions of the sacred body. They weren't innate, but had to be slowly comprehended. Although Chu Tianba had only comprehended the 4 divine forms, he was still considered a monster. The 4 divine forms can also kill you. Chu Tianba roared with all his might, and with the power of the 4 divine forms, he charged towards Jun Xiaoyao. Alright, then let us use the sacred body and the overlord body to end this battle. Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell. At the same time as he displayed the reverence of the 10,000 saints, a majestic figure with surging immortal light appeared behind him. That figure stood towering between heaven and earth, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The galaxy seemed to be surrounding his waist, and the ancient stars seemed to be just decorations around him. It was the sacred body vision. Immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. At this moment, the reverence of the 10,000 saints surrounded Jun Xiaoyao, and the immortal king appeared behind him. This terrifying vision made Jun Xiaoyao look like the descendant of the gods, the son of heaven and earth. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao once again displayed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, supported by the divine elephant overpowering force and the immortal bone of the great all-embracing heaven. Then, he added the power of the 2 sacred body visions. The reverence of the 10,000 saints had the power to weaken the enemy's combat power. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens was an invincible Dao technique that could greatly enhance Jun Xiaoyao's various divine abilities. For example, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist that Jun Xiaoyao displayed at this moment was several times more powerful with the enhancement of the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. It was as if the immortal king behind Jun Xiaoyao had punched out with him. Rumble, heaven and earth surged, and Dermic powers shook. The 2 sacred body visions and the overlord body's 4 divine forms collided fiercely. The fluctuations were indescribable, and the entire 10,000 spirits graveyard seemed to be razed to the ground. The earth cracked, and the heavens shook. Outside the burial ground, the light screen in the sky was covered by endless smoke and dust. All the living beings of the burial ground and the major forces stared at the light screen. What would the result of the battle between the sacred body and the overlord body be? The sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the firmament had been enemies since ancient times. In the past, they had clashed many times and won and lost. In this era, the sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the firmament were at the same level. Who would win and who would lose? All the creatures in the burial ground were watching nervously. From the perspective of the burial ground, they hoped that Chu Tianba would win. Cough, cough, the sound of blood coughing was heard from the dust. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the dust. Beside the reincarnation pool, Chu Tianba knelt on the ground with one knee. His bronze body was cracked and light purple blood flowed from the wound. At this moment, Chu Tianba was like a cracked porcelain that would break with a touch. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao was still standing in the void with a calm expression. Crack, the sound of metal cracking was heard. It was Jun Xiaoyao's azure sky dragon armor cracking. Then, the blue sky ancestral dragon armor shattered into green light spots that filled the sky. The cloak of the gods on his back also dissipated. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not show any signs of injury. Even his aura was not chaotic. It was clear who was better and who was worse, who won and who lost. Jun Xiaoyao had completely defeated Chu Tianba. Whoosh, outside the burial ground, an uproar spread in all directions like a tide. No one expected this to be the result. After the transformation, Chu Tianba, whose body was perfect and had reached the void god realm, was still no match for Jun Xiaoyao. He had even used the 9 godly forms of the tyrant body, but he could not cause any damage to Jun Xiaoyao. What was despair? This was despair. All the creatures in the burial ground were devastated. Their faces were gloomy as if they had suffered a huge blow. Jun Xiaoyao alone defeated the 10 minor kings of the burial ground. No one could fight him. The experts of the Pluto Palace were in disbelief. They froze on the spot as if they had been struck by lightning. Tianming Burial King's aura was a little unstable. Chu Tianba, whom he had high hopes for, had lost so miserably. Is there anything in this world that young Master Jun cannot do? Xianxia was a little dazed. Jun Xiaoyao had once again refreshed her understanding of him. So there really was such an outstanding man in this world. The ghost-masked female burial emperor was instead the calmest one. Under the mask, there was a faint light in his eyes. At this moment, at the edge of the pool of reincarnation, Chu Tianba's mind went blank as he knelt on the ground with one knee in a daze. Before Chu Tianba could even react, he had already lost. Jun Xiaoyao descended from the sky step by step. Then, he walked to the edge of the pool of samsara and picked up the 9 profundity samsara immortal grass. I've finally accomplished my goal. After storing the 9 profundity reincarnation undying grass into his spatial magic tool, Jun Xiaoyao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had achieved his goal of coming to the burial ground. Only now did Chu Tianba recover from his daze. His entire face was filled with a crazed expression. How is this possible? How is this possible? I am the overlord body, the unparalleled overlord body. Chu Tianba mumbled as if he had gone mad. He could not accept this bloody reality. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very cold, with a faint trace of pity. From the beginning to the end, you were wrong. Ridiculously wrong. I was wrong? How was I wrong? Chu Tianba's expression suddenly became ferocious. In this world, I am the only one who can be called unparalleled throughout the ages. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and placed them behind his back. His calm words carried a domineering aura. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could be called unparalleled throughout the ages. You. Chu Tianba's chest shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His Dao heart suffered a huge blow. Jun Xiaoyao's personality was even more domineering than the overlord body, unparalleled throughout the ages. He was the only one. How crazy and arrogant did a person have to be able to say such arrogant words? It's over. Jun Xiaoyao pushed his palm forward, wanting to end Chu Tianba's life. The two constitutions could not coexist peacefully. Only the fall of one side could end the battle. No, I can't accept this. Chu Tianba shook his head. How could he die like this? There was a loud thud. Chu Tianba took out the soul-reaping bell again, wanting to use it to save his life. With life, there was still a chance to rise again. If he died, there would be nothing left. Chu Tianba did not think that he could live again. Jun Xiaoyao saw this and shook his head. I knew you wouldn't give up, but the result will not change. He also took out the broken ancient armor given by Jiang Daoshu to resist the power of the soul-reaping bell. At the same time, he slammed his palm towards Chu Tianba's chest. A series of cracking sounds rang out. Chu Tianba's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, including his bones, were all shattered. Even his primordial spirit was shaken violently and was about to collapse. Chu Tianba's entire body was blasted above the reincarnation pool. He kept coughing out blood mixed with his internal organs. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. He knew that Chu Tianba was destined to die. Cough cough. Jun Xiaoyao, are you very proud? After feeling that his life was about to end, Chu Tianba's face was filled with madness. Proud? What's there to be proud of about stepping on an ant? Jun Xiaoyao replied indifferently. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. Poochie, Chu Tianba coughed out blood again. F*ck, he was about to die. Couldn't he say something nice? Chu Tianba was about to explode. Even so, he was still grinning maniacally. His teeth were stained with blood as he said in a chilling manner, Jun Xiaoyao, there is a cycle of reincarnation in the heavens. The heavens will spare no one. One day, you will feel the pain I feel right now. Heh. Who will the heavens spare? I, the Son of God, will rule the world in the future. What is the heavens? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. He never believed in karma or the heavenly path. With enough strength, one could dominate everything. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent attitude of invincibility, even Chu Tianba was shocked. This person's invincible mind was almost unshakable. Jun Xiaoyao, it's too early to say that. I have a feeling that in this life, the overlord of the tyrant bloodline will appear. He will end your invincible legend. Chu Tianba's words made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flash. Overlord, he had heard of this title before. It did not refer to a single person, but to the strongest of the tyrant bloodline. In the past, the tyrant body of the firmament had also had an overlord. In every life, as long as there was an overlord, the sacred body of the ancients would usually be at a disadvantage. In times when there was no overlord, the sacred body of the ancients would be at an advantage. There was no other reason. The overlord was the ultimate sublimation of the tyrant bloodline. In all aspects, he was stronger than the average tyrant body of the firmament. The average sacred body of the ancients did not have much of an advantage in front of the overlord. So what if the overlord is born? You won't be able to see it anyway. Jun Xiaoyao was not affected by the news. When the overlord was born, Jun Xiaoyao's strength would be unimaginably strong. Heh. Jun Xiaoyao, are you sure you can get out of here alive? Chu Tianba suddenly revealed a creepy smile. Then, he suddenly took out a pitch-black seal. At the same time, the blood in his body exploded, releasing the last of the light and heat. Hades Seal Breaker, unseal. Chu Tianba used the last of his strength to activate the Hades Seal Breaker. Then, he threw it directly into the reincarnation pool. In an instant, the world shook and the burial realm trembled. No one would have thought that such a scene would happen. Even Jun Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment. In this short period of time, Chu Tianba had completed his final mission with his life. The Nether King's seal was given to him by his master, the Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor, to throw into the living reincarnation pool. Then, the living reincarnation pool rumbled as if it was boiling. The pool water surged. The sealing power of the 10,000 spirits graveyard began to gradually disintegrate. At the same time, the seal of the burial world also trembled. This is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Could the living reincarnation pool be the core of the sealing power of the burial world? Chu Tianba's action was to break the seal of the burial world. Chu Tianba's body began to collapse and his aura was about to fall. He hissed and roared. "Master, avenge me!" After roaring, Chu Tianba's body collapsed and his entire body turned into a pool of flesh and blood. A heavenly tyrant body had fallen. At the same time, the entire 10,000 spirits graveyard was trembling. The dusty inscriptions on the tombstones flickered and there were sealing runes on them. Below the tombstones, cracks began to appear and a thick aura of death rolled out. Under the 10,000 spirits graveyard, there seemed to be a group of burial world bosses sealed. But what was more shocking was that there seemed to be some strange movement in the depths of the burial world. There was a terrifying aura of inheritance. The entire burial world was in chaos. At the same time, outside the burial world. Seeing Chu Tianba fall, the eyes of the entire Nether King's palace turned red. When the Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor heard the words, "Master, avenge me," his body trembled slightly. The Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor had high hopes for Chu Tianba and even wanted him to take charge of the Nether King's palace in the future. But Chu Tianba died in front of his eyes. A cold killing intent flashed in the Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor's eyes. At this moment, the seal outside the burial world seemed to be unstable and began to break. Seeing this, the burial earth beings finally came to their senses. It turned out that the Nether King's palace had long planned to break the seal of the burial world. The heavens are about to change. The burial earth creatures here were also shivering, sensing great terror. After the great storm more than 10 years ago, was the burial ground, which had been peaceful for a long time, going to have a great storm again. The Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor's aura surged, and the Supreme Being's aura spread out in all directions. He was the first to make a move, directly entering Burial Realm. The seal of the Burial Realm was on the verge of shattering. It couldn't stop Supreme Being experts from entering. Seeing the Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor enter, all the living beings present could no longer remain calm. Was Tianming Burial Emperor going to kill Jun Xiaoyao? When the ghost-masked female Burial Emperor saw this, her cold eyes faintly flashed under her mask, and she also entered in a flash. While everyone was still in shock, another rumbling sound came from the void. The successor of the Jun family has gone too far. This voice was deep and low, ancient and full of vicissitudes. A bone dragon with a body that stretched for thousands of miles broke through the void. Its dragon claws seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. In the end, the bone dragon transformed into a middle-aged man wearing white bone armor and a pair of white dragon wings on his back. A ferocious Supreme Being aura poured out in torrents. It's the Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor of the Corpse Dragon tribe. He has also appeared. The appearance of the Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor caused an uproar in all directions. However, the shock was still not over. In the void, a sea of blood overturned and swept over the sky. An old man wearing a blood-red robe stepped on the sea of blood that filled the sky. His monstrous murderous aura shook the stars and shook the hearts of the people. It's the Blood Fiend tribe's Blood Fiend tribe's Blood Fiend tribe. The ground shook and cracked. Thousands of miles of yellow soil burst open, and a giant demonic spider the size of a mountain ridge appeared. In the end, it transformed into a man with 8 arms and a powerful aura. The Heavenly Spider Demon Lord of the 8-armed Spider Demon tribe. A cold aura surged as a black-cloaked man carrying an ancient coffin appeared. It's the corpse refining sect master, the legendary Coffin Man. It's rumored that a corpse emperor lies in his coffin. Seeing the Coffin Man, many living beings in burial ground were enraged. The rumored corpse emperor was a terrifying existence that could threaten supreme being experts. In addition, a skinny old man in a purple robe appeared. The appearance of this old man made all the living beings in burial ground feel suffocated. They were speechless. Could that be the rumored old man Joyo? The Joyo Ao that died in the hands of the Jun family's son of God was cultivated by him? When the old man Joyo appeared, the entire crowd boiled over. This was a top expert who had hidden himself from the world. He did not have any forces and only cultivated the Joyo Ao. Now that the Joyo Ao had fallen in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao, this old man Joyo would not let this matter rest. Then, in addition to these top experts, the buried emperors of the heaven-devouring demonic python tribe, Rakshasa tribe, and undead spirit tribe also appeared. In addition, the king of the Azura demon kingdom also appeared. He was a bearded middle-aged man wearing blood-red armor. They dare to make a move? The king of the Azura demon kingdom revealed a thoughtful look. On the other side, in the void, a terrifying expert with gray wings on his back was also observing the situation. He was the buried emperor of the Fallen Wing tribe. The Fallen Wing tribe was also the first force to submit to Jun Xiaoyao. Do they not want to live anymore? Or have they already forgotten the tragic situation 10 years ago? The buried emperor of the Fallen Wing tribe muttered to himself. All the living beings in burial ground fell into a state of absolute shock. They did not expect the big shots of the 10 regions of burial ground to appear one after another. Usually, these big shots only existed in rumors. They were incomparably high and incomparably mysterious, watching the ups and downs of the burial ground. But now, they had all appeared. It was obvious that they were about to make a big move. After appearing, the Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor, Blood Fiend Ancestor, Sky Spider Demon Ancestor, and other top experts also broke into burial ground. Seeing these experts enter burial ground, the living beings in burial ground could not hold back anymore. They all followed closely behind, wanting to watch the show. At this moment, beside the reincarnation pool, Jun Xiaoyao was frowning. He did not expect the situation to develop to this point. Logically speaking, Jun Xiaoyao should have left after obtaining the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass. But after seeing the reincarnation pool, Jun Xiaoyao dismissed the idea of leaving directly. With such a great opportunity in front of him, it would be stupid not to make good use of it. If he could completely refine the energy of this reincarnation pool, Jun Xiaoyao's strength would definitely skyrocket. It could be said that even in the immortal ancient world, a great opportunity like the reincarnation pool was extremely rare. Jun Xiaoyao naturally could not miss it. But now, a great change had occurred in burial ground. The sealing power seemed to be about to shatter, so Jun Xiaoyao naturally could not peacefully cultivate here. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, waves of powerful auras rushed over from the distance. A huge demonic palm print with an imposing aura covered the sky like a pitch-black sky, pressing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Do you really dare to attack? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the incoming gigantic demonic palm. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to use the ancient armor to fight back, on the other side of the sky, red spider lilies bloomed. They were incomparably beautiful and carried with them the aura of death. The red spider lilies collided with the demonic palm, and the power was earth-shattering. It was as if thousands of stars had exploded at the same time. In a battle between supreme being experts, even if it was just a simple move, it was enough to affect heaven and earth and cause great destruction. Ghost-masked Burial Emperor, you've gone too far. In the void, the Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor's cold and angry voice sounded. He didn't expect that the ghost-masked Burial Emperor would protect Jun Xiaoyao to this extent. Even in this situation, she still wanted to protect Jun Xiaoyao. Before my karma is clear, no one is allowed to touch him. Under the mask, the ghost-masked Burial Emperor's cold voice was filled with killing intent. It was almost instinctive for her to protect Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, the ghost-masked Burial Emperor also wanted to know what kind of karma she had with Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao died now, this karma would never be resolved. It wasn't a good thing for the ghost-masked Burial Emperor. Jun Xiaoyao has committed a great sin in the burial ground. It's impossible for him to walk out of the burial ground alive. The Heaven Underworld Burial Emperor's voice was cold. As his voice fell, the Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor, Blood Fiend Ancestor, Sky Spider Demon Elder, Corpse Refining Sect Master, Old Man Joyo, and other burial emperors rushed over. Every one of them was an expert above the Supreme Being level. The appearance of one of them was enough to shock everyone, not to mention all of them appearing together. Moreover, the most important thing was that the person they were targeting was merely a junior with cultivation in the Divine Flame realm. A group of Supreme Being experts targeting a junior in the Divine Fire realm. If word got out, many people's eyeballs would pop out. If it was an ordinary genius, their legs would have gone soft and they would have collapsed on the ground. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm and cold when facing the group of burial emperors. It was like a bottomless abyss. The many burial earth beings who had followed behind also had complicated feelings when they saw this scene. On one hand, they did not expect that a group of burial emperors would fall to the point of targeting a junior. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor alone was enough to make even those who didn't have a good impression of him admire him. Young Master Jun. In the crowd, a beautiful figure flashed over. It was Lang Huan. She tried to comprehend the Lightning Emperor's great divine ability to no avail. When she came out to search for other opportunities, she saw a group of burial earth creatures entering. She sensed that burial realm might have undergone some changes, so she followed him here. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Many burial emperors were trying to kill Jun Xiaoyao alone. Lang Huan, come back. In the skies, the Azure ruler waved his hand, stopping Lang Huan. Now was not the time to express opinions. Every action could have far-reaching consequences. Even though the Azure Demon Empire was the influence that had the least enmity with Jun Xiaoyao, the Azure Emperor still didn't want to recklessly wade into these muddy waters. Let's go and help young Master Jun. Lang Huan's eyes were filled with anxiety. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to die. Don't worry. It's not that easy for the Jun family members to die. The Azure ruler's eyes were deep as he looked into the depths of the 10,000 spirits graveyard. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who was the center of attention, was incomparably calm. His gaze swept across Tianming, Burial Emperor, and the others as he said casually, "You beat up the young one and the old one comes. Can't you change your tactics? Jun family's junior, don't you know that you've committed a heinous crime?" Tianming Burial Emperor released a terrifying pressure. However, it was useless against Jun Xiaoyao. Crime? Killing one is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero. This son of God still thinks that I haven't killed enough. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was sharp. You want me to back down or lower my head? It was impossible. Others might be arrogant for a while, but Jun Xiaoyao would be arrogant for life. With this talent and background, if he still acted like a coward, he would be a real coward. Don't be a coward, just be strong, that was Jun Xiaoyao's principle. The stronger the enemy, the more Jun Xiaoyao would not back down. I know what you're relying on. It's the Jun family behind you, but so what? Now that you've offended almost the entire burial ground, the Jun family can't protect you. Tianming Burial Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. That's right. Even if the Jun family intervenes, this matter will not be settled. The Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor also spoke. Seeing this, the creatures of the burial ground regained their senses. Jun Xiaoyao did not just kill creatures from one or two forces. 90% of the forces of the burial ground had been offended by Jun Xiaoyao. If it was only one or two forces, they might be afraid of the Jun family. For example, the Fallen Feather clan would never have dared to go against the Jun family on their own. However, there were too many forces that wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. The King of Hell Palace, the Corpse Dragon Tribe, the Eight-Armed Spider Demon Tribe, the Sky-Devouring Demonic Python Tribe, the Blood Fiend Tribe, the Corpse Refining Sect, and other forces. There was also Old Man Joyo who did not have any forces. With so many top forces and powerhouses working together, even the Jun family could not do as they pleased, right? It seems that the Jun family's son of God made a mistake this time. He underestimated the danger of these forces. A creature of the burial ground shook his head. Perhaps Jun Xiaoyao would fail in the eternal burial ground. So, you're after my life, then? Jun Xiaoyao asked in a flat tone. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Tianming Burial Emperor said coldly. If possible, he did not want to do it himself. Whoever killed Jun Xiaoyao would probably be targeted fiercely by the Jun family. Therefore, no one wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao personally. Jun Xiaoyao killing himself was the best choice. Hee hee. Jun Xiaoyao laughed as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What do you mean? Tianming Burial Emperor's face darkened. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Jun Xiaoyao scolded coldly. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? These high and mighty burial emperors of the burial earth, did they have a screw loose in their heads or did water get into their heads? They had no idea who the person they were threatening was. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, even the high and mighty burial emperors, who were calm and composed, felt a surge of anger. There's no need to say more. This kid is too arrogant. Let's attack together. I don't believe that the Jun family has the guts to destroy all the forces in the burial ground. The heavenly spider demon ancestor of the eight-armed spider demon clan said coldly. That's right. Although the Jun family is strong, they can't do anything in the immortal realm, let alone in the burial ground. Moreover, the burial ground is about to be broken. I'm afraid the Jun family will be in big trouble. The blood demon ancestor also said coldly. The 10,000 spirits graveyard would be broken soon. The sealed big shots of the burial ground hated the Jun family to the core. Not to mention, there were still terrifying existences in the depths of the burial ground since ancient times. It would not be easy for the Jun family to go deep into the burial ground and destroy all the forces there. After understanding this point, Tianming Zhenhuang and the others no longer hesitated or feared. They must kill Jun Xiaoyao today. How dare you? Seeing that Tianming Burial Emperor and the others were still determined to attack, the ghost-masked Burial Emperor let out a cold shout filled with killing intent. Ghost-masked Burial Emperor, although you're strong, you can't stop all of us. This kid will die today. Tianming Burial Emperor said coldly. Let the two of us stop her. The Rakshasa Burial Emperor and the Necromancer Burial Emperor stood out at the same time. If it was just one Burial Emperor facing the ghost-masked Burial Emperor, it would be quite dangerous. Thus, the two Burial Emperors attacked at the same time to stop the ghost-masked Burial Emperor. The three Burial Emperors immediately engaged in a great battle. It had to be said that the ghost-masked Burial Emperor was very strong. As she waved her hand, Permitha flowers bloomed. The law of death surged out and intertwined in the void. The Rakshasa Burial Emperor and the Necromancer Burial Emperor's faces changed. Although they were all Burial Emperors, there was still a difference in strength. After all, there were 7 realms in the Sovereign Realm. The Rakshasa Burial Emperor and the Necromancer Burial Emperor were weaker than the ghost-masked Burial Emperor. It was already very difficult for them to hold her back. On the other side, Tianming Burial Emperor and the others naturally wouldn't delay. They immediately charged towards Jun Xiaoyao. Tianming Burial Emperor naturally wouldn't act alone. If he were to kill Jun Xiaoyao alone, the Jun family would definitely point the finger at him first. Thus, Tianming Burial Emperor was very smart. He didn't attack alone, but together with the other Burial Emperors. Their attacks were very casual. They only pointed out a finger. However, with so many Burial Emperors attacking at the same time, it was enough to kill Jun Xiaoyao 1,000,000 times. Is the Jun family son of God going to die? Although I hate him, I have to admit that the Jun family's son of God is indeed a peerless monster. I didn't expect him to die in such a situation. It's already very ostentatious. A group of Burial Emperors sending him on his way. Which young genius would receive such treatment? The surrounding Burial Earth beings all sighed in amazement. Even if Jun Xiaoyao died, his deeds would probably be passed down for many years. Young Master Jun. Lang Huan and Qin Xian'er's eyes trembled. Is Jun Xiaoyao really going to fall here? Who can take the life of Jun Xiaoyao? Not even the heavens can, let alone you. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shot out 3 feet of divine light. He took out the ancient armor again. An ancient and vicissitude aura flowed around it, as if it was the sturdiest barrier. Rumble, the casual attacks of the group of buried emperors were actually blocked by this ancient armor. There is something. Heaven Spider Demon Venerable narrowed his eyes slightly. As the son of God of the Jun family, it was only natural for him to have some protective treasures, so they were not surprised. Everyone, continue attacking. This ancient armor won't last long, the corpse refining sect leader said coldly. The coffin on his back opened, and a monstrous corpse and murderous aura surged out. Then, a corpse emperor appeared. Its power was extremely great, making even supreme beings' expressions change slightly. The corpse emperor stretched out his palm. His fingernails were as sharp as blades, and they tore the void apart, creating a pitch-black spatial crack. The corpse emperor's palm landed on the ancient armor, and a terrifying shockwave was produced. More cracks appeared on the ancient armor. Although it was a protective item given by Jiang Daoxiu, the one who attacked was a supreme being after all. An ancient armor wouldn't be able to last for long. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm, and his eyes were deep with a hint of coldness. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's calmness, the killing intent in Tianming Burial Emperor and the others' hearts surged. Jun Xiaoyao simply did not put the group of buried emperors in his eyes. Just an ancient armor and you're so confident? Let's see how I break it. Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor saw the situation and shouted coldly. He raised his hand, and a white bone blade made of a white dragon horn fell into his hand. It was a Boundary Emperor weapon, the Dragon Bone Sacred Saber. Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor activated the Dragon Bone Sacred Saber and slashed down. It was as if the heavens and the earth were split into two. A supreme being's cultivation was enough to unleash the power of a Boundary Emperor weapon. This slash was enough to split the earth. Crack. After the ancient armor endured this slash, it finally shattered in front of everyone. Die. Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor's slash did not weaken as it fell on Jun Xiaoyao's head. He did not care if he killed Jun Xiaoyao with his own hands. As long as Jun Xiaoyao died, all the buried emperors present would not be able to escape responsibility. The Jun family might be the first to target him, but after that, they would still hold Tianming Burial Emperor and the others accountable. Instead of wasting time, he might as well end it with a single slash. You're courting death. Seeing that Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor was about to kill Jun Xiaoyao, the ghost-masked buried emperor shouted coldly with killing intent. Her hair fluttered, and her killing intent changed the color of the sky. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Bang, the ghost-masked buried emperor formed a complicated hand seal and hit the Luosha buried emperor, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was instantly severely injured. Then, a red spider lily with the law of death surrounded the dead spirit burial emperor. He was also severely injured. Just as the ghost-masked buried emperor was about to save him, a purple-robed old man stood in front of her. Ghost-masked buried emperor, I think you've lost your mind. You're going against us for an ant from the outside world. The one who stood in front of the ghost-masked buried emperor was Old Man Joyo. Old Man Joyo has made his move. Seeing Old Man Joyo standing in front of the ghost-masked buried emperor, all the buried earth beings could not help but exclaim. Old Man Joyo's true form was also a Joyo Ao. Although his bloodline was not pure, he was still a mixed blood Joyo Ao in the Supreme Realm. Old Man Joyo kept a low profile and did not have any power behind him. However, his strength was enough to be ranked in the top 3 among the buried emperors in the 10 regions of Burial Earth. He could compete with the Tianming Burial Emperor and the Ghost-masked Buried Emperor. You want to stop me? The ghost-masked buried emperor's beautiful eyes shot out an extremely cold gaze. If Old Man Joyo made his move, she would not be able to escape. Needless to say, this kid will definitely die today. Old Man Joyo's proudest successor, the Joyo Ao, had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Naturally, he wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao as well. Old Man Joyo made his move. Purple light waves swept out, shattering the void for thousands of miles. The Joyo divine ability was used, destroying the universe. Seeing that the ghost-masked buried emperor was blocked, all the buried earth beings shook their heads. It seemed that everything was over. The dragon skeleton buried emperor's blade was about to land on Jun Xiaoyao's head. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still indifferent. It was as if he did not care about life and death. At this moment, a zither sound blade suddenly came, and with a clang, the dragon skeleton sacred blade was knocked aside. Who is it? The dragon skeleton buried emperor roared. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, the void shattered, and a woman in a grey robe with fluttering sleeves appeared. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, covering half of her face. Even though half of her face was exposed, it was still as beautiful as snow, stunning and dreamy. Although the woman was extremely beautiful, the words that came out of Ying Tao Sandan's mouth contained an earth-shattering killing intent. How dare you harm the young master? Kill without mercy. The woman who appeared was naturally Jun Xiaoyao's protector, Audiobook. She had been guarding outside the ancient burial ground. When she sensed that Jun Xiaoyao was in danger, she directly broke through the void and came over. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao, being the precious child of the Jun family and the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients, must have a lot of protective items on him. However, Audiobook was still worried and came personally. To her, Jun Xiaoyao could not be harmed in the slightest. Even if Jun Xiaoyao only had a small scratch, Audiobook would blame herself. Audiobook, you're here. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly as he looked at the beautiful silhouette standing in front of him. Actually, she did not have to come. Jun Xiaoyao dared to come to the ancient burial ground because he was confident. Young master, let Audiobook protect him. Audiobook's hair fluttered, and her face was filled with determination. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. Although it sounded a little suspicious of a man being protected by a woman, it did sound a little suspicious. However, he had to admit that the feeling of being protected by a beauty was quite good. As for the ancient burial ground creatures present, they were all stunned. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. Who was this beauty that suddenly appeared? Why did it feel like another ancient burial queen? Moreover, she was also here to protect Jun Xiaoyao. How good was Jun Xiaoyao's luck with women? Could he be protected by a beautiful woman just because he was handsome? The burial earth creatures here all became jealous, sour to the point where they wanted to die. Damn it, this was the peak of life. There was no comparison at all. Under such circumstances, you still dare to appear to protect this child? The dragon skeleton burial king held the dragon bone sacred blade and said coldly. With so many buried emperors here, unless it was the Jun family that sent out the ancestors, who would dare to block them? Ha, a mere quasi-supreme dares to appear. Should I say that you're loyal or stupid? Tianming burial king's expression was calm. Under such circumstances, even a supreme being would not be enough to protect Jun Xiaoyao. Not to mention a quasi-supreme martial artist. Audiobook did not say anything. She placed a zither in front of her. At the same time, her aura soared, and her hair fluttered. In her eyes, a terrifying scene of the sun being destroyed and stars sinking appeared. Chaotic light shot out. That's Polychoria. The sky spider demon Venerable was shocked. These burial kings finally understood why Audiobook had the courage to appear. Although her cultivation was quasi-supreme, with her Polychoria was not much weaker than a supreme being. Aju's Polychoria divine ability was far superior to Jun Lingsong's. When the dual pupils were cultivated to the highest level, it was very normal for them to challenge those of a higher level. Heavenly Song of the Tribulation Immortals. Audio's slender fingers stroked the strings of the zither, and the sound of the zither spread out. At first, it sounded like the sound of a celestial being. However, if one listened carefully, it contained the intent of a heavenly tribulation. The terrifying destructive sound of the zither swept towards the dragon skeleton burial king. Even the dragon skeleton burial king became more cautious. He held the dragon bone sacred saber and fought against Audiobook. At this moment, the Blood Fiend race's patriarch Blood Fiend's eyes flashed fiercely. He attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Their race's prodigy had been burned to ashes by Jun Xiaoyao's Tuashi ancient emperor flame. Naturally, the Blood Fiend race's patriarch wanted to take revenge. Therefore, the Blood Fiend race's patriarch attacked. His eyes were cold and contemptuous. He pointed out a finger, wanting to kill Jun Xiaoyao with a single finger. This was also a disguised form of humiliation. Seeing the Blood Fiend race's patriarch pointing at him, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. Audiobook's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but the dragon skeleton burial king blocked him. You're courting death. At this moment, Audiobook was no longer as calm as an ancient well and as quiet as a virgin. In order to protect Jun Xiaoyao, she seemed to have turned into a goddess of war. Terrifying black light shot out from her eyes. It collapsed the void and charged towards the Dragon Skeleton Burial King. The Dragon Skeleton Burial King was caught off guard and was injured. In the face of the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch's contemptuous attack, Jun Xiaoyao's lips suddenly curled into a smile. It was an even more contemptuous smile. Seeing this smile, the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch's heart skipped a beat. He was confused. He was about to die. How could he still have such an expression? However, in the next moment, the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch understood why Jun Xiaoyao had such a smile. Jun Xiaoyao took out a broken modeled ancient sword. The entire sword was simple and unadorned. It did not have any sharp aura. However, such an ordinary ancient sword swept towards the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch at lightning speed. Then, the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch's body was split into two. The Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch did not even have time to react. He was still pointing his finger at Jun Xiaoyao. However, when his finger was 10 feet away from Jun Xiaoyao, he could no longer use any magic power. How is this possible? The Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch lowered his head slightly. He realized that the lower half of his body was gone. His old eyes suddenly widened. They were filled with horror. The broken ancient sword suddenly emitted an aura that made the heavens tremble. A blurry figure appeared, holding a broken ancient sword in his hand. How dare you attack the descendant of the Jiang family? Kill without mercy. The vague figure was not a remnant soul. It was just a wisp of aura that was attached to the broken ancient sword. However, it was this wisp of aura that activated the broken ancient sword and split a prime expert into two. Who would believe it? Tianming Burial King and the others were shocked. They did not expect such a situation to happen. No, how is this possible? I am a prime expert, a prime expert. The Blood Fiend Race's aura surged. Demonic blood spread out from his body, trying to merge the two halves of his body. After all, he was a prime expert. Even if his body was chopped into pieces, he could still recover. However, that wisp of aura did not give the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch a chance to recover. With the broken ancient sword in his hand, the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch attacked at lightning speed. Tianming Burial King and the others could not help in time. The next moment, puff, the broken ancient sword pierced the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch's head. Then, a terrifying murderous aura surged out. It directly shattered the Blood Fiend Race's primordial spirit and body. The Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch did not even have time to scream before he died. An ancient sword killed a prime expert. Wow, endless exclamations could be heard from all directions. What was shocking? That was shocking. A prime expert had died in front of their eyes. Moreover, he was almost killed in an instant. That was extremely terrifying. They felt a chill from head to toe. They could not help but look at Jun Xiaoyao again. They realized that Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as before. Obviously, that was within his expectations. Countless gasps could be heard. Jun Xiaoyao had plotted against a celestial being without making a sound. If the Blood Fiend Race's Patriarch had not been unprepared and underestimated him, he would not have been killed by the broken ancient sword. Jun Xiaoyao's move had completely shocked everyone. Blood floated in the sky, and heaven and earth trembled. When an honorable martial artist died, there would be all kinds of strange phenomena. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the scene of the honorable martial artist dying, but his expression was rather calm. As expected of the great killing weapon bestowed by grandfather, Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Jiang Daoxu didn't just give him a defensive ancient armor. He even gave him this great killing weapon. This damaged ancient sword was a sword given to an ancient ancestor of the Jiang family, and it had always been enshrined in the Jiang family's ancestral hall. This time, Jun Xiaoyao would probably encounter many dangers in the burial ground, as well as all kinds of indescribable terrors. Therefore, Jiang Daoxu gave this damaged ancient sword that contained the aura of the Jiang family's ancestor to Jun Xiaoyao and let him carry it with him. This kind of protective treasure wasn't like an emperor weapon. An emperor weapon usually needed a person to activate it in order to unleash its power. For example, even if Jun Xiaoyao carried the Pan Huang sword, he wouldn't be able to unleash 1/10,000th of its power. However, this kind of ancient artifact was different. It could operate on its own, and there was no need for Jun Xiaoyao to activate it. It was also a life-saving trump card. And now, the ancient sword had indeed come in handy. As soon as it was activated, it killed an honorable martial artist. The surroundings were shocked, and the crowd was terrified. Jun Xiaoyao was simply a cunning old fox, even an honorable martial artist died in his hands. Who would dare to believe it? Too terrifying. He even dared to scheme against an honorable martial artist. This son of God of the Jun family is simply too terrifying. No wonder the son of God of the Jun family is so fearless, and his expression doesn't change even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. So it turns out that he has this kind of backing. However, now that he has activated this great killing weapon, the other emperors are already on guard. It's almost impossible to kill another emperor. There were also some burial ground creatures who saw that the blood fiend ancestor's death was mainly because he underestimated the enemy and was completely unguarded. This was why he was schemed against by Jun Xiaoyao. The other buried emperors were not fools, they obviously would not lower their guard against Jun Xiaoyao. Don't delay any longer. Let's attack together. I don't believe that this lad can still take out so many killing weapons. The heaven-devouring demonic python race's burial emperor said coldly. Hearing the heaven-devouring demonic python race's burial emperor's words, Jun Xiaoyao laughed instead. A mottled bronze tower and a guardian talisman appeared beside him once more. Both of them radiated with extraordinary ripples. These two ancient weapons were no weaker than the ancient sword and ancient armor. This. The buried sovereign of the heaven-devouring demonic python clan was at a loss for words. Jun Xiaoyao's divine fire realm cultivation was clearly just an ant-like existence in his eyes. However, he couldn't do anything to this ant in his eyes. There was no need to mention how sullen this feeling was. If you want to kill this son of God, come at me. If I take a step back, it's my loss. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his aura leisurely. That kind of attitude was even more aloof and superior than the buried emperors. If it wasn't for the huge difference in cultivation, everyone would even think that Jun Xiaoyao was the stronger one. Awesome. I can't find any other words to describe it. A burial ground creature said in a daze. If I can be as arrogant as the son of God of the Jun family for once in my life, then my life will not be in vain. Many creatures exclaimed. To be honest, although Jun Xiaoyao was standing on the opposite side of the burial ground, sometimes they had to submit to him. Jun Xiaoyao's bearing was too aloof. How dare you? Tianming burial emperor and the others no longer pretended to be arrogant and started to get serious. Tianming burial emperor reached out with one hand, and a terrifying demonic palm appeared in the void, like a pitch-black curtain that covered the sky. The sky-devouring demonic python race's burial emperor also attacked. A 10,000 feet long demonic python phantom appeared, wanting to devour Jun Xiaoyao. The sky spider demon venerable also used a great divine ability. His 8 arms slapped out, and terrifying cracks appeared in the void. The corpse refining sect master controlled the corpse emperor and attacked. As for the dragon skeleton burial emperor, it was held back by Ajiu. The old man Joyo was fighting with the ghost-masked burial emperor. The Rakshasa burial emperor and the dead spirit burial emperor were also severely injured by the ghost-masked burial emperor, so they didn't attack for the time being. The Shura monarch felt like he was not involved from the beginning to the end. The fallen winged race's burial emperor's expression changed for a long time, but he didn't attack in the end. At this moment, the 4 burial emperors attacked together. That kind of power was simply indescribable. The entire burial ground seemed to be boiling. If it wasn't for the special environment of the burial ground and the sturdy laws of heaven and earth, perhaps the 4 burial emperors were enough to tear this world apart. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged in the face of such overwhelming attacks that felt like a raging ocean. In front of him, the broken ancient sword, the giant bronze pagoda, the guardian talisman, and other ancient artifacts automatically released brilliance. They also had a monstrous aura. The broken ancient sword was given to him by Jiang Daoxiu, and the giant bronze pagoda and the guardian talisman were already given to him by the 18th ancestor. The deafening sound poured out in all directions, and the fierce magic power swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker burial ground beings were directly shaken by the aftershock and vomited blood. However, Jun Xiaoyao was like a reef in the waves, not moving at all. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that Jun Xiaoyao's body was slightly trembling. Obviously, it wasn't easy to resist this power. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's freakishly strong physical body, the aftershock would have torn apart the other prodigies' bodies. How many more attacks can you block? Tianming Burial Emperor's eyes were cold. It was obviously unrealistic for Jun Xiaoyao to rely on a few ancient artifacts to avoid this disaster. Jun Xiaoyao himself understood this. Sigh, do I really have to alert the old team leader and the others? Jun Xiaoyao secretly sighed. If he had a choice, Jun Xiaoyao actually didn't want to use his family's power. After all, it would be troublesome for the Jun family to make a move in the burial ground. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura rose from the depths of the 10,000 spirit graveyard. That aura wasn't the aura of death, and it obviously didn't come from an expert of the burial ground. That's... The pupils of Tianming Burial Emperor and the others suddenly shrank. That aura even caused them to feel extreme shock and astonishment. Jiao, who was fighting with the dragon skeleton Burial Emperor, also had a flicker of light in his eyes after sensing that aura. Is it him? The aura that suddenly surged in the depths of the 10,000 spirit graveyard changed the entire battle. Then, a terrifying and boundless saber light suddenly swept across the sky and slashed over. The saber slashed across the sky, as if it had torn the sky in half. The huge spatial crack was like a wound in the sky, traversing thousands of miles across the firmament. The saber slashed straight at Tianming, Burial Emperor, and the others. Heavenly Master. Feeling the terrifying aura of the saber, Tianming Burial Emperor and the others' faces changed drastically. The Burial Emperors, who had always been high and mighty and looked down on the billions of living beings in the burial ground, had a look of shock in their eyes for the first time. There was also a vague sense of fear. That saber was the might of a heavenly master. After the 9th level of the Sage Realm, it was the 7th level of the Supremacy Realm. As the Supremacy Realm experts were high above, everyone called them the Supremacy. However, the Supremacy Realm was also divided into 7 levels. Quasi-Supremacy, Supremacy, Lesser Heavenly Supremacy, Greater Heavenly Supremacy, Greater Heavenly Supremacy, Creation Supremacy, and Chaos Supremacy. Other than the quasi-supremacy, most of the ordinary supremacies were ordinary supremacies. Above that level, the lesser heavenly supremacy experts were even rarer. The difficulty of advancing to the 7th level of the Supremacy Realm was comparable to the previous 9 levels of the Sage Realm added together. One could imagine how big the gap was. At that moment, the blade light that swept across thousands of miles carried the might of a heavenly supremacy. Even if it was just a lesser heavenly supremacy, it was not something that the supremacies could resist. Soul-Reaping Bell. Tianming Burial Emperor summoned the sub-emperor weapon, Soul-Reaping Bell. The rest of the buried emperors also unleashed their strongest moves in an attempt to defend against the saber attack. Rumble, the blade seemed to have shattered the heavens. Tianming Burial Emperor was still fine as he was one of the top 3 experts in the Burial Earth 10 regions. He was only pushed back. However, the other 3 burial emperors were not so lucky. The Sky Spider Demon Supremacy and the Sky-Devouring Demonic Python Race Burial Emperor both spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered everywhere as the ground collapsed. The Corpse Refining Sect Master was even more miserable. The Corpse Emperor that he summoned was completely intact and took the blade head-on. The Corpse Emperor, whose body was incomparably tough and comparable to a Supremacy Realm expert, was split into 2 by the blade. No. The Corpse Refining Sect Master's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Most of his strength was entrusted to the Corpse Emperor. After the Corpse Emperor was destroyed, his combat strength was no different from a quasi-supremacy. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stupefied. No one expected the situation to take such a turn. In the depths of the 10,000 spirits graveyard, a majestic figure slowly stepped out. With every step he took, the heavens seemed to tremble and ripples appeared in the void. It was a handsome and majestic middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and his black hair fell to the back of his feet. There were countless scabs all over his body, covered with dust accumulated over time. In his right hand, he held a saber that was as tall as a man. The blade of the saber was stained with dark red blood. The apocalyptic saber light from earlier had come from his hand. This figure's aura was like an abyss, like a devil, causing even supreme being experts to feel fear in their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel terrified. He was none other than the figure that had sat cross-legged in the depths of the myriad spirits' graveyard like a clay statue. After sensing Xianxia's aura, he woke up. It was as if a sleeping lion had awoken, shaking the mountains and rivers with a single roar. Little Empyrean Cultivation, could it be you? Tianming, Xuanhuang, and the others' eyes shrunk when they saw the figure. They thought of the terrifying calamity that had befallen them more than 10 years ago. Even though they were supremes, they didn't dare to get too close. This man was the follower of the forbidden figure of the Jun family at that time. However, even though he was only a follower, his cultivation was enough to sweep through everything. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were incomparably cold, and there was a murderous intent in them. It was as if in his eyes, Tianming, Xuanhuang, and the others were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The middle-aged man's gaze first fell on Audiobook. Audiobook had also noticed him a long time ago. You've been guarding this place all this time, Demon King Xianxia. Audiobook's eyes also showed a hint of emotion. The middle-aged man's gaze finally fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also looked at the man who suddenly appeared. To be honest, he was puzzled. Could this man have been guarding the depths of the myriad spirits' graveyard all this time? However, Jun Xiaoyao could feel that this man didn't have the slightest intention of killing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used that saber to save him. You are. Jun Xiaoyao paused. All the creatures of the burial ground present held their breaths. Where did this terrifying little Empyrean who suddenly appeared come from? The middle-aged man walked step by step in front of Jun Xiaoyao. After getting closer, Jun Xiaoyao realized that there were many shocking scars on this man's body. It was hard to imagine that after suffering such heavy injuries, this man still managed to survive. The middle-aged man looked at Jun Xiaoyao, and there was an unconcealable fluctuation in his eyes that were as dark as the abyss. There was a hint of gratification and love in his eyes. In the next moment, in front of all the creatures of the burial ground, this man slowly knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. White-clothed Divine King Jun Wuhui's subordinate, Xianxia of the 8 Divine Kings, greets the young master. The sonorous and powerful words seemed to make the heavens and earth tremble. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then all the creatures of the burial ground were dumbfounded, unable to believe it. A little Empyrean expert actually knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. This was simply shocking, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. However, when Tianming and the others heard this, their pupils shrank, and a hint of fear instinctively flashed across their eyes. The white-clothed Divine King Jun Wuhui was the taboo figure of the Jun family who caused havoc in the eternal burial ground more than 10 years ago, a fierce person who killed his way into the depths of the burial ground and even sealed the entire burial ground. Until today, when they heard the 3 words Jun Wuhui, Tianming and the others still couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. However, the waves in everyone's hearts couldn't compare to the shock in Jun Xiaoyao's heart at this moment. Previously, he vaguely guessed that the taboo figure who caused havoc in the burial ground more than 10 years ago might be his father. However, he was never sure. Now, a corner of the secret was revealed. One of the 8 Divine Kings who used to be under his father's command had appeared. Moreover, his cultivation was so powerful. Senior, please rise. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't put on any airs in front of his father's loyal subordinates. Moreover, looking at the scars on Xianxia's body, Jun Xiaoyao could imagine that the battle in the burial ground was definitely not that easy. Xianxia was able to survive and guard the All-Spirits graveyard until now. This kind of loyalty was truly moving. I, Xianxia, am willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Jun family for generations to come. Now, I will kill all enemies for the young master. Xianxia stood up, holding the Zamadeo in his hand horizontally. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out from his body. The 8 desolates were shaken, the wilderness trembling. Groups of stars swayed, the heavens were destroyed. Xianxia, one of the Divine King's 8 under Jun Wuhui, was known as the Demon King. His Zamadeo could cut through the sun, moon, and stars. On the other side, Audiobook, who was fighting with the dragon skeleton burial emperor, saw this scene and slightly gasped. Although she had polychoria and extraordinary strength, she was only at the bottom of the Divine King's 8. As for Li Xian, he had the blood of the ancient demon god flowing in his body. He was one of Jun Wuhui's best generals. I didn't expect that the survivor of the past would be so lucky to survive until now. However, although you are a little heavenly lord, you are seriously injured. How much strength do you have left now? Although Tianming Burial Emperor and the others looked extremely serious, they didn't immediately retreat. Li Xian's body was full of wounds. Although his aura was shocking, who knew if he was an arrow at the end of its flight? Most importantly, the seal of the burial ground was about to be broken. When the sealed burial ground boss appeared, even Li Xian wouldn't be able to save the situation. Li Xian's eyes coldly looked at Tianming Burial Emperor and the others. The Zamadeo in his hand was pointed at the burial emperors. You have disrespected the young master. Pay with your lives. Li Xian's black hair danced in the wind as his demonic aura surged. He looked like a demon king that was born. It was hard to imagine that Li Xian, one of the King of Gods 8, had such a domineering aura. What about the white-robed King of Gods, Jun Wuhui, who had subdued the King of Gods 8? This is too terrifying. Is he really the follower of the taboo character of the Jun family? Yeah. With such an aura, I would believe it if you told me that he was the one who started the chaos in the burial ground. The creatures of the burial ground who were watching the show hid far away, fearing that they would be affected. Li Xian's aura was too powerful. It was as if a demon king was born, the aura of a junior heavenly lord poured out. It was not something that could be withstood. He was severely injured back then, and his strength has fallen to rock bottom. If we attack together, we might have a chance of winning. Tianming Burial Emperor shouted. As one of the top 3 powerhouses in the burial ground 10 regions, Tianming Burial Emperor's cultivation was also at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. He was only one step away from becoming a junior heavenly lord. However, it was this one step that had hindered Tianming Burial Emperor for many years. It was extremely difficult to break through to the Supreme Being realm. If one did not have the talent and opportunity, they might be stuck at this cultivation level forever. The reason why Tianming Burial Emperor wanted to break through the sealed burial ground was to find an opportunity to break through in the burial ground. However, he had to deal with Li Xian first before he could talk about the next step. Hearing Tianming Burial Emperor's words, the Sky Spider Overlord, the Sky-Devouring Demonic Python Clan's Burial Emperor, and the Corpse Refining sect leader gritted their teeth and attacked. Right now, the group of buried emperors were all grasshoppers on the same rope. They were bound together for good or ill. Kill. Tianming Burial Emperor attacked first. He activated the Boundary Emperor weapon, the Soul-Reaping Bell. A terrifying bell wave spread out and shattered the surrounding space. The Sky Spider Overlord also attacked. His 8 arms performed the 8 Spiders' demonic seal, which was extremely powerful. The Corpse Refining sect leader did not have enough strength. His biggest support, the Corpse Emperor, had been cut in half by Li Xian. The Sky-Devouring Demonic Python Clan's Burial Emperor also attacked. The demonic python's shadow swallowed the world. It could be said that the full power of a supreme being was simply indescribable. The entire burial realm was trembling. Heaven and earth were overturned, as if the world was going to be destroyed. The burial earth creatures who were watching the show had long hidden far away, watching from afar. In the face of such destructive power, Li Xian stood tall and straight, holding the horse-slaying broadsword in his hand. His whole person was like a pillar supporting the sky. Even if the sky collapsed, it would not bend his spine. Sky Demon 7 slashes, reverse slash. Li Xian held his saber with one hand and slashed horizontally. A 30,000-meter-long astral saber swept across the sky, shattering the void and causing the blood-red clouds to collapse. All sorts of runes imbued with demonic will were imprinted in the void as the energy saber slashed out. Bang! With a single slash, the Tianming Burial Emperor and the others were knocked back once again. The Corpse Refining sect master and the others who were slightly weaker spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies looked like they were about to shatter. Seeing this, Li Xian took a step forward and tore open the void. In an instant, he appeared before the sect master of Corpse Refining sect. Seeing Li Xian appear 3 feet away from him in an instant, the sect master of Corpse Refining sect was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. Having been accompanied by corpses all year round, he felt true death. Die. Without another word, Xianxia slashed down with his saber. The blood-red astral saber intertwined with runes and directly split the sect master of corpse refining sect into two. His physical body and primordial spirit had been completely annihilated, the second honorable expert had fallen. There was an uproar and the crowd was terrified. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe that an honorable expert would die so easily? Moreover, this was already the second honorable expert that had fallen. Could it be that today is the bloody day of the Burial Earth Burial Emperor? A Burial Earth creature said in a daze. Damn it. Seeing that the sect master of corpse refining sect had fallen, the Sky Spider Overlord and the others looked gloomy. On the other side, the old man Jiu Yu and the Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor who were fighting with Audiobook and the Ghost-Masked Burial Emperor looked terrible when they saw this scene. Vaguely, there was a trace of regret in their hearts. They should not have been so impulsive. Is this the strength of a junior Empyrean? The Azura Emperor who was watching the battle from the outside took a deep breath. There were 7 honorable realms, and each realm was a different realm. This saying was indeed true. In his opinion, those below the honorable realm were all ants. However, in the eyes of heavenly venerate level powerhouses, supremes like them were merely slightly larger ants. On the other side, the fallen winged race's burial emperor rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I held back and did not take revenge. Otherwise, thinking of that possibility, the fallen winged race's burial emperor felt a lingering fear. Indeed, only those who could survive could live for a long time. As for the Rakshasa Burial Emperor and the Dead Spirit Burial Emperor who were heavily injured by the Ghost-Masked Burial Emperor, they lost their will to fight after seeing the current situation. They were considered the weaker ones among the Burial Emperors. Now, they were heavily injured. Their only choice was to escape. Although it was not glorious for the Burial Emperors, there was nothing they could do. The 2 Burial Emperors looked at each other and turned around to break through the void. Can you leave? A cold voice that was like a demon god's whisper was heard. A terrifying saber aura swept across the area. In the next moment, the 2 Burial Emperors felt a pain on their waist. Their bodies were directly split into 2. At the same time, the blade aura also invaded their bodies. Their internal organs and primordial spirits were instantly crushed. The Rakshasa Burial Emperor and the Dead Spirit Burial Emperor had fallen. Rumble, blood clouds piled up in the sky, and various blood-colored runes were branded in the void. This was the phenomenon of an honorable realm expert falling. Until now, Burial Realm had lost a total of 4 Burial Emperors. Don't hold back anymore. Go all out, he won't be able to hold on for long. Tianming Burial Emperor shouted coldly. He also noticed that the old wounds on Xianxia's body seemed to have begun to split open, and blood was oozing out. Back then, Xianxia followed Jun Xiaoyao and swept through Burial Realm. Naturally, he also encountered many strong opponents. Therefore, he was left with a body full of terrifying injuries. If it was not for Xianxia's powerful strength and his immemorial demon god bloodline, he might not have survived until now. At this moment, many old wounds on Xianxia's body burst open. Obviously, the situation was not good for him. Xianxia, don't force yourself. In the sky, Audiobook, who was fighting with the Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor, shouted. As one of the King of Gods 8, they naturally had a comrade-like friendship between them. Senior. Jun Xiaoyao saw this and his face changed. He was not willing to see Jun Wuhui's old subordinates fall in front of his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao would not allow this to happen. Young lord, don't worry. This is my mission. If they dare to harm you, they will definitely die. Xianxia's black hair danced wildly as if he was possessed. Terrifying demonic runes spread out from his body. Demon god transformation. Xianxia roared into the sky, and the immemorial demon god bloodline was pushed to the extreme. A pair of demonic wings grew out from his back, and a demonic armor condensed on his body. Xianxia's aura did not fall but instead rose, reaching a new height. Seeing this scene, Tianming Burial Emperor and the others were completely disappointed. No matter what would happen to Xianxia in the future, at least for now, their situation could only be described with one word. Danger. Jun Wuhui was once the sequence 0 of the Jun family, the white-robed divine king. Not only did his talent and cultivation reach a height that ordinary people could not reach, his vision was also far beyond ordinary people. To be able to be chosen by Jun Wuhui as one of the Divine King's 8, Li Xian naturally had his merits. The immemorial demon god bloodline was only one of them. More importantly, Li Xian's loyalty and willpower made Jun Wuhui admire him greatly. Therefore, he was willing to train him. At this moment, even though Li Xian was suffering from a serious illness, he still wanted to seek justice for his master's son, Jun Xiaoyao. Using the demon god transformation, Li Xian's strength increased again, his blade slashed across the sky, cutting through the sky. Sky Demon 7 slashes, Blade of World Destruction. A pitch-black blade light appeared. It was 10,000 feet long as it slashed across. This blade looked like it was going to destroy the world. All kinds of Tao of destruction appeared, as if it was going to destroy 10,000 miles of the sky. At this point in the battle, Tianming, Burial Emperor, and the others could only use their full strength to delay until Li Xian could not hold on anymore. But the problem was, they could not hold on. Li Xian, who used the demon god transformation, had a surging aura, like a demon god going crazy. Tianming, Burial Emperor, and the others who were a level lower than Li Xian naturally could not resist. They were beaten until they coughed out blood and retreated. Li Xian alone swept away the Burial Emperors, displaying the power of the Divine King's 8. Looking at these Burial Emperors who were usually high and mighty, looking down on all living things, they were now in such a sorry state. The Burial Earth creatures who were watching the battle from afar did not know what to feel. It turned out that the Burial Emperors who were high up in the clouds could also be in such a sorry state. Everyone once again recalled that Li Xian had knelt down in front of Jun Xiaoyao with one knee. Thinking about it this way, Jun Xiaoyao's status was much higher than these Burial Emperors, wasn't it? This is too terrifying. Not only is the Jun family's son of God a monster, but the energy he can mobilize is also so terrifying. That's right. A legendary powerhouse at the Heavenly Lord level would fight to the death for him. Who else could have such treatment? Even in an immortal power, a celestial venerable powerhouse had the status of an ancestor. This was a powerhouse who could be considered to have a strong foundation. But have you ever seen an old ancestor kneel to a junior disciple? Perhaps only Jun Xiaoyao, the son of the white-clothed God King, could receive such extraordinary treatment. Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. The battle over there had already reached its climax. The void was completely shattered, turning into a pitch-black space turbulence. Amidst the spatial turbulence, Li Xian killed the buried sovereign of the heaven-devouring demonic Python clan with a single slash. Then, he once again activated the great divine ability of the primordial fiend celestial lineage. A devil king phantom appeared behind him, and with a slash of his saber, all 8 of Heaven Spider Demon Venerable's arms were severed. The Heavenly Spider Demon Venerable died amidst a series of roars and screams. In the end, only Tianming Burial Emperor was left holding on bitterly. Damn it. Just hold on a little longer. Just hold on a little longer. Tianming Burial Emperor pushed his strength to the limit. He was also giving it his all. As long as he could hold on until Burial World broke out of its seal, Li Xian would have no way to survive when the top powerhouse of Burial World revived. Li Xian also saw through Tianming Burial Emperor's thoughts. However, would he give Tianming Burial Emperor a chance to live? Since he dared to attack Jun Xiaoyao, he should have the resolve to fight with his life. Even if he was an honorable powerhouse, it was the same. Sky Demon 7 slashes, Demon God Saber. Li Xian held the saber with both hands, and the law of destruction wrapped around the saber. With one slash, it tore apart the vast expanse. Heaven Netherworld Reincarnation Grand Art. Tianming Burial Emperor also used his trump card. A pitch-black seal appeared, as if it had turned the world upside down, and death aura filled the universe. However, after this move, Tianming Burial Emperor's move was still broken. His entire body, together with his primordial spirit, was split into 2, and was directly destroyed by Li Xian. The top 3 powerhouses of Burial Earth 10 regions had fallen. However, Li Xian did not keep his saber. His gaze once again turned to Old Man Jiuyou and Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor. In fact, the 2 of them had wanted to leave long ago, but they were entangled by Audiobook and the ghost-masked Burial Emperor, and could not escape at all. die. Li Xian's eyes were indifferent, as if the god of death had passed through. Wherever he passed, he would reap the lives. There was no suspense. Old Man Joyo and Dragon Skeleton Burial Emperor could not do anything to the Ghost-masked Burial Emperor and Audiobook. With Li Xian's addition, the result was obvious. These two honorable powerhouses followed in the footsteps of Tianming Burial Emperor and the others, and fell directly. At this point, the group of Burial Emperors who tried to kill Jun Xiaoyao had all fallen, and none of them survived. Dead silence. The entire world was deathly silent, all the living beings in Burial Earth were silent, and they did not dare to make a sound. Because they were already stunned by the scene in front of them. A total of 9 Burial Emperors had fallen. This was unacceptable to the 10 regions of Burial Earth, it simply caused their souls to tremble. More than 10 years ago, there was a great calamity in Burial Earth. However, that level of calamity was not something that ordinary living beings in Burial Earth could come into contact with. Therefore, they only heard about it as a legend. And now, these 9 Burial Emperors had fallen in front of them. This kind of shock and impact was not something that hearsay could compare to. Not only these ordinary living beings, even the Shura Emperor and the fallen winged race Burial Emperor took a deep breath. As honorable powerhouses, they could not hide their shock. Li Xian's cold gaze also fell on the Shura Emperor and the fallen winged race Burial Emperor. The two powerhouses' minds instantly tensed up. The fallen winged race Burial Emperor subconsciously flapped the gray wings on his back, and directly broke through the void. He ran away. Seeing the fallen winged race Burial Emperor running away in panic, all the living beings in Burial Earth were stunned. Li Xian only glanced at him, and he scared the fallen winged race Burial Emperor away. Please, are you still a Burial Emperor? All the living beings in Burial Earth's 3 views were about to collapse. How could he be called a Burial Emperor? He was more like a coward. However, this also proved that the Demon King Li Xian had a great deterrent power. Li Xian retracted his gaze. Since they did not attack Jun Xiaoyao, Li Xian was too lazy to do anything. Looking at Li Xian who was riding on the horse, even Audiobook murmured softly. Only the Demon King Li Xian can ride on the horse. This was the evaluation of Li Xian by the living beings in the Huangtian mystic realm. Who would have thought that the Demon King of this generation was actually hiding in the depths of Burial Earth with a body full of hidden injuries? At this moment, even Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. His father's judgment of people was really good. Jun Xiaoyao also looked forward to when Yu, Yan Qingying, and the others grew up in the future, they would become top powerhouses like Li Xian and Audiobook. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have noticed something. He looked into the distance and said, "It seems that there are still some rats spying in the dark." Li Xian also said with a deep gaze, "Young master, don't worry. Those rats will not dare to show themselves. If they do, they will die." The rats they were talking about were naturally the other Burial Emperors of the 10 regions of Burial Earth. The 10 regions of Burial Earth could not only have 9 powerhouses like the Tianming Burial Emperor. Forces like the Nether King Palace and the Corpse Dragon clan could not only have 1 Burial Emperor. However, at this moment, those Burial Emperors were spying in the dark, but they did not dare to show themselves. As for why they did not dare to show themselves, very simple, they were frightened by Li Xian's unparalleled demonic might. At this moment, in the entire Burial world, there was no sound at all. All the Burial Earth living beings who were watching the show seemed to have become mutes, unable to make a sound. The heavens knew that they were there to witness Jun Xiaoyao's demise. In the end, they witnessed the fall of 9 Burial Emperors. If they did not see it with their own eyes, none of the Burial Earth living beings would believe that this matter was real. Those were the high and mighty Burial Emperors who looked down on the Burial Earth. He was actually killed as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. All the Burial Earth living beings felt their scalps go numb at this moment, and their hearts felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. Jun Xiaoyao defeated the 10 minor kings with his own strength. The Son of God was invincible. As for Li Xian, he also killed 9 Burial Emperors with his own strength. His demonic aura shook the Burial Earth. Were both of them so fierce? Too strong, really too strong. Lang Huan's heart was trembling. She was not trembling because of Li Xian's demonic aura, but because of Jun Xiaoyao. The reason was simple. Li Xian was fighting for Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao was the root cause of the 9 burial emperor's death. A man not only had powerful strength, but he could also mobilize such a terrifying person to fight for him. Lang Huan was completely convinced. Only a man like Jun Xiaoyao was qualified to conquer her and win her heart. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, even the most outstanding Skype rides were like chickens and dogs, small and insignificant. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's threat was temporarily lifted. The reason why it was temporary was because there were still some burial emperors watching in the dark. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Li Xian's condition did not seem to be good. He dispersed his demon god transformation, and the old injuries all over his body burst open. A trace of blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. After all, Li Xian's internal injuries were very serious. Plus, he had used martial arts, so it was impossible for him to be completely fine. Senior Li Xian, your injury. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. It doesn't matter. I, Li Xian, may not be able to deal with the terrifying existence in the depths of the burial world, but it's not a problem for me to deal with the burial emperors of the burial Earth 10 regions. I'll kill one on sight. Li Xian deliberately said such threatening words, while his eyes swept to the distance. In an instant, the auras of the buried emperors that were hidden in the dark all retracted. Clearly, none of the buried emperors were willing to stand out at this time. Furthermore, burial realm was about to be unsealed. Not to mention the great terror in the depths of the burial realm. Just the burial earth big boss sealed under the 10,000 spirit graveyard was enough to make Li Xian suffer. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as he looked at Li Xian's injuries. He suddenly raised his hand, and the blood in his body surged. In the end, he forced out a drop of bright golden blood from his palm. The blood seemed to contain vigorous vitality and the special mysterious power of the sacred body of the ancients. Young master, this is... Li Xian's expression turned serious. This is the blood essence of the sacred body of the ancients. It should be helpful for the hidden injuries of your physical body, Jun Xiaoyao said. The sacred body of the ancients itself could also be regarded as a great medicine of flesh and blood. Every drop of blood was extremely precious. Not to mention the condensed blood essence. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients that had broken the 10 shackles. Therefore, the condensed blood essence of the sacred body had a richer and purer energy. It should be helpful for the recovery of Li Xian's physical body. Young master, this can't. Li Xian was just about to refuse when he saw Jun Xiaoyao's irrefutable eyes. That kind of eyes were deep and firm. In a trance, Li Xian seemed to have seen his former master. That gaze was almost exactly the same. Thank you for your gift, young master. Li Xian didn't say anything. He silently accepted it and directly refined it. A vigorous vitality surged in Li Xian's body. His physical condition quickly stabilized. Although the hidden injuries couldn't be directly healed, at least they wouldn't worsen. Young master, you can leave for now. The burial realm is about to change. Li Xian's face was solemn. Even with his cultivation as a lesser celestial lord, he had such an expression. It was obvious that the situation was indeed not good. The entire reincarnation pool was the center of the burial realm's seal. Now that it had been damaged and couldn't be repaired, the seal would collapse. However, at the moment, even Li Xian didn't have the ability to repair the seal. If the burial realm broke the seal, the first to bear the brunt would probably be Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Then, it would be the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. He said, Senior Li Xian, is father guarding the depths of the burial realm? When he asked this question, even with Jun Xiaoyao's calm personality, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had never seen his cheap father since he was born. He was no longer in the Jianghu, but there had always been legends about him. Yes, and no, Li Xian said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a strange look. What did this mean? The Jun family didn't tell young master because they didn't want young master to bear too much pressure now. When the time comes, young master will naturally know everything, Li Xian said. Jun Xiaoyao heard this and nodded slightly. He didn't force Li Xian to say anything. But what is certain is that Lord is a hero. Li Xian's tone was deep and firm. Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. Since ancient times, heroes don't live forever. If possible, I would prefer father to be an ambitious and ruthless person. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't the kind of hero who selflessly contributed. On the contrary, Jun Xiaoyao's personality was cold and selfish. He would only do things that benefited himself. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If in the future, Jun Xiaoyao was strong enough to ignore all rules, then, it wasn't impossible to save the world while he was at it. But now, the most important thing was the burial realm's seal. Young master, please leave. Li Xian cupped his hands. He himself wouldn't leave. He would stay here forever. Young master, let's go. Audiobook also came to Jun Xiaoyao's side. In this situation, even Li Xian couldn't do anything. It was even more impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to change anything. It seems that the Jun family's son of God is going to leave. Of course he has to leave. If he doesn't leave, will he be killed by the burial realm's big shot? The burial realm creatures in the distance whispered to each other. In this situation, no matter what, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't stay. Not to mention the burial realm's big shot who was about to break the seal, even the burial realm's emperor who was hibernating in the dark hated Jun Xiaoyao to the bone. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind making a move. Leave? Why should I leave? I still want to cultivate and break through in the living reincarnation pool, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He had already made the decision to cultivate in the living reincarnation pool. In the immortal ancient world, opportunities like this were rare. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't miss it. Young master, please reconsider, Li Xian said. Now wasn't the time to be brave. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and shook his head. He naturally wouldn't act like a hero. There was no way Jun Xiaoyao would do something as foolish as putting his life on the line. What if I say that I can seal the burial realm again? As soon as Jun Xiaoyao said that, the already quiet place became so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. The Jun family son of God said, he can seal the burial realm? The burial realm creatures were dumbfounded. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the group of burial earth creatures was dumbfounded. Sealing burial realm, what a joke. Did he think that burial realm could be sealed just because he wanted to? Now that burial realm was about to be unsealed, unless Jun Wuhui appeared again, who could seal burial realm, not only the burial earth creatures, but even some of the burial earth emperors hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity, were stunned. Please, can't you write a draft for bragging? Although they admitted that Jun Xiaoyao was very monstrous and might become a top expert in the future. The problem was that Jun Xiaoyao was only in the Divine Flame Realm. A Divine Flame Realm Junior wanted to seal Burial Realm? He was crazy. Is this a joke? That's right, it's definitely a joke. How is that possible? All the Burial Earth creatures shook their heads. This bragging was too big. Not to mention the Burial Earth creatures, even Li Xian and Audiobook were stunned. To be honest, if the one who said this was not Jun Xiaoyao, but someone else, they would definitely look at each other as if they were fools. However, since it was Jun Xiaoyao who said it, Li Xian naturally wouldn't mock him. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, Young master, this is not a joke. I understand. Do I look like I'm joking? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He didn't look like he was joking at all. Young master, are you confident? Although he felt that it wasn't very likely, Li Xian still asked. He definitely didn't want Burial Realm to be unsealed. I'm confident, but I need your help. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath and said. If young master has any orders, Li Xian will definitely do it. Li Xian and Audiobook had no problem. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a trace of thought. He looked at the sky again, at the ghost-masked Burial Earth Emperor who didn't say a word. I also need your help. Jun Xiaoyao said, looking at the ghost-masked Burial Earth Emperor. He wasn't sure if the ghost-masked Burial Earth Emperor would help him, but he still had to ask. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao asking for help from the ghost-masked Burial Queen, the rest of the Burial Earth creatures widened their eyes. The ghost-masked female Burial Emperor, her personality was famous for being aloof and cold. How could she possibly have such a kind action of helping others? However, What made everyone dumbstruck was that the ghost-masked female burial emperor's eyes flickered slightly under the mask, and then she nodded. F***ck, this is a world that only cares about looks. A group of burial earthmen were jealous. In their eyes, this arrogant and indifferent iceberg goddess-level figure, why is Jun Xiaoyao so fond? This was intolerable. Jun Xiaoyao smiled at the ghost-masked female burial emperor. That smile was peerlessly handsome. Even the ghost-masked female burial emperor was momentarily dazed. She wasn't a fan of looks, but this smile seemed to overlap with the blurry smile in her memory. To tell you the truth, I have mastered a sealing technique. However, with my own strength, it is obviously impossible for me to completely unleash its effects, let alone seal the burial realm. So, I need you to lend me your magic power and inject it into my body, Jun Xiaoyao said. The sealing technique he was talking about was naturally the reward for signing in, the 7 seals against immortals. This sealing technique was mysterious and unpredictable, and its power was extremely strong. Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao could only release one layer of the seal with his own strength. And this was far from being able to seal the entire burial realm. As for why Jun Xiaoyao didn't directly impart the 7 seals against immortals to Li Xian and the others. This wasn't because Jun Xiaoyao was stingy and unwilling to give it. It was because the 7 seals against immortals were extremely complicated. Even if he gave it to Li Xian, he wouldn't be able to use it in a short time. And because it was a reward for signing in, Jun Xiaoyao directly comprehended it and mastered it. The current situation was critical, so it was naturally impossible to wait for Li Xian to comprehend the 7 seals against immortals. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao could only rely on the power of Li Xian and the others. No, young master, your body can't withstand the infusion of our magic power. Li Xian heard this and shook his head slightly. Audiobook also shook his head. This idea was too crazy. It doesn't matter. I have the sacred body of the ancients. After a long time of tempering, my physical body is able to withstand the power of magic power far beyond my cultivation level, Jun Xiaoyao said in a firm tone. Not only did he have the sacred body of the ancients, but he also had the sacred body of the ancients that had broken through 10 layers of shackles. His physical body was able to withstand the infusion of magic power more than 10,000 times. Only in this way could the power of the 7 seals against immortals possibly seal the entire burial realm. Young master. Li Xian, Audiobook, and the others didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to take the risk. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath and said in a calm tone. If my father was here, what would he choose? Would he run away directly, or would he give it his all? Jun Xiaoyao's words made Li Xian and Audiobook completely speechless. At this moment, in their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be slowly merging with the white-robed figure that suppressed the heavens. He was the white-robed God King. The white-robed God King was him. Okay. Li Xian agreed. Audiobook could only nod silently. The ghost-masked burial emperor was also a little hesitant. After a long time, she spat out 4 cold and vague words from under the mask. Be careful. These words made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes reveal a hint of surprise. This ice-cold, murderous female burial emperor was actually concerned about others. Could it be that she was the iceberg type of tsundere? After making a thorough decision, Jun Xiaoyao was also ready to make his move. He stepped into the sky step by step. As far as the eye could see, the entire burial realm was under his feet. The depths of the burial realm were hazy. Even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't see clearly. Would his father, Jun Wuhui, be in there? Father, if you're here, then I'll show you my ability. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. Divine runes began to spread out from between his fingers. Those patterns intertwined in the void, like the traces of the movement of the stars in the sky, complicated and mysterious to the extreme. What a complicated divine pattern. Even Li Xian and Audiobook were surprised when they saw it. How could Jun Xiaoyao control such a complicated divine pattern? Young master will be incredible in the future. Li Xian sighed slightly. In his eyes, Jun Wuhui was already a godlike existence. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, might even surpass his father in the end. Then what is the son of God of the Jun family doing? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's actions, the burial realm creatures present were puzzled. Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family wants to seal the burial realm himself? Some of the burial realm creatures muttered. This was too puzzling. It was simply an act of confusion. Just as everyone was watching, Jun Xiaoyao's first seal of the 7 seals of immortal taboo was completed. As far as the eye could see, countless dense divine patterns intertwined in the void, as if forming a large net that covered the world. Just the first layer of the seal was already extremely shocking. It had a terrifying might that could seal the heavens and the earth. So terrifying. What kind of great divine ability is that? Heavens, why do I feel like the death chi in my body is being suppressed? As soon as Jun Xiaoyao made his move, everyone was terrified. This kind of terrifying power seemed to be able to confine and seal heaven and earth. And this was only the first seal of the 7 seals of immortal taboo. Everyone, now is the time, Jun Xiaoyao said. With his current strength, he could only unleash the first seal. Li Xian, Audiobook, and the burial realm queen saw this and made their moves at the same time. Surging magic power directly poured into Jun Xiaoyao's body. When the other living beings saw this scene, they almost stopped breathing. Was Jun Xiaoyao crazy? The burial earth creatures present were not stupid. They could also see Jun Xiaoyao's move. Jun Xiaoyao controlled a terrifying sealing technique. However, with his own strength, he could not fully unleash the power of this sealing technique. Therefore, he needed to borrow the strength of Li Xian and the others. However, this was the most shocking part. Jun Xiaoyao was only at the divine fire realm, but he had to withstand the infusion of Li Xian and other top powerhouses. Logically speaking, this was simply impossible. The body of a divine fire realm cultivator was like a kettle. And the cultivation of Li Xian and other powerhouses was like a boundless ocean. If Li Xian and the others poured their magic power into Jun Xiaoyao's body, the most likely thing that would happen was that Jun Xiaoyao's body would explode and he would die. It was precisely because of this that all the burial earth creatures thought that Jun Xiaoyao was crazy. Only a madman would come up with such a crazy idea. The son of God of the Jun family could have left safely, but he chose to court death. He's really crazy. Yeah, with such a talented cultivation, he didn't care about his life and took such a risk. All the burial earth creatures couldn't understand. It's good that he's dead. At least our burial earth's reputation can be salvaged a little. There were also burial earth creatures watching coldly from the sidelines. In the dark, some burial earth emperors were also communicating with their divine sense. They were all very surprised and observing the situation. Li Xian was a lesser heavenly venerable, the ghost-masked burial emperor was a peak supreme. And Audiobook was also a quasi-supreme. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. One could imagine the magic power fluctuations that could overturn heaven and earth. Although this kind of magic power wave was not offensive, just the degree of majesty was enough to explode the bodies of thousands of divine fire realm geniuses. Boom, terrifying magic power surged like a tide, pouring into Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao felt as if there was an endless power erupting in his body. In an instant, he used the second seal of the 7 seals against immortals. Heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a cage. With the infusion of mana, Jun Xiaoyao's body began to turn crimson red. That was a sign that mana was about to overflow and break out of his body. Young master. Aju's expression changed slightly when she saw this. She had been guarding Jun Xiaoyao for the longest time. After all, she was his guardian. When she saw that Jun Xiaoyao was in a bad situation, her heart trembled. No problem, continue. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was firm. He pushed the power of the sacred body of the ancients to the extreme. He was born with the sacred body of the ancients, which had broken through all 10 shackles. His physical body was extremely tough, and the amount of mana he could contain was far greater than that of geniuses of the same level. Oh my god, he actually withstood it? The Jun family son of God's body didn't explode? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao safe and sound, the living beings of the burial ground were left speechless. His neck felt like it was being strangled by a pair of invisible hands. Is there anything that the young master can't do? Lang Huan and Xianxia didn't know what to say. It seemed that in front of Jun Xiaoyao, no problem was a problem. If this child can grow up safely, I'm afraid he will be another white-robed god king in the future. No, he might even be stronger. The Shura monarch also sighed with mixed feelings. He even seemed to see the horrifying scene of the burial ground being destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao in the future. As for the burial emperors who were hiding in the dark, they were also shocked speechless. A junior that they didn't take seriously had done something that they didn't dare to imagine. The third layer. Jun Xiaoyao continued to use the 7 seals of prohibition. Although to the outside world, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be safe and sound. Only Jun Xiaoyao himself knew how dangerous it was to do such a thing. If he was not careful, his body would explode and he would die. Other than Jun Xiaoyao, no one else dared to do so. Senior Li Xian, you don't have to worry. Continue to increase your magical power, Jun Xiaoyao said again. Seeing this, Li Xian and the others could only increase their magical power output. An even more vast and terrifying wave of magical power surged into Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao instantly felt a tearing sensation, as if his body was about to be torn apart. Immortal bones of the great all-embracing heaven. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the immortal bones of the great all-embracing heaven again. Suddenly, the 160 immortal bones of the great all-embracing heaven that had been refined all over his body released immortal light at the same time. These immortal bones of the great all-embracing heaven were like nodes that stabilized Jun Xiaoyao's body so that it would not collapse. This was also why Jun Xiaoyao was so confident. Not only did he have the sacred body of the ancients, but he also cultivated one of the 9 great heavenly books, the immortal body of the great all-embracing heaven. It was because of this confidence that Jun Xiaoyao dared to do such a crazy thing. Otherwise, why would Jun Xiaoyao risk his life? Jun Xiaoyao would not do something like putting his life on the line. The 4th seal. Jun Xiaoyao continued to activate the 7 seals of the great all-embracing heaven, and the 4th seal was strengthened again. Its power was so strong that it sealed the sky and the earth and confined all directions. Even the seal of the burial realm, which was originally on the verge of collapse, seemed to be slowing down under this reinforcement. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed that it was really possible for him to seal the burial realm again. The whole place was silent. All the creatures of the burial realm seemed to have a premonition in their hearts. Today, they might be witnessing an impossible miracle again. The 5th seal. When Jun Xiaoyao used the 5th seal of the 7 seals of the great all-embracing heaven, all the creatures could feel that the entire burial realm seemed to be isolated by a pair of invisible hands. Go quickly. A creature of the burial realm suddenly shouted. If they continued to stay here, they might be sealed in the burial realm forever, unable to leave. As this voice spread out, all the creatures of the burial realm hurriedly retreated. Those creatures of the burial realm who were watching the show, mocking, and coldly from the sidelines, now had a look of panic on their faces as they swarmed out of the burial realm. Damn it, the burial realm has been broken. Is it going to fail? In the dark, the burial realm's divine sense intertwined. However, they did not dare to show up to stop Jun Xiaoyao. Because the great demon Li Xian was still there. The 9 burial emperors had just fallen, so the remaining burial emperors naturally would not take the initiative to send themselves to death. The 6th seal. Jun Xiaoyao's body began to tremble slightly, and his body showed signs of collapsing. However, he also used the 6th seal of the 7 seals of the 7 seals of the great all-embracing heaven. There were millions of divine runes of various colors, intertwining in the void, turning the burial realm into a forbidden zone. Not only was the world sealed, even the various laws seemed to be imprisoned. This kind of terrifying seal made Li Xian's eyes flash with surprise. This kind of sealing technique was too powerful. When fully used, it could easily seal a supreme being. It's about time. Jun Xiaoyao let out a deep breath and began to withdraw. It was too difficult to use the 7th seal of the great all-embracing heaven. Moreover, with the current Jun Xiaoyao, even with the help of Li Xian and the others, it was difficult to use the 7th seal. However, the 6th seal of the great all-embracing heaven was enough to seal the entire burial realm. After all, the previous seal was only on the verge of collapse, not completely. It worked, until now, Li Xian was still in a trance. The burial realm, which was about to break its seal, was sealed once again by Jun Xiaoyao's efforts. Vaguely, one could hear a terrifying roar of unwillingness under the 10,000 spirits graveyard. It was the big boss of the burial realm that was sealed under the 10,000 spirits graveyard. It originally had the hope of breaking the seal, but in the end, it was blocked by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao once again created an impossible miracle. The originally trembling burial realm once again fell into silence. Although the 6 seals couldn't seal the burial realm forever, it was no problem to maintain it for at least a few decades or 100 years. Although for cultivators, a few decades or 100 years wasn't considered long. But at that time, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation would have probably reached an extremely terrifying level. At that time, wouldn't it be easy to sweep through the burial realm? Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care if the sealing time was too short. As long as he was given time, even if the burial realm broke the seal, he could still suppress everything. Seeing burial realm being sealed again, the creatures of burial earth who had already escaped felt all sorts of mixed feelings. Who would have thought that the burial realm that was destined to break the seal would be sealed again by Jun Xiaoyao alone? He had done what his father had done before. Like father, like son, this saying was true. Young master's methods, Li Xian is impressed. Li Xian cupped his fists and was really convinced. Although Li Xian agreed before, he more or less had some doubts in his heart. But now, all the problems had vanished into thin air. No need to be like this. This burial realm wasn't sealed by me alone, but by the strength of everyone. Jun Xiaoyao didn't take all the credit for himself. Now that the crisis was resolved and the burial realm was sealed, Jun Xiaoyao also obtained the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass. This trip to the Eternal Burial Realm could be considered to have ended perfectly. Jun Xiaoyao's goals were all achieved. But Jun Xiaoyao wasn't prepared to leave directly. Instead, he wanted to digest the great opportunity of the living being's reincarnation pool. Next, Jun Xiaoyao also asked Li Xian and the others for their thoughts. Li Xian still wanted to continue guarding the 10,000 spirits graveyard. Jun Xiaoyao didn't advise anything. This was Li Xian's display of loyalty. Moreover, the burial realm indeed needed a powerhouse to guard it. If there were any problems, they could be contacted in time. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze looked into the depths of the burial realm. Although Li Xian didn't tell him the secrets of the burial realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be able to see his father, God King Jun Wuhui. Back then, he had single-handedly swept through the burial realm, fighting against the great terror within. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed very strong now, but he was only invincible among the younger generation. What Jun Xiaoyao needed to do next was to surpass his peers step by step and even compete with the experts of the older generation. One of these days, I'll go deep into the burial world and meet those terrifying existences. There's also the reason why the eternal burial earth was created, and why Father sealed the burial realm away. I will unravel these secrets one day. Jun Xiaoyao swore in his heart. With his current strength, even if he knew the secret of burial realm, he still wouldn't be able to help Jun Wuhui. Therefore, becoming stronger was the only thing Jun Xiaoyao needed to do. After the burial realm was sealed, the creatures in the outside world didn't leave. They were still immersed in shock. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lang Huan's face. Your Highness, what's wrong? Xianxia noticed and asked with concern. Xianxia, I thought that I was good enough for young Master Jun. Now, it seems that I thought too highly of myself. Lang Huan smiled bitterly and shook her head. It was hard to imagine that Lang Huan, who was ranked second on the burial earth beauty list, could say such words. Xianxia wanted to comfort her, but she found that it was indeed the case. Jun Xiaoyao's excellence left them in the dust. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to enter the reincarnation pool to cultivate. However, before that, he looked at the ghost-masked burial emperor. Previously, the ghost-masked burial emperor said that she had something to talk to him about. When the ghost-masked burial emperor saw Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, she turned and walked away. Jun Xiaoyao also followed. Li Xian and Audiobook were tactful and didn't ask anything. In a quiet place, the ghost-masked burial emperor stopped. Jun Xiaoyao also stopped at the same time. I'm curious. Who are you? The ghost-masked burial emperor had her back facing Jun Xiaoyao as she asked. The burial emperor was wearing a black dress. She was tall and slender, like a mysterious and magnificent black rose. Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao said word by word. Really? The ghost-masked burial emperor asked. Otherwise? Jun Xiaoyao said. When I woke up from my slumber, I was already a powerful burial emperor. However, in my memory, there were some scenes. Was it my previous life or something else? The ghost-masked burial emperor asked. Jun Xiaoyao didn't really understand the relationship between the ghost-masked burial emperor and the ghost-masked girl and the ghost-masked woman. However, they had one thing in common, which was that they could use the power of the red spider lily. As for the red spider lily, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think of the foreign realm. It was rumored that in the foreign realm, there was an emperor clan called the red spider lily. It was a plant-type power, and its main body was the red spider lily that bloomed in the Yellow Springs. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know much about the foreign realm, so he couldn't deduce anything. Karma is intertwined. Whether it's true or false, I don't know either. However, I can promise that if I find out the truth in the future, I will definitely come and find you. Jun Xiaoyao said. Since the ghost-masked burial emperor had extended a helping hand, Jun Xiaoyao would naturally return the favor. In the future, if he found out the truth about the ghost-masked girl, he would naturally tell her. However, I have another request. The ghost-masked burial emperor suddenly spoke. However, her tone was a little unnatural and intermittent, as if she had lost some of her previous coldness. What is it? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed doubt. There was something wrong with the ghost-masked burial emperor's tone. Can you hug this emperor? When the ghost-masked burial emperor said this, her back was still facing Jun Xiaoyao. However, that slightly trembling voice clearly showed that the burial emperor's heart was not calm. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was rather stunned. He never thought that the ghost-masked burial emperor would actually make such a request. What kind of existence was the ghost-masked burial emperor, the strongest expert of the burial Earth 10 regions, the noble and cold ice queen? She was an existence that all the men in the burial Earth 10 regions feared and admired. This kind of ruthless ice queen actually asked for a hug. This was too much of a contrast, right? If the other creatures of the burial Earth saw this scene, they would probably doubt their lives. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think that the ghost-masked burial emperor might really be an iceberg type of tsundere. If you don't want to, then forget it. The ghost-masked burial emperor's figure moved and was about to leave. Wait. Jun Xiaoyao spoke. The burial emperor stopped in her tracks. If the queen is willing to lend a helping hand, I am grateful. This matter is just a small matter. Jun Xiaoyao said. As long as she didn't covet his body, anything was fine. Hugging wouldn't make her pregnant. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and hesitated for a moment, but he still gently wrapped his arms around the burial emperor's waist. If it was anyone else who had the chance to get close to the burial emperor, they would probably be extremely excited and wouldn't even be able to control their hands. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was very calm, without any excitement. The burial emperor's body was very cold, like a piece of ice. When Jun Xiaoyao hugged her, her jade-like body trembled slightly, as if she had been electrocuted. A warmth that he hadn't felt in a long time spread out. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao let go of his hand. There was a trace of inexplicable disappointment in the burial emperor's heart. However, she still said, "Thank you. When I find out the truth in the future, I will come and find you again." Jun Xiaoyao turned around and left without any reluctance. After a long while, the ghost-masked burial emperor sighed faintly. She lifted the ghost mask on her face slightly with one hand. The corner of her jade-like face under the mask was already bright red. The ghost-masked burial emperor would also blush. The red spider lily blooms in the 7-colored sky, the flower falls and becomes an immortal for 1,000 years. I don't want to become an immortal, I only want to wait for your return in the vast mortal world. The female burial empress put on the ghost face mask again. Her body moved and disappeared without a trace. After the matter of the female burial emperor was over, Jun Xiaoyao also returned to the pool of reincarnation. This was because the burial realm was sealed by Jun Xiaoyao with the 6 seals against immortals. Therefore, as long as Jun Xiaoyao was willing, he could let anyone enter and exit the burial realm freely. Li Xian had to guard the All-Spirits graveyard as the tomb keeper. Audiobook naturally followed Jun Xiaoyao. She would leave whenever Jun Xiaoyao left. After solving all the problems, Jun Xiaoyao could also cultivate and break through in the pool of reincarnation with peace of mind. Jun Xiaoyao had a hunch that this cultivation would be a great improvement for him. Other people breaking through realms were like constipation, but Jun Xiaoyao was like a waterfall. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao was confident was that the energy of the pool of reincarnation was extremely pure and strange. He also asked Li Xian. This pool of reincarnation seemed to be built by some great horror in the depths of the burial realm a long time ago. Jun Xiaoyao directly entered the pool of reincarnation, then used the god-devouring demonic technique and the heaven and earth furnace to begin absorbing and refining the entire pool of reincarnation. Ordinary geniuses might not be able to absorb any more after absorbing a very small portion. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body, however, allowed him to almost digest the entire pool of reincarnation. After all, although the sacred body of the ancients was powerful, it consumed more resources to break through realms. This pool of reincarnation could solve this problem. As Jun Xiaoyao immersed himself in cultivation, the entire burial realm finally fell into peace. However, the entire 10 regions of the eternal burial realm could not calm down. After all, the things that happened in the burial realm were too big. Jun Xiaoyao killed the celestial tyrant body. The burial realm was broken, and the burial emperors were born. The tomb keeper, Li Xian, one of the king of gods 8, appeared. 9 burial emperors fell. In the end, the burial realm was sealed again by Jun Xiaoyao. Each and every one of these incidents, individually, was enough to shake the world. Not to mention that it happened all at once. This kind of explosive news was enough to turn the entire burial ground upside down. During this period of time, all living beings in the 10 realms of burial earth referred to him as the son of God of the Jun clan. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was not only famous in the Huangtian mystic realm, but also in the eternal burial ground. His actions would be recorded in the epic of the burial earth. The attitude of the burial earth beings towards Jun Xiaoyao was no longer hatred. It was powerlessness, that's right, it was a sense of helplessness that came from the bottom of his heart. No one in the younger generation was a match for Jun Xiaoyao. As for the older generation experts, they were protected by Li Xian, the ghost-masked woman, and the burial emperor. The entire 10 regions of burial earth couldn't do anything to Jun Xiaoyao. It was hard to imagine that the Jun Xiaoyao who was only at the divine flame realm actually made the entire eternal burial earth powerless. No one dared to provoke Jun Xiaoyao after they accepted the reality of the situation. Even the other burial emperors of the Nether King Palace, the Corpse Dragon clan, and other forces didn't think of revenge. The only chance for revenge was to wait for the day when the burial realm was completely unsealed. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The storm in the entire 10 regions of burial earth gradually calmed down. Jun Xiaoyao had become the most talked about topic of the burial earth beings. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Huangtian mystic realm was subtle. Because the eternal burial earth was isolated from the Huangtian mystic realm. Therefore, it was impossible for the major events that happened in the burial earth to spread to the Huangtian mystic realm. In addition, several months had passed. Many people guessed that Jun Xiaoyao had met with an accident in the eternal burial earth. This guess was very reasonable and normal. After all, the eternal burial earth was a taboo land for the people of the mystic realm. However, recently, the news of Jun Xiaoyao's death in the burial earth suddenly spread. It seemed that there was a hidden hand behind the scenes pushing the public opinion. Did the son of God of the Jun family really die in the eternal burial earth? It's impossible. It's been a few months and he hasn't come out yet. The immortal ancient world is about to open. Indeed, with the son of God of the Jun family's personality, he definitely wouldn't miss the immortal ancient world. But he hasn't come out yet. There must be a big problem. What a pity. A heaven's favorite who could have dominated this era lost his future because of his own recklessness. More and more places in the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm were discussing this matter. Although some people didn't quite believe it, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't appeared for a few months after all. As the most famous and eye-catching genius in the Huangtian mystic realm, the fact that there was no news of him for a few months meant a lot. This feeling was like a popular celebrity who was on the hot search list every day suddenly disappeared for a few months. Everyone would think that there was an accident. Qingzhou, the Jiang family of the ancients' residence. Many members of the Jiang family were discussing this matter in private. However, the upper echelons of the Jiang family didn't say anything. The young master will be fine. That's right. With the young master's strength, he can do well even in the eternal burial earth. None of the members of the Jiang family believed the rumors. In their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was an invincible existence. Moreover, if something really happened to Jun Xiaoyao, the first one who couldn't sit still would be Jiang Daoxiu and the others. But now, the entire Jiang family was very calm. On a cliff, a peerless beauty in snow-white clothes stood in the wind. She was like a jade tree piled with snow. The breeze blew the hair on her temples, dazzling her picturesque face. Her limpid eyes stared at the far west in a daze. That direction was the direction of the barbarian state, which was also the direction of the eternal burial earth. This woman was Xianxia. When she didn't have any worries in her heart, Xianxia cultivated wholeheartedly. She never knew what it meant to pass a day like a year. But now, Xianxia experienced it. Xianxia knew in her heart that Jun Xiaoyao should be fine now. But she was still worried in her heart. Suddenly, a mumbling voice sounded behind her. Sister Xingyi, are you spacing out again? Luoli, Xianxia retracted her gaze. The voice of the petite Linglong behind her was Jiang Luoli. She sat on the edge of the cliff and rested her chin on her hand. She also looked toward the far west. The immortal ancient world is about to open. Big brother Xiaoyao hasn't returned yet. Don't worry, Xiaoyao will be fine, Xianxia said confidently. Jiang Luoli suddenly said, Sister Xingyi, big brother Xiaoyao seems to be very good to you. Previously, when the Wang family's young emperor wanted to marry you, big brother Xiaoyao was the first to stand up and oppose it. Jiang Luoli's words made Xianxi's heart skip a beat. If it were someone else, Xiaoyao would probably do the same, Xianxi said with a forced smile. Jiang Luoli's big eyes turned slightly. She nodded and said, yes, big brother Xiaoyao is actually such a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So, Luoli will never let go. Jiang Luoli stood up and patted the dust off her skirt. She gave Xianxi a big smile. 2 deep dimples appeared on her cheeks. Then, Jiang Luoli left. Did this girl notice? Xianxi looked at Jiang Luoli's back as she skipped away. Her expression was gloomy. Jiang Luoli might seem like a naive girl in front of Jun Xiaoyao. But that didn't mean that Jiang Luoli was stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. She might have sensed something. Xianxi found it hard to say. After all, she and Jiang Luoli were very close. They were like sisters. Moreover, it was indeed Jiang Luoli who had taken a liking to Jun Xiaoyao first. All in all, the situation was very complicated. A triangle might not be stable. A polygon was even more impossible. Forget it. I just hope that Xiaoyao can make it back before the immortal ancient world opens, Jiangxi prayed in her heart. The immortal ancient world was one of the most important opportunities before the Emperor Road opened. It was also the best opportunity for the current generation of Skyprides to improve their strength. If Jun Xiaoyao missed this opportunity, he would be slower than others. This was something that Jiangxi didn't want to see. To a large extent, Jun Xiaoyao went to the burial ground because of her. On the other side of the Jiang family, Hua Yuanxiu and Jiang Chuhan were cultivating. The immortal ancient world is about to open. If Jun Xiaoyao can't make it back in time, it will be troublesome, Hua Yuanxiu said with a faint smile. Why do I feel like you're gloating? Jiang Chuhan frowned and said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao was not only the son of God of the Jun family, but also the young master of the Jiang family. Hua Yuanxiu wasn't worried at all. Instead, he had such an attitude. Of course not. I also hope that he can gain something in the burial ground. It would be best if he can break through to the true immortal realm. That way, he won't have to come to the immortal ancient world. Hua Yuanxiu laughed. No matter how one listened to it, those words sounded strange and sarcastic. Are you being sarcastic? When the young master entered the burial ground, he was only in the heaven ascension realm. The environment of the burial ground is not suitable for humans in the immortal realm to cultivate. How could he reach the true immortal realm? Jiang Chuhan frowned even more. Hua Yuanxiu was an old man. Aren't I just following your wishes? In your eyes, Jun Xiaoyao is an invincible existence in the younger generation. So what if he breaks through to the true divinity boundary? Maybe he can even defeat all the prodigies in the burial ground and turn the burial ground upside down? Who knows, he might even be powerful enough to kill a burial Earth Supreme Being. Hua Yuanqiu's tone was dripping with sarcasm. In the end, he couldn't help but sneer. You are too much. Jiang Chuhan stood up and left. Hua Yuanqiu's mockery was truly disgusting. Looking at Jiang Chuhan's departing figure, Hua Yuanqiu's face darkened. Ever since Jun Xiaoyao came, Chuhan no longer treated me like she used to. Although Jiang Chuhan had not been intimate with Hua Yuanqiu in the past, her attitude towards him was not bad. Ever since Jun Xiaoyao had arrived and defeated him in one move, he had been in a daze. Jiang Chuhan was getting colder and colder towards Hua Yuanqiu. This made Hua Yuanqiu extremely unhappy. Jun Xiaoyao, I hope you will never leave the burial ground. This way, after the immortal ancient world, the position of young master will still fall to me, and Chu Han will still be willing to marry me. Hua Yuanqiu's eyes were deep. The entire Jiang family was peaceful. The Jun family was also peaceful. Although the outside world was full of rumors, saying that Jun Xiaoyao had died in the burial ground. However, no one in the Jun family believed it. Their recognition and trust of Jun Xiaoyao would not be shaken by any rumors. Jun Xiaoyao's followers, Yu, Yan Qingying, and the others were also cultivating and preparing for the immortal ancient world. The 10 sequences of the Jun family were also cultivating in seclusion and preparing seriously. The immortal ancient world was a great opportunity. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to grow, they would fall behind when the Emperor Road opened. This was an era of great competition, far more intense than any previous era. When the time came, all kinds of ancient freaks, the sleeping princes, and the descendants of ancient emperors would appear. The current generation of geniuses would be severely suppressed. Without a great opportunity, it would be difficult to compete with those geniuses. Of course, everyone couldn't help but think of Jun Xiaoyao. Among all the geniuses, he was the youngest. However, even the ancient freaks were defeated by him. If the son of God of the Jun family doesn't participate in the immortal ancient world, his legend of being invincible among the younger generation may be shattered. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The son of God of the Jun family has chosen the path that he shouldn't have chosen. The atmosphere in the entire Huangtian mystic realm was not calm. After another 2 months, many illusions suddenly appeared in the sky above the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. These illusions seemed to be a small world full of celestial qi. There were plains, mountains, deserts, broken palaces, ancient forbidden lands, strange beasts, and so on. This scene was like a mirage, and it was extremely strange. This is the mirage of the immortal ancient world. This is the sign of the opening of the immortal ancient world. Many old antiques looked up at the mirage in the sky and mumbled to themselves. Before the opening of the immortal ancient world, such mirages would appear. Within a few months, the entrance to the immortal ancient world would open. With the appearance of the mirage of the immortal ancient world, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. The geniuses of the younger generation were all eager to fight in the immortal ancient world. They were ready to show off their skills and seize the great opportunity. Not to mention becoming a saint directly, they had to at least break through to the true God realm to be qualified to compete on the Emperor Road. With the opening of the immortal ancient world, geniuses and hidden talents of various forces also appeared one after another. There was a prince of a certain royal family who had cultivated the imperial dragon Qi. The dragon Qi stretched for 30,000 miles, shocking many mystical states around. There was a saintess of a terrifying sect who showed mercy to the world, attracting countless geniuses to follow her. There were also people who saw a young man standing on a high mountain, drawing the power of thunder from the 9 heavens to temper his body. Some people recognized that he was a genius hidden in the Thunder Emperor Mountain who had mastered an incomplete version of the Thunder Emperor's superpower. All in all, there were many terrifying geniuses of various forces appearing in various mystical states. Obviously, they were all here for the opportunity in the immortal ancient world. Other than that, there was also news from the Archean royalty. The powerful Qilin son of the ancient Qilin cave seemed to have begun to appear. Wherever he went, purple qi would spread for thousands of miles. An auspicious Qilin shadow accompanied him. His aura was extremely powerful, and he could be called a top genius. Over at the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Mountain, some people saw the appearance of a phoenix. Some people said that the Phoenix Child and Phoenix Maiden of the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Mountain were preparing to enter the world. Huang Xuani and Feng Qingling could not be compared to the two of them. Huang Xuani and Feng Qingling were the most outstanding geniuses of the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Mountain. As for the Phoenix Child and Phoenix Maiden, they were the top geniuses nurtured by the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Mountain. Their statuses were different. Of course, at the same time, an even more shocking piece of news was spread. In the headquarters of the Zulong, Hong Province, almost all the living beings in Hong Province saw an extremely strange scene. In the sky above the Zulong, there was suddenly an earth-shattering dragon roar. 7 ancestral dragon shadows of different colors were hovering in the sky. Although the 7 dragons were all from the dragon clan, they were different. Among them, there was a blue dragon, a red dragon, a white dragon, and a black dragon. The 7 dragons represented the power of the 7 elements. If one took a closer look, each of the ancestral dragon shadows contained a bright and shining dragon essence. Finally, a figure broke out of seclusion and shook the heavens for thousands of miles. He roared into the sky and swallowed all 7 dragon essences into his body. In an instant, the violent dragon chi surged and suppressed the entire Han province. Zulong's forbidden first generation, Long Outyen, had come out of seclusion. If one were to name the most famous geniuses in the Huangtian mystic realm, Long Outyen would definitely be one of them. When Long Outyen was born, the shadow of the ancestor dragon appeared, and the sky was filled with auspicious signs. He had the blood of the emperor dragon, which was the purest and noblest bloodline of the dragon clan. Everyone in Zulong believed that Long Outyen was qualified to become a saint ancestor. However, Long Outyen did not disappoint, just as the experts of the lair of Zulong had expected. His talent was amazing. Challenging those of a higher level was as easy as drinking water and eating. His domineering aura made countless geniuses of the current generation willingly submit to him. Many princesses and saintesses were also impressed by Long Outyen's heroic appearance. They admired him and fell in love with him. Not only that, but Long Outyen's luck was also off the charts. When Long Outyen entered the world to train, he once bought a worn-out broadsword from a stall at the price of 1 dawn stone. However, after Long Outyen baptized his own blood, the worn-out broadsword revealed its original form. It was a dragon soul broadsword that contained the sovereign dragon soul and had reached the level of a supreme weapon. After that, Long Outyen went to the secret lands of the 4 directions and collected many treasures. Not only that, but he also saved the beauty in the secret lands and captured the beauty's heart. By Mayor, the Heavenly Fox clan's heavenly princess, was once trapped in a deadly array and was rescued by Long Outyen. She fell hopelessly in love with him. In addition, Long Outyen always got the best treasures in the auctions. Long Outyen was even proficient in alchemy and crafting weapons. All in all, there was nothing Long Outyen could not do. He was that awesome. Later, Zulong gave Long Outyen 7 dragon essences of different elements in order to train him. After that, Long Outyen went into seclusion to refine the 7 dragon essences. It could be said that before Jun Xiaoyao made a name for himself, Long Outyen was the most famous genius in the Huangtian mystic realm. Many descendants of the clan of the ancients were even surpassed by Long Outyen. Now, Long Outyen had finally finished refining the 7 dragon essences and came out of seclusion. The eyes of the entire Hong province were focused on Zulong. Outside the lair of Zulong, many figures appeared. They were the ancient royal clans who had rushed over to observe after sensing the changes in Zulong. Their eyes all looked over, finally seeing Zulong's exceptional talent who had been in seclusion for a long time. Long Outyen's figure was tall and straight, his arms like an ape's and his waist like a bee's. Endless draconic energy circled around him, creating a myriad of scenes. He displayed the heroic bearing of an exceptional talent. His appearance was extremely outstanding as well. His eyebrows were slanted to his temples, his eyes were bright like stars, and his nose was sharp like a hanging gallbladder. He was handsome like a dragon steed and a phoenix chick, and his expression was heroic. In short, if he wasn't handsome, he wouldn't be able to live up to his name. Of course, he was still inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was publicly acknowledged as the most handsome young man in the immortal realms. He was an immortal-like character and was the cold white moonlight in the hearts of all young girls. Even Long Outyen could only be ranked second. However, what shocked everyone was not Long Outyen's appearance, but his cultivation level. He had reached the empty god realm. This had already broken the record for the highest cultivation among the younger generation. At least, he had the highest cultivation among all the prodigies who had appeared. He's reached the empty god realm. Isn't Long Outyen too terrifying? As expected of a forbidden first-generation talent nurtured by Zulong. With the blood of the Emperor Dragon and 7 dragon essences, Long Outyen is extremely powerful. The various royal clans outside the Zulong were all amazed. Some of the young prodigies from the ancient royal clans felt ashamed of their inferiority. Compared to Long Outyen, they were simply trash. No, they were worse than trash. Long Outyen's expression was rather calm as he felt the gazes from outside. However, the curve at the corner of his mouth revealed his inner thoughts. The feeling of being high above and being the center of attention was amazing. Refining 7 dragon essences allowed me to break through to the empty god realm. However, it's still not enough. I, Long Outyen, will break through to the heavenly god realm in the immortal ancient world. Long Outyen raised his head and looked at the mirage in the sky. He was ambitious. The empty god realm was the first stage of the 9 levels of the sage realm. After reaching the 9 levels of the sage realm, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next stage. However, Long Outyen seemed to be saying that breaking through to the next stage was not a big deal. Outyen, you've finally come out of seclusion. A group of Zulong elites appeared. Each of them was extremely powerful. However, they looked at Long Outyen with gratification. Zulong had been suppressed for too long. It was too miserable. Even the ancient freak princess Longji had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao. Zulong desperately needed a powerful prodigy to restore their reputation. Without a doubt, Long Outyen was the best candidate. Long Bichi, who was wearing a green soft armor, also appeared. Congratulations, brother Outyen. You've refined 7 dragon essences and achieved great success. Long Bichi looked at Long Outyen with admiration. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary dragon prodigy to refine even 1 dragon essence. Even Long Bichi had only refined 2 dragon essences, and they were both ordinary ones. However, Long Outyen had refined 7 dragon essences in one go. Moreover, the dragon essences were of a more powerful attribute. This was the power of Long Outyen's Emperor Dragon blood. He was even more talented than some of the ancient freaks. After being defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, Long Bichi's Taoist heart was covered in dust. Long Outyen was the only hope left in her heart. Only Long Outyen was qualified to compete with or even defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Elders and Bichi, you're all here. By the way, where is my brother Outyen? Long Outyen looked around and did not see his brother Long Outyen. Well, Outyen, there are some things that we didn't tell you because you were focused on your seclusion. Let me tell you now. An elder of the lair of Zulong sighed. When Long Outyen was in seclusion, no one had disturbed him, let alone sent him messages. Therefore, Long Outyen knew nothing about the outside world while he was in seclusion. Subsequently, the elders of the lair of Zulong told Long Outyen about the series of events that had happened before. This included how his brother Long Outyen was killed by Jun Xiaoyao, how Princess Longji broke her seal, and how she was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in the end. After hearing this, Long Outyen's face turned cold. A terrifying murderous intent filled the air, almost freezing the air. My brother was killed by the divine child of the Jun family? Long Outyen's expression was cold, and a cold light flashed in his golden eyes. Outyen, calm down. With your strength, you will definitely have a chance to defeat Jun Xiaoyao in the future, the Zulong elder said. Defeat? Haha, if I only defeat him, how can I avenge Outyen? How can I vent my anger? Long Outyen's aura surged. The shadows of 7 ancestor dragons could be vaguely seen around him. A terrifying aura poured out in all directions. Outyen, don't be rash and don't underestimate your opponent. Jun Xiaoyao can even defeat an ancient freak. He's not that simple, the Zulong elder warned. He was afraid that Long Outyen would be at a disadvantage if he underestimated his opponent. After all, Long Outyen's life had always been smooth sailing. He had never been defeated before. Don't worry, I won't make such a stupid mistake. However, I don't think that Jun Xiaoyao can threaten me. I, Long Outyen, am the ruler of this world. Those who provoke me must die. Long Outyen's words reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Outside the lair of Zulong, many far ancient royal creatures took a deep breath. No wonder he was Zulong's forbidden first generation. His tone was really arrogant. Even if his opponent was the famous Jun Xiaoyao, Long Outyen dared to say that anyone who offended him would die. Didn't that mean that Long Outyen was confident in killing Jun Xiaoyao? Interesting. The son of God of the Jun family, Zulong's forbidden first generation. One has the sacred body of the ancients and the bones of supremacy. The other has the blood of the emperor dragon and 7 dragon essences. If the two of them meet, what kind of conflict will occur? Who will win? Many of the living beings in the periphery thought to themselves. However, because they were all far ancient creatures, they still hoped that Long Outyen would win. Before the immortal ancient world opens, I need to visit Princess Longji, Long Outyen said. That's right. When the immortal ancient world opens, you two can take care of each other. Elder Zulong chuckled. Zulong had a prophecy before that the ancestor dragon would reign supreme when the 2 dragons appeared. The 2 dragons in the prophecy were naturally Long Outyen and Princess Longji. If the two of them could work together, they might really be able to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, at that moment, Long Outyen had another thought in his mind. Princess Longji, in terms of identity, status, talent, and strength, she is qualified to be my woman. She can even be my wife. As the destined protagonist, the son of fate, Long Outyen's standards for women were naturally high. Moreover, he couldn't only have one woman. He had to have a harem. He had to be a stud horse. However, Long Outyen only flirted with the women at his fingertips. He didn't plan to give them any status. Princess Longji, on the other hand, had a high status. She was qualified to be his wife and assist him in his conquest. After that, Long Outyen went straight to Princess Longji. The news of Long Outyen coming out of seclusion spread like wildfire to all corners of the immortal realm. This time, it caused a huge earthquake. Long Outyen had just come out of seclusion on the eve of the immortal ancient world's opening. It was obvious that he was going to suppress all the geniuses in the immortal ancient world and take the first place. A handsome young man with purple hair and purple clothes stood in the middle of a mountain range that was shrouded in purple mist and shining with auspicious light. Long Outyen actually came out of seclusion. Interesting. It seems like my Archean royalty will surpass the desolate clans in this immortal ancient world. The purple-haired youth muttered to himself. His skin was covered with fine purple scales and 2 purple-gold Qilin horns protruded from his forehead. He was the top genius of the ancient Qilin cave, the Qilin sun. On the other side, in the depths of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, a fiery red sun sank into the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely make out a blurry figure with a pair of wings on its back. Long Outyen has come out of seclusion. It seems like the immortal ancient world will become more and more interesting. Only, will Jun Xiaoyao come over? The mumbling figure was the phoenix son of Wanhuang Spiritual Mountain, Huang Tiangu. He did not fear any of the immortal descendants or the geniuses of the clans. The only person he feared was Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, in an ancient cave in a certain state, a beautiful figure broke through the seal and came out. It was a woman in a pink dress. Her face was delicate and seductive. Her eyes were like peach blossoms. Her gaze was seductive. Her figure was also excellent. Her curves were mesmerizing. The most eye-catching thing was the 6 foxtails behind her hips. They were furry and very soft. This woman was the Heavenly Fox clan's holy daughter, by Mayer. The Heavenly Fox clan was rumored to have the bloodline of the ancient 9-tailed demon fox. The 9-tailed demon fox was the strongest Archean royalty. It was not in the Huangtian mystic realm, but in other mystic realms. Although the Heavenly Fox clan did not have the Archean royalty, they were the top Archean royalty. They were comparable to the 9-headed lion clan and the golden-winged rock clan. Welcome, holy daughter. Several maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan greeted her respectfully. I can feel Brother Outyen's aura. He has also come out of his seclusion. Bai Mayer's eyes were filled with hearts. She covered her cheeks with her hands. Her eyes were filled with fanatical worship and infatuation. She even looked like she was sick. The maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan were used to this. After all, Bai Meier was trapped in a deadly array in a secret realm. In her moment of despair, Long Outyen appeared. He was like the Son of Heaven who came to save her. Bai Meier was completely captivated by his powerful strength, handsome posture, and devilish smile. Since then, Bai Meier had fallen madly in love with Long Outyen. However, at that time, Bai Meier had to cultivate a special technique of the Heavenly Fox clan. She could not be naked. Therefore, she did not have any intimate relations with Long Outyen. Now that she had mastered the technique, she was free. The next step was to look for Long Outyen. By the way, did anything else happen while I was in seclusion? Bai Meier asked casually. She had been in seclusion for about the same time as Long Outyen. As such, she had no idea what had happened to Jun Xiaoyao. The maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan told her everything that had happened. What? Brother Outyen's brother was killed by the son of God of the Jun family? Bai Meier's face was cold. Long Outyen's enemy was her enemy. You said that the son of God of the Jun family is better than Brother Outyen in terms of appearance, talent, and strength. How is that possible? Brother Outyen is the most perfect man. Bai Meier did not comment on Jun Xiaoyao when she heard the maidservants of the Heavenly Fox clan. The Heavenly Fox clan was a clan that valued both appearance and strength. They liked the strong. They liked the handsome strong even more. Long Outyen was perfect for the Heavenly Fox clan. Bai Meier naturally fell for him when he saved the damsel in distress. As for Jun Xiaoyao, she did not know and did not care about him. She was not interested in him. He was a banished immortal. His appearance was unparalleled. It sounded like an exaggeration. How could anyone be that handsome in this world? Bai Meier did not believe it. When the immortal ancient world opens, I will help Brother Outyen. Bai Meier's eyes were filled with infatuation as she giggled. On the other side, Long Outyen had arrived at a mountain range. The Golden Dragon Palace floated above the mountain range, looking majestic. Long Outyen stepped into it. Inside the Dragon Palace, a beautiful figure was leaning on the dragon throne. She seemed to have expected Long Outyen's arrival. The two dragons in Zulong's prophecy had finally met. Long Outyen looked over, and his golden eyes could not help but flash with amazement. Even though he had seen countless women, he was still amazed at how noble and beautiful the woman in front of him was. Princess Longji was wearing a palace dress, leaning lazily on the golden dragon throne. Her silky hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her palace dress was spotless. Her breasts were full, and her waist was slender. Her slender legs were crossed, and her bare feet were snow white. She was like a work of art that was pleasing to the eye. Princess Longji was no longer as pathetic as she was when she fought against Jun Xiaoyao. She had regained her arrogance and nobility. At the same time, her aura was much stronger than before. She was unfathomable, much stronger than before. But her mind was still filled with images of Jun Xiaoyao. The humiliation of losing to Jun Xiaoyao was deeply engraved in her heart. Especially when Jun Xiaoyao stepped on her chest and said, "You're only fit to be a mount." It was a humiliation that she could never erase. When Long Outyen saw Princess Longji, he had made up his mind. Princess Longji was going to be his wife. As for whether Princess Longji was willing or not, Long Outyen did not care. There was no woman that he couldn't get his hands on. Plus, he and Princess Longji were the best match. If Long Outyen were to find out that his ideal wife was only fit to be a mount in the eyes of Jun Xiaoyao, he would be furious. How would Long Outyen feel about this? You are Zulong's forbidden first generation, the most talented heaven's favorite of the generation, Long Outyen? Princess Longji leaned against the golden dragon throne lazily and stared at Long Outyen. A tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. Long Outyen's talent and strength had indeed exceeded her expectations. She was a little surprised. Especially the power of the bloodline in Long Outyen's body. Even a descendant of the ancient emperor like her was surprised. Is that the legendary blood of the emperor dragon? Princess Longji mumbled. The blood of the emperor dragon was one of the strongest bloodlines of the dragon kind. It was incomparably noble. One could even become a sage and create one's own bloodline. From this, one could see how powerful the blood of the Emperor Dragon was. Even in Princess Longji's generation, Zulong never had a heaven's favorite with the blood of the Emperor Dragon. Princess Longji, you are just as the rumors say. Peerless and beautiful. Long Outyen's lips curled. He did not hide his gaze as he stared straight at Princess Longji. His passion and aggressiveness were not hidden at all. They were very direct. Princess Longji's brows furrowed as she felt his invasive gaze. She did not like this feeling. There was also no man who could conquer a strong woman like her. Why are you here? Do you want to work together in the immortal ancient world? Princess Longji asked. Since Long Outyen chose this time to break through, he naturally wanted to obtain great fortune in the immortal ancient world. Princess Longji also heard that Long Outyen's luck was off the charts. Perhaps he really could obtain great fortune in the immortal ancient world. No, that's secondary. I came here for you. Long Outyen smiled. What do you mean? Princess Longji tapped her finger on the throne's armrest. Be my woman. Long Outyen said straightforwardly. Are you joking? Princess Longji's frown deepened. Although Long Outyen was powerful and talented, he was too arrogant to ask her to be his woman. She did not know that this was Long Outyen's personality. If I want a woman, she will be mine. Princess Longji, be with me. When I become the Emperor of the Ancients, you will be my Empress. We will rule this era together. Long Outyen's tone was arrogant. This time even Princess Longji was shocked. She wondered if Long Outyen's brain had gone haywire from his cultivation. This was not confidence, this was complete arrogance. You sure are arrogant. But I advise you, don't be arrogant. Do you think you can defeat Jun Xiaoyao alone? Princess Longji said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao was a mountain that stood above all the geniuses of that era. If Outyen could not pass this mountain, then there was no need to talk about conquering this era. However, Long Outyen's expression darkened upon hearing the words. A terrifying Outyen's murderous intent. That Jun Xiaoyao killed my younger brother. I will settle the score with him sooner or later. But now, I'm afraid that he has run into trouble in the eternal burial ground. He might not even be able to come to the immortal ancient world. Outyen was arrogant SSS. If Jun Xiaoyao missed the opportunity in the immortal ancient world, Long Outyen would be even more fearless. If he missed this opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao would be left far behind. I advise you to keep your arrogance in check. You can't be too careful with Jun Xiaoyao. Princess Longji shook her head. Once upon a time, she was as arrogant as Long Outyen. She thought she could defeat the younger generation. However, Jun Xiaoyao taught her a lesson right away. Of course, Princess Longji had now refined a drop of the ancient emperor's blood. Her strength had changed. If she met Jun Xiaoyao again, she would wash away the humiliation. Princess Longji, I will prove it to you. Then, you will be willing to be my woman. Long Outyen's lips curled into a devilish smile. He glanced at Princess Longji, then turned and left. His attitude was so flirtatious. Princess Longji's eyes were filled with disgust. We are both extremely talented. Why is his temperament so different from Jun Xiaoyao's? Princess Longji shook her head. Even though she had a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao. But she had to admit that Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was impeccable. It was not something other heaven's favorites could compare to. Long Outyen's talent was close to Jun Xiaoyao's. But his temperament was terrible. He was arrogant and conceited, like a 3-year-old child. Would someone like that be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao? Princess Longji did not think so. Long Outyen's appearance shook the entire 3,000 mystical continents. Especially before the immortal ancient world appeared. It was obvious that Long Outyen wanted to defeat everyone in the immortal ancient world and obtain the greatest opportunity. TSK. Even Long Outyen has appeared. The clan of the ancients that went against the Archean royalty are going to suffer. Yeah. The son of God of the Jun family has not returned from the ancient burial ground. I don't know what's going on. The immortal ancient world this time will be disadvantageous to the Jun family and Jiang family. Just as many people were talking about Long Outyen. Another piece of shocking news came from the northern region of the Huangtian mystic realm. The young emperor of the Wang family was preparing to come out of seclusion and obtain the opportunity in the immortal ancient world. This news shocked everyone once again. In terms of fame, the Wang family's young emperor, Wang Teng, was not inferior to Long Outyin. Was the era of heaven's favorites finally coming? At the moment, in the Wang family of the north, inside a cliff full of divine qi, a middle-aged man in a purple robe arrived. It was the leader of the Wang family, Wang Yuanba. Just then, a figure walked out from the cliff. His body was shrouded in dazzling light, and the qi of heaven and earth was disturbed by him. For auspicious spirits surrounded him, a real dragon in the sky, a phoenix in the sky, a qilin in the sea, and a black tortoise in the mountains. This scene was very shocking. It set off Wang Teng, as if the heavenly emperor had come out of seclusion and the imperial star had descended. No wonder Wang Yuanba praised his son every day outside. This Wang Teng was indeed something. Father, as the radiance dissipated, a tall and handsome young man with the bearing of a dragon and the appearance of a phoenix appeared. His skin was like jade, and it contained divine light. His entire person had an aura that was protected by the heavenly path. In terms of luck, the young emperor was not inferior to Long Outyin. His cultivation was also in the void god realm. Good, good. My son indeed has the bearing of a great emperor. If you can't become a great emperor, who can? Wang Yuanba laughed and was proud of Wang Teng. Father, the immortal ancient world will be my springboard this time. And I have a feeling that there may be a heaven-defying opportunity in the immortal ancient world. Wang Teng's eyes were bright. He had been very lucky since he was young. He could get the golden chariot whenever he fell into a lake. He could get the golden sacred sword whenever he entered a mountain range. In short, Wang Teng was very sensitive to all kinds of opportunities. He also had a feeling that there might be a heaven-defying opportunity in the immortal ancient world that could change his destiny. Will it be one of the 7 incredible things in the immortal realm? Wang Teng muttered to himself. Haha, Teng I believe in you. You'll be able to suppress everyone in the immortal ancient world, Wang Yuanba said with satisfaction. Jun Xiaoyao hasn't returned yet? Wang Teng asked calmly. No, but judging from the reactions of the Jun family and the Jiang family, he's probably still alive. Maybe he's trapped in the burial ground. Wang Yuanba's expression turned cold at the mention of Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had destroyed one of Wang Teng's spiritual bodies in the Jiang family without holding back. Although it was only a spiritual body, it still affected Wang Teng's reputation. Jun Xiaoyao is not that simple, but I'm confident that I can suppress him. Not just Jun Xiaoyao, but also Long Outyin and the reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon. I'll suppress them all. Wang Teng's tone was aloof. It was an invincible aura that he was born with. Very good. That's the attitude that the Wang family's young emperor should have. As for Jun Xiaoyao, don't worry about him. Even if he comes back, he's already missed the opportunity. Besides, he might not be able to bring back the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass, Wang Yuanba said with a smile. The 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass was not easy to find. If the Jiang family can't get the 9 Wonders Reincarnation Immortal Grass, they won't just watch Jiang Daoshu die. In the end, the Jiang family will still come to us for help, Wang Yuanba continued. Yes, I do need Xianxia's innate Taoist embryo to transform my strength. In the immortal ancient world, I'll definitely conquer her, Wang Teng said confidently. Women always liked strong men. As long as he was stronger than Jun Xiaoyao, he would be able to conquer Xianxia. When he got the innate Taoist embryo, Wang Teng would achieve the ultimate transformation. No one would be able to stop his path of cultivation. The first generation of the Zulong taboo, Long Outyin, and the young master of the Wang family, Wang Teng, appeared one after another. All of the beings in the Huangtian mystic realm had a premonition that the era of geniuses and kings had finally arrived. These two have appeared one after another. Will the reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon show up? The gazes of many beings in the immortal domain all turned towards the Yi family. As one of the 3 Yi families, the Yi family had kept a low profile during this period of time. There was no news about them. The only news that came out was that Yi Xingyun, the kingly body of stars of the Yi family, had died in the lower world. It could be said that the Yi family of the ancients no longer had any sense of existence. But that didn't mean that the Yi family was weak. They just kept a low profile. After all, Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon, was enough to attract the attention of everyone. However, what was surprising was that even though the immortal ancient world was about to open, there was still no news of the reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon coming out of seclusion. The Yi clan, on a lonely mountain peak that was thousands of feet high. The reincarnation of the sword demon, Yi Guchen, seemed to have been sitting cross-legged since ancient times. He clearly had a young and handsome face, but in his bottomless eyes, there was a hint of vicissitudes. In front of him, the monarch slayer sword stained with monarch blood was still stuck in the ground. He raised his hand and looked at the mirage of the immortal ancient world in the sky without saying a word. Outside the lonely mountain peak, a great Saint Realm elder of the Yi family respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Senior Yi, the immortal ancient world is about to open. Aren't you going to enter?" Although the reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon was a talent of the younger generation, because of his identity as the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon. Therefore, even the elders of the Yi family addressed him as senior. The time is not right. Kings don't meet kings. Yi Guchen closed his eyes. He wasn't going to participate in the battle for the immortal ancient world, nor was he going to meet Jun Xiaoyao. The great Saint Realm elder originally wanted to persuade him. But when he thought of Yi Guchen's identity as the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon, even without the opportunity of the immortal ancient world, Yi Guchen wouldn't fall behind others. Then, the Yi family elder cupped his hands and left. In the era of great battles, talents rise together, kings contend for hegemony, and the world is in chaos. Yi Guchen, the ancient sword demon of the past, is dead. I will cut off the past and reconstruct my true self. Yi Guchen suddenly slapped his head with one hand. His primordial spirit was shattering little by little. The past was being peeled away little by little. But one could imagine if Yi Guchen really cut off the past and reconstructed his true self. Then, how terrifying would his talent and strength be, no one knew. Moreover, Yi Guchen was the ancient sword demon who had killed a quasi-emperor in his previous life. Even if he didn't cut off the past, he would still be able to stand at the top. Not everyone had the courage to cut off the past. This was because it was very likely that he would fall into a situation of eternal damnation, and even lose the talent and advantage of being reincarnated. But as long as he succeeded, Yi Guchen would become a taboo. A taboo that broke the limit of a talent. At that time, he would also become Jun Xiaoyao's greatest opponent. The news that the reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon didn't come out of seclusion gradually spread. Everyone was surprised that Yi Guchen gave up on such a great opportunity. Of course, no one criticized him. After all, Jun Xiaoyao didn't come back either. With talent and background, one could be willful. As time passed, the sky above the entire Huangtian mystic realm became clearer and clearer. The day when the immortal ancient world would be completely opened was getting closer and closer. Everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was looking forward to it. As for the other mystic realms, no talents would come to the immortal ancient world. This was because in the Nine Heavens mystic realm, every mystic realm had an opportunity that was equivalent to the immortal ancient world, and it would all appear before the Emperor Road opened. Therefore, the talents from the other mystic realms didn't have to come to the Huangtian mystic realm to participate in the immortal ancient world contest. Finally, at a certain moment, flowers suddenly bloomed in the sky above the Huangtian mystic realm. These were not ordinary flowers, but space flowers, which were also the passageways to enter the immortal ancient world. 3,000 space flowers bloomed in the 3,000 mystical states. All young geniuses within a certain realm could enter at will. Of course, if they were too strong, they would be rejected by the space flowers and would not be able to enter. It's finally opened. I'm the ruler of this great era. In the Zulong, Long Outyen soared into the sky, accompanied by the shadows of the 7 ancestor dragons. His aura was extremely powerful. Behind him, Long Bichi and the other supreme talents of the lair of Zulong followed closely behind, their eyes filled with admiration. In the Golden Dragon Palace, Princess Longji's beautiful figure flashed and dashed toward the space flowers. Jun Xiaoyao, if you don't come, I'll be very disappointed. Princess Longji murmured. In the Heavenly Fox clan's territory. Brother Outyen, I'm coming for you in the immortal ancient world. Bai Meier's eyes sparkled, and she was filled with joy. With a twist of her slim waist and a swing of her 6 fox tails, she flashed away. In the Wang clan of the north, Wang Ting stepped onto the space flowers like a god emperor. His younger brother Wang Gang and the other talents of the Wang clan also set off together. Although they would land in random corners of the immortal ancient world in the end, they would eventually meet. In the Jiang clan, Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli, Jiang Chuhan, Jiang Zuling, Hua Yuanxiao, and other talents also set off. Brother Xiaoyao hasn't shown up yet? Jiang Luoli's eyes were filled with disappointment. Jiang Xingyi didn't say a word. He glanced in the direction of the ancient burial ground with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. The 10 sequences of the Jun family, the reincarnation sects Sun Wangchuan, Yu, Yan Qingying, and others also set off. In addition, the talents of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, the Demon God Palace, the Fallen God Palace, and other imperishable forces also set off at the same time. Countless talents of the top forces, second-rate forces, and third-rate forces were also unwilling to be silent. They were willing to fight for a future with their lives. All in all, this was a feast of talents that swept across the 3,000 mystical states of the Huangtian mystic realm. However, the most dazzling person in the feast was missing. Jun Xiaoyao missed the opportunity to open the immortal ancient world. Would he fall behind others? When the immortal ancient world opened, 3,000 space flowers bloomed in the 3,000 mystical states, attracting countless geniuses. The stage for the competition had been set, and the curtains had been drawn. All that was left was to see who would have the last laugh on the stage. Many forces had an unwritten rule regarding the immortal ancient world. Killing was not forbidden in the immortal ancient world. Even if their own geniuses were killed, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Therefore, the immortal ancient world was not only a land of opportunity for the participating geniuses, but it could also be a burial ground. As the geniuses entered the immortal ancient world, the world that had been sealed for a long time also became lively. The immortal ancient world was not in the 3,000 mystical states, but an independent space. It had been separated from the mystic region for a long time and then passed down. Therefore, many of the opportunities were very ancient, and were very valuable to the current generation of geniuses. At least there was a possibility that they could catch up with the ancient freaks. As soon as they entered the immortal ancient world, all the geniuses were frantically searching for opportunities. They only had one goal in the beginning. Break through, and break through again. If they wanted to make a name for themselves on the Emperor Road in the future, they had to at least reach the true immortal realm. Those ancient freaks were still okay, but the current generation of geniuses were a little weaker. Therefore, they urgently needed to find opportunities to break through. While searching for opportunities, of course, many geniuses would fall. This was unavoidable. A general success was built on thousands of bones. If one genius successfully broke through, it meant that hundreds or thousands of geniuses would become nameless bones. At the same time, in the sky above the Huangtian mystic region, many people from various forces gathered. An extremely huge mirror floated in the sky. All kinds of scenes were reflected in it. This was the immortal ancient mirror, which could reflect all kinds of scenes in the immortal ancient world. Although the powerful cultivators of various forces could not enter the immortal ancient world, they could use the immortal ancient mirror to check the situation of their descendants in the immortal ancient world. At this moment, the surroundings of the immortal ancient mirror were densely packed with millions of living beings. These were the sect leaders, and elders of various forces in the Huangtian mystic region. There were also many living beings from the mystic region who came to watch the show. It was very lively. The area closest to the immortal ancient mirror was occupied by powerful cultivators from various immortal forces. Among them, the Jun family occupied the area closest to the immortal ancient mirror. Jun Zhantian and the other elders were all present. On the other side of the immortal ancient mirror was the region where the Archean royalty resided. At that moment, Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Ancient Qilin Cave, and other powerhouses of the sovereign family looked at the Jun family with faint smiles on their faces. Jun Xiaoyao did not appear to participate in the immortal ancient world. This could be said to have given the Archean royalty prodigies a chance to develop. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, the Wang family of the north also occupied an area. Wang Yuanba, the head of the Wang family, suddenly smiled and said, "The son of God of the Jun family is quite impulsive, daring to enter the eternal burial ground alone. Although he may not die, it will be difficult for him to make it in time." Wang Yuanba's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Jun Xiaoyao was known as Wang Ting's biggest competitor. Now that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't make it in time, Wang Ting would get opportunities and become stronger. In this way, it wouldn't take long for Wang Ting to completely leave Jun Xiaoyao behind. It was no wonder that Wang Yuanba was gloating. "Humph, my grandson has the bearing of a great emperor." "Actually, your little brat can't compare," Jun Zhantian said with a cold face. "Haha, my son Wang Ting has the bearing of a great emperor. In the future, he will definitely become a great emperor." Wang Yuanba's tone was sharp. Hearing these two words, the powerhouses of the immortal forces around them were speechless. Why? Did it feel like everyone had the bearing of a great emperor now? However, this kind of quarrel was obviously not very meaningful. Now, everyone was paying attention to the situation in the immortal ancient world. All the prodigies who entered the immortal ancient world were randomly sent to different areas. A few unlucky ones were directly sent to some dangerous places. They died as soon as they landed in the broken array. Many of the geniuses were extremely lucky, and ended up at some of the fortunate encounters. For example, when Long Outyen landed in the immortal ancient world, he found a dragon scale fruit tree beside him. It was full of dragon scale fruits. These fruits were very helpful for the cultivation of the dragon race. Although the effect was not as good as the elixir of immortality, it was not much weaker. Haha, the destiny of this generation is indeed on my side. Long Outyen looked up to the sky and laughed. He immediately took the opportunity. Next, I have to find opportunities to break through and conquer Princess Longji. Then, I have to carry out that plan. Long Outyen squinted his eyes. Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and other Archean royalty. They worked together secretly to come up with a detailed plan. If this plan was carried out, it would be an extremely painful blow to the younger generation of the Jun family. On the other hand, Wang Ting was also lucky. He found a good opportunity as soon as he landed in the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao did not come. Neither did the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family. It seems that besides Long Outyen and a few others, only those ancient freaks sleeping in the immortal ancient world are worthy of being my opponents, Wang Ting muttered to himself. He stepped into the sky like a heavenly emperor patrolling the world. He was surrounded by the four spirits. Some prodigies nearby were shocked when they saw Wang Ting's kingly aura. They did not dare to get close. Apart from some unlucky ones, most of the other descendants of the immortal forces landed safely and began to search for their own opportunities. The battle for supremacy in the immortal ancient world had officially begun. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. In these few months, there were shocking news in the immortal ancient world from time to time. A prodigy from an immortal force died tragically in a secret realm. Or a descendant of a large sect was devoured by a heavenly god realm dragon. All in all, the immortal ancient world was full of dangers. In these few months, thousands of prodigies had died. Of course, there were also some shocking news. For example, Long Outyen, Wang Ting, and the others had broken through to the true god realm after finding a few great opportunities. Some other prodigies had reached the empty god realm even if they had not broken through to the true god realm. This was because the spiritual qi in the immortal ancient world was much richer than in the immortal domain. Therefore, it was easier to break through in the immortal ancient world. The prodigies of the immortal domain had grown rapidly as if they had been injected with hormones. In this situation where everyone had broken through to the immortal ancient world, some people also thought of Jun Xiaoyao who had not come. I remember that when Jun Xiaoyao entered the eternal burial ground, he was only a noble of the heavenly reaching realm. Indeed. Moreover, the eternal burial ground is not suitable for the beings of the immortal domain to cultivate. Therefore, even if Jun Xiaoyao is still alive, he will not be able to improve in the eternal burial ground. If Jun Xiaoyao comes back and finds that the prodigies who were left behind by him have all surpassed him, I wonder how he will feel. He will probably be very disappointed. Times have changed. Some of the forces who were hostile to Jun Xiaoyao were all laughing and discussing. Some of the elders of the Jun family also had cold expressions. However, they still had confidence in Jun Xiaoyao. Time passed like this. Half a year had passed. It had been a full year since Jun Xiaoyao entered the eternal burial ground. On this day, in the reincarnation pool of living beings in the burial ground, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the immortal king had come out of seclusion and the god of war had descended to the world. The hidden dragon has fallen asleep. A roar shook 1,000 mountains. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face, burial world, living reincarnation pool. There was no more energy in the pool. All the energy had been absorbed and refined by Jun Xiaoyao. It was terrifying. After all, the living reincarnation pool was built by the Great Terror in the depths of the burial world. It seemed to be used for some kind of plan. But now, it was all for Jun Xiaoyao. The energy of the entire living reincarnation pool was so powerful. Even saint-level experts could use this to absorb and refine it to break through. Not to mention Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the space around Jun Xiaoyao was vibrating. Vaguely, runes filled with Taoist rhymes appeared around Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was extremely terrifying. It was completely different from before. Peak true immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. His white robe was as white as snow, and his black hair fluttered. His aura was extremely powerful. Peak true immortal realm. This was Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation level. During the time he was in seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao directly broke through from the peak true immortal realm to the peak true immortal realm. 2 major realms, 10 minor realms. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely not be able to accept it. The 9th level of the Saint realm was different from before. Even if it was a minor realm, the difficulty of breaking through was comparable to the previous major realm. In other words, it was equivalent to Jun Xiaoyao breaking through 10 major realms. This was unimaginable. However, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's frown, it was obvious that he was still not satisfied. The breakthrough speed is starting to slow down. It seems that the 9th level of the Saint realm is indeed more difficult than before. Jun Xiaoyao thought. If other geniuses heard this, they would definitely curse Jun Xiaoyao to death. Was this not enough? Why did he need a bicycle? One should know that even Long Outyin, Wang Ting, and the others only broke through to the true immortal realm after obtaining many opportunities in the immortal ancient world. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao broke through to the peak true immortal realm in one go. If Long Outyin and the others knew about this, they would definitely vomit blood. They painstakingly searched for opportunities in the immortal ancient world, and finally broke through to the true immortal realm. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao just sat cross-legged in the pool and directly broke through to true God realm grand completion. If it were anyone else, their mentality would have collapsed. How could they play like this? Jun Xiaoyao's gains during this period of seclusion were definitely not limited to his cultivation realm. In his body, 30,000 draconic elephant particles had transformed into elemental elephant particles. This meant that the strength of Jun Xiaoyao's soul had increased by 3 times. What does that mean? This meant that if Jun Xiaoyao attacked other prodigies with his soul, he could almost completely crush them. At the same time, in Jun Xiaoyao's divine palace, amidst the 3 flowers of the Tao, the spirit flower that represented the past vaguely had a tiny, blurry primordial spirit slowly taking shape. Jun Xiaoyao was a primordial spirit of 3 lifetimes, representing the past, present, and future. But in the past, only this flower had a tiny primordial spirit sitting cross-legged on it. At this moment, a blurry figure of a primordial spirit began to appear on the Tao flower that represented the past. Is it because of the reincarnation pool that my primordial spirit of the past has begun to take shape? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. But now, the primordial spirit of the past was only in its embryonic form and had not completely taken shape. It would be great if there was a soul cultivation method that matched the primordial spirit of 3 lifetimes, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think. Jun Xiaoyao's gains were not limited to just that. Because he already had 30,000 elemental elephant particles, Jun Xiaoyao could now begin to unlock the next ability of the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant. Summoning the gates of hell, Jun Xiaoyao could now use the elemental elephant particles and supreme soul power to summon the gates of hell. Countless evil spirits, asuras, demon kings, and rakshasas in hell would fight for him. This was an extremely terrifying ability that, once used, could cause a bloodbath in all directions. It could be said that Xianxia's strength had improved significantly after the breakthrough. His magic immunity had also improved once again. Not only had its range expanded, but it could also resist more magical powers and divine abilities. It could be said that the magical immunity ability would accompany Xianxia's growth for a long time. Not bad. Although the breakthrough is not much, it's still okay. This is just the appetizer, Xianxia said. The real main course was the great opportunity in the immortal ancient world. The opportunity in the immortal ancient world would allow Xianxia's strength to improve qualitatively. Congratulations to the young master for your success in cultivation. Xianxia and Audiobook both appeared. They saw the surging true god aura on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's eyes flashed with amazement. It was worth noting that Xianxia was only 15 years old at the moment. A 15-year-old true god expert, even Jun Wuhui, at Xianxia's age, was slightly weaker. The student surpasses the master. Xianxia increasingly felt that Xianxia would be stronger than his father in the future. It's time to leave. Senior Xianxia, are you really not going to leave with me? Xianxia asked. Guarding this place is this general's mission. Perhaps one day, when everything in the burial world is settled, I will be free, Xianxia said. Xianxia's eyes also revealed a touch of admiration. Oh right, take this thing, young master. Xianxia seemed to have thought of something as he took out a jade amulet from his spatial power item and handed it to Xianxia. This is. Xianxia took the amulet and looked at it. A line of small words was engraved on it. A gentleman's life, no regrets. This is something left behind by the Lord. The Lord seemed to have predicted that young master would eventually come, Xianxia said. The amulet left by father. Xianxia's eyes were deep as he looked at the small line of words. A gentleman's life, no regrets, what kind of breadth of mind was this? The day I return to the burial world will be the day when the burial world is settled. Xianxia put away the amulet and said in a certain tone. Who dared to say that they could settle the burial world? Xianxia dared. Xianxia's eyes revealed a faint trace of excitement. This was the young master of the Jun family he was willing to serve. Audio's beautiful eyes also revealed a touch of gratification. The young man she was protecting would definitely grow into a peerless hero in the future. After saying their goodbyes, Xianxia and Audiobook also rushed out of the burial world, preparing to leave the eternal burial world. Outside the burial world, there were many creatures of the burial world waiting here. When they saw Xianxia and Audiobook appear, they suddenly turned their gazes. When they sensed Xianxia's aura, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, am I seeing things? True immortal realm. The group of creatures of the burial world was tongue-tied. Before, Xianxia was at the peak of the divine fire realm, but now he was at the true immortal realm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. In the void, two beautiful figures appeared. It was Lang Huan and Xianxia. After sensing Xianxia coming out of the burial world, Lang Huan immediately rushed over. Young Master Jun, you've finally come out of seclusion. Lang Huan's beautiful eyes flashed, and at the same time, she was surprised. Xianxia's cultivation had actually reached the true immortal realm directly, far surpassing her. If the current Xianxia were to fight against the previous 10 minor kings, he would probably be able to kill them with a flick of his finger. It's time for me to leave the burial world, Xianxia said. Hearing this, a hint of sadness appeared in Lang Huan's eyes. We'll meet again in the future. Xianxia didn't feel anything. Everything was just Lang Huan's one-sided love. If there's a chance in the future, Lang Huan will also leave the burial world, Lang Huan said firmly. Instead of chasing after an illusion that you can't get, it's better to cherish the person in front of you, Xianxia said. Indifferently, then left with Audiobook. Lang Huan was stunned and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's heart also trembled. She didn't expect Xianxia to speak up for her. The two women looked at each other in silence. On the other side, outside the ancient burial world, in the land of the barbarian state, there were still many cultivators looking for opportunities here. They also talked about the immortal ancient world from time to time. TSK, I heard that recently, another sequence warrior of the Jun family died. I think it's the 9th sequence warrior, Jun Tianming. Yeah, this is the 3rd sequence warrior of the Jun family to die. The Archean royalty is going to fight to the death with the Jun family. However, Jun Lingsong and the others have also killed many Archean royalty geniuses. The most pitiful one is probably the 4th sequence warrior of the Jun family, Jun Wuchen. He was about to break through to the complete void god stage when he was ambushed by the dark son of God from the fallen god palace and died. It's too tragic. I also heard that one of the followers of the Jun family's son of God, the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, is being hunted down by the saintess of the sacred sect. At the edge of the barbarian state, 2 cultivators were talking. They didn't know that a figure was silently listening to everything behind them. The 2 empty god realm cultivators suddenly felt a chill down their spines. They turned around and saw a handsome young man in white with a face as cold as ice. Jun family son of God. The 2 cultivators took a deep breath and felt their scalps go numb. Aside from the divine child of the Jun family, they couldn't think of anyone else who could be this handsome young man, especially since he had appeared in the burial ground. At that moment, the might of a true god emanating from Jun Xiaoya's body, as well as the terrifying killing intent emanating from him, seemed to have frozen the universe. True god stage cultivation. The 2 cultivators trembled again, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Didn't they say that the Jun family's son of God was only in the reaching heaven stage when he entered the burial ground? How did he suddenly become a true god stage cultivator? Moreover, his aura was extremely dense and solid. He should have reached the complete void god stage. The 2 cultivators were dumbfounded and trembling. Jun Xiaoya's strength was beyond their imagination. If news of this spread back to the immortal realm and everyone knew about it, it would cause a huge commotion. Tell the son of God about the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Seeing this, the 2 cultivators hurriedly told Jun Xiaoyao about what had happened in the immortal ancient world. After hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was expressionless. However, the 2 cultivators felt that the temperature around them seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys become kings. When did Wang Tang and Long Outyan become kings in the immortal ancient world? Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeve, and the surrounding void exploded and the ground was filled with cracks. This move alone was enough to make the 2 empty god realm cultivators tremble in fear. This is too damn powerful. Young Wang Tang and the forbidden first-generation Long Outyan were just 2 monkeys in Jun Xiaoya's eyes. Those who dare to provoke the Jun family will pay the price in blood. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the air and left. The 2 cultivators still had lingering fear, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. They looked at Jun Xiaoya's aloof figure and their hearts trembled. If the Jun family's son of God enters the immortal ancient world, I'm afraid he will cause a storm of blood. Who can stop him? Who dares to stop him? Although he missed the opening of the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. He wasn't worried that the other geniuses would surpass him. Therefore, he cultivated peacefully in the burial world. However, he didn't expect that someone from the Jun family would die in the immortal ancient world. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was normal. This era was cruel. Only a small number of people could make it to the end. Even the 10 sequences of the Jun family couldn't make it to the end safely. Since a few sequences had died, the Jun family would promote a few more talented clansmen in the future. It was cold and cruel, but it was the truth. Although some things can't be avoided, the Archean royalty and the fallen god palace have crossed the line. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. His killing intent froze the void. However, before going to the immortal ancient world, he had to return to the Jiang family and give the 9-wonder reincarnation immortal grass to Jiang Daoxiu. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao sat on the flying boat and headed to the Jiang family. On the other side, in a certain region of the immortal ancient world, a figure was flitting through the air at an extremely fast speed. It was a young lady in a black dress. She had a slender figure and a beautiful face. She had a pair of black and white fallen god wings on her back. With a casual flap, she could fly across 1,000 feet. She was Jun Xiaoya's follower, the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique, Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying's speed of improvement was also extremely fast. As a genius from the lower plane, her current cultivation had already reached the great empty god realm. She was only a step away from the true god realm. This was due to her god-devouring demonic technique. It could devour many talents, allowing her to improve quickly. Originally, Yan Qingying could break through to the true god realm quickly if she continued to cultivate at this speed. However, halfway through, someone started to form a group to kill her. Yan Qingying, why struggle? You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Under the call of the Holy Maiden, do you think you can hide from the encirclement? That's right. The god-devouring demonic technique shouldn't appear in the world. The saint is merciful and willing to form a group to kill the god-devouring demonic technique. You should surrender. Behind Yan Qingying, there were hundreds of skyprides chasing after her. If there were only a few or a dozen people, Yan Qingying could still kill them all. However, these hundreds of people were simply too many. The few supreme talents who were leading the group were either late empty god realm or complete empty god realm. It was impossible for Yan Qingying alone to contend with so many people. Most importantly, they were all summoned by one person to encircle her. Saintess of the sacred sect, humbly greet you. Extreme coldness flashed across Yan Qingying's obsidian-like eyes. The saint sect was the same as the human immortal sect and the demonic celestial sect. They were all imperishable sects in the Huangtian mystic realm. This time, the opening of the immortal ancient world, the sacred sect also had two top figures participating. The saint and saintess cried out. The saintess, Bai Mihu, was the one who had gathered all the prodigies to kill her. Yan Qingying asked herself, she had never met Bai Mihu and had never devoured anyone from the sacred religion. She did not understand why Bai Mihu wanted to kill her. Was it really just because he did not want the god-devouring demonic technique to appear? You will pay the price for what you have done, Yan Qingying said coldly. The immortal ancient world was huge. When one entered, they were randomly teleported. Therefore, Yan Qingying was not with Yu, Wang Chuan, and the others. Moreover, each of them had their own opportunities and would not encounter each other in the early stages. Therefore, Yan Qingying was in a situation where she was alone and helpless. Hearing Yan Qingying's words, the faces of the supreme talents who were chasing after her changed slightly. They knew that Yan Qingying was Jun Xiaoyao's follower. Encircling Yan Qingying was tantamount to offending Jun Xiaoyao. However, thinking that Jun Xiaoyao had not appeared yet, these supreme talents were relieved. Don't pretend to be strong. We don't know if the Jun family's son of God can come out of the burial ground alive. Even if he comes out alive, his current cultivation level is probably lower than ours, right? One of the supreme talents who was chasing after Yan Qingying sneered. That's right. Moreover, the immortal ancient world does not forbid killing. A few of the Jun family sequence bearers have already died. Why would they care about a mere follower like you? Another supreme talent said. You are courting death. Yan Qingying dodged as she used the god-devouring demonic technique, refining a few supreme talents into nothingness again. Just like that, Yan Qingying fought and retreated, persisting. She believed that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely return in the most powerful manner, just as the battle in the immortal ancient world reached its climax. Jun Xiaoyao had already returned to the Jiang family. When they saw Jun Xiaoyao appear, all the Jiang family members were stunned. Then, they exclaimed in joy. Young Master! Young Master is back! Young Master really returned safely from the eternal burial ground. Gosh, this aura! Am I seeing things? The true immortal realm. All of the members of the Jiang family were dumbfounded when they sensed Jun Xiaoyao's aura. If they did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had gone to the eternal burial ground, they would even suspect that Jun Xiaoyao had returned from the immortal ancient world after a tour. Otherwise, how could his strength increase so quickly? He was even more powerful than those supreme talents who were still training in the immortal ancient world. Xiaoyao, you are finally back. Jiang Rou flashed and appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. He touched Jun Xiaoyao's face and patted his shoulder as if he was checking to see if Jun Xiaoyao was hurt. After seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was completely fine, Jiang Rou heaved a sigh of relief and said, You went to the eternal burial ground for so long. Mother was so worried. Mother, don't you know what I can do? Don't worry. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. By the way, where's grandfather? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Your grandfather's health is getting worse. Jiang Ro's face was slightly gloomy. It's okay. I didn't disappoint you. Jun Xiaoyao took out the Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass. Instantly, the surrounding heaven and earth became quiet. The Jiang family members widened their eyes and opened their mouths silently. In their expectations, it was already a miracle that Jun Xiaoyao could return safely from the eternal burial ground. What they did not expect was that Jun Xiaoyao actually brought back the Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass from the eternal burial ground. Young master is mighty. As expected of our Jiang family's young master. After a short moment of dead silence, there was a wave of fanatical exclamations. Jun Xiaoyao used his own actions to prove his strength thoroughly. He was indeed worthy of his identity as the Jiang family's young master. After that, Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Ro, and the others went to the small world where Jiang Daoxiu was in seclusion. After not seeing him for almost a year, Jiang Daoxiu had aged greatly. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao return safely, Jiang Daoxiu's aged face revealed a wisp of a smile. Even though he knew Jun Xiaoyao was fine, he was still extremely gratified when he saw Jun Xiaoyao return safely. Grandfather, if it wasn't for the ancient weapons you gave me, I might really be in danger. Grandfather, please refine this Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass. Jun Xiaoyao passed over the undead grass. Good. How fortunate am I, Jiang Daoxiu, to have such a grandson. Jiang Daoxiu laughed and successively said good 3 times. Obviously, he was delighted to the extreme and felt proud of Jun Xiaoyao. After that, Jiang Daoxiu started to enter into seclusion to refine the Nine Wonders Reincarnation Undead Grass. With this undead grass, even if Jiang Daoxiu didn't recover to his peak state, his life was at least safe. After settling the most important matter, Jun Xiaoyao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Jiang Ro stepped forward and said, Xiaoyao, Xingyi, Luoli, and the others are already in the immortal ancient world. You should also depart. Still looking for, checking in for Sacred Body of the Ancients for free? Baidu directly searched, easy, very simple, smiley face. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The opportunity in the immortal ancient world was the most important. It was normal for Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli to go there first. Jiang Ro continued, but before this, they were all very worried about you. They didn't even have the energy to cultivate. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao was silent. Tell me honestly, what's your relationship with Xingyi? Jiang Ro suddenly asked, staring at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless under Jiang Ro's sharp gaze. Jiang Ro chuckled and said, You, really? Even Xingyi has fallen for you. But it doesn't matter. She can give birth to a Tao fetus of the Khanate divine body. Jiang Ro's words were so shocking that even Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback by what she said. Mother, are you also open-minded? Jun Xiaoyao asked. As a transmigrator, he felt a little difficult to deal with. It's not a big deal. The only trouble is Luoli. It doesn't matter. I'll explain it to her, Jiang Ro said with a smile. Her only wish now was to hold a chubby grandson as soon as possible. Whether it was Jiang Xingyi or Jiang Luoli, it didn't matter. As for the others, as long as Jun Xiaoyao liked them, Jiang Ro would also agree. All in all, Jiang Ro was not stingy. The more women Jun Xiaoyao had, the better. It could also make his bloodline flourish. Forget it, mother. I'll go to the immortal ancient world first. Jun Xiaoyao left immediately. He didn't want to stay any longer. After leaving the Jiang family, Jun Xiaoyao went directly to the space flower. There was one in each of the 3,000 mystical provinces. The Jiang family's green province naturally had one too. Jun Xiaoyao went directly to the space flower in the sky above Green Province. In a flash, he rushed in. There were also a few cultivators in the surroundings who had stopped. They only saw a blurry figure in white, shrouded in immortal light, stepping into the space flower in an instant. Who is it that entered Immortal Ancient so late? That's not right. He's dressed in white and shrouded in immortal light. Why does he look like that person? You mean? Impossible. Isn't that person in the burial ground? How could it be him? That's right, it's definitely him. He's too terrifying. Moreover, did you guys notice his strength? If it's really him, I'm afraid the immortal ancient world is going to be turned upside down. The cultivators around the space flower were all shocked. It was as if they could already see shocking news coming out of the immortal ancient world one after another. Immortal ancient world, in a misty place. The space shuddered, and Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed out. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao entered the immortal ancient world, he could feel that the surrounding chi of heaven and earth was different from the immortal domain. That kind of spiritual energy was too rich, as if it was the revival of spiritual energy. In such an environment, even a pig could cultivate into a spirit. No wonder the immortal ancient world is such a great opportunity. Even if there's nothing there, just cultivating in one place is several times faster than the outside world, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. No wonder those geniuses still wanted to enter the immortal ancient world despite knowing that it was dangerous. The temptation of a breakthrough in cultivation was more attractive than anything else. Although I entered the immortal ancient world a few months later, in terms of cultivation, there shouldn't be many people who can surpass me. The first thing I need to do now is to find some people to understand the current situation in the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have reached the check-in location. Immortal ancient world. Do you want to check in? Check in. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate. He wanted to know what good things he could get from check-in this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a rare 8-star reward, 1/3 of the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra, the Tathagata mantra of the modern world. System, something's wrong with you. When Jun Xiaoyao heard the first half of the sentence, he was a little happy. That's an 8-star reward. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao had only received an 8-star reward when he was born, which was the great success of breaking the shackles of the holy body. Therefore, when he heard about the 8-star reward, Jun Xiaoyao's heart was stirred. Did he become a European king? However, the second half of the sentence stunned Jun Xiaoyao. What does 1/3 mean? Host, the 3 Generations Celestial Sutra is a rare 8-star reward. It is divided into 3 parts, the past Amitabha Sutra, the present Tathagata Sutra, and the future Lifeless Sutra. Host, you only got 1/3 of it. Please continue to work hard and refresh the check-in location. There is a chance that you will get the remaining 2 parts. Hearing the system's explanation, Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. System, you've learned bad things. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Which unscrupulous company did it learn this from? They even have a probability lottery. After complaining a little, Jun Xiaoyao also began to understand the present Tathagata Sutra. After a little understanding, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a look of surprise. This 3 Generations Celestial Sutra seemed to be specially made for the 3 Generations Primordial Spirits. I was wondering if I should find a suitable soul cultivation method for the 3 Generations Primordial Spirits to cultivate. Now, I don't have to bother looking for one, Jun Xiaoyao said. The 3 Generations Celestial Sutra included the past Amitabha Sutra, the present Tathagata Sutra, and the future Lifeless Sutra. They could cultivate Jun Xiaoyao's past, present, and future primordial spirits respectively. Of course, in the divine palace of Jun Xiaoyao's mind, only the present primordial spirit had been successfully condensed. The past primordial spirit had only vaguely formed a hazy embryonic form. The future primordial spirit had not yet manifested. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry to collect the 3 Generations Celestial Sutra. Could the 3 Generations Celestial Sutra really be a soul cultivation method for immortals to cultivate? Jun Xiaoyao thought. Until now, the only soul cultivation method he had was the visualization of primal chaos divine grindstone. Now, he finally had a real soul cultivation method. And it was the most top-notch, the most amazing kind. The Tathagata Sutra of the modern world. When cultivated to the highest level, the primordial spirit will be like the ancient Buddha Tathagata. It won't move, won't be destroyed, won't increase or decrease. A thought can spread across the 3,000 sectors. What kind of power is this? After a rough understanding, Jun Xiaoyao sighed deeply. The Tathagata Sutra of the modern world was heaven-defying. If he could collect the 3 Generations Celestial Sutra in the future, not to mention anything else, just the primordial spirit alone would be comparable to Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was destroyed, his primordial spirit could exist forever and could not be easily destroyed. The Three Generations Celestial Sutra was really heaven-defying, worthy of its name. However, although the Tathagata Sutra of the modern world was powerful, it was also very complicated to cultivate. Although it was a reward for signing in, Jun Xiaoyao could directly comprehend it completely. However, comprehending was one thing, cultivating was another. It still took time. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had just entered the immortal ancient world, he needed to investigate the situation, so he did not have time to comprehend the Tathagata Sutra of the modern world for the time being. Just as Jun Xiaoyao began to explore the immortal ancient world, in his spatial artifact, an artifact that had been there for a long time trembled slightly. Well, it's the bronze compass. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The bronze compass was pieced together by him after he had subdued the four symbols ancient kingdom. The bronze compass was somewhat related to the bronze immortal palace, one of the seven wonders. Could it be that the bronze immortal palace will appear in the immortal ancient world? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He did not forget that he still had a chance to sign in the bronze immortal palace. As one of the seven incredible worlds, the bronze immortal palace had always been mysterious. Moreover, the time and location of its appearance were uncertain. It might really appear in the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao kept this matter in mind and continued to advance in the immortal ancient world. He had to admit that the immortal ancient world was huge. It was even bigger than a prefecture. It was almost impossible for ordinary geniuses to explore the entire immortal ancient world. After a certain period of time, the immortal ancient world would close. Hence, there was no time to waste. Jun Xiaoyao also encountered some ferocious beasts in the immortal ancient world along the way. They were generally stronger than those in the outside world and their bloodlines were more ancient. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, whose strength had skyrocketed, they could kill them with a flick of his finger. However, Jun Xiaoyao realized that because of the special rules in the immortal ancient world, he could not use some of the trump cards in his space dharma item. For example, he could not use the god-slaying doll. He would be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth in the immortal ancient world. However, the other geniuses could not use any of their trump cards to cheat. There is a spiritual power fluctuation in front. Moreover, there is a familiar force. Jun Xiaoyao, who was advancing, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His spiritual soul was extremely sensitive. He could sense the fluctuations of a battle in front of him. Moreover, there was a force that he could not be more familiar with. At this moment, there was a valley 1,000 miles away. The valley was filled with spiritual qi and there was a pool in the middle. Above the pool, there were 5 balls of light that emitted Taoist rhymes. Each ball of light was the size of a fist. The Taoist rhymes made one feel enlightened. In the valley, a great battle had been going on for some time. A young man in silver armor with thunder gloves on his hands was fighting with the other geniuses. The young man was surrounded by the power of thunder. His eyes were like 2 pools of thunder, shooting out 3 feet of thunder. When he punched out, it was accompanied by rolling thunder. The fluctuations were powerful. The young man's strength had reached the later stage of the empty god realm. Among the geniuses who had entered the immortal ancient world, he was considered to be at the top. As for the cultivation of the true god realm, only the descendants of the top immortal forces could reach it. Lei Mingyuan, it's impossible for you to monopolize these 5 sources of Tao. Let go of them obediently, and I might even give you one. A young prince whose body was surrounded by imperial draconic aura sneered. He was a prince of the Heavenly Wave Ancient Kingdom. Although the Heavenly Wave Ancient Country was not an immortal power, it was still a first-rate power. Prince Tianlan, do you really dare to provoke our Thunder Emperor Mountain? The young man named Lei Mingyuan said coldly. Haha, what a joke. After the disappearance of the Thunder Emperor, your Thunder Emperor Mountain is no longer a lofty immortal force. You even lost the Thunder Emperor's great divine power that was passed down from your ancestors. Prince Tianlan laughed. His words were full of disdain. The Thunder Emperor, who had created the Thunder Emperor's grand magic, had also created a force in the Huangtian mystic realm called the Thunder Emperor Mountain. In the past, the Thunder Emperor Mountain was also considered an immortal force. However, following the disappearance of the Thunder Emperor, the entire Thunder Emperor mountain gradually declined. Later on, even some of the Thunder Emperor's great divine abilities were missing, and it was difficult to pass them down completely. This lineage also gradually declined. It was not until recently that Lei Mingyuan, who had the heavenly thunder body and comprehended the incomplete Thunder Emperor's grand magic, that the Thunder Emperor mountain was slightly invigorated. Seeing the disdain in Prince Tianlan's eyes, Lei Mingyuan secretly gritted his teeth, his face extremely cold. How dare you humiliate our Thunder Emperor mountain? You're courting death. Lei Mingyuan attacked. Around him, the power of thunder condensed into stars and crushed toward Lei Mingyuan. Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses also attacked. Their cultivation levels were also between the intermediate and advanced void god realm, so there was not much difference between them. There was not much suspense in this battle. Without a huge gap in cultivation level, Lei Mingyuan could only be beaten up. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Prince Tianlan's eyes flashed coldly. They began to kill. At the same time, outside the immortal ancient world, beside the immortal ancient mirror, some of the elders of the Thunder Emperor mountain had ugly expressions. On the other side, the monarch of the Tianlan ancient kingdom was also present. Seeing this scene, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. He said to the elders of the Thunder Emperor mountain, "You geniuses of the Thunder Emperor mountain are really stubborn. It's a pity that you're going to give up your life." Hearing the monarch of the Tianlan kingdom's words, the elders of the Thunder Emperor mountain's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. That genius of the Thunder Emperor mountain is going to die. Isn't it normal to die? Many geniuses of the immortal forces have died in the immortal ancient world. Some of the elders of the surrounding forces discussed. At this moment, a few hundred miles away from where Lei Mingyuan and the others were fighting, Jun Xiaoyao's hazy figure appeared in the void. Seeing the fluctuations in the valley before him, Jun Xiaoyao's face was calm. Lei Mingyuan, however, caught his attention. "It's indeed the Thunder Emperor's grand magic," Jun Xiaoyao said. Previously, he had sensed a familiar energy. As expected, it was the power of the Thunder Emperor's grand magic. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not a good person. Although that young man had the incomplete Thunder Emperor's grand magic, it had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Hence, he was too lazy to make a move. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to leave, he suddenly saw the 5 balls of light floating in the pond behind Lei Mingyuan. Could that be? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. If it was not bad, then it should be the rare origin of Tao. The origin of Tao was a type of energy that could be compared to a supreme great immortal origin. Not only that, the Taoist rhyme contained within the origin of Tao was also helpful for breaking through to the next realm. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to break through to the heavenly god realm or the Tao god realm, the more origin of Tao he had, the better. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate and stepped into the air. On the other side, in the valley, the battle had reached its climax. One had to admit that as the most powerful genius of the Thunder Emperor mountain, Lei Mingyuan's strength was indeed extraordinary. With the heavenly thunder body and the incomplete Thunder Emperor's grand magic, his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses were not much weaker than him. Coupled with the fact that they outnumbered him, they naturally had the upper hand. "Die, Lei Mingyuan!" Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses attacked together. Terrifying dermic power swept out. At this moment, a figure flashed into the valley. "Who is it?" Prince Tianlan and the other geniuses' eyes flashed. However, what happened next stunned them. However, when the frightening mana fluctuation neared the figure, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. This was too illogical. One had to know that there were a total of 5 empty God Realm geniuses on their side. When the 5 empty God Realm geniuses attacked together, they could even hold their own against a genius of the exceptional empty God Realm. However, when they attacked together, they could not even touch the corner of that figure's clothes. This was too strange. That's right. I, the Son of God, will take these origins of Tao. With his back to Prince Tianlan and the others, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the origins of Tao above the pool and nodded in satisfaction. Prince Tianlan and the others' expressions changed when they heard this. They had fought with Lei Mingyuan for so long for these 5 origins of Tao. Now, someone wanted to intercept them. How could they tolerate this? I'm a prince of Tianlan Ancient Kingdom. Brother, aren't you being a little overbearing? Prince Tianlan said with a gloomy face. Do you think you're worthy to call me, the son of God, your brother? Jun Xiaoyao did not even bother to deal with Prince Tianlan and the others. He went straight up, intending to collect the 5 sources of the Great Path. As for Lei Mingyuan, he stood frozen on the spot and did not move. That was because he saw Jun Xiaoyao's face. Although he was shrouded in divine brilliance, Lei Mingyuan reacted immediately. Jun. 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 Lei Mingyuan stuttered because he was too shocked. It was as if a character that only existed in legends had suddenly appeared in front of him. Anyone would be stunned if they were in his shoes. Even though Lei Mingyuan was a heaven's pride of Thunder Emperor Mountain, he was just a small fry in front of a legendary figure like Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was going to collect the origins of Tao, Prince Tianlan and the others were filled with killing intent. Without saying a word, the 5 Void God Realm Heavens Prides attacked again. Imperial Draconic Chi Technique. Prince Tianlan's body surged with golden draconic chi and turned into the shadow of a golden dragon. He soared toward Jun Xiaoyao. The other 4 Heavens Prides did the same. Powerful energy waves swept across the entire valley. Watch out! Lei Mingyuan couldn't help but cry out. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He turned around and unleashed his peak true immortal realm cultivation base. His aura erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire valley. This aura. True immortal realm. Prince Tianlan was stupefied when he sensed the terrifying aura. When he caught sight of Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent face, enshrouded in immortal light, Prince Tianlan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. No. Impossible, I must be dreaming, Jun. Jun family son of God. Prince Tianlan and the other 4 heavenly legends were all dumbfounded. They never thought that Jun Xiaoyao would appear. Didn't the son of God of the Jun family not come to the immortal ancient world? Also, his cultivation is not right. Another genius trembled. Not to mention why Jun Xiaoyao would suddenly appear in the immortal ancient world. But there was something wrong with his cultivation. In the eyes of the world, he was only a noble of the reaching heaven state. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had gone to the burial ground some time ago. In that kind of environment, it was good enough that he was still alive. It was almost impossible for him to cultivate and improve. They had stayed in the immortal ancient world for so long. In terms of cultivation, they should be able to surpass Jun Xiaoyao. But what the hell was the aura of the complete true immortal realm? All of their ultimate moves were nullified by Jun Xiaoyao's magical immunity before they were even able to land on him. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. Ants were always annoying. Prince Tianlan and the others felt their hair stand on end when they saw the flash of killing intent in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. They hurriedly said, Son of God, please forgive us. We didn't know it was the Son of God who came. Please, however, before Prince Tianlan and the others could finish their words, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. Lightning twined between his fingers and shot out sparks. The power of lightning burst out and gathered into lightning stars, which rushed toward Prince Tianlan and the others. Prince Tianlan and the other 4 heavenly legends of the Void God realm were directly hit and turned into charred corpses that fell to the ground. The whole valley returned to a dead silence. Only Lei Mingyuan's breathing was extremely rapid. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. It was not only because Jun Xiaoyao killed Prince Tianlan and the others with a raise of his hand. It was because of the moves he used. Thunder Emperor's great divine ability, and its power is much stronger than mine. Lei Mingyuan took a deep breath. If he did not know Jun Xiaoyao's identity, he would have thought that the ancestor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain had sneaked in. No, even the ancestor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain could not cultivate the Thunder Emperor's great superpower to such a proficient level. Lei Mingyuan was so excited that his heart was trembling. He did not know how Jun Xiaoyao was able to use the Thunder Emperor's great superpower. But he had a hunch that Jun Xiaoyao might have mastered the complete Thunder Emperor's great superpower. This was extremely important to the Thunder Emperor Mountain. At the same time, beside the immortal ancient mirror, all the experts of the various forces were dumbfounded. The emperor of the Tianlan country, who had a smile on his face, was dumbfounded as if he had lost his soul. The elders of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, who were originally gloomy, were also surprised. Am I seeing things? Is that the son of God of the Jun family? That's right. It's the son of God of the Jun family. He actually appeared in the immortal ancient world? No, shouldn't you be paying attention to his cultivation? Has he reached the true God realm? When they saw the peerless figure in white, countless forces around the immortal ancient mirror were in an uproar. It was as if they had seen an incredible scene. On the Jun family's side, Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the Jun family were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Haha, Xiaoyao did not disappoint. What else do you have to say? Jun Zhantian laughed heartily. Then, he looked at the Archean royalty with a mocking tone. Zulong, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the other elders of the royal family all had dark faces. They did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to really come back. Furthermore, his cultivation had exceeded everyone's expectations. The true God realm. How is that possible? The son of God of the Jun family was lucky enough to come back alive from the burial ground. How could he have made such progress? Many people found it unbelievable. Because the eternal burial ground was isolated from the immortal realm, news of the eternal burial ground would not spread to the Huangtian mystic realm so quickly. Because of this, no one knew what Jun Xiaoyao had experienced in the eternal burial ground. Great. With Xiaoyao here, he can avenge the Jun family. Some elders of the Jun family had a cold look in their eyes. Previously, the Jun family had lost 3 sequence elders. They were all killed by the Archean royalty, the fallen god palace, and other hostile forces. Of course, Jun Lingsong and the other sequence elders also took revenge and killed many people from the Archean royalty and the fallen god palace. Even so, the Jun family was still targeted in the immortal ancient world. The Jun family needed someone who could stabilize the situation. Without a doubt, Jun Xiaoyao was the most suitable candidate. I seem to have seen this scene of blood rain in the immortal ancient world. Some elders of the major forces sighed. With Jun Xiaoyao's domineering personality, he would definitely kill after learning about the situation of the Jun family. The immortal ancient world had only begun to become interesting now. After Prince Tianlan and the others perished by the valley, Jun Xiaoyao walked to the pool and collected the 5 sources of the Great Path. Lei Mingyuan didn't dare to object when he saw this. He didn't even make a sound. If Prince Tianlan and the others were fighting for it, Lei Mingyuan would have resisted with all his might. But Jun Xiaoyao wanted the sources of Dao, so Lei Mingyuan couldn't even muster up the will to resist. This was human nature. When everyone's level was about the same, no one would submit to the other. They would fight until their heads bled. But when a person was facing someone who was far more powerful than him, he would only feel respect and submission. There would be no fighting spirit. This was Lei Mingyuan's current state of mind. Although he was the Thunder Emperor Mountain's heaven's pride, he was also extraordinarily talented and famous. But compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who was known to be invincible among the younger generation, he was too far away. Identity, status, and strength were not in the same world. Therefore, Lei Mingyuan didn't feel angry or sullen. Instead, he was willing to accept it. Yes, it's difficult to find a single sources of Dao in the outside world. But in the immortal ancient world, they can be found directly. Jun Xiaoyao played with the sources of Dao in his hand and sighed in admiration. Not long after entering the immortal ancient world, he had already obtained 5 rare sources of Dao. In other places in the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao might be able to obtain more sources of Dao. With enough sources of Dao, Jun Xiaoyao's immortal Daluo immortal body would be cultivated very quickly. By then, Jun Xiaoyao's already monstrous body would definitely reach a higher level. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and began to refine the 5 sources of Dao. He raised his hand and performed the devouring god demonic art. A pitch-black devouring vortex appeared and began to refine the 5 sources of Dao. Lei Mingyuan retreated to the side. Seeing the devouring vortex, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. As expected, the successor of the demonic art, Yan Qingying, who was being hunted by the saintess of the sacred sect recently, is a follower of the Jun family's son of God. After seeing the devouring god demonic art, Lei Mingyuan was completely certain. His eyes flickered as he made up his mind. If Lei Mingyuan wanted to make a name for himself in the immortal ancient world, it was impossible to rely on his own strength. He needed to hug the thickest thigh. Jun Xiaoyao was, without a doubt, the best candidate. Ordinary prodigies would need 3 to 5 days to digest 5 Dao origins. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, only used a few hours to completely refine it. The number of origin immortal bones in his body had increased by 10 to 170. Jun Xiaoyao was rather surprised by what he saw. This was because the further one cultivated the origin immortal bone, the more energy one needed to consume. Even now, it was difficult to refine one origin immortal bone even with 100 low-grade immortal sources. However, one ball of origin of the Dao was enough to refine 2 pieces. Jun Xiaoyao only needed to find more origin of the Dao to refine all 206 bones in his body into origin immortal bones. By then, no one in the immortal ancient world would be able to stop Jun Xiaoyao once his immortal body was completed. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze then fell upon Lei Mingyuan, who was standing at the side. While he was refining the origin of the Dao, Lei Mingyuan did not play any tricks. Instead, he stood guard outside as if he was protecting him. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao looking at him, Lei Mingyuan immediately felt pressured. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was now at the complete true god realm. Void god realm prodigies could be killed with a flick of his finger. 163 Lei Mingyuan still had some lies in his heart. However, he gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. I am the successor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain, Lei Mingyuan. I am willing to follow the son of God of the Jun family. Thunder Emperor Mountain. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. This Thunder Emperor Mountain was also an immortal force in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, it had declined. Jun Xiaoyao did not know much about the Thunder Emperor Mountain, but he vaguely knew that the Thunder Emperor Mountain was related to the Thunder Emperor. In that case, it was also related to Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had inherited the complete Thunder Emperor's superpower. Seeing Lei Mingyuan's actions, Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised. Thinking about it from another perspective, if he were Lei Mingyuan, seeing such a thick thigh, he would probably also hug it. You are doing this for the Thunder Emperor's superpower, right? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Lei Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. It was hard to imagine that a famous immortal force prodigy would be scared out of his wits because of Jun Xiaoyao's words. However, Lei Mingyuan still clenched his teeth and said, Lei Mingyuan does not dare. I have only heard of the Son of God's great name. I respect you and am willing to follow you. Heh, don't be nervous. I am not a bloodthirsty person, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Lei Mingyuan could not help but curse in his heart when he heard that. Jun Xiaoyao was famous for his cruel behavior towards his enemies. However, you are indeed not qualified to be my follower, the Son of God, Jun Xiaoyao said straightforwardly. What he said was the truth. Although Lei Mingyuan was the successor of the Thunder Emperor Mountain and possessed the heavenly thunder body, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, he was not qualified to be his follower. No matter if it was Yu or Yan Qingying, they were both people with great talents and great opportunities. Even Wang Chuan, who was an ancient freak, was qualified to be his follower. In comparison, Lei Mingyuan was too weak. Lei Mingyuan smiled bitterly when he heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. He knew his own limitations and just wanted to give it a try. However, this Son of God has just arrived in the immortal ancient world. I am still lacking a scout and guide, Jun Xiaoyao said. Lei Mingyuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He hurriedly said, Lei Mingyuan is willing to follow the Son of God everywhere. Lei Mingyuan was excited. Even if he could not be Jun Xiaoyao's follower, being an errand boy was good enough. Sure. This Son of God will not mistreat you. Although the Thunder Emperor's great divine power is not bad, it is not impossible for me to pass it to you. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Lei Mingyuan was so excited that his face turned red when he heard that. As expected of the Son of God of the Jun family. He was so generous. This was a top divine power that was comparable to the true dragon's great divine power and the divine phoenix's great divine power. Only Jun Xiaoyao had the courage to say something like that. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao was willing to give Lei Mingyuan a chance In fact, he was also trying to get an ally for the Jun family. Although the Thunder Emperor Mountain had declined, it was an immortal force after all. Its foundation was still there, and it was qualified to be an ally of the Jun family. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao could not give the Thunder Emperor's great divine power to Lei Mingyuan now. It would depend on his performance. By the way, Master Son of God, Yan Qingying is your follower, right? Lei Mingyuan suddenly asked. I heard about it before. She seems to be in trouble, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was not too anxious. As a person with great providence, Yan Qingying would not die so easily. This happened to be a test for Yan Qingying. I heard that the saintess of the sacred sect, Bai Mihu, seems to have joined forces with the Little Western Paradise's Buddhist lady, Miao Wuxin, to completely kill Yan Qingying, Lei Mingyuan said. End of chapter 385. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.